Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to watch our main character, an SSS-rank assassin, get permanently silenced for breaking out of his organization's mind control. You'd think it's game over, but nope. The author said otherwise, and he instantly reincarnates as a tiny baby. But when his new grandfather walks in, this insanely heavy aura fills the room, completely shocking even a top-tier master assassin like him. Turns out this kid is the young master of the continent's absolute strongest family. And that grandfather, he is literally the king of destruction. As if having an overpowered bloodline wasn't enough, he starts training before he can even walk. By age 2, he is the family's greatest genius, fully mastering both magic and swordsmanship. Okay, enough background setup, let the real story begin. Whether it is the freezing midnight wind, the moonlight piercing through the high clouds, or his own veteran assassin senses everything around him is whispering danger. Under the pitch-black night, the bright moon shines down on a massive, majestic building. Inside, a hooded man in pitch-black clothing is kneeling down. He is quietly taking in the praise from his absolute master. Great job once again. The young man looks up and his eyes flash with a deeply chilling pitch-black emptiness, mixed with the dead, soulless expression of a corpse. He replies, "Thank you, Lord Robert." That is the name of the master standing right in front of him. A man with long blue hair that practically glows under the bright moonlight. He has incredibly cold eyes, but hiding behind that gaze is the distinct, overwhelming arrogance of an absolute ruler. Watch closely here, he fully expects to die by this man's hands tonight. Lord Robert speaks up. "You have delivered results completely worthy of your rank as a Shadow Commander. Thanks to your hard work, our family has made an absolutely massive leap forward." The man closes his eyes. "I only did what was required, sir. I am actually quite curious." Lord Robert smiles and asks Raon Zieghart, "Do you truly believe that a shadow requires any kind of freedom?" This question is a heavy hidden trap aimed right at Raon Zieghart. He answers with total seriousness. "The Shadow Squad only exists to execute our master's orders. Things like personal thoughts, emotions, or even a heart do not exist within us." "Good." Robert nods slowly. "So you understand perfectly well. But since you already know all that," he speaks in a painfully slow tone, "then why did you dare act on your own?" That final sentence carries absolutely terrifying pressure, crushing the air around them until Raon Zieghart can barely even breathe. He glares at his subordinate and continues, "And exactly how did you manage to break free from the mind control?" Raon Zieghart starts sweating bullets. How in the world did he find out? You see, mind control is how the Robert family perfects their shadow assassination team. They literally kidnap or buy young children off the streets and twist them into disposable assassins who will gladly sacrifice their own lives to handle all the dirty work for the Robert family. Basically, they breed perfectly loyal attack dogs. I was brainwashed too, but thanks to one totally random encounter during a mission, I completely shattered the mental chains holding me down. But seriously, how could he possibly know that I was not under his control anymore? You and I are wondering the exact same thing. Raon Zieghart bluntly asks, "How did you know, Lord?" Lord Robert raises a hand and answers, "For every single assassin here, including you, there are 2 heavy chains locked tight around your necks. The first is the mental conditioning which you somehow managed to break out of. And the second one," he snaps his fingers with a sharp click. "It is this." Suddenly, brutal pain strikes Raon Zieghart's chest. In a split second, Raon Zieghart coughs up a massive amount of blood. Unable to endure it, he collapses to the ground, blood pouring out completely. What kind of insane pain is this? Raon Zieghart clutches his chest. The agony does not stop, it just keeps multiplying, feeling like his heart is being slowly sawed in half. Robert smirks and explains, "That is a wrathworm." Even hearing that, Raon Zieghart is completely lost. A wrathworm is a deadly insect secretly planted inside his body. It strictly obeys my commands and is currently eating away at your heart. The absolute worst dark magic is one that reads a slave's true emotions. Just washing our brains wasn't enough for you, you also had to force-feed me a literal monster bug. After doing all this twisted stuff, you still act so high and mighty. Raon Zieghart grits his teeth in agony and curses, "You are seriously absolute scum." Robert laughs out loud. "That is called being extremely cautious, not scum. Do not forget you literally broke out of my mind control. People say everyone wears a mask, it's just that my mask is quite thick, and more special than others." He says this while keeping a total fake smile. Raon Zieghart just wants to rip this guy apart. "Damn you, Robert, kidnapped so young I can barely even remember my past. Then raised as a hunting dog and killer for the Robert family. Even as a commander, I lived with totally zero heart or emotions. But thanks to one extremely lucky encounter, I actually managed to learn a secret technique known as the Flame Blade. Trust me, we are about to see that technique was actually the absolute ultimate power of the continent's strongest sword master from long ago. Stick with me, we are diving into a wild one." He thought he finally broke the brainwashing, escaping the Shadow Squad to taste true freedom. He finally had hope. But instead of freedom, the only thing waiting for him at the very end of this road was pure absolute death. What exactly was his crime? Why did he have to die such a pointless, meaningless death here? As his life faded away, Raon Zieghart bitterly cursed his incredibly twisted, miserable fate. Gritting his teeth, he gathered every last ounce of strength. Raon Zieghart clenched his fist and slammed it right into the dirt. Damn it all, he just couldn't let everything end like this. If he was going to die in this place anyway. Raon Zieghart clutched his bleeding chest, forcing his completely broken body to stand back up. Lord Derus Robert absolutely did not expect this move. How on earth was he still standing up in that kind of pathetic, mangled condition? Raon Zieghart stayed silent, dropping low into a combat stance as a faint purple aura suddenly flared up and wrapped around his battered body. He told himself, if this is the end, I am taking his arm, or at least making him bleed before I go out. In a split second, Raon Zieghart's eyes practically glowed in the dark. With a massive scream, he charged straight ahead, refusing to go down in such a pathetic, pitiful death. Raon Zieghart literally turned into a blur of lightning, launching a desperate, all-out strike right at Lord Derus Robert. But the Lord didn't even flinch. He casually drew his weapon, and Raon Zieghart only saw a single blinding flash as Derus Robert swung his blade. Watch closely here. The very next second, his head rolled right onto the dirt. Derus Robert just stood there quietly, staring at his dead subordinate. His eyes actually showed mixed feelings. Even though he easily blocked that desperate strike, and though the kid was literal trash, he somehow completely broke free from the deep brainwashing. He even endured the insane agony of the rage parasite just to attack. Derus Robert sighed out loud, wondering how long has it actually been. How many years since I actually took damage? Derus Robert raised his right hand, revealing a fresh cut several centimeters deep right across the back of it. Blood dripped down. Getting bitten by a hunting dog, he trained himself. It was honestly hard for him to even believe it. But no need to worry now, the kid was super dead. Derus Robert glanced down at Raon Zieghart's severed head, clicking his tongue. Clean this mess up. The second he gave the order, several guys in black robes instantly spawned around Raon Zieghart's lifeless corpse. The absolute final image reflected inside Raon Zieghart's completely dead, empty eyes. The cold back of his lord, the man widely known as one of the absolute strongest fighters across the entire continent. Losing was pretty much guaranteed. He was the peak predator, and Raon Zieghart was the weak prey. How could he possibly fight back? Derus Robert casually walked forward toward a dimly glowing portal. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart couldn't accept this bitter ending, even in the cold grip of death. I refuse this. He deeply regretted living his whole life for nothing. He hated that he let Derus Robert play him like a cheap pawn for his entire existence, and he mostly regretted never finishing his fire technique. Whether it was a literal god or a demon, he didn't care who listened. Just please, someone do something and give me one real chance to get my revenge on Derus Robert. You know how these system stories work, right? A pendant near his corpse started glowing, and a weird robotic voice echoed in his dead head. You have been chosen by Wrath. Wrath will now enter your body. Fatal error detected in the deceased host. Then everything blurred out before exploding into bright sunlight, shifting to a super peaceful scene with birds and butterflies everywhere. Sunshine, look at mommy right here, my little sunshine. Right in front of our main character was a beautiful blonde woman shaking a baby toy, smiling warmly and gently cooing at him. A tiny baby hand reached up, followed by some serious baby babble. Ah, bah, good job. Now what is this one? Ah, boo. This infant had blonde hair, bright red eyes, and looked absolutely incredibly innocent and adorable at first glance. Seeing her son trying to talk, the woman just couldn't resist hugging him tight. Oh my gosh, my lovely sunshine, who do you even look like to be this cute? The kid babbled back with total nonsense, but you could totally sense the pure, helpless frustration hidden inside it. Yep, this baby is our main character. He still couldn't get used to this body. And the woman hugging him was Sylvia. Sylvia lifted the baby up, laughing and begging him to say mama. Mama. The baby just awkwardly raised a tiny eyebrow. He still couldn't even believe he actually reincarnated as this kind woman's child, especially since he completely retained every single one of his brutal memories as a former deadly assassin. At first, he thought this was all a massive fever dream and literally slept for 100 days straight. But no matter how much he slept, he finally had to accept the crazy reality that he was reborn. Back then, Raon Zieghart was so confused, wondering why he wasn't waking up yet. Back to the present, his mom carried him to the window to catch some sun. Sylvia looked down at the courtyard, smiling softly. The weather is so beautiful today, isn't it? I really hope the Lord comes back home soon. That way he can finally give you a truly beautiful name. Raon Zieghart looked up, thinking it was pretty weird being called by a baby nickname for this long. To not even see his own kid for 100 days, that guy must be insanely busy. Raon Zieghart tried to complain, but all that came out was another ah boo. He honestly hadn't figured out too much since his wild reincarnation, but at the very least he definitely knew they were a crazy rich upper-class noble family. It was super obvious just by looking at the fancy furniture and crazy architecture everywhere. He figured being reborn into a massive, wealthy household was way better than some average family. After all, he still had a massive revenge mission to finish. So what do you and I expect next? The one thing he still vividly remembered was pure rage. Trust me, payback will be epic. Stick with me. He remembers his dying heart, but patience is key. So far, he has just been completely stuck inside this single room. He has absolutely no idea where he is, what his status is, or what kind of crazy situation he just woke up in. Plus, since he hasn't completely mastered his fire ring technique, yet he has to keep his head down and just endure it. Unconsciously, Glenn Zieghart brings his tiny hands together, trying to practice the fire ring. In his past life, he was the legendary greatest assassin of the Robert family. To get his ultimate revenge on the Robert family, he is willing to completely suppress his emotions and desires until the absolute perfect moment to strike arrives. But what really blows his mind? The sheer blinding luxury and massive size of this mansion. It is way beyond just standard high society. While relaxing, Raon Zieghart suddenly notices someone at the door. A maid wildly rushes into the room, calling out for Lady Sylvia in total panic. "The Lord is returning," the maid announces. Sylvia looks completely shocked by the news. "My father is coming back right now." Raon Zieghart whispers in his mind. "Her father? Does that actually mean this terrifying lord is my grandfather?" Sylvia panics. "What do we need to prepare for him?" The maid shakes her head. "It is too late. He is already at the front door." Sylvia sighs. "Oh no." Suddenly, an overwhelming invisible pressure crushes the entire room. Sylvia and the maid just stare at the door, anxiously waiting. Raon Zieghart turns pale. What the heck is this insane, crushing presence? From right outside the door, a loud, booming voice finally echoes through the halls. Announcing the grand return of the Lord, the doors blast open, revealing a blinding light followed by the massive shadow of an absolute legendary figure. Now, pay attention, this gets wild. The man slowly steps forward. Raon Zieghart instantly realizes who this is, someone who projects monstrous pressure just by existing. This huge man wears a massive cape with heavy military epaulets on both shoulders. Raon Zieghart accidentally gasps out loud. He tightly furrows his tiny brows. No way. If he is not mistaken, this guy is exactly that man. Stopping right in front of Sylvia, she freezes and whispers, "Father." The massive man asks a simple question with a surprisingly gentle voice. "So is this the little baby boy?" Seeing him up close, Raon Zieghart completely confirms his wild theory. "I am absolutely positive. An older, imposing man with hair shining in a deep blue color, eyes burning with the fiery red of flames, and a face colder than solid ice. He is the master of the continent's absolute greatest family, the Northern King of Destruction, Glenn Zieghart." Glenn intensely stares down at his newborn grandson, looking like he is about to say something important. Somehow, against all odds, baby Raon Zieghart thinks to himself, "I actually reincarnated straight into the single strongest family on the entire continent. You want to keep him?" A sharp voice suddenly speaks up from the side. This truly is an incredibly annoying twist of fate. Glenn gently takes his grandson into his arms, then proudly declares, "From this day forward, this boy's name will officially be Raon Zieghart. Just like the meaning of his name, he will live quietly and exist silently like a phantom shadow, acting as if he is barely here." Raon Zieghart stares at his grandfather with wide, round eyes. "So after crossing the boundary of life and death, I finally got myself a brand new name." After naming his grandson, Glenn immediately leaves the room. Waiting until midnight, Raon Zieghart opens his eyes and looks around. They must be fast asleep by now. He awkwardly sits up. "It has been 100 days of pure boredom, but now is my chance." Though he randomly gets super sleepy sometimes, and every single time he wakes up, Sylvia is right there beside him. He cannot even control his mana yet, but at least he feels somewhat relieved, knowing he can finally sleep alone in his crib. "Alright, let's get this started." Raon Zieghart takes a deep breath and kicks off his baby blanket. "You and I know what is coming. Fire ring, condensation." Raon Zieghart clasps his tiny hands and his body starts radiating blazing heat. Normally, cultivators on this continent use breathing techniques to pull natural mana from the environment and steadily accumulate directly inside their core. But the fire ring gained through special catalysts is totally different. Just like a mage creating a mana circle, it forms a blazing ring completely around the heart. This ring massively boosts endurance and stimulates extreme physical growth, while also perfectly enhancing his willpower and overall mana compatibility to crazy new heights. Therefore, this insane method gives someone the absolute ideal conditions to become an unstoppable warrior. It is literally the ultimate peak cultivation technique. Plus, there is another huge advantage. Not even the absolute greatest genius can detect whether this hidden fire ring actually exists inside the body or not. Best of all, if he perfectly trains his body and mind using the fire ring and manages to make the legendary Zard's swordsmanship his own, then his epic revenge against the Robert family will not just be a fantasy. But wait, maybe because of this body's structure, his mana circuits feel freezing cold. Raon Zieghart stares at his freezing palms, feeling super confused. So this is exactly why his entire body stays totally cold even if he sleeps for 20 whole hours, or even longer. He desperately tries to analyze the situation. Is it a mana blockage or maybe a severe clog in the 9 zones? This is seriously bad. At this rate, he will die from the freezing energy clogging his magic circuits. He urgently needs to clear them using the fire ring. On the flip side, just tossing this bone-chilling cold away feels like a waste. He decides to combine it with the blazing heat and circulate them together. Who knows how much time passed, but the moon is high. Okay, it might be a little slow, but it is actually quite stable. Next thing you know, Raon Zieghart starts nodding off. He completely rolls over on the bed and crashes into sleep. Just a tiny bit of training completely wiped him out. Ah, come on, I cannot do this. He desperately tries forcing his eyes open, but it is no use. Just like that, Raon Zieghart falls into a deep, heavy sleep. Completely unaware, Grandpa secretly sneaks in to check on him, hovering his hand inches above his grandson's body to do something mysterious. Just like that morning arrives, baby Raon Zieghart starts crawling on the floor, babbling pure nonsense. Sylvia is absolutely overjoyed. Our Raon Zieghart is so cute, keep crawling, sweetie. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart is internally screaming. Playing along with mom is exhausting, so what do you and I take from this? Having a grown man's soul but being forced to act like a toddler is absolute torture. Alright, stick with me here. Acting like a helpless baby is killing him. But moments later, Sylvia scooped Raon Zieghart right back up, smiling brightly. Is there anything Raon Zieghart can't do? He's just way too cute. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart grumbled to himself he would honestly rather freeze than do this. Our adorable little Raon Zieghart. Suddenly, a deep male voice echoed from right outside the door. Is Sylvia in here right now? Hearing that familiar voice, Sylvia instantly cheered up. Oh, old man, wait, no saint. The newcomer walking in was a white-haired bearded elder wearing a simple, long gray cloak. The second he saw Sylvia, a massive bright smile crossed his face. What saint, just call me old man kid. Raon Zieghart took one look and immediately knew exactly who this old guy was. Is this the Wrath Saint? His raw holy power and insane healing skills are basically ranked at the very top of the continent. He's the most famous healer around, but his constant wandering habit makes tracking him down completely impossible. The old man's eyes went wide when he spotted the tiny baby. I was just wandering and came to visit, since I heard you finally had a kid. Is this the one? Ah yes, Sylvia replied. The old man happily grabbed Raon Zieghart and lifted him sky high. Oh, blonde hair and red eyes, an exact copy of you, Sylvia beamed with total pride. Yeah, isn't he just so gorgeous? The old man studied the baby closely and praised him. The kid is really cute, totally different from Glenn. Complete opposites. So what's his name? Sylvia stammered a bit. His name is Raon Zieghart. Hearing that, the old man instantly frowned. You didn't purposely give him a name that means darkness, did you? Sylvia looked down, answering sadly. Yes, I did. The old man looked completely baffled. Naming a kid darkness. What on earth was Glenn thinking? Raon Zieghart, meanwhile, was carefully studying the guy standing right in front of him. He doesn't look like his terrifying title at all. There has to be some connection between them, right? I heard the Northern King of Destruction and the Wrath Saint are actually old buddies. But if that's true, Raon Zieghart, let this old man take a look at you. He suddenly turned to the baby, giving a warm smile. Now watch this, here is where it gets serious. He placed his right hand flat on Raon Zieghart's stomach, and a pale yellow light instantly washed over the baby's entire body. Sylvia nervously waited for his verdict. The Wrath Saint's eyebrows knitted tightly together. The kid's condition isn't looking very good at all. Seeing his grim expression, Sylvia started panicking. Is there something wrong with my boy? He didn't sugarcoat it. This child has an ice curse deeply embedded inside him. The kid's mana veins are completely blocked by ice fragments. Forget about his future chances of ever becoming a swordsman. He explained the harsh reality and handed the baby right back. Sylvia desperately clutched her son, tight against her chest, utterly paralyzed by the crushing news. If he doesn't get treatment, the boy is going to die. At this rate, he won't survive for long. Sylvia's face went completely pale. You're lying, she muttered. The old man sighed heavily. I'll leave some medicine to buy time. Lord Saint, excuse me. Right then his servant burst into the room. The master is calling for you, I'll lead the way. The Wrath Saint nodded. My work here is done, I'll head out. But the maid urged him again. He said, to bring you immediately. He shook his head. Ah, that guy always ruins the timing. I get it, let's go. With no choice, he followed the frantic maid out. Raon Zieghart, processing everything the saint just said, felt a sudden realization. You and I both know a name changes nothing right, so it's an ice curse. While he was deep in thought, a single drop fell, right onto Raon Zieghart's cheek. Sylvia was trembling uncontrollably now. It's a lie, she whispered. Tears streamed down as she stared at her own flesh and blood. She desperately tried wiping her tears away. I can't lose you like this. Who says you're going to die? It's absolute nonsense. I will do whatever it takes to cure you, Sylvia practically screamed it. Your mother will pay any price. You are not allowed to die. Raon Zieghart, please don't be sick. Raon Zieghart watched her intently. What was this strange feeling? His tiny chest literally ached. It hurts. His whole body felt exhausted. It hurt, and he hated seeing her like this. Don't cry. A tiny hand reached out to her face. That little hand clumsily tried to wipe away her falling tears. Yes, it was her baby boy. He was stretching his arms towards Sylvia's tear-stained cheeks, and then he babbled his very first words, "Mom, Mom." That simple sound struck Sylvia right in the soul. Meanwhile, Glenn and the Saint were discussing important matters when loud shouting erupted outside. "Lady Sylvia, you absolutely cannot go in there. Stop, please." Glenn frowned in extreme annoyance. "What is all that noise?" The maid desperately tried holding her back, but Sylvia stormed straight into the room. "Lady Sylvia, the master is Glenn," roared in pure anger. "What is the meaning of this disrespect? You shameful, pathetic excuse for a daughter." He glared daggers at her. But Sylvia threw herself onto the ground begging. "Father, I am begging you, please save Raon Zieghart. Please save my boy." She screamed it again, completely crashing her old man's private meeting. She bowed her head to the floor, tears totally soaking her face. "You already know about his condition, but he is my entire world. Please, you have to save my little Raon Zieghart. I'm begging you." Glenn shot back with absolute ice. "That cursed kid will obviously never survive as a real warrior. Tell me, why should I bother saving a worthless child who brings absolutely zero benefit to our family?" Sylvia desperately fought back. "But he's your grandson, doesn't that mean anything to you?" Glenn exploded in pure rage. "The bastard grandson you dragged back after running away from home. The only thing I am going to do is let him carry the Frost name. That's where we leave it, guys, a tiny scrap of luck and nothing else. Makes your blood boil, right? All right, you and I are kicking off with pure drama." Glenn snorts and yells. "I am done talking, get her out." On his order, 2 officers immediately drag Sylvia Zieghart away. She screams, "Father, please, you have to save little Raon Zieghart." She cries hysterically for her baby boy. But her ruthless father just kicks her out of the room totally unfazed. Only when the room goes dead silent, the Saint of Wrath peeks out the door. He sighs, "Man, you are as stubborn as ever, aren't you? Is being honest really that hard? Why act this cold when you were the one who told me to come check on your grandson?" The Saint frowns at him. Glenn quietly takes a sip of his hot tea and cuts straight to the chase. "Shut up and give me the boy's medical details." The Saint explains. "Like I said, his 9 mana circuits are sealed off by the Frost illness, and it only gets deadlier as he grows. Since you pushed back the Frost with your aura, he is safe for now. But like I said, your grandson is never going to become a warrior." Hearing this, Glenn stays totally expressionless, takes another slow sip of tea and replies, "As long as the boy stays alive, none of that matters." The Saint smirks and fires back. "You are acting completely different from just a single minute. You actually do love your grandson, don't you?" Then he switches topics. "But if you were going to do all this, why name him Raon Zieghart? Out of all the great names out there, why pick that one?" Glenn holds up his teacup, stops right before taking a sip and answers. "Raon Zieghart does not just mean the darkness." He stares deep into his reflection. "Now pay attention, this is a huge hint." He glares at the tea, muttering, 1,000 years ago it meant the exact opposite. Back at the mother and son's house, Sylvia Zieghart is spoon-feeding medicine to baby Raon Zieghart. "Sweetie, this is the magic elixir the Saint gave us. It is slightly bitter, but try to bear it." Raon Zieghart swallows. Sylvia Zieghart and the maid squeeze their eyes shut, waiting for a massive baby tantrum. Babu. She peeks one eye open, completely shocked. Not only is her son not crying, he actually wants more. Both of them absolutely lose it. He swallowed it. Raon Zieghart took the bitter medicine. "Oh my gosh, Helen, look, even though the medicine is so bitter for a baby, he definitely understands our feelings." Sylvia Zieghart cries tears of joy, hugging her little boy tight in pure emotion. But real talk, Raon Zieghart totally understands the situation. It is bitter, yeah, but a fire attribute magic elixir is exactly what he needs right now. The heat will push back the frost inside his mana circuits. He stares intently at his mom, making Sylvia Zieghart super curious. "Do you really understand, Mommy? Please just give me more of that sweet elixir." Time flies, and it has been 2 years since he started training and chugging potions. Thanks to all that, he managed to form his fire ring way faster. His fire ring hit the 1-star level. 2-year-old Raon Zieghart is chilling in his crib, flexing a little, and boom, his hand is entirely wrapped in flames. This is exactly what he calls the fire ring. Another 2 years of hardcore training quickly pass by. His normal routine, playing with Sylvia Zieghart and Helen in the morning, grabbing a quick afternoon nap, and then spending the whole night training. No toddler on this continent is busier than him. Time keeps ticking, and now, you and I both love a good system reveal. 5-year-old Raon Zieghart sits there staring at his panel, which clearly states he obtained his second fire ring. Your soul has grown slightly stronger thanks to the 2-star fire ring. Magic power has completely leveled up from the 2-star fire ring effect. Willpower has also increased thanks to the 2-star fire ring. Overall physical strength has gone up from the 2-star fire ring effect. Glenn Zieghart smiles reading the stats. He cannot even hide his absolute joy. He finally did it. He successfully created his second fire ring. With this brand new second ring, his flames are now spinning in a cross shape. His mana sensitivity went up a notch too, all thanks to this system message. But suddenly, a girl's voice calls out from the door. "Oh, my young master, are you awake? Let me grab your laundry." It is the maid, Helen. Raon Zieghart nods like a boss. "Yeah, go ahead." Helen diligently bends down, picks up all the dirty clothes, and heads out. Raon Zieghart watches her reaction and thinks to himself, just as I guessed, she cannot see this message window at all. By the way, he actually saw this exact window and his status back when he unlocked his very first fire ring. At first, he was not entirely sure what it was, but he quickly realized it was an ultra-convenient system letting him check his real-time status in a flash. Back then, his status right after getting the first fire ring just showed his severe frost infection, terrible stamina nowhere near his current level. And, judging by Helen's reaction back then, it was super obvious she could not see these floating messages. Raon Zieghart rests his chin looking worried. Even so, his poor physical condition and that nasty frost curse still have not changed despite hitting 2 stars. If he had not been chugging those fire attribute elixirs, reaching 2 stars would have been absolutely brutal. And it is not just the potions. Sylvia Zieghart, Helen, and the rest of the staff in the annex definitely played a massive role. So what do we take from this? Family is everything. For 5 straight years, their constant care and pure dedication kept him going. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Their help actually paid off. But the more Raon Zieghart thinks about it, the more awkward he feels, sighing heavily. He mutters to himself. Even so, he is only 5 years old right now. There is still a massive amount of time left, so absolutely no need to rush. This frost curse is a huge pain and his weak stamina makes it worse. That is why just moving around normally leaves him completely exhausted. But hey, in his past life he was known as the absolute greatest assassin. Plus he knows the perfect training method for the fire rings. With all his past experience backing him up, once he finally unlocks those fire rings, every single physical debuff will totally vanish. On top of that, if he masters the JH family sword techniques, he can definitely crush Derus Robert. Even so, he cannot rush this. Derus Robert is literally a top candidate for the strongest person on the continent. Letting his thirst for early revenge blind him would be fatal. The number of people who can actually kill that guy is incredibly small. No matter how slow it takes, he has to steadily build up his power. When the perfect moment finally arrives, he will end him permanently. So he decides to train a bit more. Right then Sylvia walks in. "You are awake," Raon Zieghart just stares. Sylvia looks as youthful as ever, but now with a touch of noble elegance. She smiles warmly. "Do you remember that place we needed to visit? Get dressed and head to the main hall." Raon Zieghart looks up whispering. Is today really the day? 6 kings and 5 demons currently balance the continent's power. The JH family he reincarnated into is actually one of those 6 kings. While the kings bring prosperity, the 5 demons constantly threaten the peace. Aside from them, the other major powers also hold a special judgment ceremony to determine who is good or bad. Now you and I need to watch closely. Today is the JH ceremony. After a super long ride, their carriage finally reaches an absolutely massive, stunning mansion. Inside, the place is already absolutely packed with people. All top-tier nobles, making the atmosphere incredibly noisy. It has been a while, right? This is the first time we have met since the judgment ceremony last year. I was just so busy with my overseas missions. Anyway, are any direct descendants attending this year? I heard Glenn Zieghart's 4th son is here. Haha, I also heard Sylvia's kid is too. Everyone keeps gossiping casually. Eventually, they start talking about the family kids. What's Sylvia, that absolute failure? Sylvia walks in right at that moment and hears the harsh insult. Every single eye locks onto her. The mood instantly drops quite a few degrees. Some of those stares are even openly hostile. Sylvia just walks right through the crowd, totally ignoring the toxic remarks aimed straight at her. So that is Sylvia's son. He is so tiny. I heard he was sick. Guess the rumors are totally true. He inherited the blood of a complete failure. Man, should I just call him the spawn of a loser? I cannot believe she is actually allowed in here. Do we really need to run a judgment ceremony for a loser's kid? I know what you are thinking. These snobs are ruthless. Honestly, the standards have completely dropped. Sylvia just stands there quietly, taking in every single venomous word, even the ones targeting her tiny son. Raon Zieghart hears it, but does not fully get it. The direct descendants are trashing him. Is he missing something? He does not care about getting cursed at, but they have zero shame. Raon Zieghart frowns, feeling terrible for his mother. It is completely fine. Raon Zieghart suddenly hears his mom speak up. He looks up. Sylvia keeps her bright smile. Just look at me. Glenn Zieghart looks down, gripping her hand tightly. Right then, the announcer shouts, "The family head is entering." The whole hall drops dead silent. Heavy footsteps echo from outside the doors. Raon Zieghart holds his breath, staring straight in that direction. It has been a while, probably a whole year now. The man walking in is an old guy wearing a glowing uniform and heavy cape. He sits down heavily on the massive golden throne right in the center. Glenn speaks up. "It looks like everyone is finally here." Nobody says a word. He taps his finger. Suddenly, a massive sword appears in the middle of the hall, stabbed into the ground. The air feels heavier. "Is that the legendary Judgment Sword?" Right on cue, Glenn announces, "Begin the judgment ceremony." Raon Zieghart is absolutely amazed. Is that really the Judgment Sword? Touching that blade reveals a person's exact talent for using mana. To what limit? An official standing next to Glenn shouts, "Let us begin." First up is Glenn Zieghart. Up on the balcony, a young boy yells, "Yes, sir." This kid confidently marches up to the giant sword and places his hand right on it. By age 4, a kid's skull finally fuses together, locking in their mana potential forever. That is exactly why they gather these kids to test their absolute limits. The second he touches the blade, a blinding light erupts. A cool breeze swirls right around the sword. The crowd claps like crazy. A wind attribute. The sword is glowing brightly and his mana quality is flawless. So what do you and I make of this insane talent? Let's dive into an absolutely wild awakening story. A prodigy, just like his father, Glenn Zieghart. Glenn nods. Perfect attribute for a real swordsman. You need to focus hard and really feel that wind energy. Next up is Runan Solian from the powerful Sulian vassal family. Over in another corner, a white-haired kid quickly jumps down. Raon Zieghart carefully watches the boy, thinking, so I can see exactly how this sword works. The light on the blade shows how pure your mana actually is, while your specific attribute shows up right at the hilt. Instantly, a blinding white light completely wraps around the heavy sword. Raon Zieghart intensely watches what happens next. So this is exactly how he measures other people's raw talent. Across the massive room, the crowd goes totally crazy. Another absolute genius from the Sulian house. She's not carrying that Suwon name for nothing. Her rank perfectly matches Lord Burden himself. Raon Zieghart just clicks his tongue in annoyance. Every single person in this family is completely obsessed with the word talent. I already know my results are going to be total garbage. Even hitting a 2-star fire ring, my mana veins are absolutely jammed with freezing cold energy. But whatever, I honestly don't even care. Time just drags on until the official finally makes his big announcement. Last up is the one everyone expected. Every single eye snaps to the boy. Raon Zieghart, Glenn Zieghart's own grandson. "Please step forward," the man announces. Sylvia just smiles at her son. "Let's go, Raon Zieghart." "Yes, ma'am," he replies. Honestly, he isn't expecting anything spectacular from this test at all. Just silently thinking to himself, I only need to check what specific attribute fits this body so I know what to develop in the future. Seeing Raon Zieghart totally space out, Sylvia assumes he's just terrified and walks up to guide him. "Did you see what the other kids did? Just do exactly what they did." Raon Zieghart nods. "Yeah, Mom, I know what to do." Now watch closely, here's where it gets crazy. Raon Zieghart touches the blade and it immediately radiates a bone-chilling, freezing cold aura. Then this bizarre crystal-like light starts pouring out of the weapon, and with a massive boom, those crystals literally burst into roaring flames. An intense shockwave erupts, violently blasting outward with Raon Zieghart at the center. Even he's stunned by the sheer force. What is this crazy light? Suddenly, a totally insane vision flashes right before his eyes. A blonde man wearing a red cape just standing there entirely surrounded by countless giant, terrifying monsters. What on earth am I even looking at? These beasts are glaring at the guy, clearly terrified to make a single move against him. Raon Zieghart stares blankly at the man's back. Who in the world is this guy? Then the mysterious man raises his huge sword to the sky. An absolutely terrifying wave of raw heat radiates from the blade. Then that massive energy is violently unleashed as he swings the sword down. The terrifying result is a completely earth-shattering explosion. Raon Zieghart instantly snaps right back to reality. Only now does he actually see the weird scene happening in front of him. Wait, why does the stone sword look like this? The murmuring crowd quickly gives him his answer. Look at that, the light barely even reached halfway up the blade. Glenn shouts out, cutting everyone off. The judgment ceremony is officially over. You can all leave now. The noble families start walking out. Every single one of them flashes a cold, mocking smirk at Raon Zieghart's pathetic results. Over in a totally different corner, a loyal butler whispers, "We should leave now, Lord Burden." The very last person walks out and the heavy doors slam shut, leaving only Lord Glenn and the judgment sword alone in the room. Glenn looks over at his assistant and sighs, I guess he really is useless. His assistant simply bows his head in silent agreement. Sir, I honestly think the boy has just reached his absolute limit, but I never expected much from that child anyway. Suddenly, a totally bizarre flame violently ignites right on the sword. You guys didn't see that coming, right? Neither did Glenn. That crazy fire immediately swallows the entire room like a massive raging wave. Glenn's eyes go wide, watching the stone sword radiate the golden light of the sun. He remembers something he himself had almost completely forgotten. The legendary aura of the very first JH family head, a terrifying power strong enough to perfectly fuse with demonic fire itself. Golden mana and golden fire. This kind of blinding golden mana has only appeared one single time. Glenn read about this in a priceless ancient book. Throughout the entire history of the JH family, it shines beautifully with a blinding golden brilliance, exactly like the light Glenn is staring at right now. This overwhelming, brilliant aura is golden fire. His mouth goes completely, totally dry. He mutters in disbelief, Raon Zieghart, my own grandson. Flashing back to Raon Zieghart, he's just checking his status window, which still looks exactly the same. No title yet, Ice Curse stayed active, terrible stamina, reduced physical energy, totally lowered mana affinity, and his core attribute is still totally unknown. His fire ring and water resistance are both sitting at 2 stars. He clicks his tongue, alright, looks like I'm about to hit the 3rd fire ring. Right now, 7 whole years have passed since that very first judgment ceremony took place, and our boy is already 12 years old. With consistent hardcore training, my 2 fire rings are finally about to upgrade to 3, and my water resistance just bumped up to 2 stars. Plus, that freezing ice spreading through my entire body, completely gone now, so my limbs aren't stiff like a freezing board anymore. Of course, moving my body is still a massive struggle, but compared to how bad it used to be, it's gotten so much better. Trust me, you're gonna want to stick around for his next move. Raon Zieghart sitting in a field thinking, if I cure this ice curse, my growth speed will absolutely skyrocket. I really need to start exercising more. Suddenly, someone calls out Raon Zieghart. Turns out it's his mom, Sylvia. You need to get ready. All right, stick with me here. What are you doing? Let's go before we're late. Raon frowned. Yeah, it was finally time to face his second judgment ceremony. He was probably going to see those weird things all over again. Just like before, he and his mom headed to the main family gathering hall. Finally, Risser Litter, you've worked hard. And with that, the judgment ceremony officially came to a close. Raon was sitting quietly in his chair just like all the other kids. Honestly, since only the branch family members were gathered here today, everything wrapped up way faster than he expected. But then, right at that exact moment, his grandfather finally called out his name. Raon Zieghart. You must have received the order to join the basic training camp as an official member of this family. So why haven't you responded for an entire month? He interrogated Raon, who was completely clueless. What in the world was this old man talking about? Basic training. Hearing this, his mother Sylvia instantly stepped up in a total panic to explain. Father, please, Raon is completely different from the rest of the children. He still has the frost curse inside his body, so going through training is way too much for him. Raon was shocked. Did Sylvia know about his condition this whole time? This is the territory of the Zieghart family. There are absolutely 0 exceptions or refusals allowed for anyone who has accepted the Zieghart name. Glenn's face turned completely cold as he spoke. If he can't walk, then he will crawl there and train. A true Zieghart must have that kind of unbreakable spirit. Sylvia still desperately tried to beg him. No, please, you can't. Father, please just give me a little more time. Glenn snapped back in pure anger. If I don't, are you planning to run away again? Going to drag that sick kid along with you? Those harsh words made Sylvia freeze dead in her tracks. On this land, you only live as a Zieghart. If you don't like it, then get out of here right now. That final threat completely silenced Sylvia. She couldn't fight back anymore. Right then, she started remembering every single cruel insult that people had thrown at her in the past. What's going on? Is she trying to run away again? Oh man, this is going to be highly entertaining. She doesn't even have a mana core or energy circuits left to break anymore. I seriously can't believe someone that pathetic is actually from the direct bloodline. Now pay attention, this is where it all clicks. Raon stared at his mother's defeated back. He finally understood. Sylvia was treated like absolute trash because she abandoned this family. Sylvia had 0 aura left despite studying martial arts. That meant she deliberately shattered her own energy core and her mana circuits were completely and totally destroyed. She ran away from home, met my dad, and ended up marrying him. But right after she got pregnant with me, my father tragically passed away. So she had absolutely no other choice but to come crawling back to this house. All because she had already thrown away her royal position in the direct bloodline. And now that she returned, she had to endure being treated even worse than a low-ranking member of the outer branch families. Pretty brutal reality check. But hey, that was just their twisted perspective based on their own strict rules. As Sylvia's son, there was absolutely no way Raon could stand by and watch his mother get humiliated like this. Raon confidently walked right past Sylvia, and in that split second, she thought she saw an old familiar phantom overlapping perfectly with his figure. When she snapped out of it, Sylvia screamed out, Raon, what are you doing? Get back here right now. Mom will take care of this, so please stop. But Raon completely ignored her desperate pleas, just marching straight forward without a single drop of hesitation. It is okay, Mom. Those simple words left Sylvia absolutely stunned. Raon stopped right in front of his terrifying grandfather and boldly made his final declaration. Following your command, I will join the basic training camp starting next month exactly as you ordered me to do. But I didn't even know this training camp existed until today. A large man sitting nearby suddenly spoke up to intervene. That was Martial Master Dan. Look, whatever you want to call it, the family's basic training is absolutely not at a level that a severely sick kid can endure and survive. You really should back down right now. But Ron stood completely firm. I already carry the Zieghart name in my blood, so I will pay the price for it. I will participate in the training. You dare stain the proud name of Zieghart. Do you even understand the heavy weight of mentioning the Zieghart name? Glenn spoke slowly, but his quiet words carried an insanely oppressive amount of raw power. This overwhelming force directly surrounded young Raon. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his entire body and a few drops of blood loudly hit the floor. It was blood dripping from Raon's mouth. His spine went ice cold. It literally felt like his flesh and skin were being ripped off in jagged pieces. You and I both know how crazy this is. Just as glare caused this much damage, it felt like Raon's heart was being crushed. This pressure affects me even worse than Robert's aura did. While Raon was thinking this through, he clenched his tiny fists even tighter. Was this the true power of the legendary warrior, the destructive king of the north? Glenn coldly watched as Raon slowly dropped to his knees. Sylvia and her maid immediately rushed over to catch him. My Lord Raon is still just a child. He has no idea what he is saying. Dan quickly chimed in to help. My lord, the boy is completely clueless. Please, I beg you to pull back the heavy pressure you placed on him. I am currently speaking, Glenn repeated. The crushing pressure he projected didn't drop by a single fraction. Even Dan started sweating bullets in pure fear. I deeply apologize. Sylvia gritted her teeth through the immense pain, hugging Raon tightly as she begged. Father, Raon's health simply cannot handle any training. Please, I am begging you to withdraw this aura. Raon's eyes were wide open right now as a vivid memory flashed through his racing mind. Assassins are people who must constantly live in the shadows. They are always standing so much closer to death than to life. They will never expose themselves. And that's where we leave it. Raon visualized the dark phantom of his past life standing there watching him. Epic, right? All right, stick with me here. The past assassin Raon taps young Raon's shoulder and firmly shoves him forward. He is not that same brainwashed assassin anymore. His days of living and dying in the shadows are completely over. With that single push, his dark past fades deep into the abyss, throwing the new Raon right into the warm, blinding sunlight. It is the ultimate declaration, a perfect clash of his past and present lives. In this second chance, Raon absolutely refuses to live as a killer. Biting his lip, he makes a hard vow. He is Glenn Zieghart now, and he is going to put Sylvia exactly back where she truly belongs. Without even realizing it, Raon steps right out of his mom's arms and walks straight up to Glenn. No, I do not know. Because I grew up in an annex, not the main estate. I do not know just how arrogant the Zieghart name really is. That is exactly why I want to see what the real Zieghart looks like with my own eyes. By joining the training, Raon boldly shouts back at his grandfather. Deep down, he has made his choice. He will protect Sylvia fiercely, keeping the happiness and smiles of the people he actually cares about. He will absolutely take everything back with his own two hands. Glenn just stares and slowly asks him again. You mean to tell me you will judge the mighty Zieghart family through a basic training course? Raon's whole body is shaking, but he holds his ground. Right now, that is the only way I can possibly learn about the Zieghart family. Then I suppose I must inspect everything to ensure the instructors are fully prepared. Glenn adds with a heavy, serious tone. Young Raon's breathing gets heavier by the second. Just so I do not disappoint you. The second he hears his grandfather's final words, Raon hits his absolute limit and collapses onto the floor, completely unconscious. In his past life, he was the ultimate assassin, and now he has learned the continent's legendary Ring of Fire breathing technique. If he can combine all these crazy skills, claiming a top spot in this brutal family is not just a dream, it is guaranteed. Even while passed out cold, Raon's mind is already locked in on his next big epic move. I will show you just how tough this little pebble you look down on really is. Cut straight to the training grounds. Now watch closely, this is where the tension spikes. A man is glaring intently. Wasn't that kid a bedridden patient who could not even move? The master of the Martial Art Pavilion, Glenn Zieghart, hears the latest news and absolutely refuses to believe it. The supervisor is literally sweating bullets just repeating it. Yes, sir, only a couple of maids managed to eavesdrop on the patriarch's private chat. The young master was definitely supposed to be fatally ill. Karen falls into deep thought. The last time he actually saw the kid, his body was completely broken and hopelessly weak. How on earth did he withstand my pressure back then? He rests a hand on his chin, muttering to himself in pure confusion. Thinking back, Sylvia used to be their most talented prodigy. Plan a spy inside the annex, he finally orders his loyal subordinate. Understood, sir, we will make our move immediately. Meanwhile, Raon is currently out here pushing himself, jogging alongside his mother. Raon, do not push yourself too hard. Raon is practically out of stamina, gasping for air and taking massive, heavy breaths. I know what you're thinking. He's safe now, right? Wrong. He has zero clue. Karen just ordered spies to report his every move. Sometime later, over at Zieghart's 5th training ground, excited voices echo through the air. Let us prepare for the Patriarch's visit. Welcome, my lord. The mighty Lord Glenn himself has arrived. But wildly enough, there is still one guy fast asleep right in the middle of this. Glenn marches straight up to him and barks. Stop pretending to sleep and get up right now. The long-haired guy instantly jolts awake on command. Oh man, I cannot believe it. You are literally the only person alive who can see through my fake sleeping technique. The Patriarch glares. This long-haired slacker, that is Rimmer. The other instructors are running around sweating bullets, and you are just lounging around chilling out here, Glenn demands. Rimmer just shrugs it off. They naturally follow my orders. I use my brain while they do all the manual labor. Sounds totally fair to me. 50 whole years and you still act like an absolute child. Glenn scolds him, but Rimmer just laughs it right off. If humans change, they die, right? Good thing I am an elf. Anyway, you are here for your youngest grandson, aren't you? Look at Glenn, and Rimmer already guessed it. Lady Sylvia already came to talk to me, but I never expected the Patriarch himself to show up like this. Glenn is actually surprised. Sylvia came here, Rimmer nods. Yeah, she practically begged me to make sure Raon does not get hurt. If you are here for the exact same reason, then you totally wasted a trip. Patriarch, you were the one who made the rule. No one can interfere with the 5th training ground. Not even you. Rimmer puts his hands on his hips, totally unafraid of the boss. Even if you are deeply worried about your youngest grandson, I am making zero exceptions here. He repeats his strict stance loud and clear. But shocker, Glenn replies, of course. Do not reduce the intensity. Keep increasing it as you see fit and absolutely weed out the weak ones. He gives him cold, hard orders. Rimmer suddenly looks deeply worried. Wait then, your grandson might actually get kicked out. Ah, wait a second, Patriarch, do you mean? Rimmer figures it out, grabbing his face with a massive knowing grin. Oh wow, you love your grandkids way more than I thought. You could not take care of Sylvia properly, so you are showering that kid with tough love, right? So what do you and I take from this classic Sundari grandpa? Glenn blushes furiously. If we weren't old war comrades, I'd slice your head right off. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. The order is clear. Test the kid, filter out the weak, and only train the actual elites. Glenn repeats the strict order. Rimmer just smiles back. Your wish is my command. Then Glenn turns and walks away. Yeah, just do whatever you want. I'm leaving. Rimmer flashes a big grin and salutes. Have a safe trip, clan leader. Once Glenn is finally out of sight, Rimmer chuckles to himself. Glenn Zieghart, I'm seriously curious about what you really are. Meanwhile, our boy Glenn Zieghart is checking his status window. He just unlocked his 3rd fire ring. Yep, he hit the 3-star level. His stats absolutely skyrocketed thanks to that 3-star buff. And the best part, one of those 9 cursed ice chains completely vanished. Glenn Zieghart is totally amazed. 3 stars is just on a whole different level. His physical senses are way sharper than before. His mind is crystal clear now too. He remembers training earlier with his mom right there. Why push yourself this hard on day 1? Just felt like it. The kid makes up a quick excuse. Honestly, thanks to Sylvia Zieghart, building his muscles has been super easy and pain-free. Plus, this magic status window system is seriously speeding up his overall growth rate. But pay close attention here, this is just the start. Zieghart clan training is brutally intense. Hitting 3 stars is just the bare minimum foundation to even become a clan trainee. You need a rock-solid base if you want to build up massive power and actually survive the crazy days ahead of him. By showing off some absolutely insane results, he's going to shut up every single hater who doubted him. Zyrus, the Holy Heavenly Sword. Glenn Zieghart refuses to stop until he slices his neck, but right after sitting down, someone suddenly calls his name. It is his mom standing at the door. Why are you still awake? Ah, Mom, he replies. Why are you visiting this late at night? Sylvia Zieghart sits down softly on his bed. You are heading to the training grounds tomorrow for basic practice, right? I need to ask, do you really have to go? She admits. Honestly, I still want to stop you. You always hide your pain no matter what. I wouldn't know what to do if you got completely covered in injuries during this training. It's not that I'm forbidding you, but could you just delay it for a single year? Sylvia Zieghart pleads, placing her hand on his shoulder. Shockingly, the kid says he cannot back down. Not when he sees how their relatives look at her, treating her like she is totally pathetic. Seeing them disrespect you makes me absolutely furious. That is exactly why I cannot retreat now. Glenn Zieghart places a hand on his chest, pouring his heart out. If I train hard, they will never look down on you again. He looks right into her eyes. Sylvia Zieghart smiles happily and praises him. You are so smart, Glenn Zieghart. You probably already figured out why I live in isolation and why the rest of the world constantly curses my name. Let's pause for a second. We're about to uncover the real tragic backstory. She met his dad on a mission, but his low rank doomed them. So she destroyed her own mana veins to escape the clan. And shocking reveal, you actually have an older sister. Her name was Shia, 2 years older. They were living peacefully until a strike squad from Eden tracked them down and launched an assassination. His dad was not strong enough. She was pregnant with Glenn Zieghart, so they were completely helpless against the ambush. Luckily, her father had secretly sent hidden guards to protect her, but they were too far away, arriving way too late to help. By then, his dad and sister were already dead. With nowhere left to run, she had absolutely zero options left. She was forced to crawl back to the clan, branded as a total sinner. She didn't even know what to say to his grandfather. Sylvia Zieghart chokes back tears here. How incredibly selfish. That is all Raon Zieghart thinks after hearing the full story. Sylvia Zieghart really was selfish. She dumped her massive clan duties to chase personal happiness, only returning to beg for their mercy and shelter. He finally gets why everyone treats her so brutally. But at the same time, this woman literally gave him his brand new life. This is his first time ever meeting someone who genuinely loves him this much, even if the whole world calls her selfish. To him, she is his only true mother across both lifetimes. Raon Zieghart looks at her and asks, "Do you regret it? Do you wish you could go back before running away?" Sylvia Zieghart smiles and replies, "No, I do not regret a thing. I was basically a ghost living in this house. It was only after leaving that I actually felt truly alive for once, and that was enough. I was genuinely happy back then, and now I am so happy just to have you in my life. I'm so sorry, Raon Zieghart. I'm a terrible mother. It's okay, I'm fine. Please don't worry." Raon Zieghart reassures her to ease her mind, naturally flashing a smile. "Even if others call you selfish, you are my precious, irreplaceable mother. My revenge will be complete right after I help her reclaim her rightful spot as the Zieghart clan heir." Seeing his smile makes Sylvia Zieghart totally flustered. Then a single tear rolls down her cheek, and she just breaks down crying. "You and I felt that emotion, right?" Raon Zieghart totally panics, taking forever to soothe his crying mother until he can finally sigh in relief. "You and I are jumping right back in." Raon Zieghart is finally alone, figuring he should check his fire ring progress before getting some sleep. Training starts soon after all. He sits cross-legged and forms a hand seal. Almost instantly, a slow, steady stream of magical energy begins swirling all around his entire body. Not bad at all. The rotation speed of his fire ring is definitely way faster now that he hit 3 stars. If 3 stars is already this good, how crazy will the intermediate stage be? But suddenly, wild sparks flare up out of nowhere and start clumping together. They gather right in front of Raon Zieghart. A creepy voice echoes out of nowhere, declaring that the time has finally come. This fireball is actually alive. A face literally forms inside the massive flames, flashing Raon Zieghart a wicked smile. It tells him, "Your pure rage has finally reached me. I am the Wrath, second demon lord of the Wrath realm, and I will avenge you." Raon Zieghart is completely stunned by this wild event. He mutters under his breath, "What even is this thing?" Right then the system chimes in. An unknown ability has just been activated. The Wrath ability is created and absolute rage has awakened. The fireball, calling itself Wrath, raises an eyebrow, looking Raon Zieghart up and down. "Your body and soul, wait, why is there a kid sitting here?" Raon Zieghart cautiously speaks up, asking, "What exactly are you?" The Wrath immediately fires back, saying he should be the one asking that. "Who are you?" Because the sheer wrath I felt definitely did not come from some weak brat. But then the Emperor suddenly realizes the truth. No, it is actually you. You are hiding a massive, deep-rooted grudge right inside your soul. It uses its freaky eyes to look straight into the depths of Raon Zieghart's heart. Then the Wrath floats in a circle and whispers right into his ear. "Fine, then surrender your soul to me. In exchange, I will gladly give you the brutal revenge you have been dreaming about." Raon Zieghart tries to piece everything together. Did this thing show up just because he was so insanely furious at Derus Robert right before he died? But honestly, it is way too late for that. Raon Zieghart thinks for a second and just says, "No. I do not need help, I will get my own revenge." The Emperor is completely caught off guard. Wait, what? Raon Zieghart thinks to himself, "I am never getting a second chance at life, so nobody else is doing my revenge." He repeats it louder, "I will be the one to take his head." But the Emperor just keeps circling him. "Kid, you seem to be really confused right now. I did not come all this way to negotiate with you." It flashes a super creepy smile. Yeah, the Wrath has already made his final decision. The massive fireball shoots straight up toward the ceiling, and the flames filling the room instantly become way more intense. Raon Zieghart grabs his own arms, realizing this fire is totally bizarre. What the heck is going on here? Why are these flames actually freezing cold? Maybe you just need to sacrifice your physical body to me instead. The second he says that, the Emperor launches himself directly at Raon Zieghart. Watch closely here because things are about to get wild. The kid freezes up, and the Emperor's flames violently crash right into Raon Zieghart's body. In a split second, the fire completely swallows Raon Zieghart before slowly fading away. The room's temperature instantly drops to freezing and Glenn Zieghart collapses hard onto his bed. Grabbing his chest, he gasps. It is so cold. Not just his physical body, but his actual mind feels like it is being completely frozen solid. This guy's elemental attribute has to be ice, definitely not fire. Deep inside Raon Zieghart's body, the wrath starts whispering directly into his mind. Just think about him. Let all your wrath explode. Even if they are literal gods, the wrath will absolutely slaughter them all. Raon Zieghart is hugging his arms tightly, violently shivering. Thank God he has that water-resistance skill, or he would not be able to hold on right now. But this attack is not just messing with the temperature. This demonic spirit is actively trying to push his pure anger past the absolute limit. Right now, Raon Zieghart's brain is just looping the exact brutal moment when Lord Derus Robert murdered him in his past life. It is pure mental torture. The demonic emperor just keeps whispering evil thoughts into his ear. I will literally crush his skull, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Just give up and hand over your body. Raon Zieghart furiously grits his teeth to endure the pain because he has another huge worry. If he hands over his body, who knows what this monster would do to Sylvia and the house servants? He would honestly rather die than give up his body. I know what you were thinking, why not just give in? The Emperor promises that if Raon Zieghart unleashes his rage and accepts him, the pain will end. But instead, you choose to keep struggling for absolutely no reason. Honestly, I was trying not to damage this physical body since I need to use it later. But clearly playing nice is getting me nowhere. I am done holding back. I will just devour your soul alive and be done with it. Raon Zieghart collapses onto the bed, his entire body feeling like it is about to shatter. He has officially hit his absolute limit. His physical body cannot hold out much longer. At this rate, he is definitely going to die early, but he desperately wants to live. Then an idea hits him. If his water-resistant skill is helping him fight off the ice, then maybe, just maybe, his fire ring can help him endure this insane physical and mental torture. Raon Zieghart forces his shaking hands together to form a seal. He immediately starts summoning the blazing power of his fire ring. If he wants to survive this, it is his only shot. In a flash, blazing red flames from the fire ring completely wrap around Raon Zieghart's body. The red fire instantly violently pushes back the Emperor's freezing blue flames. Seeing this happen, the arrogant demon spirit finally starts to panic. He angrily grinds his teeth. I literally just woke up. How is this even possible? A pathetic, weak little human actually dares to fight back against me. Realizing his crazy plan is actually working, Raon Zieghart slowly lifts his head up and confidently makes his final declaration. I'll get my own revenge. I refuse to let a wandering ghost possess my body. A wandering ghost. How dare, and trust me, you and I gotta see what happens next. Let's dive into this madness. Calling the demon lord of the underworld a wandering ghost, the wrath roared furiously as blue flames started swirling, surrounding Raon Zieghart. He just smirked. Still calling yourself a demon lord when you can't even beat me? Or is the real demon lord actually dead? You should just get lost. Provoked, the wrath was seeing red. How dare you mock me like that? Raon Zieghart talked a big game, but he was actually sweating. He used this tiny window of time to analyze their current situation. The guy just said he recently awakened, which probably explains why he can't use his full power yet. Makes total sense. Suddenly, a glowing system screen popped up. Raon Zieghart was completely stunned. A support skill. What's this? Why now? Right then, the wrath screamed. That's my power. The status window. How in the world do you have that? Raon Zieghart looked totally confused as his stats clearly displayed. Status, window, and messages. What are you even talking about? How is this related to you? Raon Zieghart decided to interrogate him. The wrath floated around, clearly dodging the question. Of course it's related. I created that system myself. But do you know exactly why? You can use it. Raon Zieghart kept pushing. What's the system? Even for the wrath furiously shook his head. I don't have to tell you anything. Is this supposed to boost my growth too? Raon Zieghart shot back. Wait, how did you know that? Hearing that, the wrath started stammering. Raon Zieghart found it completely hilarious. The guy couldn't even control his own emotions. No wonder he represented wrath. How strange. The fire ring's effect was way stronger than his past life, so it was all thanks to the system. Arger, this is driving me crazy, the wrath shrieked. Hurry up, sacrifice your body and give me back my powers. Give them back. Before finishing his sentence, half of the wrath was completely blown away. He was furious. What are you doing? Watch closely, here is where it gets funny. Turns out Raon Zieghart just punched him square in the face. I didn't even use much mana. Is he an invisible spirit? Then my aura won't do anything to him anyway. Raon Zieghart pondered while the wrath was still, throwing a massive tantrum. He'd been making all this insane noise and still nobody showed up. How dare a mere human treat me like this? Maybe I'm the only one who can actually see and feel him. Raon Zieghart casually waved his hand to shoo the Emperor away. Suddenly, the wrath had an idea and darted straight for Raon Zieghart's arm. The bright blue flames started wrapping tightly around. Raon Zieghart's wrist, and finally it transformed into a tiny little bracelet. Raon Zieghart stared at the new accessory, completely puzzled by it. A tiny bracelet, the Wrath spoke up. My seal was only just broken, but don't get cocky. My full power will definitely return. Eventually. When the time is right, you'll have absolutely no way to stop me. I will haunt you until you are drained of all your wrath and resentment. Raon Zieghart broke into a cold sweat, sighing inwardly. This guy is so annoying. I want to kill him. But if I force him off me, the system might disappear. Plus, who knows what he would do to Sylvia and Helen to get to me. Keeping him close so I can monitor him is way better. I'll just trust in my own growth and hope I can keep him completely under control. While plotting, Raon Zieghart stared intently at the out-of-place bracelet on his wrist. But wait, why did you choose a flower bracelet? It doesn't suit your vibe at all. Raon Zieghart couldn't help but roast the guy. The Wrath snapped back. It's my personal preference. Don't judge me. Raon Zieghart let out a heavy sigh. All right, sure, whatever you say. You and I know he'll be totally fine, but his mom was still worried. Early the next morning, Sylvia and Helen were already waiting. Both of them looked up at the second floor where the voice came from. I'm heading out. Raon Zieghart slowly walked down the stairs carrying a satchel over his shoulder. He flashed a bright smile. Off to the training academy before leaving. His mother and the maid were still clinging to him. Young master, please be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. I got it, Helen. I'll be back. Helen turned to look at Sylvia only to see her eyes completely red. Lady Sylvia, if you send him off looking so sad, the young master will feel bad. Sylvia crouched down, placing her hands gently on her son's shoulders. Raon Zieghart, please be safe out there. The boy smiled to reassure his mother. Don't worry. Like you said, if it's too hard, I'll just skip it. And with that, Raon Zieghart finally headed out to start his courses at the training academy. Sylvia kept gazing after him, her heart aching. Everything will be fine, right? Helen quickly comforted her. The young master has improved so much. He'll pass the training and come right back. You're right. Compared to before, he's doing so much better. Still, Sylvia watched Raon Zieghart leave with eyes full of deep worry. Lady Sylvia, the instructor this time, is known to be the sharpest in JH. With all of Raon Zieghart's hard work, he's definitely going to do absolutely great. Helen kept reassuring her while Sylvia had hugged her son tight, refusing to let go. Raon Zieghart smiled awkwardly. That's right, Mom. I promised. I won't let myself get hurt. Please don't worry, I am absolutely going to keep my word. But Sylvia couldn't hold back any more tears streaming down her face. Just trust me. Now that he was actually gone, Sylvia could barely handle it. Raon Zieghart, please come back safe and sound. In the end, Sylvia had to accept that her son was finally growing up. The training venue? So what do you and I make of this? He's finally at JH Training Academy number 5 surrounded by kids. Trust me, it's about to get wild. Which family are you from? They aren't too strict on trainees, right? My parents told me I absolutely have to make the top 10. Let's dive right into this. Raon is standing completely alone, not talking to anyone. Just like the rumors said, this place is absolutely packed. It isn't just the direct Zieghart bloodline showing up for training. Even kids nominated by the vassal families are crashing the party. According to Helen, they actually had to build 6 entire training grounds just to handle this insane crowd. While lost in thought, Raon suddenly notices someone pointing straight at him. Wait a second, are they talking about him? Not far away, 2 kids are laughing their heads off at Raon. Look at his scrawny little muscles, one of them jokes. One touch, and he'll probably shatter. A sickly kid like him will probably quit halfway through. Why did he even bother showing up just to embarrass himself? And what is up with that ancient flower bracelet, so ridiculously out of style? Meanwhile, hiding inside that exact same bracelet, Wrath the King of Essence is getting seriously annoyed. What did you just say? You blind trash tier nobles. The King of Essence will crush your bones to dust and rip your eyeballs right out of your skulls. Wrath literally circles right in front of the 2 kids, screaming his lungs out. But obviously, those fools can't even see him. Raon isn't the type to just take it either. He speaks up. Why whisper? Say it straight to my face. He just casually cuts right between them. Raon stares them down, cold and blunt. Didn't anyone teach you that talking behind someone's back is a terrible idea? The 2 punks completely panic at his reaction. How dare you talk back to us? You are literally a broken failure forced to live in the annex building. You're just a collateral relative and definitely not part of the true direct bloodline. Raon doesn't even blink. What kind of status do you have to use the word dare when you're collateral bloodlines yourselves? Isn't that word supposed to be for someone below your rank? Hearing that, those 2 kids are left completely speechless. One guy snaps, grabbing Raon by the collar, ready to throw hands. You really don't know your place. Now watch this closely. Raon glares, his arm flexing, ready to unleash his ring of fire. But right at that moment, someone steps in. Stop it right now. Training is about to start. What are you idiots doing? How dare you drag the glorious Zieghart name through the mud in front of outsiders? This new kid is a true direct descendant Glenn Zieghart. The second those two bullies see him, they suddenly act all shy and embarrassed. It's pure fear mixed with absolute respect. Lord Burin, we apologize. And you need to learn your actual place. Burin steps right up to Raon and scoffs. You're just a tiny grain of sand that I could brush off whenever I want. If you don't want to get kicked out of the annex, just keep your head down. Burin is acting so high and mighty. Truth is, this kid already had a massive grudge against Raon. This supposed weakling standing right in front of him actually grabbed all the head of the family's attention. But he only got that attention through pity, not real skill. An uneducated nobody who had zero business joining this elite training camp actually dared to show up. Burin had hated Raon's guts ever since. Back to the present, Burin is still running his mouth. If you aren't going to take this training seriously, get out right now. Otherwise, stay completely out of my sight because there is absolutely no way you are going to survive this training course anyway. I have heard enough of your garbage. Raon lets Burin finish his entire rant before finally speaking up. You're from the direct bloodline, sure, but you hold 0 actual rank. And you think you can kick me out of the annex? You seriously think you have that kind of power when you aren't even an official trainee yet? Raon's words strike Burin right where it hurts. Oh wait, I guess you could pull it off if you go run and cry to your daddy about it. Burin bites his lip, absolutely furious. Pure embarrassment turns into rage. You collateral trash, how dare you? You and I both know a fight is coming, right? But suddenly, bam, someone kicks the wooden door wide open, totally drowning out the drama. Wow, you kids are throwing down already. The guy who just showed up is none other than Rimmer. He flashes a grin. I guess that's just youthful energy, huh? One look and Raon instantly recognizes this guy's entire background. Wait, isn't that Rimmer, the legendary light sword of the Zieghart clan? Rumor had it he officially retired after his aura core was severely damaged. Rimmer flashes a totally friendly smile and casually suggests, how about you guys finish this little deathmatch after the opening ceremony? Even Raon didn't expect this guy to be here. Seeing the head instructor pop up, Burin just clicks his tongue and walks away. A minute later, everyone lines up and Rimmer finally introduces himself. Welcome, kids. I am the head instructor and I will be directly overseeing your training process. My name is Rimmer, and I hope we can all get along perfectly. This teacher just stares down at the massive crowd of kids and chuckles. I heard we have 160 trainees here today, but honestly, we only have 8 instructors. Any way you look at it, that's way too many students. So I'm going to drop that number down with a little test. With a massive cheerful grin, Rimmer drops some major news that is honestly terrifying for this entire batch of rookies. To be exact, we are only keeping 1/4 of you. Rimmer holds up a single finger. Instantly, the whole crowd of students starts panicking. Only keeping that many? No way. What is the meaning of this? Relax, I am just separating the absolute best from the worst. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this plays out. I just want the elites, Rimmer shrugs. You arrogant bastard, Wrath screams inside. Dare to look down on the Wrath, I will rip this elf's ears off. The Wrath furiously shouted after being completely disrespected. Glenn Zieghart tapped his bracelet lightly. Keep quiet. Up on the podium, Rimmer casually leaned back into his wooden chair, smiling as he declared, in this training camp, I am the absolute law. If anyone has complaints, go cry to the clan leader. Let us just start right now. What are all of you doing? Rimmer squinted with a smile pointing at the students, and you and I are about to see their faces completely drop. Endurance and willpower form the absolute foundation of martial arts, Rimmer cheered loudly. Start running laps around the gym and keep going until I specifically tell you all to stop. Sprint at your maximum speed. Hearing this, the entire group of panicked students immediately started running for their absolute lives. If you want to run, you need to take the lead. Why stay in the back? The Wrath popped out just to scold Glenn Zieghart. Amid the students whispering, why is he suddenly making us run? Glenn Zieghart quietly muttered to himself, this is not an actual race. There is literally no need to go out of my way to pass anyone else. In reality, Glenn Zieghart had already done his homework, so he knew Rimmer was secretly evaluating everyone's hidden potential and true character. He did not care about superficial stuff at all. Only the ones who could actually endure the pain would pass this brutal test. I will definitely survive until the very end. Meanwhile, among the running students, the two taking the lead were already getting high praise from the judges. Young Master Glenn Zieghart and young lady Raon Sullivan are truly unmatched. Everyone is doing quite well, but those two kids absolutely stand out the most. And this is not even their top speed yet. Pacing themselves like that, they could easily keep running for hours on end. Only 12 years old and they have already reached that level. Just thinking about the future of those kids makes me genuinely terrified. Wait, is that little kid over there the one from the rumors? It was only now that the judges finally noticed Raon Zieghart, which honestly was not surprising at all. He cannot keep up at all, constantly falling behind the pack. That kid is chronically ill, so just running at that speed is already pretty impressive. He looks completely exhausted right now. He will definitely drop out early. Every single one of these harsh comments was clearly heard by Rimmer. He said absolutely nothing, just smirking to himself. How fascinating. Have I ever met a kid quite like him before? Stick with me here because Rimmer is seeing something completely different from the others. He always thought the strongest were simply those whose potential he could not read, because he just could not fathom their sheer depth. I can normally see the exact traits and colors of these kids, knowing exactly what kind of people they will become in the future. But what about Glenn Zieghart? Why can I not see a single color on him? Through Rimmer's eyes, Glenn Zieghart just looked like a blurry, completely black and white entity. Seeing this made Rimmer even more excited, meaning the kid's raw potential existed completely outside his own level of comprehension. He blurted out, "This is incredibly fun." Meanwhile, among the students, the same guys watching Reborn Zieghart fall behind immediately started mocking him. See that? Acting so arrogant, yet he is literally dead last. He should be grateful to be last, since he is about to fail anyway. Looking at his dumb expression, I bet he will not last another 10 minutes. But as for Reborn Zieghart, his mindset was in a completely different place. No way. It is just training, so why are they only making us run? In my past life, they literally unleashed starving monsters on us. I had to run for my absolute life just to survive, so isn't just jogging like this way too easy? Thinking about his current situation, Reborn Zieghart subconsciously smiled. An unknown amount of time passed, and the students were really starting to feel the exhaustion. Rimmer, however, kept his eyes entirely glued to young Reborn Zieghart. He stared in absolute disbelief. Is there something seriously wrong with that kid? How in the world is he still managing to run? His physical stamina should have completely dried up a very long time ago. This goes way beyond what normal people would ever call basic perseverance or simple stubbornness. Logically, this kid should not have a single ounce of energy left to even drag himself forward. A sheer force of willpower that unbelievably massive can usually only exist in seasoned warriors who have trained relentlessly and stared absolute death right in the face countless times. You and I both know this makes zero sense, right? How on earth does a sick kid possess such terrifyingly strong willpower? Rimmer rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, Reborn Zieghart. Extremely interesting. Down below, the number of students still running had dropped to just a handful. Even at this point, Reborn Zieghart was slowly starting to catch up to young Reborn Zieghart. Seeing this, Reborn Zieghart immediately looked absolutely furious. Why? How in the world is he still finding the sheer strength to keep running like this? I was completely certain he never even had the proper conditions to train his body. According to the holy priest, Sylvia's son was highly likely to die young, so he should have just forgotten about ever becoming a warrior. And he looked even worse the very last time I saw him. But how is this happening? Every single one of them is just so incredibly annoying to deal with. Reborn Zieghart gritted his teeth in pure rage, ultimately making a very bold decision. Fine, then I am going to show all of them. Aura manipulation. Reborn Zieghart forcefully activated his hidden power, and instantly a massive surge of fresh energy rushed right through his entire body. His eyes flashed with a bright flickering light. I will show them that there is a staggeringly massive difference in skill between the two of us, so big that you will want to give up everything and just surrender. With that, Reborn Zieghart instantly shot to the very front, sprinting ahead, while the stamina of every other candidate was completely drained. Reborn Zieghart, on the other hand, literally could not care less, only looking mildly surprised at best. Running just slightly ahead of him was the little girl Ronan Sullivan. Honestly, Reborn Zieghart actually found the whole situation hilarious. Despite all that high and mighty noble posturing, Reborn Zieghart was clearly just an immature brat. Psychologically speaking, Ronan Sullivan is way more mature than him, and that is where we pause, because honestly, Reborn Zieghart is not even trying to compete here. During this brutal test, it was all a battle against his own limits. There was absolutely no reason to let that guy distract him. He couldn't afford to mess up his current pace at all. More time dragged on, heavy and exhausting. Let's dive right in. Most test takers have already quit, totally breathless, but everyone is completely stunned seeing Reborn Zieghart just keep on running. Damn it, what the heck is going on? How in the world is he still managing to run like that? I was so sure. Everyone said he was basically a sick patient. Does this absolute beast even know the meaning of fatigue? As for Reborn Zieghart, his running speed stayed exactly the same, even though his entire body was literally burning up like a furnace. The exhaustion was absolutely inevitable. He constantly reminded himself to stop the nonsense and quit pretending that this was going to be easy. Right now, he felt like he was dying from the freezing cold in his body. His heart and lungs were being tightly crushed together. But somehow, he could still stretch out his physical stamina by perfectly optimizing the use of his fire ring technique. The only real relief here was that his fire ring was growing at an insanely rapid pace. He figured. While his mind wandered, the Wrath suddenly spoke up. Oh, how pathetic can you be? Even though your body will be fully possessed by the mighty Wrath, you are still falling behind. Just look at your absolutely pitiful state. Hand it over, surrender your physical form to the Wrath. Right then, the Emperor shifted into a ghostly flame circling Reborn Zieghart to tempt his soul. Reborn Zieghart glared sharply at him, cursing internally. Damn it, this is literally the worst possible timing for this nonsense. Now watch closely. The Emperor roars, opening his massive jaws right at Raon Zieghart. He promised to make everyone else completely paralyzed. A massive electric shock surged right through Raon Zieghart's body, making him freeze for a split second, pure agony flashing across his face. I must endure this, Raon Zieghart gritted his teeth, fighting the overwhelming pain. His senses were failing thanks to the Emperor's wrath, but he had to pretend nothing was wrong for as long as humanly possible. In reality, this epic clash was all happening inside Raon Zieghart's head. On the outside, he kept a perfectly calm face, focused purely on running. He secretly warned the Wrath to knock off the stupid tricks and stay put because that garbage wasn't going to work on him. The Wrath just flashed a wicked smirk. Please do not make me laugh. How could you possibly not be affected? There is no mortal in this world who can survive the raging wrath of the Wrath. Let us see how long you can actually hold out. Raon Zieghart instinctively clutched his chest with one hand, trying to survive the dull radiating pain. I absolutely have to pull through this. If he showed even a hint of weakness right now, that monster would tear him apart. Seeing Raon Zieghart act completely normal, the Emperor lost his mind, practically going insane. Ah, you insanely stubborn bastard, why is this happening? Why is the Emperor's wrath having zero effect on you? Raon Zieghart just panted heavily, totally ignoring him. This seriously hurts. It felt like death was knocking at the door, and he was completely losing control over his own body. We both felt that one right, his vision fades away. He can't even breathe. Everything goes black and he is right about to collapse. With blurry pupils, Raon Zieghart wondered, is this really the absolute furthest I can go? Hey, you can stop running now, the examiner loudly announced. The last few runners stopped like they were saved from hell. Some instantly collapsed to the ground, jaws wide open, gasping for massive breaths. Brad rested right beside Raon Zieghart, scolding him. You are seriously way too stubborn. Raon Zieghart was way too busy breathing to hear the scolding. He had a much bigger fear. I actually almost died out there. This life definitely won't be easy. Jun turned, looking at Raon Zieghart with a completely different vibe. Meanwhile, the furious wrath flew circles around Raon Zieghart. You are an absolute monster. How did you actually survive that attack? Raon Zieghart answered him smoothly, that is exactly why I told you it was useless. It has zero effect on me, buddy. Internally, though, Raon Zieghart felt different. Despite the pain, it clearly triggered a massive growth spurt for his fire ring. Plus, his physical body leveled up thanks to the status window. If he kept training like this, he would definitely be unstoppable soon. Suddenly, right in front of the stunned Emperor and Raon Zieghart, the system window popped up. All hidden conditions have been officially met. Extreme movement pushing past physical limits detected. Your stats have been enhanced, strength, pure agility, and raw stamina have all significantly leveled up. Seeing that ridiculous notification, the Wrath screamed out in pure outrage. What in the world is happening right now? Why did it give you bonus stats just for surviving the Emperor's attack? Raon Zieghart was so shocked he couldn't even form a single word. Honestly, Raon Zieghart totally agreed with the Emperor's ranting. This was beyond ridiculous. Meanwhile, Instructor Rimmer stood at the podium and started his speech. Great job, everyone. We are officially ending the brutal test right here. Oh, and about that little thing I told you before the run. And that is where we leave it. Expecting to fail, the crushed students stare at the ground. Rimmer just laughs, waving his hand. I totally lied. I'll eliminate everyone and keep only a quarter of you guys. Instantly, a massive wave of angry protests erupts. Like, what the heck? I just ran my absolute hardest for that. Rimmer just keeps talking. There is zero chance I'd eliminate that many trainees on the very first day. Management would definitely never let me keep teaching if I pulled something like that. Plus, I never said I'd drop you after this specific test. Now stick with me here because this is where Rimmer gets dead serious. But if you guys keep training like you did today, most of you are getting cut. Hearing that threat, everyone literally swallows hard in absolute terror. Rimmer paces back and forth, breaking it down. I clearly ordered you to run at maximum speed. However, out of all 160 of you, not a single person actually sprinted until the very end except for exactly one guy. And some of you were even sneaky enough to actually use your aura. Burin totally flinches hearing that. Meanwhile, Rimmer stops right in front of little Raon. He squats down and squints with a cheeky smile. Honestly, what you do doesn't matter because you are the ones taking this test, definitely not me. However, you absolutely won't fail this test as long as you exactly follow my specific instructions to the letter. So don't stress over it. While talking, Rimmer forms a circle with his hands aiming right at Raon. Well, it definitely won't be an easy thing to pull off. Finally, Rimmer announces, from this exact moment on, you guys are officially temporary recruits. I will happily drop the word temporary for you if you can actually pass the exam in the next 6 months. Oh, and by the way, I'm also planning to pick one absolute top recruit. But don't worry, I won't be ranking you guys. Oh, and you'll get to experience the absolute highest class luxury dorms that the family has specially prepared. Plus, there's even an indoor training ground right over on the left side, so you can totally go check that out too. To wrap things up, Instructor Rimmer simply gives a quick basic tour of the entire training camp campus for all the brand new students. A bit later, in a nearby forest, Rimmer takes a walk to meet a super important VIP here. Spotting those shiny military badges, Rimmer just smiles and speaks. Seems I have a guest waiting at my dream stone, my lord. The absolute legend Rimmer is meeting. It's the family head himself, Glenn Zieghart. Glenn turns and asks, how did everything go? Rimmer keeps walking and casually replies, should you really be the one asking me that? You clearly saw everything already since you came all the way out here. Here's what you and I need to watch closely. He adds, you know how good I am at reading people. Exactly as expected, Buren and Raon have insane standout talent, and the other kids also have serious potential to become future pillars of this family. However, Rimmer completely pauses for a second. I really didn't see anything from Raon. I seriously don't understand how that kid managed to keep running at the very end. Logically, his physical stamina should have completely run out a long time ago. Honestly, this is the absolute first time I've seen anything like that since the last time I saw you, my mighty lord. Every single day has been so boring since my core energy completely scattered. Rimmer gives a bitter laugh. But I really have a feeling this is gonna be fun. Glenn effortlessly jumps down from a boulder right next to Rimmer. You're the one who begged to become the main instructor for those new recruits. Your job definitely isn't to look for fun, but to properly raise those kids into absolute powerhouse warriors for the great Zieghart family. Glenn drops those heavy words, turns around, and starts walking away. Rimmer quickly replies back, of course, my lord. Plus, I have this crazy gut feeling that I might just entrust my own future to one of those brand new recruits. Rimmer drops that line loaded with deep hidden meaning. Hearing it, Glenn instantly understands he's totally talking about his own grandson. He replies, just a total coincidence. That kid can hardly ever become a real warrior. Without another single word, Glenn slowly walks off into the distance. Rimmer just smirks like a total boss. You know full well that is not true. Meanwhile, back with the actual recruits, Raon breathes a massive sigh of relief. Basic training is finally over, time to head back to camp. The redhead notices all those nasty judgmental glares aimed right at Raon and just pouts in annoyance. After everything that just happened, that little punk is seriously way too mean. You and I both feel that nasty shift in the air, right? The other students just stare daggers at Raon's back with pure burning jealousy. Unbelievable. As the sun slowly sets, bitter complaints echo everywhere. That exact group of 3 students from earlier huddles up to complain. Unless he pulled some dirty trick, there's absolutely no way he lasted that long. You're totally right, I definitely heard about his illness. These 3 haters belong to the Branch family, completely led by the orange-haired jerk Glenn Zieghart. Crane thinks it over for a second and says, it's definitely the elixir. I heard a rumor the holy saint actually gifted it to him. The other 2 lackeys look completely shocked. Wait, what? He actually did that? Instantly, these 2 guys practically explode with pure rage. So he only managed to run using the overpowered cheat of an actual elixir. And he still pretended to be some genius just for lasting until the end. What a shameless punk. So I was thinking. Crane flashes a wicked, sneaky smile. Should we teach that arrogant little punk a painful lesson? Boom, out of nowhere, Raon gets violently blasted straight into a heavy tree trunk. He slowly looks up at his attacker and asks, why did you suddenly do that? Standing right over Raon is Crane, wearing a super arrogant smirk. Oh, you seriously don't know? His 2 minions immediately chime in. You and I both know exactly where this is heading. You're trash abandoned by the main bloodline, yet you still dare to brag while abusing the power of some lucky elixir you magically got. If you never got that legendary elixir from the Holy Saint, there's literally 0 chance you could have run today. How dare you try to pull those cheap tricks on us? Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action. Our guy Raon Zieghart is getting mocked for being a powerless Branch family member. He is totally over it. What a ridiculous excuse. The other 2 punks take his silence as an admission of guilt. They just keep laughing their heads off, waving their arms around like absolute clowns. Don't be scared now. We just brought you out here for a little heart-to-heart. Yeah, that's right, we just want to have a friendly little chat. Don't worry, this happens all the time. Crane cracks his knuckles loudly. You heard the teacher, we're supposed to interact and learn from each other. Crane clenches his fist and throws a heavy punch straight at Raon Zieghart. Instantly, the wrath appears. What? How can my master tolerate being treated like this, even if it's no big deal? But out of nowhere, Raon Zieghart actually strikes back. Moving second but landing first, he punches Crane right in the mouth. The 2 lackeys watching are completely frozen in absolute shock. How did weak little Raon Zieghart land the first hit on Crane? Even crazier, the wrath is actually talking. Yeah, you heard that right. Raon Zieghart finally speaks up while Crane is already knocked flat on the ground. Let's let our fists do the talking. Raon Zieghart cracks his knuckles, flashing a deeply satisfied smirk. The other 2 rush him, relying on numbers, but Raon Zieghart effortlessly dodges every single strike with a few quick steps. He unleashes a vicious kick right into one guy's stomach. The last guy, shaking in fear, stammers, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, the guy who took that kick can barely even breathe. How are we losing? Right as he finishes that sentence, Glenn Zieghart plants a brutal punch right in his face. Crane barely wakes up before getting beaten down again while the Wrath just watches with wide-eyed admiration. Now pay attention here. The Emperor says you actually landed a hit. This is a once-in-a-millennium sight. Raon Zieghart just silently keeps thrashing those three-branch family idiots. A moment later, after that brutal beatdown, the punks are collapsed on the dirt, dry heaving. The two lackeys roll around, clutching their bodies, desperately begging for mercy. Please stop, I cannot breathe. Crane drops to his knees, apologizing to Raon Zieghart. We were wrong. Just make it stop. Raon Zieghart steps down hard right on Crane's hand. He leans in close and mocks him. Before we wrap this up, let me ask you one little question. Crane is in pure agony but does not dare to scream. Okay, Raon Zieghart asks bluntly, who put you guys up to this? It was Beomjin, right? Hearing that name, sheer panic flashes across Crane's eyes. He bows his head all the way down and mutters quietly. No, we went behind his back. Beomjin has absolutely nothing to do with this. Raon Zieghart quietly thinks to himself. That is surprising. I thought he hated me. Guess he is not that terrible after all. Raon Zieghart asks again, you guys are not going to go crying to the other students about our little chat today, are you? Crane turns pale with fear and replies, of course not. Raon Zieghart grabs him right by the top of his head. He gets right in his face with a threat. Good, if you do not want another conversation tomorrow, then make sure you stay out of my way. By now, Crane is visibly shaking in terror as he answers, we will never touch you again. We made a huge mistake. If you understand, then get lost, Raon Zieghart barks. The whole group scatters in a complete panic, leaving Raon Zieghart standing there alone. He does not notice what is nearby. We all know someone is always watching in these stories, right? Instructor Rimmer saw everything. He just smiles and comments, what a beautiful sight, feels like watching the Lord in his youth. The kid's bloodline is genuine and he has real martial arts talent too. He mutters, a hidden gem among the absolute best of the best. I am really looking forward to what you can do, little Raon Zieghart. Later that night, everyone heads back to the training camp to finally rest. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart is checking out a brand new system notification that he just unlocked. Wrath is highly satisfied with your reaction, so agility increases by 1 full point. The Wrath sees this and yells out, what is this? You got stat points just for satisfying the Wrath. This system is completely broken. Raon Zieghart casually replies, you are the one who created it, so how do you not even know? The Wrath turns to defend himself. Of course I do not know, I have never actually tested this system on another person before. This is all because you stole it from the Wrath. Oh, is that so? Raon Zieghart says sarcastically. The Emperor scolds him in total annoyance, you ungrateful little brat. But then Raon Zieghart just silently turns and walks away. The Wrath finally calms down and says, I have a little suggestion for you. A suggestion? Raon Zieghart asks. You should make a bet with the Wrath. He proposes that if you win, I give you stat points, but if you lose, you endure my wrath. Right on cue, the system responds. Wrath proposes a high-stakes bet with you. The condition, pass the official cadet exam in first place. If you succeed, all your stats increase by 2+, you receive 1 random attribute. If you fail, it generates 10 points of wrath emotion. Raon Zieghart reads it carefully and asks, you mean getting first place in that competition to become an official cadet that Rimmer mentioned earlier? The Wrath answers, exactly right. He said there would be a first place, so the result is obvious. What about this random attribute? The Wrath happily explains. One of the Wrath's own attributes will be gifted to you. Of course, the level will be lowered to suit a normal human like you. Raon Zieghart is still curious. Then just one more question. What is this about generating 10 points of wrath emotion if I happen to fail? It means exactly what it says. You will take on the emotion of wrath, something the Wrath possesses. The feeling of pure rage passed down to you is honestly no joke. The Emperor flashes a tempting smile. Trust me, you are going to want to remember this rule. If you hold on to his wrath, you completely lose control of your own emotions. It honestly does not matter how incredibly strong your personal willpower is. Alright, you and I are about to dive right back into the madness. Raon Zieghart stays completely silent, finally figuring out the guy's real motive. Seeing him act so honorable, it really does not seem like a lie. He actually gave a totally honest answer. Compared to that massive reward, the risk of failing is honestly pretty low. Maybe this is the poisoned apple he just has to bite. For a sick guy like him, grabbing top marks is going to be incredibly tough. But hey, he already came back from the dead. Raon Zieghart thinks it over for a second and replies, not a bad deal at all. Fine, I accept. The Wrath loudly cheers, excellent. The system quickly chimes in, you have officially accepted the bet with Wrath. Instantly, a bright blue flame violently erupts right out of Raon Zieghart's palm. He is totally confident that by using his past life experience, there is zero chance he will ever lose. The very next morning, out on the training grounds, a bunch of rookies are panting heavily. Every single one of them looks completely exhausted. My legs are literally about to explode. I cannot even stand up. We already ran like crazy this morning, and now we have to do this. Just a few minutes prior, Rimmer was busy lecturing them. What you all are doing right now is the horse stance. Even though it is just a riding stance, absolutely do not underestimate it. This is the absolute foundation of all martial arts. Everyone has to train this way, so hold that pose until I say stop. I'm going to take a nap. Right in front of him, the rookies are all holding that exact horse stance. Oh, and of course, it is not actually mandatory. So let me remind you, you guys are the ones resting, not me. Back in the present, a rookie screams out, "This is too hard, I quit." When are we finally going to learn sword techniques? Forget this, so far we just ran and did some squats. Glenn Zieghart stands nearby and quickly reminds them, "Then stop your whining, the basic training session is officially over, so go practice. Since we only did basic exercises today, your sword skills are definitely going to get rusty." And just like that, they leave. The wrath floats right around Raon Zieghart and asks, "They are going to practice sword arts. Are you really not joining them?" Now watch closely because this choice changes everything. Raon Zieghart simply shakes his head. "I do not need to go yet. With these garbage skills, practicing sword arts is a total waste of time. What he really needs right now is not a shiny sword but core foundational strength and raw physical stamina. Right now, thanks to the Frost Curse, his physical strength is way weaker than everyone else. For real growth and training, building a solid foundation is absolutely the most important thing." Dripping in sweat, Raon Zieghart continues pushing himself to the absolute limit. Right now, he has to focus on toughening up his body before he even thinks about doing anything else. While Raon Zieghart trains, another rookie is hiding not too far away. It is Runan Sullian, the girl from the vassal family. She watches Raon Zieghart intensely. Is that guy really Raon Zieghart? He is improving at an absolutely insane speed. His weights are already heavier than yesterday. I heard for a fact that he was supposed to be completely sick. She notices every single little detail about Raon Zieghart right now. But day by day, the weights he lifts just keep increasing, and it is obvious he has to train extremely hard to pull that off. Still, improving this much every single day makes zero sense. How can someone add 10 extra kilos to their lifts in just 1 week? Maybe he really is just built completely different. How in the world can a sick patient be this unbelievably persistent, Raon Zieghart? I know what you were thinking. Mind racing, she finally walks right over to where Raon Zieghart is actively training. This guy definitely has some secret. Runan Sullian marches straight up to Raon Zieghart. He takes one look and immediately recognizes her. "Runan Sullian, you are hanging around here again." She does not say a single word, just stares intensely into his eyes. Raon Zieghart is caught off guard, having someone stand right there. "Runan Sullian." Raon Zieghart immediately asks, "Why are you here?" The two of them just stare at each other without saying absolutely anything. Runan Sullian thinks to herself, what is the deal with his insane growth rate? Suddenly, she notices something strange, a very light, refreshing scent coming right from him. Runan Sullian realizes she had unconsciously leaned in way too close to Raon Zieghart. Playing it cool, she walks past him and sits down with a completely shy expression. Then she just starts lifting weights. Seeing this, Raon Zieghart quickly stands up and turns away, which completely catches Runan Sullian by surprise. While they both train, Runan Sullian steals glances at Raon Zieghart and thinks, it really is that exact same scent from earlier. Ever since catching that refreshing scent coming from Raon Zieghart, smelling it actually made her own body feel noticeably lighter. She tightly clenches her fists together. Thanks to that, I can lift way heavier weights than before. Runan Sullian is deep in her own thoughts when Raon Zieghart suddenly speaks up. "Hey, did you have something you wanted to say to me?" "No," Runan Sullian hurriedly blurts out in response. Hearing that reaction, Raon Zieghart just scratches his head and walks off. It seems Runan Sullian's sudden response left him feeling pretty confused. Runan Sullian definitely has something on her mind, but she just cannot bring herself to say it. She watches him leave. "Raon Zieghart, I am going to need to follow you a bit more." Over in the student training area, a group of guys shows up directly led by Glenn Zieghart. The whole squad is glaring right at Raon Zieghart. Or more accurately, they are totally focused on Runan Sullian sticking so close to him. People immediately start gossiping about Raon Zieghart. Why the heck is Runan Sullian following that guy around? What is so great about hanging out with someone who got kicked out of the main bloodline anyway? Initially silent, Glenn Zieghart finally speaks up. It is totally useless. Just repeating those basic physical exercises over and over again is not going to do him any good. Basically, Raon Zieghart lacks raw strength, so he needs those simple exercises. But no matter how hard he tries, he is absolutely no match for us. So what do you and I take from this? The real test is coming. I do not know the exact exam details, but this is his preparation. For just developing pure martial arts, sticking to sword training is still our best bet. Alright, stick with me here. Glenn looks at his wooden sword and smirks. Let's go. Forget that collateral trash, the test results will prove exactly who is boss. With that, Glenn leads his squad away. A single leaf drops into a puddle, breaking the total silence of the dark night. Meanwhile, Raon is grinding hard, preparing for the upcoming exam. Suddenly, this random kid with messy moss green hair just walks right up to say hello. Lord Raon, he stammers out, introducing himself. Hi, I am Dorian. Do you think I could maybe train with you guys? I really want to learn the proper stance. The green-haired kid Dorian looks hopeful. Raon just shrugs it off. Well, I do not really mind. Thank you. Well, it is not much but here. Dorian reaches deep into his massive backpack, clearly trying to pull something out for them. Raon and Run and Sullian stare out of pure curiosity. You guys should eat this, it is super delicious. Turns out he hands them a piece of cake. Raon completely squints at this weird-looking suspicious cake. He immediately turns it down. No thanks, I am perfectly fine, you can take that back. Raon glances over at Rona and Sullian. And right now, Rona and Sullian is absolutely intensely staring down that slice of cake. Raon starts sweating bullets at her reaction. Runa and Sullian's eyes are wide as saucers. That cake has completely hijacked all her attention right now, which obviously makes Raon even more awkward. Defeated, he just passes the cake over to Runa and Sullian to eat, secretly sighing in total frustration inside. Great, now there is another weirdo tagging along. And just like that, Instructor Rimmer's training group hits 3 members. April ends and May begins. Rimmer's squad is actually getting pretty close. Meanwhile, Buren's group has not rested a single day either. Finally, 6 brutal months of non-stop training have officially passed. Every single day spent pushing their limits right to the absolute bleeding edge of death. All those weaklings from the first days of training, completely gone. Breathing heavy from their lungs, they are entirely locked in on the opponents right in front of them. Now pay attention because everything shifts here. Time is up, and the highly anticipated morning of the official testing day has finally arrived. Thank you all for coming. The booming voice of the announcer echoes across the completely packed roaring stadium. To all the guardians of today's participants, please follow the guidelines and carefully move to your seats in an orderly fashion. Following the instructions, the nobles settle into their spots, every single one hiding their own secret agendas. Right then, the wrath is floating circles around Raon, poking at him. Do you still remember our little bet boy? You could never surpass those two anyway, so get ready to accept the sheer fury of the wrath. He flashes an incredibly evil, demonic grin. Well, every test is different, so we really have no idea what will happen. Raon just waves his hand, completely brushing him off. More importantly, Dorian, what in the world are you doing down there? Raon looks down, absolutely confused. Dorian is literally slumped over on the ground, practically crying. No, I'm just way too stressed out because today is the huge exam. Just breathe out. Even the absolute weakest person can manage that much, Raon tells him flatly. Runa and Sullian shoves a cookie right at Raon. Eat. He starts sweating bullets again. No, I am seriously good. Suddenly, he notices Buren glaring at him. Why am I surrounded by these idiots? Buren silently groans, side-eyeing Rimmer's chaotic team right behind him. Up in the Guardian stands, Sylvia is practically vibrating with excitement. Helen, look over there. Our Raon is standing there, looking so amazingly confident. Of course, he endured 6 grueling months of harsh training. And it looks like our young Raon has actually made some friends now, too. With his sweet personality that is completely natural, Sylvia and Helen are just overflowing with pure happiness, seeing Raon chatting with Runan, Sullian, and Dorian. Young Master Raon never complained even once. He is so young, yet so incredibly mature and understanding. Sylvia beams with absolute joy seeing her son like this, making friends and everything. I am just so unbelievably proud of him right now. I know what you were thinking, but wait. A huge announcement rings out as a red-cloaked man with a majestic beard steps right into view. The clan leader is entering. Wait, he personally came to watch this. The entire crowd instantly goes absolutely wild. The newcomer is none other than Glenn. Wait, hasn't he literally never shown up to watch this in person before? Everyone is completely speechless. The mighty clan leader showing up has caught the entire stadium totally off guard. Lightsword Dio frowns in confusion. Whoa, what is the clan leader doing here today? This event will dictate the entire future of our clan. You are all reacting like I am completely banned from stepping foot in here. Haha, of course not. Welcome, Sir. Rimmer chuckles, looking visibly awkward and sweating. Well, since the clan leader is here, we will skip the boring stuff. We are immediately kicking off the official trainee selection test right now. Rimmer throws his hand up to announce. So ladies and gents, the mysterious testing criteria you have all been dying to know will finally be revealed. In a split second, Rimmer's entire vibe shifts. A terrifying sharp green light flashes deep within his eyes. A monstrous wave of pressure crashes straight into the rookies. It is green like a dense forest carrying the wild, heavy freshness of raw nature. But it is absolutely majestic and utterly terrifying. Even Raon feels a sudden sharp chill race down his spine. You and I know it is on. Endure my pressure, Rimmer declares. That is the test. He instantly crushes everyone. All right, you and I are jumping right in. The rookies are all gathered and Rimmer explains that pressure is simply something a true warrior can never escape. This test will measure exactly how well they handle it. Wait a minute, someone objects. The kids barely even started learning about aura. Why test their pressure limits this early? An angry spectator shouts his complaint out loud, and suddenly the whole crowd starts booing in agreement. The reality is some of these kids haven't even unlocked their aura yet. Throwing a heavy pressure test at them is just completely unfair. And that's not even mentioning the rumors from some brats claiming all you did in the snow was sleep. What kind of test is this anyway? Rimmer just sighs heavily. Pressure is not simply about applying your raw mana. True pressure is the weight of spiritual energy a warrior builds up through their lifelong achievements. It is the absolute proof of a seasoned fighter. And that skill level can be shown without even using aura. You're talking crazy. The angry guy gets completely cut off mid-sentence. He is actually not wrong, my lord. The complainer flinches because the one interrupting him is none other than the clan leader himself. Glenn defends Rimmer's teaching method, explaining that someone can only truly grasp pressure through how they have lived and trained every single day. Rimmer looks pretty satisfied seeing Glenn back his methods up. Even someone with zero aura can still possess a massive crushing amount of pressure. It all depends on the difficulty and sheer persistence of their training. Glenn finishes speaking, and Rimmer quickly chimes back in. As expected of the Lord, you truly understand how things work. So there we have it. I am absolutely sure nobody else here has any more issues with my test right. So let's ignore the troublemakers and start this test right now. Raon Sullian, please step up to the front. Everyone else, step back. The first candidate called up is Raon Sullian. Now listen closely. Raon Sullian, the pressure I am about to release will be at a level you can overcome only if you gave your absolute best during training. If you can push through this pressure and touch me, you will pass, Rimmer explains casually. Then he just flashes a slight smile. The test is going to begin right now. Here is the part you and I need to watch. A bright blue light bursts from Rimmer, instantly hitting Raon Sullian right in the face. The crushing weight forces Raon Sullian to curl up defensively. You will fail immediately if you use your aura to fight back against this pressure. I want you to conquer this test using only the pure willpower you have built up during your training so far. Rimmer firmly reminds the girl. The pressure grows heavier, forcing Raon Sullian to squeeze her eyes shut, grit her teeth, and slowly force herself toward Rimmer's position. Raon Sullian's trembling hand is getting closer to the instructor. Finally, she successfully passes the crazy test by reaching out and grabbing tightly onto Rimmer's wrist. Rimmer places his hand on Raon Sullian's head, acknowledging her hard-earned achievement. He praises her softly. You passed with ease. I can clearly see the sweet results of your hard work. I want you to keep moving forward with that exact same willpower. At this moment, Raon Sullian is still panting heavily, completely drenched in sweat after that brutal test. Next up is Donnie. The moment his name is called, the poor kid shakes like a leaf. Wait him, how is this ranking arranged? Donnie clearly isn't ready, looking completely panicked because he never expected to be next in line. I arranged the order however I feel like it. So get your butt up and come out here. Donnie nervously walks up to the podium, sweating bullets. You saw exactly what Raon Sullian just did before you, right? I want you to use the pure willpower you built up during training to smash through the wall of pressure I am creating. Rimmer tries to encourage him, but Donnie just trembles and asks, do you really think I can do it? You are pretty infamous around here for having absolutely zero willpower. Well, if you don't have it, I will simply fail you on the spot, plain and simple. Right after speaking, Instructor Rimmer radiates a massive wave of pressure from deep inside his body, exactly like he did with Raon Sullian. A pain cry escapes Donnie, and the crushing weight forces him straight to his knees. Glenn Zieghart stands by watching and suddenly realizes something. You and I both noticed that, right? The pressure Rimmer releases is actually scaled perfectly to match every single specific student. He is adjusting the exact pressure based on the kids' levels and how much they actually trained, so he really has been observing every single one of them in extreme detail this whole time. Rimmer smirks. See, all you had to do was make it over here. You passed, Donnie. The boy is practically hugging his teacher's leg right now, shivering violently. However, you still lack way too much confidence in your own skills. I suggest you keep your head high and face things directly from now on. Donnie finishes the test and instantly starts puking his guts out. Rimmer is sweating a bit too. Well, I think you have heard enough for today. Alright, next person. Just like that, the test continues smoothly. Next up, Glenn Zieghart. Yes, sir, the boy shouts loudly and clearly. Let's get right into it, Rimmer says. Rimmer's strict eyes seem to stare right through Glenn Zieghart's soul. The heavy pressure he generates this time is just as powerful as it was for the others. He actually expects me to walk over to him while enduring this madness. Glenn Zieghart is completely terrified. It feels completely different from what I saw on the outside. How in the world did Raon Sullian push through this? The intense pressure forces Glenn Zieghart to his knees too. I can't take a single step forward. You definitely have outstanding talent, kid. Way beyond the rest. So what do you and I take from all this? Out of 160 Academy students, almost nobody can rival him. Stick with me here because Instructor Rimmer is absolutely going off. He tells the boy and his little followers that they completely wasted their own time. Rimmer asks a brutal question. What is the point of practicing sword skills if you lack a real goal? Polishing your fancy sword technique wasn't what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to train your body and mind, but instead, you just relied on aura the second things got a little tough. If you use it now, you fail instantly. Hearing Rimmer drop this harsh warning, Glenn Zieghart grits his teeth. He tells himself he cannot afford to fail right here. There is absolutely no way he could forget that dark day. The exact moment his father coldly refused to let his older brother inside. Those icy dead eyes from his father burned into his memory. If he can't pass this stupid test, he's going to get thrown away too. Fueled by those toxic childhood memories, Glenn Zieghart suddenly snaps back to reality and jumps up. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, he pushes toward Rimmer. Finally success, Glenn Zieghart fiercely grabs onto the instructor's leg. Rimmer immediately announces that he passes, but he adds a reality check. You are just a 12-year-old kid. Stop trying to act like a grown man. You need to train at a pace that actually fits your age. If the only thing you do is stare straight ahead, you will never notice the sharp thorns constantly piercing through your own feet. After giving that heavy speech, Rimmer finally feels a massive weight lift off his shoulders. He finally managed to reach this arrogant kid's heart. Now Rimmer turns his attention back to the rest of the nervous recruits to continue the exam. Finally, Raon Zieghart. Hearing his name called, Raon Zieghart slowly steps up to the plate. Now here is where things get completely wild, so pay close attention. Raon Zieghart looks crazy, confident, master and student lock eyes. You are the final one. Are you ready for this? Of course I am. Raon Zieghart fires back without hesitating. All right then, let the games begin. Instantly, a blinding blue aura erupts from Rimmer, way stronger than before. It crashes straight toward Raon Zieghart like a violent, unstoppable tidal wave. The insane pressure spreads out, hitting a much wider range. It is so heavy that even the bystanders in the crowd start feeling the squeeze. His mom panics, screaming, Raon Zieghart, what the heck is this crazy pressure? Even Glenn is totally blown away by this power level. Is this really just a standard test? But Raon Zieghart just stands perfectly still against the crushing gravity like it is a gentle breeze. I honestly have no idea what is happening either. Your talent is absolutely leaps and bounds above Rune and Glenn Zieghart. Rimmer flashes a massive, thrilling smile. Let us see if you can handle this. Rimmer glares intensely right at his student. Raon Zieghart finally starts breaking a sweat, throwing his arms up to block the ridiculous incoming force. Soul level isn't something bound by a physical body, it exists deep within the spirit. And right now, he doesn't just hold the soul level of Raon Zieghart. He also has all the stacked power from his past life as a top-tier assassin. Defying logic, Raon Zieghart takes a slow step toward Rimmer. Rimmer's eyes practically bulge out of his head in pure shock. He is actually pushing through this much raw pressure. How is that even possible? Even his grandfather in the stands is completely dumbfounded by the sight. How can he do this? This whole situation is just absolute nonsense. Right in this very moment, even the tough instructor Rimmer starts stammering. He is witnessing something that completely shatters the very boundary of what is supposedly impossible. Raon Zieghart casually reaches out and taps Rimmer right on the stomach. You and I both know how insane that is, right? The entire stadium goes dead, silent, completely shocked that he bypassed that monstrous pressure. The most rattled ones are definitely Rimmer and Glenn. Raon Zieghart just drops a super confident smirk. Is the exam over yet, sir? The other rookies are losing their minds. Did he seriously just phase right through that crushing energy? No way. Did he really break it? That little kid. The whole testing area explodes into a frenzy of rumors. Instructor Rimmer is completely frozen in place. How did his so-called cripple with zero aura do this? Raon Zieghart just patiently stands there waiting for the instructor's final verdict. Hey, Rimmer finally speaks up. What exactly are you? He frowns hard. I have watched you train for 6 whole months. Sir, I am just Raon Zieghart. I asked because you performed way beyond everything I taught you over the last 6 months. I specifically created a pressure level far past your limits. I was purposely trying to mess with you, but I never expected you to break right through it. Rimmer stops hiding anything and just blurts out his honest thoughts. Raon Zieghart casually shakes his head and gestures toward the grandstands. Rimmer suddenly snaps out of his daze. Got it. He instantly switches back to his usual goofy laughing self. Ha ha ha, it seems the Grandmaster completely distracted me for a second there. Raon Zieghart was our final candidate. The official cadet selection process is now officially over. Let me announce the top-ranking students that you are also curious about. Who will take the top spot at training camp number 5? Everyone is holding their breath, waiting for the final results from Instructor Rimmer. And first place goes to Raon Zieghart. Oh man, our boy Raon Zieghart actually took the number 1 rank Lady Sylvia Master. Raon Zieghart really pulled it off. Raon Zieghart's mother immediately bursts into happy tears. This is totally unbelievable. Did Raon Zieghart really just become the highest ranked cadet? If he smashed through that heavy pressure, then he deserves it, but wait, how the heck did he score higher than young Master Glenn Zieghart? The crowd is still heavily buzzing about Rimmer's final rankings. Suddenly, a loud, angry voice cuts right through the noise. I do not accept this. This is totally wrong, you are lying. Glenn Zieghart completely rejects the final outcome. Hearing this disrespect, Rimmer raises an eyebrow. Lying about what exactly? In endurance, raw strength, and pure talent, Raon Zieghart is miles behind me. I absolutely refuse to accept someone like him stealing first place from me. Glenn Zieghart screams that Raon Zieghart obviously cheated, and honestly, the crowd agrees. So what do you and I make of this drama? Guess we'll find out next time. Stick with me here, you're about to see how a supposedly cursed kid shuts everyone up. The crowd's whispering. How is he ranked first? Did he bribe the teachers? The rumors are spiraling out of control, and honestly, Instructor Rimmerme is getting completely sick of hearing it. If you know Rimmerme, you know he hates this drama. We are all proud warriors of the legendary JH clan. Instead of some boring written exam, I say we settle this with a real duel to see who actually passes. Glenn Zieghart points straight at Raon Zieghart with that arrogant smirk. Rimmerme just snorts. Wow, do you really want that top rookie spot so badly? Nailed it. Glenn Zieghart's face turns red as he starts stammering defensively. No, sir, that is not what I meant at all. Too bad. The exam is already officially over. Rimmerme turns to the VIP seat. Patriarch, what do you think we should do? Rimmerme completely passes the buck to Glenn. The Patriarch just frowns, thinking it over in heavy silence. Finally, he speaks up. Raon Zieghart, it seems the others reject your score. Do you wish to duel Glenn Zieghart right now? Standing right behind him, Glenn Zieghart is already smirking, acting super smug because he finally got exactly what he wanted. But Raon Zieghart's response, a completely flat no. He just shrugs. The exam is done. The results are already posted on the board. Why would I fight him for absolutely zero reward? He is the one constantly whining about pure bloodlines and his precious family honor. Glenn Zieghart, I honestly didn't think you'd be this salty about losing so miserably. Raon Zieghart drops the ultimate provocation right there. You little punk. Raon Zieghart's sarcastic jab makes Glenn Zieghart's face turn bright red with pure rage. The Patriarch steps in. All right, let's do this. Fight for the top rookie spot. If you win, I will award you a bronze card. Glenn totally gets the hint and instantly raises the stakes. A bronze card, Raon Zieghart's gears start turning immediately. In the JH clan, members are gifted gold, silver, or bronze cards entirely based on their personal achievements. Each tier unlocks insane rewards, even if it is just the lowest bronze level. But wait, this one is being handed out directly by the Patriarch himself. I can definitely score something decent from this. Though it is pretty obvious, the old man isn't exactly thrilled that I ranked first. Understood. Raon Zieghart finally accepts the duel with Glenn Zieghart completely motivated by the Patriarch's sweet prize. Glenn nods and loudly declares, then, let the match begin. This match decides our absolute best rookie. It is a one-round duel. Anyone who dares to use aura or weapons will be instantly disqualified from the arena. Pure physical combat only. Rimmerme quickly goes over the strict rules for the two fighters. They both nod, stepping up to the center. Instructor Rimmerme raises his hand high. Begin. The second the command drops, Raon Zieghart and Glenn Zieghart instantly launch themselves right into the fight. Now watch this closely, this is where the real action kicks off. Glenn Zieghart takes the initiative, throwing a vicious right hook, but Raon Zieghart barely dodges in time. But right after that, dodge a brutal follow-up kick is already waiting for him. Raon Zieghart is forced to throw his arms up to block the heavy impact. Just from that single block, Raon Zieghart's arms go completely numb. This is the flawed Tiger Fist, Glenn Zieghart yells. A supreme technique my father personally taught me. There is absolutely no rule against using martial arts, so I am not breaking any laws. Glenn Zieghart screams like a maniac as his fist literally starts to glow brightly. Boom! Raon Zieghart takes the massive strike head-on with a deafening crash. The crowd goes wild. As expected of young master Glenn Zieghart, that trash, Raon Zieghart cannot even move anymore. The other rookies watching from the sidelines start cheering like crazy for the rich kid. You are weaker than me and just a pathetic branch family member. Glenn Zieghart unleashes a furious barrage of punches, his mind completely clouded by toxic bitterness. How dare you steal my first place rank? Suddenly, we jump into his flashback. Forget him, Glenn Zieghart, his father sneered. The JH clan has zero use for weaklings. That traumatic memory is from the exact day his father completely disowned Glenn Zieghart's older brother. Don't you ever disappoint me, Glenn Zieghart. His dad's cold words still echo loudly. Snapping back to reality, you can see that insane psychological burden crushing him. My father is watching me. I absolutely have to prove my worth today. I refuse to lose to a loser like you. Glenn Zieghart keeps piling on the intense pressure, but honestly, Raon Zieghart is effortlessly blocking almost every single strike. With every single punch thrown, Raon Zieghart intentionally dodges by just a hair's breadth. He is cleverly conserving his stamina for the perfect counterattack. I know what you're thinking. How is he surviving this? Well, Raon Zieghart is hyper-focused. I can see his fists, his rhythm, every single attack is moving in slow motion. Ready to surrender, Raon Zieghart, Glenn Zieghart screams like a lunatic as he lunges forward. I will completely finish you with this strike. But this time, Raon Zieghart drops into a solid stance, winding up his own devastating punch. Why would I ever surrender? He clenches his fist impossibly tight. Raon Zieghart unleashes an absolute rocket of a punch. The two glowing fists violently collide in mid-air, and the impact literally sends Glenn Zieghart flying straight backward. Raon Zieghart's momentum does not stop his strike, driving directly into Glenn Zieghart's chest. What the hell? Glenn Zieghart stammers, staring down at his right fist, which is uncontrollably shaking. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart just tightens his right hand again, fully locked and loaded for round 2. You can literally see the surrounding air violently condensing around his glowing fist. Bam! A direct hit sends Glenn Zieghart skidding. He is knocked out cold, totally foaming at the mouth. The crowd gasps. No way. The audience is absolutely losing their minds. That was the flawed tiger fist. But how? The entire arena erupts into total chaos. Even Patriarch Glenn is completely stunned by this upset. Barely conscious, Glenn Zieghart recognizes his own family technique. You, how the hell do you know the flawed tiger fist? You showed me. Raon Zieghart shrugs with a completely straight face. I literally just copied your martial arts technique as we fought. Did he seriously just use the flawed tiger fist? The crowd is melting down. That defies all logic. How could a branch member possibly master that signature move? The spectators are freaking out over this insane plot twist. Was he secretly trained by a master in the shadows? Because if not, how did he do that? So what do you and I take from this insane showdown? Never underestimate the quiet guy. The crowd keeps spitting out wild theories, completely mind-blown, while the arrogant Glenn Zieghart lies utterly defeated right at Raon Zieghart's feet. Let's dive into this. Instructor Jin is absolutely stunned, even he did not expect this crazy outcome. This kid literally canceled out the Tiger Fist vortex by creating an opposite force of his own. Just reading an opponent's martial arts path, that alone makes you a total genius in this world. But turning that move into his own personal skill, that is the exact kind of talent meant for the absolute peak. This is exactly what the Zieghart family really wants. In Jin's eyes, Raon is shining bright, a truly destined powerhouse. The match is officially over. Everyone can see the crystal clear results as Jin finally calls it. The winner is Raon Zieghart, and with that, today's brutal test officially wraps up. Hearing that, Sylvia and Helen rush down from the stands. A totally surprised Raon gets tackled into a huge hug. He's incredibly touched. Helen is crying tears of joy while the Wrath just floats around complaining about being hungry. All around them, other students are greeting their parents. Run and Sullian's parents are literally sobbing while hugging her tight. But then there is Burin propped up by a butler staring anxiously toward his father. His dad just watches coldly from afar, then turns his back. Burin instantly breaks into a heavy sweat. The disappointment is brutally obvious. Cut to a single lit window in a massive dark castle. Inside his father's office, Burin is looking absolutely miserable and completely defeated. Now watch closely, the tension here is insane. His dad finally speaks. Burin, do you remember my exact words? Burin nervously replies, you told me to return as the top rookie and never lose to anyone. Exactly. That was not a huge request. I told you to crush the Sullian family, completely trample on Raon, and come back as number 1. His dad spins his chair around. Forget Sullian. You actually lost to that garbage thrown out by our main family. The sheer anger and disappointment radiating from his father is absolutely terrifying. Are you trying to make me a laughingstock, or do you want the exact same fate as your 2 older brothers? Burin completely panics. He mutters, no, I just messed up my very first chance. They will pick the top student based on final points during graduation, his dad says. Make sure you bring that top spot directly to me. With that final warning, he tells him to leave. Kicked out of the office, Burin can only bow his head and quietly agree. If you want to stay in the main Zieghart house, do not fail this last chance. Those words haunt him. Damn it, he punches the wall, letting out all his frustration. This is all because of that cursed bastard. He cannot believe everything fell apart because of trash like Raon. Burin just glares, totally gritting his teeth. How the hell did this happen? I am going to train insane hours and never lose a single fight again. Muttering to himself, he wanders aimlessly. Lost in thought, Burin somehow ends up right at the training grounds. He peeks inside, totally confused. Why am I here? Did my body just walk here on autopilot? Pushing the door open, he steps into the dead silent room. Empty obviously, since the big test just finished. He sits down, grabs a dumbbell, and spaces out. But suddenly, something specific catches his eye. He is looking right at the student locker area. But one spot in particular really grabs his attention. You and I both know exactly what he is staring at. It is Raon's personal locker. Intensely curious, Burin slowly walks right over to the student storage area. Just a tiny peek will not hurt, right? Yeah? I am not stealing anything, I just want to look. He opens it up and his eyes practically bulge out of his head. What is this? Why so many shoes? Raon's locker is absolutely stuffed with worn-out shoes. Even a quick glance shows over 10 pairs completely destroyed. He seriously burned through all of these in just 6 months. I have only had to replace my shoes twice. Holding a wrecked shoe, he looks over at the bench. He can vividly imagine Raon sitting right there, constantly training. It hits him hard. Right, he was literally always training. While I skipped the basics, showed off my sword skills, or just comfortably relaxed in my nice cozy room. He was living the true essence of the Zieghart family. Meanwhile, I was doing the exact opposite all along. Buren finally snaps out of his deep thoughts. The room feels completely empty again. The dumbbells just sit there untouched. He puts the shoe back quietly, closes the locker door, and slowly walks away. He stares at the night sky, face dead serious. Makes you think, doesn't it? Meanwhile, the Wrath complains, I lived hundreds of years and never met anyone like you. Back to Raon. Let's dive right back in. Raon Zieghart sits alone checking his system. What exactly are you? The Wrath demands, while Raon Zieghart just gives a completely careless reply. Who knows? Think whatever you want. First tell me what this new ability actually does. Raon Zieghart casually points straight at the glowing system interface right in front of him. It clearly shows he won the bet against Wrath. Now it's finally time for the winner's grand reward to be handed out. All his skill points instantly jump up by 2. Surviving Wrath's possession grants him a random new power. Boom, the 1-star Snowflake Intuition ability has officially been created. The Wrath explains Snowflake Intuition. For an ordinary guy like you, getting a high-tier skill like this is incredibly lucky. This power seriously expands your perception range. It's only at 1 star right now, but it still boosts your senses by a solid 10%. Back in my prime, my perception was 10 times stronger than yours. Raon Zieghart just sighs at the Emperor's bragging. Oh really? That's great and all, but why is it called Snowflake Intuition anyway? Raon Zieghart keeps asking the Wrath, genuinely curious about the weird name. Because I wanted to. Doesn't it sound cool? Raon Zieghart simply walks away, throwing a quick jab. No matter how you spin it, you absolutely suck at naming things. What, you're really saying that to me? The Emperor gets absolutely furious. Fast forward to the next morning, Raon Zieghart is casually chatting with his mom. Suddenly, the butler brings an urgent message. The Patriarch is calling for you, young master. Sylvia looks incredibly worried. Grandfather called for him. Did Raon Zieghart do something wrong? The butler quickly calms her down. Ha ha, my lady, please do not worry at all. The butler's relaxed attitude shows it's actually good news. The Patriarch simply wants to personally present the bronze token to the young master today. Meanwhile, Glenn is sitting there waiting for Raon Zieghart to arrive. Raon Zieghart respectfully kneels down. Greetings, Patriarch. Though he hates it, he'll still keep his promise. When Glenn speaks, the butler immediately understands. Yes, Patriarch. He then carries the shiny bronze token over, presenting it right in front of Raon Zieghart. Just as promised, you are being awarded this bronze token, Glenn tells him. Later, whenever you return it to me, you will receive an item or a favor of equal value. Raon Zieghart carefully accepts the heavy token with both hands. Holding the heavy token in his hands, Raon Zieghart thinks about what he should actually do with it. Now pay attention here, because his immediate request is about to completely catch everyone off guard. I actually have a request right now, he says. The butler looks at Raon Zieghart with deep curiosity, wondering what on earth the young master could possibly want. The Patriarch is totally stunned by Raon Zieghart's bold words. What must I do to restore the status my mother once held? He asks directly. Both men are super confused after hearing Raon Zieghart's crazy demand. By original status, you must mean her previous position within the direct bloodline of the family. Glenn asks to confirm. Yes, exactly. Seeing Glenn's calm reaction, Raon Zieghart is a bit surprised. It actually seems like the old man is suddenly yielding. Wait, what's going on? An achievement. Glenn answers without hesitating. If you accomplish something that the entire clan recognizes, it's totally possible. But it's really not that simple. Earning everyone's respect is as difficult as literally plucking stars straight from the sky. It's practically impossible, especially for a little kid like you. Hearing Glenn's harsh reality check, Raon Zieghart just looks down at the shiny token in his hands again. But you did say there's a chance, he speaks up confidently. Raon Zieghart places the token right back on the reward tray, completely shocking the poor butler. That is all, thank you for your honest answer, Patriarch. Raon Zieghart feels disappointed he didn't get what he wanted, immediately turning around to walk away. Hold on a second, Glenn calls out to him. Hearing that, Raon Zieghart politely turns right back around. Yes, you still haven't asked about your actual reward. That was merely a question. I can give you an answer without you needing to spend your token. Raon Zieghart is stunned. And yeah, I know you're as shocked as he is. Hearing that kind of mercy from the legendary Northern Destruction King, absolutely wild. State your desire, Glenn repeats once more. Well, there's actually something I've been thinking about, the one thing I need more than anything else. Raon Zieghart thinks, carefully clenching his fists tight. I want a powerful new cultivation technique, please. As soon as Raon Zieghart speaks, Glenn instantly replies, "The instructors will actually teach you that once you finally begin your basic training program. I need an aura cultivation technique that's way better than whatever they teach during standard basic training. Please grant me a technique that matches the true value of this bronze token." Raon Zieghart places a hand on his chest, firmly repeating his bold request. His past life's dark aura cultivation technique simply isn't enough anymore. To fully restore Sylvia's honor and finally chop off Derus's head, he needs an aura that's vastly superior. "So the thing you truly want is a cultivation technique, correct?" Glenn asks calmly. With a single snap of the Patriarch's fingers, a massive door swings wide open before Raon Zieghart. It looks like an ancient library filled with countless books on display. Raon Zieghart is completely blown away, unable to believe how many books are hidden here. Endless rows of towering shelves stack up higher and higher, reaching straight to the ceiling. Raon Zieghart is totally speechless. This is one of the legendary bookshelves of the Zieghart family. If you place your hand right in the center, the exact book you need will instantly appear, Glenn explains. "Ah, I understand now." Raon Zieghart nods slowly. Following the old man's clear instructions, he steps up and does exactly that to find the book he desires. "I just need something much better than the dark aura technique," he thinks. "Let's just hope something incredibly useful actually shows up here." Suddenly, Raon Zieghart's hand begins glowing brightly as waves of pure light weave directly through the perfectly organized rows of ancient books. Watch this closely because that light just pulled a single book from the shelf. It floats right in front of a very confused Raon Zieghart, and trust me, this changes everything. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a battered old book change absolutely everything. Even Glenn is completely stunned, shouting out loud. "What is going on? How did you even get that book?" Glenn yells. The mysterious book slowly floats right toward Raon Zieghart, and then it opens all by itself. It is the 10,000 Fires cultivation. "What kind of crazy technique is this?" Raon Zieghart places his hand right on it. Right then, the book glows blindingly bright, its pages flipping like crazy before totally exploding. Pages blast everywhere in a massive burst of energy. Raon Zieghart instantly becomes the center of a literal vortex. Glowing pages swirl completely around him. It looks exactly like this is the moment. He's absorbing all the hidden knowledge from inside. Glenn just stands there, eyes wide, totally shocked by the insane scene unfolding before him. He is absolutely speechless. "Did you really think Sylvia was despised by the family?" Glenn suddenly flashes back to the dark past. "Not my problem to care about. The prosperity of our clan is the only priority right now. Go do something else," he once said. "Sylvia got close to some random guy and ran away. Stop reporting such useless trivia to me." He spent his days only thinking about the family, pushing all real emotions totally aside. "I built an army strong enough to smash right through the demon wall. Our mighty clan is growing stronger every single day, so what did I even lose?" But then one day, terrible news hit hard. "Sir, we have reports your son-in-law and granddaughter were just attacked. The attackers look exactly like the twin demons that Lady Sylvia was investigating over in Eden. The young lady seems completely fine, but those two died right on the spot. Because the ambush was so sudden, we simply could not." The clan leader's eyes burn with absolute pure rage. "So pathetic. I finally got my human feelings back after all this time, but nothing can ever go back to normal. So Raon Zieghart, even if you and Sylvia absolutely hate my guts, this time I will protect you." Now watch closely, the magic hits here. Back in the present, Raon Zieghart stands looking up, catching every glowing page. "What is this? My body and mind are just moving on their own." Suddenly, a loud voice cuts right through the chaos. Raon Zieghart. Snapping out of his trance, Raon Zieghart is still standing right there in front of his grandfather. Glenn immediately asks, "What in the world did you just do?" Raon Zieghart answers super honestly, "I really do not know. I just remember the cultivation manual vanishing right into my hands." "What was the book's name?" Raon Zieghart tries hard to remember. He stares down at his empty hand and replies, "The 10,000 Fires technique." Right then, the system screen pops up. 10,000 Fires cultivation, you must face the eternal flame. You have successfully memorized the entire 10,000 Fires technique. You are telling me you actually remembered the contents. Glenn stands up, asking him one more time. Raon Zieghart nods. "Yes, sir, I understand." He sighs in relief. "All right, then you have officially received your reward for the bronze token. You can head home now." Raon Zieghart politely nods and agrees. Raon Zieghart heads out, but he still feels pretty anxious about everything. Glenn and the loyal butler just watch him until he is completely gone. Is the technique that young master Raon Zieghart just got? The butler finally dares to ask the big question, and Glenn simply nods to confirm it. Exactly. He continues, flashing back to the golden days. "That is the legendary technique of our very first clan leader. You and I both know how this goes. He got the overpowered skill. In Zieghart clan history, nobody could even open that manual. Yet this kid just mastered 10,000 Fires. If word about this leaks out, young Master Raon Zieghart and Lady Sylvia could be in serious danger, right? The butler looks incredibly worried. Glenn just brushes it off. Do not worry, literally nobody knows about this technique. But the manual disappeared. What do we do now? It is fine. The power has already been passed down. Meanwhile, after bagging this epic technique, Raon Zieghart is absolutely thrilled with the crazy results. Nobody else was ever going to learn it anyway. If we did not pass it to him, that ancient power would have just faded away forever. Glenn looks up at the massive library and mutters to himself, I have a strong feeling a wild new wind is about to blow. Back in his room, Raon Zieghart is sitting around deep in thought. No matter how you look at it, this whole situation is just way too weird. Why would he gift me something this insane? Forget the silver token, even a gold token would not be enough to trade for this technique. Raon Zieghart is totally confused by his grandpa's motives. This thing is just as powerful as the fire ring. I seriously need to study it properly. But suddenly, inside a dark mental space, Raon Zieghart walks toward a floating spark. Burning with curiosity, he reaches out his hand to touch it. Soon enough, that little flame rests perfectly right in Raon Zieghart's palm. He closes his eyes to feel its energy. But unfortunately, our guy completely fails to hold onto it, and the flame just vanishes into thin air. Failed again, even though he tried so many times. It is just too hard to gather spiritual energy. I guess I never really expected to master a high-tier technique like this on the very first try. His train of thought gets brutally interrupted by Emperor Essence. Having a little trouble, huh? Better give it your all, but you must be careful. If someone interrupts you while cultivating, you are in massive trouble. Getting permanently crippled right after touching a sweet new skill would be super embarrassing. The spirit warns him. What exactly is this guy plotting? Wrath is totally right. The 10,000 Fires technique absorbs pure energy straight from nature and builds up spiritual energy in the core. If I get interrupted at a crucial moment, my mana circuits and my whole inner energy field could completely shatter. I would be crippled for life. And for me, it is honestly even more dangerous than usual simply because, trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. My mana holds ice energy. Yeah, since you know that, do not interfere. Raon Zieghart snaps. Emperor Essence just smirks. Stick with me here, the Wrath is about to interrupt Raon Zieghart's training just once. The Wrath flashes this seriously creepy smile. He mocks him, saying it cannot be any fun living inside such a broken, crippled body, right? Raon Zieghart doesn't care. Surprised by the answer, the Emperor scoffs, saying it is just because he is human that he cannot overcome his limits. But he brags that even if Raon Zieghart's limbs were chopped off or his energy core exploded, the mighty Wrath could heal absolutely everything. Because the moment Raon Zieghart gives up and accepts his crippled fate, that is the Emperor's perfect chance to strike. Raon Zieghart just smirks. He asks if this is really a one-time thing because he is honestly looking forward to whatever trick the Emperor tries next. Raon Zieghart provokes him. Stop bluffing and live in fear every single day. The Emperor circles him like a predator, dropping a heavy threat. He says Raon Zieghart will never know exactly when he is going to attack. Through all this trash talk, Raon Zieghart completely sees through the Wrath's dark intentions. This guy is straight up an enemy. He is a literal demon from the underworld, just waiting for the perfect chance to completely take over Raon Zieghart's body. He is the living embodiment of pure rage. Raon Zieghart thought his recent silence meant he had finally given up on that crazy plan. Now he has to keep his guard up again. Raon Zieghart sighs heavy. Fine, he will deal with that headache later. He has way more important stuff to handle first. The Emperor asks if he is finally going to take care of her. Raon Zieghart nods and walks straight over to the window. Yeah, this cannot just be some coincidence. She shows up outside every single night. They both look out through the glass. Raon Zieghart thinks to himself that he really needs to deal with her. It has been a while since he played assassin. Now watch this closely. Down in the dark, a maid is sitting alone by the lake doing something suspicious. She complains she usually has nothing to report except when he talks to himself. But tonight she actually has some major news. This is the side building maid Judy. She is totally shocked that Raon Zieghart got his hands on such a high-level cultivation skill using just a bronze token. Not to mention the flow of demonic energy was incredibly intense while he was busy cultivating his spirit energy. It is absolutely unbelievable. This is massively important information for the Central Martial Palace. She only does this because it is a direct order. After all, Raon Zieghart is really just a kid. She wonders how much longer she can keep fooling him. Finishing the letter, Judy folds it up and drops it right into the water. She lets out a heavy breath and decides to head back. But suddenly, bam, a cold blade is pressed right against her neck. The shadowy figure threatens her instantly. If she dares to open her mouth, she dies. If she even twitches, she is dead too. He whispers this while pressing up closer against Judy. He orders her to look down at the lake. Judy feels totally helpless, cold sweat dripping all over her face. Who the heck is this? Who could possibly give off such intense, murderous bloodlust? Trembling, Judy follows the order. She stares at the water's reflection and sees the face of her attacker. It is Raon Zieghart. How did this brat manage to follow her? She is completely caught off guard. I know what you were thinking. He totally knew. Raon Zieghart says he felt her spying since he got back, so did she find anything good? Raon Zieghart interrogates her cold. Impossible. Did he actually know this entire time? Judy loudly gulps. She thought she was practically invisible and left zero traces behind. Was he seriously just pretending to be blind? But how? Open your mouth, Raon Zieghart commands. He pushes the blade deeper to threaten her, but she refuses to speak. So Raon Zieghart forces a pill straight into Judy's mouth. She gags, but the strange pill immediately slides right down her throat. Judy instantly feels something absolutely disgusting and horrible twisting around inside her body. She collapses onto the dirt, desperately trying to throw it up, but nothing comes out. Raon Zieghart then spots the floating letter in the dark water. He casually picks it up. Opening the wet paper, Raon Zieghart sees nothing but completely bizarre symbols. He turns back to her, mentioning that he cannot even read the letter's contents. This kind of spy paper requires a special trick to reveal it right: water, earth, fire, wind, moonlight, or sunlight. Hearing Raon Zieghart accurately guess the letter's contents, Judy just frowns in pure discomfort. She tightly clutches her agonizing stomach. Ah, so it is moonlight. This casual realization from Raon Zieghart completely startles Judy. How on earth did he figure that out? Raon Zieghart ignores her completely and keeps reading the decoded letter. Carson Daniel. So this was definitely ordered by Carson Diehat. Raon Zieghart makes his final conclusion. Judy is immediately hit with absolute terror. No way, her facial expressions were perfectly hidden. She spent years training to be a master spy. There is no way he could guess all that hidden information just by reading her face. Judy is absolutely freaking out over Raon Zieghart's insane deduction. Wait, no, the twisting pain inside her body, plus the terrifying fact that he can easily read her every thought. Judy suddenly connects all the dots in her head. There is honestly only one logical explanation for this ongoing nightmare. That weird pill he just forced down her throat. It absolutely has to be a madness parasite. A quick flashback reveals Carson ordering her to fully infiltrate the side-building, spy on Raon Zieghart and Sylvia, and promising a very special reward. Sweating in reality, she stares at Raon Zieghart in pure horror, asking if he actually fed her the parasite. Raon Zieghart fakes surprise, smirking that he is genuinely impressed she even knows what that is. That single casual sentence completely shatters her last bit of hope. She gags wildly, frantically clutching her mouth, desperately trying to vomit the bug out, but it is completely useless. Stick with me here. The truth about those madness bugs left Jude completely terrified. You sent this letter to Raon Zieghart, so you must be a spy sent by the Martial Heart Pavilion, and this mission must have started 7 months ago. After the judgment ceremony, you investigated thoroughly, right? Raon Zieghart turned his head and spoke directly to Jude. Not just me, but my mother, Helen, and absolutely all the other maids too. As he spoke, Raon Zieghart flashed an incredibly mysterious smile. Jude never expected that Raon Zieghart actually knew every single thing she had done. I totally thought this was a simple mission. Just gather intel on the little kid, Raon Zieghart, and the crippled Sylvia. I really thought I could finish this job easily. But there was a monster living in this annex building. In Jude's terrified eyes, he was not the sickly little boy Raon Zieghart anymore. I will change the contents. I will report back completely false information right now. Jude screamed out in pure panic. Raon Zieghart immediately brushed it off. Forget it, even if you change the intel, Kuhn will eventually find out about me anyway. It will only make him realize your sheer incompetence. He spoke while taking a step forward right in front of Jude. Now watch closely. Raon Zieghart glared with glowing red eyes, staring deep into Jude's soul. He said, from now on, you are my double agent. You will report to him any basic information that you would figure out soon anyway, but you will hide the truly important details and absolutely do not leak them to anyone. On the flip side, you must bring me highly valuable intel from his end. Raon Zieghart casually laid out the entire mission at once. Fine, I will do as you say. In her current situation, Jude had no other choice but to agree to Raon Zieghart's heavy demands. Raon Zieghart looked completely satisfied, seeing Jude eagerly accept the terms he had just laid out. See you next time. Raon Zieghart said his goodbyes and calmly left. I hope to receive some highly useful intel. Jude just sat slumped on the cold ground, the intense fear making her unable to even stand up. On the way back, the Wrath curiously asked Raon Zieghart, how did you manage to summon those madness bugs? Raon Zieghart replied, I would not dare use that disgusting stuff. I just fed her a poison pill that caused her temporary, but severe unbearable pain. Wait a second, does that mean you were actually reading her thoughts earlier? The Wrath's eyes went incredibly wide. Raon Zieghart casually answered, you can easily rely on a few hidden clues to probe others. Other people cannot see through it at all, but I certainly can. Hearing that, the Wrath's face filled with dark lines. He was starting to see the guy in front of him in a whole new light. This was the real Monster. After that, while I was still completely obsessed with my hardcore training, the day to return to the training camp finally arrived. During that whole time, despite trying endlessly until departure day, I still could not manifest an aura. Right now on the training academy field, everyone was chatting excitedly. Glenn Zieghart quietly thought to himself that 42 people had passed the test, leaving only a quarter of the original number standing. Rimmer, you really are super strict about results. Raon Zieghart. A sudden call came from behind him. It turned out to be Raon Sullivan. You and I both know this awkward silence, right? Just like last time, they stood hesitating. Raon Sullivan was deep in thought, recalling her mother's words. So young Master Raon Zieghart actually helped our daughter train. A few days ago, back at the grand estate of the Sullivan family, Raon Sullivan was relaxing and eating cake when she heard that question. She replied, yes. The silver-haired woman sitting opposite her immediately asked, did you greet him and say thank you when he gave me snacks? Yes. What about the time he actually helped you with your training sessions? Raon Sullivan casually replied, no. Her mother raised an eyebrow and questioned again. Why not? Father strictly told me I should never initiate a conversation with a boy first. Her mother narrowed her eyes and smiled warmly. Aha, I get it now, but when showing pure gratitude, gender does not matter at all in life. If you receive help from someone, you must always respect and thank them. That is just basic common courtesy. Raon Sullivan zoned out listening to her mother's lesson. Got it? Do not forget that. Raon Sullivan carefully memorized this piece of advice. Remembering those exact instructions, Raon Sullivan finally broke the silence and spoke up. Thank you. Huh, oh yeah. Raon Zieghart was caught completely off guard, suddenly receiving a polite thank you from Raon Sullivan. Why is she randomly saying thanks? The wrath suddenly popped out and asked. Raon Zieghart grimaced and muttered back, I do not know. How would I know? Having successfully delivered her thanks like unlocking an achievement, Raon Sullivan turned and walked away. Just then, not too far away, another loud voice called out. Young Master Raon Zieghart. Dorian came whining toward him. Young Master, how have you been? Because I seriously think I'm going to drop dead. When I was just a temporary trainee, I already felt like I was dying, right then and there. So I cannot even imagine how much harder it will be now that I am an official academy student. I keep having constant nightmares about it. Last night I tossed and turned and could not sleep at all, terrified I will fail. And by the way, seriously, wah. A string of loud complaints hit like a punch to the ear, leaving Raon Zieghart totally blank. Even the wrath felt insanely annoyed by this. Why do you talk so much? But I am really glad. Young Master Raon Zieghart is the top student. If young Master Burden was the top guy, I would honestly still be ranting. Suddenly, from right behind Dorian's back, a very familiar figure quietly appeared, and it was Burden himself. Seeing the angry face of the guy he just trash-talked, Dorian panicked hard. Maybe the stuff that Dorian said did not actually bother Burden. He walked right past him, heading straight for Raon Zieghart. The two locked eyes, waiting to see who would speak first. Burden bowed slightly. I apologize, I admit my defeat last week. Crazy, right? Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Let's dive back in. Burden finally owns up to his pathetic behavior, taking Raon completely by surprise. But get this, Burden firmly declares he isn't giving up. No matter what it takes, I'm going to stand proudly right in front of you, Burden announces. I'm not backing down, and I'm definitely not quitting. With that, Burden turns around and walks off looking completely serious. Then wrath suddenly pops out. Watching Burden leave, Raon mutters to himself. I can't believe a 13-year-old kid actually knows how to admit his mistakes. Guess that prestigious family upbringing really makes a difference. He just got beaten to a pulp, yet he still doesn't know his place. Go after him and gouge his eyes out. Wrath, the king of essence, furiously screams, absolutely losing his mind. This outcome is good enough as it is, so just calm down. Raon has to speak up to stop him. Who the heck cares about that? Wrath is still totally seething. But right then, a voice cuts through all the chaos. Sorry I'm late, kids. Instructor Rimmer steps in, awkwardly scratching his head. I kinda overslept because I had a bit too much to drink yesterday. You all got some decent rest, right? First off, a massive congratulations to all of you for finally becoming official trainees. Starting today, we are officially kicking off your real training program. Overall, things will run exactly like they did before. But from now on, we're going to add a few brand new training courses to the mix. For our very first session, we'll learn the proper method for cultivating aura. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes through the room. A woman with long hair bursts in, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. And her first words, a string of curses. Damn it, this stupid door wouldn't open. I was seriously about to get into some major trouble. Dorian completely panics when he sees her. Rimmer, on the other hand, just smirks and says, well, look who finally decided to show up. Now pay close attention here because this is wild. I'm not her instructor, but she's actually a trainee who failed the last batch. Since all of you will be training together from this point forward, why don't you go ahead and say hello to your new classmates? The woman confidently introduces herself. I'm Martha Zieghart from the direct Zieghart bloodline. Rimmer chimes in, she looks tough, but she's actually super nice. Rimmer tries to introduce Martha, but she immediately cuts him right off. First things first, who exactly is the top trainee around here? Martha glares around the room. There's no way I'm letting some lower-class scrub stand above me. I need to see which bastard is holding that #1 spot. Naturally, everyone's eyes slowly shift straight toward Raon. Get out here, let's fight and see what you've got. As for Martha, her eyes light up with pure battle-hungry excitement as she drops her challenge. Why don't we just throw down right now? Martha paces around, tossing out provocations. Is my luck just terrible? Why am I always getting tangled up with people like this? Raon just lets out a tired sigh. I'm Glenn Zieghart, and I am the #1 trainee. Raon steps forward and speaks up. Martha lets out an absolutely thrilled gasp. You really don't look like a top-ranked trainee at all. All right then. Martha starts sizing Raon up from head to toe. She cracks her knuckles loudly. Enough talking. One fight is all it takes to find out. Burren suddenly snaps. Why are you being so insanely rude? Martha instantly loses her temper. Are you really disrespecting your senior like that, you little brat? She furiously stomps toward Burren, ready to tear into him. If you keep spouting stupid garbage like that, you're going to die right here on the spot. Next time you better think twice and choose your words a lot more carefully. Martha coldly threatens him. But Burren isn't a pushover either, snapping right back. Glenn Zieghart was officially recognized as the top trainee right in front of the Lord and all the instructors. Are you saying you doubt their decision? Martha smirks. Oh, I thought you threw a massive tantrum over that exact same thing, didn't you? Martha purposely rubs salt in the wound, but surprisingly, Burren shoots back without missing a beat. Yeah, that's exactly why I did it. I never want to look back at that pathetic, embarrassing version of myself again, he proudly declares. Let's pause for a second. Even Raon is thinking, wow, Burren has really changed. But then Runan Sullian randomly jumps right in front of Raon out of nowhere. She throws both arms wide open, acting like a shield to keep Martha away from Raon. Staring her down, Runan Sullian calmly demands, stay away from him. Oh, how touching. What a beautifully tragic friendship. Is the weak protecting the pathetic? Martha looks them up and down, dripping with pure sarcasm. If I keep pushing this, I guess I'll be the one looking like the bad guy. Martha angrily scratches her head and starts walking. Whatever, I'll just be the villain. But you know what, I, Martha Zieghart, absolutely despise cowardly punks who hide behind other people. You guys are even more pathetic than the arrogant ones. The moment those words drop, Martha practically teleports past both Burren and Runan Sullian, suddenly appearing right in Raon's face. Both of them freeze in shock and whip their heads around. Martha swings her right arm, her fist literally glowing with energy. Raon casually blocks it. He stays totally calm. With just one tiny flawless movement, he makes Martha's glowing punch completely miss. Absolute shock instantly takes over Martha's entire face. While Martha is totally stunned, Raon is already winding up to counterattack with a massive punch of his own. Martha scrambles to quickly defend herself. However, that strike is so ridiculously heavy that even with her guard fully up, the sheer force of it blasts her back several meters. Watching this insane clash unfold, Burren is completely blown away and can only gasp. Instructor Rimmer acts like he knew it all along, just silently smiling. And Martha is no exception. Blown completely backward, she looks just as stunned as everyone else. She never expected his punch to pack that much raw power. Martha mutters to herself. This is absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of dark aura erupts completely around her body. Hey, Martha starts stomping heavily toward Raon. Every single step she takes cracks the ground, leaving massive, terrifying craters in her wake. And that's where we leave it. Martha is stubbornly ready to crush Raon no matter what, but then a flash of light. Stick with me here. Rimuro steps in, grabbing Martha's wrist. That is enough, she freezes. When did he even arrive? He raises an eyebrow. Martha, you really underestimate me. Even if you think I am easygoing, do not treat me like I am invisible. Bo and Runan Sullian might have mastered their aura, but Jaon has not. Do you really think winning with such a huge advantage is something to celebrate? That cuts right through Martha's pride. Her body literally starts shaking with anger. I will let you fight him fairly, Rimuro adds. You can spar once he learns to use his aura. Feeling humiliated, she slaps Rimuro's hand away. I was going to stop anyway. Rimuro turns to Jaon. Return to your position. Yes, sir, Jaon replies. But inside, the wrath is absolutely losing his mind. What are you doing? How dare you let that brat attack us? You should have torn her limbs off and locked her in ice for 1,000 years. The Emperor is raging. I did fight back, Jaon calmly replies. But the Emperor is not having it. How is that enough? You should have taken her head clean off. The Emperor keeps grumbling, totally unsatisfied. But Jaon just thinks, no, not yet. Keeping a perfectly straight face, Jaon walks away. It is way better to fight her when I actually need something from her. I will bait her with this top student title. He is already plotting his next move. Just wait, he tells the Emperor. Next time I will put on a real show. Now pay attention here. Out on the sunny training grounds, it is intense. Students are sweating through brutal drills when the instructor finally yells, "All right, everyone take a 10-minute break." This workout looks absolutely punishing. The second the break starts, Bodan chugs his water bottle down to the very last drop. You can see it all over him. He is drenched in sweat. Just as I thought, this is not easy at all. I already mastered the 2-star high-level martial arts, so it was not too hard at first. But 3-star level is brutal. You have to combine multiple advanced techniques. But what about Jaon? Bodan glances over thinking hard. He only started a month ago. Yet, Jaon is still going full throttle, swinging away during the break. Even for me, it took a whole month just to learn the 7-form punch. And he started learning sword techniques at the exact same time. But wait, it looks like I am not the only one feeling the pressure from his insane progress. Bodan turns his head. He spots someone swinging a sword like an absolute maniac. Are you feeling threatened too? Yep, it is Martha Zieghart. She is practicing her sword play like her life depends on it. Damn it, she mutters. Jaon Zieghart. Even though this is his first time learning martial arts, how can he level up this fast? Taking a quick breather, Martha is totally in denial about his insane progress. It is not like he had prior training like Bodan or Ronan Solian. Plus, his body is not even normal. He still has internal ice damage. How on earth does he train all day in that condition? I absolutely refuse to fall behind like this. She grinds her teeth. Furious, she hypes herself up. My talent is terrifying. That is what everyone always said about me ever since the Zieghart family took me in. I have always been a hunter. I crush all the direct and branch bloodlines. Those useless fools who always bragged about being geniuses. I mocked them when they fell into despair. I am the real genius. I am the absolute best. That is who I used to be. But now, she is terrified of losing control. I know what you were thinking. Total villain breakdown, right? She is spiraling fast. After training, Martha heads back and her butler greets her. You performed exceptionally well today, Lady Martha. Whatever. She brushes him off coldly. The butler watches her, pausing for a moment before speaking up. You really do not need to worry, my lady. What did you just say? Martha whips around, clearly irritated. Like I said, the butler continues smoothly. Because he has been showing off lately, people have simply forgotten. But young Master Jaon has absolutely zero chance of defeating you. He hits right at the core of her insecurity. He will never defeat me, she repeats, trying to convince herself. What makes you say that? Having caught her full attention, the butler leans in. It is because young Master Jaon has a fatal weakness he can never overcome. Swish. Meanwhile, Jaon is still out there, grinding without a break. Panting heavily, he catches his breath. Hey, I want to ask you something. Suddenly, a random student walks right up to him. Can you check my posture? No questions. Jaon shuts him down instantly. The guy looks super disappointed. But your sword play is so good. Suddenly, a girl steps out of the shadows, slow clapping. Impressive. I never expected you to keep up with my training so quickly. You are even better than a genius, learning this fast. And guess who it is? None other than Martha. She hits him with fake praise first, then her face turns completely cold. But since your mana sensitivity is so pathetic, no matter how much you train, it is totally useless. What a shame. Maybe you could at least become a decent sword instructor. The other students just stand there totally stunned. Meanwhile, chilling on a bench by the training grounds. Rimuro watches the whole thing go down completely calm. Nobody says a single word. This is exactly what I thought. Martha looks around, realizing her little psychological attack worked perfectly. And here's what we need to remember. Everyone still thinks this idiot has not mastered aura after 4 whole months. Flashing back, the butler gave her the dirt. Young Master Jaon. Let's dive right in. 0 aura talent. Martha was completely stunned by the butler's latest report. Since you were adopted later, you probably didn't know. But during the official assessment ceremony, young Master Javan scored dead last in mana sensitivity. Javan is the only one in the 5th training hall without aura. That bronze medal only gets him an intermediate training manual, nothing more. Or honestly, maybe just a tiny bit better than the basic beginner stuff every random kid learns on day 1. But he still hasn't mastered a single technique, so that assessment test was definitely accurate. Sure, he might be an absolute beast at swordsmanship and combat. But without aura, he can never become a true martial artist. Martha smirked. I was so mad about losing to that guy, but he is not even worth my time anymore. She was still smiling smugly when suddenly Ronan Solian materialized right in front of her, her face completely dark and angry. Got something to say, Ronan Solian replied, completely cold. Just get out. Oh, is that all? Leave, Ronan Solian repeated firmly. Martha didn't even try to argue back. Fine, whatever. I have to attend the main family class anyway. She yelled that last part on purpose, while Ronan Solian stared off. Pitch black outside, but the academy training hall lights were still blazing. On the bench sat a student who just finished an insanely brutal workout. None other than Javan. Yeah, that is enough for today, he muttered, letting out a heavy breath. Now watch this guy. dripping in sweat, but Javan still flashed a massive satisfied grin. So fun. Back on the battlefield, I didn't learn proper martial arts. Just survival. Just killing. Only my pure assassination skills leveled up. I couldn't learn anything else back then. I honestly never expected that learning normal martial arts to improve myself would be this fun. Are you out of your mind? I cannot believe you just stood there while getting insulted. The wrath suddenly popped out, flying in circles. He kept yelling. But Javan just casually replied, insulted, yeah, that dark-haired girl. She kept bad-mouthing you, the wrath explained. Javan totally brushed it off. Oh really, I was too focused to hear anything. Well, you need to pay attention. If she ever talked to me like that, I would have frozen her solid. The wrath kept whining while Javan stayed perfectly calm. I already told you fighting her right now gives me zero benefits. Even without my ultimate fire skills, I could easily crush her. Saying that, Javan headed for the door. But the second he opened it, there was Ronan Sullian. Ronan Sullian was holding some kind of small box. It was super late, so Javan looked totally surprised. Hey, why are you out here? Ronan Sullian silently popped the lid off. The box in her hands was full of sweets. Just eat. Javan grabbed a piece, instantly feeling a freezing, refreshing chill against his fingertips. Wow, so cold. What is this? Eat. That was her only word. Javan froze. You and I know the rule, an assassin never eats random food. But surely she would not poison me, right? He took a bite and his eyes immediately went wide. Whoa, what is this? The wrath looked absolutely hyped. In the demon realm, I never tasted anything this incredibly sweet, and it is freezing cold too. What is this stuff? How does it taste? Ronan Sullian asked. Meanwhile, the wrath was begging like a kitten, give me more. I want more, Javan stammered back, it is so good. They are ice cream, mochi, Ronan Sullian said before quickly turning away. She left Javan completely confused. Huh, wait up. The wrath was still greedy. Just hand over one more before you leave. She's so weird, why not give us another bite? Even Javan was clueless. Was she actually worried about me? Ronan Sullian honestly loves sweets like a little kid. There were only 4 pieces and she completely saved one just for me. She probably fought a massive mental battle. Javan smiled softly. I will definitely have to pay her back later. Then just ask her for another piece, the wrath demanded. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, voices echoed from the lit castle. I am back, Javan. Wow, what took you so long? You literally just got back a single week ago. Are you hungry right now? I can whip something up immediately. No, I am perfectly fine. Hurry up. This is the official report I am sending over to the Intermediate Martial Arts Hall. Javan was holding a secret letter, reading the details carefully. So what did they say? He asked. Yudo bowed her head respectfully. Not much. They just ordered a closer investigation because your swordsmanship and pure combat skills are leveling up way too fast. But they basically lost interest since you lack aura. And what about my mother? Javan completely changed the subject. Yudo answered very carefully. I think they are also losing interest in Lady Sylvia. Honestly, they will probably recall me soon, she guessed. Javan realized the problem. Not good, I still need to use her. The maid stammered slightly. Young master. Are you purposely avoiding aura training? Javan was surprised but flashed a mysterious smile. Who knows? What do you think? Yudo practically trembled at that answer. Never mind. I apologize for asking something so out of line. All right then, you can step out, Javan ordered. The Emperor popped back up. So what do you and I think? Is he faking it? Glenn Zieghart fires back. Using the situation and your surroundings for your own benefit, that is just pure genius. Why are you so annoying? I have never been like that. Stick with me here because the Emperor has absolutely no clue what is happening. Glenn Zieghart sighs. Whatever, let us just go train. The Emperor startles in pure shock. Wait again. He panics. Hey kid, go to sleep. But Glenn Zieghart pushes the window open and steps right out. Time to train. As he heads outside, Glenn Zieghart freezes in his tracks. Right in front of him, Instructor Rimmer sits playing with some birds waiting for him. Instructor Rimmer, oh, can you not sleep? Why are you out here? Glenn Zieghart asks. Rimmer stands up and calmly replies, I came to teach you. Rimmer pats his shoulder. I will show you your attribute. In the dead silence of the forest, a single footstep echoes. That footstep belongs to Rimmer. Glenn Zieghart is absolutely pumped and ready for his lesson. He complains, I thought you were actually going to teach me about my magical attributes or something. Why are we just taking a walk out here? Stop complaining and just wait. I might be a little lazy, but I am an absolutely brilliant teacher, Rimmer calmly replies. Glenn Zieghart pushes back. How exactly will you teach me about magic attributes out here? Glenn Zieghart impatiently demands answers. Rimmer just glances over at him and says, I still cannot forget the very first time I saw your special training technique in action. Like a fire burning as hot as liquid magma. It is completely different from normal training techniques. He tried adapting to his body's freezing cold using that fire rather than just clearing it out of his mana circuits. If Glenn Zieghart can actually manage to master this insane skill, Rimmer's thoughts break as he notices Glenn Zieghart suddenly stop and lean heavily against a giant tree trunk. It seems Glenn Zieghart is completely exhausted. All right, this spot should be good enough. Glenn Zieghart looks totally confused by Rimmer's sudden words. They are completely surrounded by thick trees now. Maybe this is actually the perfect isolated spot for them to train together. In the middle of the woods. Why out here? Rimmer just smirks. He raises his hand and suddenly glowing green streams of wind begin erupting, growing stronger and spreading absolutely everywhere. The winds center entirely around Rimmer, violently swirling just like a massive hurricane. Now watch this closely. I wanted to create a wind blade to protect my lord. What you are seeing right now, Rimmer explains, is the exact wind I chose. Following his exact words, the fierce wind grows even stronger. Glenn Zieghart reaches out his hand to feel the breeze, feeling a bit deeply nostalgic about the day of his test. I did intentionally weaken it, so you could get used to it, but you honestly act like you are not scared of it at all. Rimmer confirms he is definitely not acting like a kid. I felt this wind since birth because I am an elf, but you are just a regular human. Plus, your mana circuits are completely filled with freezing energy, making this way harder for you. There are many types of wind, warm, cold, or razor sharp. I wanted a wind blade that could pierce absolutely anything, and I achieved exactly that. Now you have to find your own unique element. Just think about the exact flame you want to grasp. But we are in the north. Unless you literally burn down this forest, you will not see a decent fire. Glenn Zieghart replies with heavy disappointment. Rimmer casually waves his hand and answers back. If we did that, we would get our heads chopped off immediately. But then he looks right at Glenn Zieghart, flashing a very weird, mysterious smile. However, there is one place that is absolutely perfect for you. As he speaks, the scene instantly shifts to a stone building where someone sits right by a roaring hearth. Hey, old man, I am back. From the outside, Rimmer leads Glenn Zieghart right into the room. The guy sitting by the fire grumbles. I still have absolutely no idea why this flame is acting up today. Oh, it is just you. Looks like tonight is another complete failure. Rimmer laughs awkwardly. Glenn Zieghart glances around, sweat completely dripping down his face. Where exactly are we? This place holds the hottest, brightest flame in the entire north. Rimmer introduces the area, a massive coal forge. What useless thing did you bring this time? The blacksmith gruffly asks. Hey, he is the grandson of the family head. Rimmer quickly reminds him of Glenn Zieghart's high status. Himph, I am just a retired old man now. I do not care unless the family head comes here himself. Glenn Zieghart stands there listening, but I know you and I can tell his mind is completely captivated by something else. Wait, what? Is this really fire? His entire absolute focus gets completely swallowed by the roaring blaze inside that forge. In my past life, I saw countless fires, ones I made myself, high-tier fire magic from master mages, you name it. But these flames right here. The insane temperature, the raw visual. This is the exact flame image I want. Unconsciously, Glenn Zieghart reaches out his hand to grab the searing phantom flame in front of him, suddenly realizing the fire is sharply dying down. Ah, he snaps his head back, catching the old blacksmith secretly chuckling. The old man just lowered the intense heat. Perfect timing too, because he is finally introducing his name. My name is Van. Hearing that legendary name instantly shocks Glenn Zieghart to his core. If you want polite manners, you better go somewhere else. Van does not even look back, bluntly, trying to kick Glenn Zieghart out. Glenn Zieghart is still completely paralyzed in pure disbelief, hearing that man's identity. The world-famous artisan renowned absolutely everywhere for his godlike crafting skills. This is actually Van. You literally forged the true heavenly sword for Glenn J. But wait, he vanished entirely 30 years ago. Yet here he is just hiding out. It is an absolute honor to meet you. I am Glenn Zieghart. He bows with massive respect and introduces himself. Did you tell him about me? Vaughn snaps at Rimmer. Not at all, Rimmer replies defensively. That old guy used to be an artisan for the Zieghart family before retiring. Yeah, he is a fully retired master crafter, but he has guarded this flame for 10 solid years just to hide its true heat. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the heat. Rimmer turns to Van and asks, can you do me a favor? The old man grumbles back in pure annoyance. Why don't you just go to the regular blacksmiths? Way too many spies around there. I refuse to let anyone else see this technique before he actually masters it. Vaughn narrows his eyes at Rimmer. What exactly do you mean by that? Because Raon is Sylvia's kid, nobody is paying any attention to him right now. Suddenly, a subtle shift flashes right through Van's cold eyes. He quietly turns around, looking at the young boy one more time. Raon politely places a hand on his chest. I promise not to bother you. Just please let me feel the heat of this flame. Van simply stares at him, totally silent. I'm making charcoal right now, he finally says. Golden charcoal creates a way hotter fire than white or black. I've been making it here for 10 whole years. Just don't bother me and do whatever. That's basically a hidden yes. Raon lights up with joy. Thank you so much, sir. A little while later, Van and Rimmer are chatting outside. Rimmer smirks. You're actually a pretty nice guy, though I really didn't expect you to accept that easily. If you treat the kid right, I'll bring you some top-tier liquor. Rimmer slaps Van on the shoulder. It's not because of you. Rimmer is totally caught off guard by that answer. Van finally confesses the truth. The furnace fire flared up like crazy when that kid walked in, shattering the bottom coals. That kid actually has the raw power to control flames. If it's him, Vaughn hesitates for a second. I think he can make my dream a reality. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. Inside, Raon begins his deep meditation, ready to awaken his technique. He thinks to himself, for 7 whole months visiting this forge, I've been picturing the exact flame I want to wield. Raon sits perfectly still. Fire. I get it now. A fiercely burning flame. People always say fire is the most terrifying and destructive element out there. But if you can completely control it, that's a whole different ballgame. In his mind, Raon stands face to face with that roaring massive inferno. A fully tamed flame is stronger than any other element, and his cultivation technique has officially been awakened. Absolute peak performance. The image of Limdaya stands right beside him. Just imagine the exact form of the flame you truly desire, he says. That memory snaps Raon wide awake. The flame he truly needs. Robert's face flashes through his mind as Raon floats in a void filled with all his ultimate goals. Helping Shiva secure that main branch title is the path leading straight to his final objective. Pitch black darkness everywhere, totally blind. But the harder he thinks, the clearer his true goals appear right in front of him. A torch lighting up the dark path, a fire burning away the monster hordes. As he steps closer, the flame erupts with even more intense heat, an enduring eternal flame. He stares at it completely mesmerized. The longer he looks, the more he realizes this is the exact fire he's been searching for. He completely sinks into it, becoming one with that massive pool of energy. His physical body out in the real world is starting to feel it clearly too. An incredibly potent fire energy is rushing straight through his veins. The extreme heat of the forge is slowly soaking deep into his skin. I need to focus, grab hold of it, and feel it just a little bit more. Inside his mind, Raon is blown away by this brand new power. Is this a state of absolute nothingness? Can I actually see my own subconscious mind right in front of my eyes? If I just focus a tiny bit more. But suddenly, a bizarre, chilling blue energy bursts right out of his left hand. I know what you're thinking. Everything was going so well, right? But then a creepy laugh echoes out. It's my turn now, the voice sneers. Didn't I warn you already? I told you I'd wait until you were at your absolute weakest. Freeze. Raon desperately tries to fight back, totally caught off guard. I got way too careless. Why did it have to be right now? He suddenly remembers. I totally forgot he's been so quiet lately. He's no ally, this guy is a literal demon actively trying to steal my life away. Staring down this bizarre evil force that's threatening him once again, he officially recognizes the enemy. It is the Demon King himself. He thrashes around inside his own mind. Damn it, it feels like my body is being ripped to shreds. I can't even breathe right now. He frantically searches for a way out. If I move right now, I die. But if I stop my fire technique, I'm also dead. I have to gather up my own aura right now. Raon grits his teeth with pure determination, struggling to move. But things are looking incredibly grim when half of your body is already frozen solid. To survive this, I need to use my brain. I need to think, but my mind is getting so cloudy. The Demon King cruelly mocks him. Your little struggle is just so beautiful to watch. What's wrong? Did you really think you could withstand my power like you did last time? Totally useless. Your body and your soul belong to me now. Raon's eyes seem defeated by the overwhelming power, slowly losing their bright spark and going dull. The Demon King keeps spitting out toxic words, trying to completely shatter the kid's mental hope. All your desperate efforts to stay alive are completely pointless. You're no different from that pathetic guy working out in the furnace, he continues. But don't worry, I'll definitely get your revenge for you. Hearing him say that, Raon suddenly gasps, realizing something huge. The furnace. The furnace. A brilliant idea flashes right through his mind. So what do you and I make of this insane all-or-nothing risk? He grabs this tiny sliver of hope because if he just sits there and does absolutely nothing, he's totally dead. Instead of absorbing the natural mana heated by the furnace, I'm going to absorb the mana directly from the forge itself. One incredibly powerful flame. Alright, stick with me here. This fire is way hotter, able to swallow and absorb absolutely everything. With pure determination, a blazing red flame suddenly ignites right inside his inner world. The Demon King totally panics, screaming out, "What the hell are you doing?" Our boy just replies with one cold word, "Trying." Meanwhile, back in the real world, the old man tosses some extra firewood into the furnace, then casually sits down in his chair. But wait, he notices something off. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire erupts, forcing the poor guy to stumble backward. Hitting the dirt, he stares at this crazy phenomenon and thinks, what in the world? Why did the flames just shoot up like that? I have never seen a fire burn this intensely. He frantically looks around the blazing furnace. What is happening here? Glancing at the kid meditating right in front of it, he wonders if he is the one causing all this chaos. Seeing the boy violently shivering makes him super anxious. The furnace is literally melting, so how could anyone feel cold right now? He slowly steps closer, trying to check on him. Hey kid, are you alright? But he gets absolutely zero response back from him. At this point, the old man is seriously freaking out. Why are you shaking like a leaf? Come on, say something. Before he can finish, Rimmer steps in and blocks him. The old man asks Rimmer. The red-haired guy immediately warns him. Leave him be, do not touch him. Losing his cool, the old man yells, what are you saying? He could literally die, Rimmer desperately explains. He is in a completely unstable state right now. There is absolutely nothing we can do. If we interfere, he will cough up blood and die. Both of them are totally helpless. Is that the deadly cold you mentioned? Can we really do nothing? Rimmer is just as frustrated. It is simply too dangerous. He can only pray. Jaeyeon, please do not die. Meanwhile, inside his mind, he is fighting that lethal cold with everything he has. Now watch this closely. Fire energy surrounds his body, while wrath attacks his mind. Stop this right now, you cannot do a thing. Jaeyeon fiercely roars back at him. Total nonsense, I already died a pathetic death once. His eyes burn with pure resolve. My past life was a joke, and I died full of absolute regrets. I am definitely not repeating that. Even the thick ice freezing his body cannot stop his insane drive to grab that external flame. Suddenly, the thermometer maxes out and shatters completely. The old man panics. It is too hot, the whole furnace is going to explode. It just cannot handle this crazy temperature spike. Rimmer stands there completely unable to help. He stares directly at Jaeyeon sitting by the furnace. The mana inside is rapidly gathering together. Jaeyeon realizes something truly mind-blowing. Is it absorbing mana? Deep inside, Jaeyeon lets out a furious battle cry. Wrath pushes back hard but simply cannot break his iron will. After an epic struggle, he finally succeeds in grabbing the ultimate flame. Boom. A massive explosion rocks his mind and reality itself. The overloaded furnace blows up the entire house, sending smoke everywhere. Rimmer only cares about his student, screaming out, Jaeyeon, are you okay? Come on, answer me right now. The old man yells his name too, but looking closely through the smoke, Rimmer spots something absolutely unbelievable. A stunningly beautiful flame is wrapped entirely around Jaeyeon. Rimmer instantly recognizes that legendary power as the Golden Fire. You and I both know what happens next system time. He officially learns the Myriad Fire skill. Then a massive flood of alerts pops up. The skill instantly hits 2 stars from the extreme heat. Fire resistance is officially created. That nasty frost curse completely melts away and his awful poor stamina trait vanishes. All that freezing air condenses into a frost aura. Suddenly, a perfect snowflake literally forms right in his hand. He catches it gently in his palm. The frost aura jumps straight to 2 stars thanks to freezing wrath. Surviving the crisis, he finally catches his breath. Things actually went way better than expected. I can start leveling up right now. I never thought I would gain this much. He glances at the system screen and goes, wait, huh? Reading through the insane notifications, he is totally speechless. The sheer amount of rewards makes Jaeyeon literally freeze in shock. Is this a dream? It is giving me absolutely everything. In just one single moment, I unlock things that normally take years of brutal grinding to achieve. Even Wrath got tamed. It is now his official spirit beast, furiously shouting out loud, damn it. It flies around throwing a massive tantrum. What exactly are you? Your mind is so incredibly weak. How did you even survive that level of pain? Jaeyeon looks extremely smug right now. I never said I could not handle it, so do not misunderstand me. But he is still keeping his guard up against this little demon. Honestly, I almost died this time around, so I really need to play it safer. After this stunt, definitely. Even if they bonded slightly, it is still an enemy. He knows he cannot let it see his real weaknesses or hidden secrets. Suddenly, a hesitant voice calls out, are you actually okay? It is the old man. He turns and says, oh, I am perfectly fine. Still totally shaken, the old man asks, you unlocked an aura. Jaeyeon humbly nods. Yeah, thanks to you. Looking at the ruined shop, he says, sorry about the exploded furnace. The man sighs in relief. Hey, as long as you are alive. And trust me, you and I know his journey just started. Stick with me here. The old man just said he will build a new one, looking back at the dying furnace. But suddenly, he spots something. Huh, both of them are completely glued to it. Glenn Zieghart immediately asks, what is that? Even the master blacksmith himself is not entirely sure what he is looking at. He steps closer, muttering to himself. Grabbing a shovel nearby, he reaches deep into the glowing furnace and suddenly pulls out 3 pieces of shiny golden coal. Absolutely dazzling. Its sheer beauty makes it impossible to look away. Golden coal. The old man suddenly remembers all those harsh rumors from the past. They used to mock him, saying he probably wrecked the furnace again. He wanted to forge golden coal. People never stopped whispering behind his back. For years, everyone said golden coal was just a silly myth. They thought he was going crazy from boredom after retiring from his craft. Staring at the ultimate masterpiece he spent his entire life trying to create, he looks right at Glenn Zieghart. It seems you are not the only lucky one. He holds out the shovel, letting the kid get a good look at it. This is golden coal burning hotter than white coal and way longer. Stronger than black coal too. Because of you, I finally created the exact thing I chased for decades. Seriously, thank you. Raon Zieghart just stands there totally amazed. Raon Zieghart reaches out feeling the intense heat radiating off the golden coal. I did not do anything, he says. The old blacksmith just nods his head, smiling. He explains that every time Raon Zieghart trained, the fire grew stronger. His breathing technique literally fueled the flames, spreading that massive heat all over the place. I am just a rough guy swinging a hammer, but I know exactly what you did here. It is all thanks to you, he continues speaking. So let me ask you, Raon Zieghart, what is your goal? Faced with this question, he hesitates. Watch closely because this moment right here is super important. The master clarifies so the kid can really picture it. What kind of swordsman do you actually want to become? Without missing a beat, Raon Zieghart confidently answers, I want to be a swordsman who absolutely never gives up no matter how terrifying the opponent standing in front of me is. This epic answer makes the old man look at him with pure respect. I never expected a kid your age to say something so profound. A swordsman who never quits. In 3 to 5 years, you will be ready for a real sword. Once your mind is sharp and your resolve is steady, come find me. I am going to save these specifically for that day. The incredible items he is talking about are none other than those glowing pieces of golden coal. Raon Zieghart is totally confused and asks, you mean you will forge a sword for me? But I heard you already retired from this entirely. The old man quickly cuts him off. People always come out of retirement, so just make sure you stay alive until then, Raon Zieghart. Sadly, their meeting has finally come to an end. The master blacksmith raises his hand, wishing him a safe journey. Standing up high on a cliff, watching them say goodbye, Rimmer lets out a massive sigh of relief. If you are wondering what happened, the kid actually managed to awaken his aura at long last. He feels way more at ease now. That kid really knows how to make people stress out, huh? Rimmer casually speaks to the person standing directly behind him. Am I right about that family head? Standing right behind him is Glenn Raon Zieghart's strict father. Rimmer completely breaks the heavy tension, just laughing out loud. You came here every single day because you were worried sick about him. You must feel relieved now. But Glenn keeps his serious stone-cold attitude. I absolutely did not come here out of worry, Rimmer continues. It is probably because of the furnace heat, but the purity and sheer amount of his aura is insanely high. The kid stabilized it instantly. What an absolute genius. But Glenn responds with a statement that makes zero sense on the surface. You and I heard that right. He actually turned his flaw into an absolute advantage. Down below, Raon Zieghart keeps walking forward, reaching his hand up. He feels a surge of his brand new power. Meanwhile, over at the 5th training hall, a girl is standing around holding a cute little box. It is June waiting anxiously and thinking to herself, Raon Zieghart, when are you finally coming back? She suddenly remembers all the nasty rumors spreading around. Any news on Raon Zieghart? It has been 7 months without a single spark of aura. Maybe he is not as talented as all those crazy rumors claimed. Young Master Bowen or Lady Martha should just take his spot. He is probably useless. She clutches the small box tightly in her hands, deep in thought. I really want to help him. Mom always said I need to repay the people who helped me. Just as she is completely lost in thought, she looks up toward the gate and spots something. The heavy doors swing open, and right there in front of her is Raon Zieghart finally back. She does not hesitate and quickly rushes over. Raon Zieghart, you are way too slow. I told you not to push yourself. This little demon refuses to lose, and snaps back. Do not get cocky, one of these days I will win. Raon Zieghart completely ignores its rambling, cutting it off just to shut it up. Yeah, do your best. By the time he realizes it, June is already standing right beside him. He looks totally confused by her sudden appearance. Hey, June. She just stands there silently staring at him, slowly opening the box. Inside are the delicious sweet pastries she desperately wanted to give him. June softly cheers him on. You got this. But then she suddenly notices something entirely different about Raon Zieghart. He reaches out, picking up a pastry. Oh, it is that cream flavor from last time, thanks. She immediately realizes his body is giving off this cool, powerful aura that feels so incredibly comforting. It is way stronger now. Now that Raon Zieghart finally has his aura back, he gently holds the sweet treat, just staring at it for a brief moment. Not holding back anymore, he smiles and says thanks a lot. Then he tosses the entire pastry into his mouth in one bite. The little monster nearby watches him and drools with absolute jealousy. So delicious. It instantly knows how good it tastes. It has been forever, but this is still peak flavor. Just eat the last 2 already. Raon Zieghart cannot stand its greedy attitude and secretly scolds it in his mind. You do realize this is her food, right? Stop being greedy and control yourself. He closes the box. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see his next fight. Stick with me here, we're jumping right in. He takes a bite. Delicious. Thanks. She looks confused. Is he really done eating? Glenn Zieghart politely declines. One is plenty for me. Thanks. Jan looks super worried, leaning in to check on his health. Are you feeling any better? For a second, he just zones out completely before finally letting out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Yeah, I'm doing much better. Hearing that, her worries instantly vanish. She smiles brightly, her eyes practically sparkling with absolute relief. Good. She awkwardly hugs the pastry box and turns away. He just stands there quietly, watching her silhouette slowly fade into the distance. Raon Zieghart chuckles to himself. What a weird girl. Meanwhile, Instructor Lim casually steps up to the main announcement podium right in the middle of the campus. His voice booms across the courtyard. Listen up, just doing basic training all day long has to be getting boring for you guys. So I prepared something way more special for this month. You've all been grinding out the basics and cultivating non-stop for 7 whole months now. It is officially time to awaken your core energy. Down below, the students immediately start whispering, totally confused by this sudden change of plans. Why is he doing this now? I have no idea. What exactly is he plotting? Amidst the absolute sea of nervous chatter, Lim just flashes a sly, knowing smile. He drops the bomb. For the next month, you'll be dueling each other. Out of everyone there, the one person absolutely thrilled by this news, that would be Manhwa. Lim casually adds, the results of these matchups will directly impact your final graduation rankings, kids. Now pay attention, here's where it gets wild. I highly suggest preparing carefully. Suddenly, a hand shoots up from the crowd, totally interrupting him. Wait a second. Manhwa speaks up, her tone pure mockery. What about the dead weight? The ones who still haven't even formed an aura. The moment those words leave her mouth, literally every single head turns to stare straight at Raon Zieghart. Lim just smiles gently and replies, well, luckily, I heard those students finally managed to manifest their aura too. Manhwa is absolutely shell-shocked. She mutters under her breath, wait, since when? Lim just gives a super lazy, half-hearted answer. Maybe yesterday, or today. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Manhwa completely acts up, turning to Raon Zieghart with crazy arrogance. Finally, a real chance. I thought I was gonna die of pure boredom waiting for you. Hearing that trash talk, Raon Zieghart stays ice-cold, totally silent. Taking his silence as weakness, Manhwa steps right up into his personal space. You remember what I told you, right? I never take orders from anyone weaker than me. She just keeps throwing out these aggressive challenges. I put up with you long enough. It must be exhausting faking a rank you don't even deserve. I'm taking this perfect opportunity to end you once and for all. Before she can even spit out another insult, an arm shoots out, blocking her path. The guy stopping her from going overboard is Glenn Zieghart. He raises his voice. Manhwa, back off. The guy hasn't even had his aura for a single full day yet. Do you have any swordsman's honor left at all? Getting called out like that pisses her off. Manhwa pats Glenn Zieghart's shoulder, still keeping that insanely arrogant attitude. Oh, our precious young master. Young master Glenn Zieghart. Growing up in such luxury, you must care deeply about fancy things like honor. But honor is only for those who actually deserve it. Glenn Zieghart desperately tries to cut her off before she causes more trouble. She literally points at the students behind her. Even those total idiots awaken their aura in one single month, but our so-called top student, it took him 6 entire months. Even if it's an advanced technique, average learners take 7 months tops, which clearly means this idiot is completely hopelessly untalented. You and I both know where this is heading. You two took the assessment together, so you know. B-Ray, Zieghart literally cannot stop her toxic insults anymore. She keeps pushing. A swordsman without an aura can never ever make a real name for himself. No matter how insanely good your raw sword skills are, having 0 aura means you're completely useless. Instructor Lim only set up these duels because he wants to replace the top student, right? Saying that, Manhwa turns her head to look straight at Lim. The instructor just shrugs. Who knows, I certainly don't. Manhwa locks her eyes back on her target. Raon Zieghart, you've held the top rank for way too long. It's time you step down. So, exactly like I said, let's duel to decide who actually deserves to be number 1. Raon Zieghart flat out refuses. No. Manhwa's eyes go wide in pure shock, but Raon Zieghart just calmly continues. How can we possibly gamble when there's 0 money on the table? If you actually want my top rank, you need to bet something of equal value. Manhwa looks at Raon Zieghart like he has completely lost his mind. Do you seriously not understand your position? You absolute idiot, literally nobody here is on your side. Without letting her finish that rant, Raon Zieghart drops a savage challenge. Are you scared? He stands there with a completely deadpan face, flashing a cold, mocking smile. Manhwa physically cannot believe her ears. What the hell did you just say? Then she grabs her stomach and bursts into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha, that is actually hilarious. So funny. Shoving her hands deep into her pockets, she smirks. Ha ha, alright fine, I will let that slide for now. You want me to put something on the line? Fine. This is the heavenly pill, a miracle drug for my father. It heavily boosts physical strength and aura. This pure white pearl-like pill is very carefully tucked inside an incredibly fancy premium-looking box. Maha shoves the box right in Raon Zieghart's face. If you somehow win, I'll give you this. How about that? Not a bad deal, right? Raon Zieghart, totally calculating this exact outcome from the start, whispers to Will. Remember when I said we should wait for the perfect time to crush Maha? Will asks, totally confused. What are you saying? Raon Zieghart smirks. I want something specific from Maha. This is our absolute perfect chance to get it. Raon Zieghart secretly celebrates, reeling her in. So what do you and I make of this trap? Pure genius. Fast forward 1 month later, Maha is ready. Let's dive right into this revenge arc. She's standing in her room holding a calendar circled with the big day. After a whole month, payback is finally here. She cracks her knuckles to warm up, flashing back to when Raon Zieghart absolutely crushed her. Before coming here, no one her own age had ever beaten her. That was the very first time someone actually landed a hit on her. Now it's her chance to avenge the total humiliation he handed her 8 months ago. The more Martha thinks about it, the angrier she gets. She scowls. That jerk Raon Zieghart has only been studying aura for 1 month. There's no way he can beat someone with 3 years of training. Honestly, waiting around for a talentless hack like him is just wasting time. She suddenly flashes back to a painful memory. I have to get stronger quickly, she thinks, because there is someone I desperately need to save. Martha's expression is pure determination. She is absolutely certain that this is the end of the line for Raon Zieghart. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart is totally chill, just casually scrolling through his system. The moment has finally arrived for the tournament to start. Instructor Reimer calls out to the crowd. Attention everyone. Watching these matches is just as useful as doing the actual sparring yourselves. Watch the other students closely and plan your moves ahead of time. Don't stress too much, just go out there and give it your all. While the students in the crowd are literally sweating bullets, Reimer announces the lineup. The very first match is between Buren Zieghart and Dune. Buren Zieghart steps up immediately. But down in the crowd, a single violently shaking hand slowly goes up into the air. Professor Reimer looks over. What is wrong? Rodion is looking pale and terrified. I surrender, he blurts out. Everyone freezes. We haven't even started. Rodion grabs his stomach to make an excuse. I don't feel well. I caught a cold yesterday, so I've still got the chills and my whole body aches. Plus, I couldn't sleep all night. Cough, it's true, Professor. Now I know what you're thinking, classic anime logic. Wyatt, standing behind Raon Zieghart, gets furious at the fake act. If that guy was my subordinate, I'd execute him right here. Raon Zieghart isn't surprised at all. I totally saw that coming. Reimer walks over to comfort Rodion. You should try fighting Buren Zieghart. You'll definitely learn something even if you lose. Seeing absolutely no way out, little Rodion finally has to accept the match. Yes, I understand. The match wraps up super fast and the victory obviously goes straight to Buren Zieghart. Rodion collapses, muttering, I give up. Reimer walks over and warns Buren Zieghart, you still cannot control your emotions. If you fought properly, you'd have won in 5 moves. Buren Zieghart quickly explains, I just got blindly angry at his pathetic attitude. Reimer turns to comfort the kid on the floor. Rodion, why do you keep running away? I said you could do it. Fighting back means you last longer. The chubby kid stays pale. I'm sorry, it's just too scary. Reimer quickly keeps the tournament moving, shouting out loud. Alright, next up, the following matchup is introduced. Junin versus Crane. This one looks like a totally evenly matched fight. The signal drops, and the battle begins. Instantly, Crane closes the distance with a heavy slash. Junin just stands there, not dodging, then lightning fast, he draws his own blade. With one strike, he deflects Crane's sword. The opponent is totally stunned by this lightning-fast counterattack. Crane's sword is knocked flying backward, and Reimer immediately calls the fight. That is enough, he steps in with some advice. Crane, you are way too nervous, you need to relax your grip. And Junan, that was a beautiful counterattack. But you wouldn't survive until the very end. Junin just says, understood. Reimer doesn't waste time. Next, the students watching this match are completely hooked. The whole arena is filled with the loud metallic clashing of swords striking each other. Don't blink because here's the fight we've all been waiting for. Things are about to get incredibly intense. It's the ultimate showdown between the two biggest names hyped up before it even started, Martha versus Raon Zieghart. Under Martha's storm of ferocious sword strikes, he fires right back. She launches a brutal vertical slash from straight up high. Raon Zieghart quickly blocks it like it's nothing. The sheer power of their blades clashing sends a massive shockwave blasting outward. Unexpectedly, the impact completely throws off Martha's balance. While she's still trying to recover, Raon Zieghart moves lightning fast, seizing the opening to launch his own deadly strike. Martha panics at the dangerous attack that could instantly finish her off, but her skills are top tier, dodging that fatal blade just in time. Backing away, the fight hits a temporary pause. Martha actually praises Raon Zieghart. I can't believe you blocked all my attacks. I admit you have some real talent, but your skills are strictly limited to basic swordplay. She directly points out his ultimate weakness, a warrior who totally sucks at using aura like you will never actually make it to the top. She finally unleashes her true power, raising her sword high before pushing off her feet to launch herself forward like a rocket. Fast as the wind, she closes in and attacks. With a triumphant smirk, she swings down without a single second of hesitation. Glenn Zieghart frantically raises his blade to defend himself, but Martha's intense aura makes Glenn Zieghart's defense look absolutely pathetic in comparison. She presses her massive advantage, constantly throwing out mocking insults. Oh, you actually blocked that, but how much longer can you keep this up? Aura talent is everything here. So what do you and I think happens next? Let's just say Glenn Zieghart is about to prove everyone wrong. Alright, stick with me here. Your aura is tiny, you'll never be a real warrior. Their swords clash again, and he gets instantly knocked back. Martha threatens him. If you don't surrender right now, my next strike is going to crush every bone in your body. Before she can even finish her sentence, Glenn Zieghart's blade is already right at her neck. She desperately raises her sword to block the sudden lightning-fast attack. Glenn Zieghart finally speaks up. You keep running your mouth about talent. People in your family really overvalue their own natural gifts, don't they? Martha replies with pure disgust. You're just annoyed because you have absolutely zero talent yourself. That's exactly why I need to show you what a real genius can actually do. Facing those harsh, arrogant words, Glenn Zieghart just stays completely calm and drops one absolute truth. If that's the case, I'll show you the exact opposite. Talent isn't the most important thing. With that, he tightly grips his sword and a blazing red fire completely erupts all around him. Martha watches this massive, overwhelming aura explode from his body. Completely caught off guard, she can only let out a shocked gasp. Glenn Zieghart clearly chants his aura technique out loud. 10,000 flames. Art first flame. For the very first time, she's witnessing the truly incredible power of Glenn Zieghart, the guy she honestly thought was completely useless. What is that fire? It's dangerously intense, definitely not your average flame. There is something truly terrifying hiding behind those glowing red sparks. Pure fear is finally starting to show in Martha's eyes. She desperately asks herself, how can something so incredibly beautiful feel this bone-chillingly terrifying to look at? Glenn Zieghart is more than ready to let everyone witness his true strength. Martha's confidence is totally shaken now, leaving her completely speechless and frozen in place. She tightly grips her blade with renewed determination. I guess I need to get serious. Her aura forms a crystal shape, the absolute focal point. Thick brown energy radiates around her body. Seeing this, even Glenn Zieghart has to admit, the focal point is when you compress all your aura into one single spot. Now watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. Glenn Zieghart thinks mastering that at her age, pretty impressive. She's definitely putting everything into this next strike. Martha gets dead serious now. I will admit you are strong, but there is absolutely no way you can block this attack. Glenn Zieghart is completely ready, calmly waiting for his opponent's next massive move. Once again, she gathers her momentum, violently launching herself straight toward her target for an all-out devastating attack. Glenn Zieghart was just waiting for that. He counters her strike instantly, sending the entire surrounding area into absolute chaos. The bystanders watching are totally panicking now. The ground is literally cracking open. What the heck is going on? That insane clash of swords created a massive cloud of dust covering the whole arena. Everyone standing around is intensely watching, waiting for the smoke to finally clear up. The thick dust cloud slowly fades away, completely revealing a shattered blade. The loser lying defeated on the dirt is Martha, while Glenn Zieghart is still standing tall, totally unfazed. We both saw that coming, right? But the crowd is stunned. Glenn Zieghart won. Impossible. What is up with his aura? Glenn Zieghart has definitely secured this absolute win. He drops a few final words to his fallen opponent. Even unconscious, you're still clenching your fist tightly. You have something way better than just raw skill or talent, and that is your mental strength. Meanwhile, in a totally different location, Glenn is sitting on his throne just receiving the shocking news. So Glenn Zieghart actually defeated Martha. Lila continues her detailed report. That's exactly right, sir. He completely crushed her, even though Martha had a 4-year head start on training her aura. That is honestly unbelievable. Glenn can't help but marvel. That blazing flame I saw on that day was absolutely gorgeous. Just like a blooming flower made of pure fire, its power far exceeded its size. But saying this, his expression suddenly turns deeply worried. I'm certain everyone in the family already knows about this. Please guide the boy carefully and do not let him become arrogant. Lila happily accepts the order. Of course, sir. But Glenn doesn't forget to ask the follow-up. But how is Martha doing? Lila reports her current condition. She seems pretty shaken. Her physical wounds will heal easily, but the real issue here is the massive psychological shock she took. Back in her massive room, Martha sits hugging her knees on the bed. Her face is totally dark and lifeless, head hanging down in pure defeat. Let's just hope she can overcome this. Meanwhile, out in the garden, a hand is gently nurturing and planting some soft pink flowers. Raon Zieghart is trying to plant these flowers, but right behind him, Weiss is aggressively yelling, "Can you be a little more careful? Be gentle or I'll freeze you solid." Looking incredibly annoyed, he turns around and claps back. "You can't even do anything anyway, so stop acting so tough, you loudmouth." Feeling totally disrespected, Weiss immediately argues back, "That is only because of your ridiculous elemental resistance ability, you absolute jerk." Raon Zieghart is definitely not in the mood to argue. He just replies, "Glad you finally realized it." Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart thinks to himself, "That night after I absolutely crushed Martha, that awesome miracle pill I received massively boosted my overall stats. The system clearly shows his fourth flame ring has now successfully formed. The flame ring reached level 4. Level 4 is actively strengthening both his body and soul. His raw strength, agility, and overall endurance have spiked wildly. His stamina debuff completely gone. His mana sensitivity debuff also erased. He thinks, honestly, everything I've achieved so far is finally showing its true potential, all thanks to that insane miracle pill. So many things got a major upgrade, but the absolute standout feature is the level 4 water resistance. Thanks to that, Weiss's little ice attacks are completely useless against me now. Since today is my very last day off, I just wanted to chill in the garden." He thinks about this while packing dirt around the flowers, but Weiss is still running its mouth non-stop. "You idiot, you need to dig way deeper than that. That is not how you do it. What are you even doing?" Raon Zieghart feels even more annoyed now. "Why do I have to listen to this guy screaming while gardening?" Weiss keeps yapping, "Use your hands. Trust me, you'll want to stick around. Stick with me here." Those roots didn't snap. His skills are actually solid, leaving Raon Zieghart totally impressed. How does he know so much about gardening? The blue flame keeps bragging. "Back in the demon realm, I always filled gardens with solid ice. Those demons totally respected me for it." But Raon Zieghart, he completely ignores the spirit, feeling way too awkward to even come up with a reply. Ahem. Turns out he already spotted Martha standing completely frozen right by the entrance gate. She stands totally rooted there, super awkward and completely speechless. Raon Zieghart already has a grudge, so every time they meet, they just trade absolute insults. She isn't here to start a fight, right? What does she want? Seeing Martha looking clueless, he just wonders to himself, what's going through her head? I thought she was mature, but is she really just acting like a kid right now? Whatever, that hardly matters. Martha finally blurts out her real goal. "I want a rematch with you, Raon Zieghart." He just completely ignores her obvious challenge. "How pathetic, you still won't accept defeat." Martha awkwardly makes excuses. "I never said I didn't lose. I just don't understand why, so I came to figure it out." Raon Zieghart snaps back. "And what do I get?" Martha gasps. "Huh. Now pay attention here." He deadpan teases her, saying a loser challenging the winner should at least bring some kind of entry gift. Martha is completely baffled. "Nonsense, why pay a fee to fight?" Raon Zieghart casually replies, "Because it's an absolute requirement for me." She grinds her teeth in pure frustration. He clearly doesn't want to fight. "What should I do?" She glances around and spots a flower bush. To finally grab his attention, she actually wonders if she should step right onto these planted flowers. She probes him out loud. "You must really love flowers. What a surprise." But his blunt answer leaves Martha in total absolute shock. Hearing that Martha can only blurt out, he coldly drops the most heartless words. "I don't like flowers. I have no idea why people even like them. I'm literally just gardening for my mother." Seeing her plan totally fail, Martha gets annoyed, clicks her tongue, and pulls her foot back from the flowers. Out of options, she leaves angrily. "TCH, whatever, I'm leaving." Suddenly, a blonde woman calls out from right behind the two of them. "Raon Zieghart, there you are." He spins around surprised, muttering, "Mom." Yes, it is Sylvia. Raon Zieghart's mother steps up and continues speaking. "I was wondering where you went." Then she spots Martha. She says joyfully, "Is that your friend? Your brand new training buddy?" "You and I know who Sylvia is, right? The woman who abandoned her clan for a man and returned just to bravely save her kid. With that dark hair and those golden eyes, she recognizes her instantly. You must be Martha, nice to meet you." Raon Zieghart tries stopping her. "She isn't my friend, let me handle this." But his mom insists, "I just want to chat with your friend." She acts super friendly, walking over to grab Martha's hand and asking, I heard you fought with Raon Zieghart. Did you get hurt?" Martha is completely caught off guard and panics. "I am fine." "Really? I was so incredibly worried." Sylvia continues, "I heard Daniel brought a super talented kid over." She reaches out and gently touches Martha on the cheek. "You are so pretty too, how lucky. Talented and gorgeous." After saying that, she asks for the reason. "But why did you come here?" Martha stammers, "I just wanted to talk to Raon Zieghart about something." Then she tries escaping. "I am all done talking, now I am leaving." But Sylvia gives Martha absolutely zero chance to escape. She grabs the awkward girl by the hand and warmly invites her to stay for dinner. "I can't let Raon Zieghart's friend go home with an empty stomach." Martha gets even more shy. What? She has zero idea how to refuse, just stuttering. Well that. Obviously, Martha totally fails at trying to reject Sylvia. She ends up sitting at the dining table, looking insanely awkward. Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart's mom happily carries out delicious plates of food for the two. Raon Zieghart looks stone cold on the outside, but inside he's super confused. What is this? Why is mom being so nice? Opposite them, she endlessly talks to Martha about Raon Zieghart. Raon Zieghart really loves meat stew, so I am always making this exact dish, making Martha unable to focus on eating. Yes. She sits down to ask questions. Their conversation begins here. You are 1 year older than Raon Zieghart, right? Yes, I am 15. Have you had any trouble during your training? Not really. We have a great chef, but the meat here isn't as good as the main house, so it might taste different from what you usually eat. Martha slowly puts a piece of food in her mouth. Sylvia gently touches her shoulder. She thoughtfully advises with gentle eyes, chew carefully, don't get a stomachache. Instantly, an image of her own mother flashes in her mind. Her mom used to say the exact same thing. Chew carefully, don't get a stomachache. That was back before everything terrible happened to her. She happily obeyed back then, ready to enjoy the meal. Yes, Mom. Now she eats the food while getting completely choked up with raw emotion. After finishing her meal, Martha thanks Sylvia and finally heads out. That was delicious, thank you. Sylvia walks her to the door and waves goodbye. She makes sure to add, please take good care of Raon Zieghart. Seeing Martha acting so shy, Raon Zieghart mutters to Water, what is this? So what do we make of this? I swore she came to fight. Did she eat something weird? The blue flame is just as clueless. Alright, stick with me here. We're picking up with Martha walking home totally lost in thought. She figures Raon Zieghart thinks she's completely crazy. But that look in his eyes, it was just like her mother's. She couldn't say no. Then Sylvia's face flashes into her mind. Sylvia's face, hair, and voice were totally different. But in that exact moment, Martha felt the very same warmth as being with her mom. She remembers that comforting feeling of her mother's presence. And then the dark memories flood back. Everything she had to endure. After those absolute scumbags from the white blood cult kidnapped her mom, Joel took her in. She swore she'd never lose a single fight until she found her again. And she kept that promise until now. Her mind is literally crumbling. Because today, she actually lost. Her adopted father only took her in for her talent. If she loses like this, he might just kick her out. Just thinking about it makes her totally panic. Her dad is gentle, sure, but what if it's all an act? If he kicks her out, her hope of finding her mom is gone. Martha grits her teeth. She shouldn't have lost. Arriving home, the butler is already waiting for her. Lady Martha, welcome back. You're back much later than I expected. Martha is totally caught off guard. Wait, you were waiting for me. The butler replies, yes, to deliver Daniel's letter to you, miss. Holding the envelope, Martha is absolutely stunned. My dad actually wrote to me. The butler nods and calmly replies, yes, he did. He wrote it right after your match ended. The letter reads, Martha, congratulations on your very first loss. Taking one single defeat doesn't make you a loser, so don't let it crush you. But I want you to really think about exactly why you lost today. That's what will help you grow stronger. I wanted to come comfort you myself, but my mission is taking longer than expected. I am sorry. I'm sorry I can't be there with you right now. Those words instantly melt away all the doubts she had about her adoptive father. The letter continues, I'm still looking for your mother. I haven't given up yet, so you shouldn't either. Reading those incredibly warm words, Martha just coolly looks at the butler and says, tell my father I'll remember his advice, and I am very grateful. The butler quickly bows. Understood, my lady. Back in her room, she slams the door shut, her mind obsessing over how completely and utterly she just lost. It was pathetic. Not because she was careless or anything, she was just plain beaten. She gently grabs a small knife and stands in front. Now watch closely, this is where everything changes. She lifts her hair in the mirror. Time to accept defeat and move forward. No running, away from the humiliation. If she pretends it never happened, she'll never learn a thing. She's honestly way too ashamed to even face her father right now. Snip. Long strands of black hair start falling to the floor. Just like that, Martha chops off her signature long hair. Let's start over. I will do whatever it takes to push forward. I'm leaving my stupid, pathetic past right here. A massive new sense of determination along with this fresh new look completely restores her fighting spirit. I will become much stronger, she vows. Fast forward to the next day. During the Academy's group training session, everyone is absolutely shocked by what they see. One guy can't even hide his confusion. What is going on? Another student gasps, Lady Martha, what happened to you? Turns out the entire class is completely mind-blown by her dramatic DIY haircut. She walks straight up to Raon Zieghart. I'm not making any excuses for what I did, but I am absolutely going to keep my promise. Glenn Zieghart is totally confused. Promise. What promise? She turns away and coldly replies. The rule where the loser has to completely obey the winner. That's all I wanted to say. See ya. Leaving Glenn Zieghart sitting there thinking, wow, that's surprising. Even with a promise, I really didn't expect her to just obediently accept it like that. Martha must have seriously changed overnight, even though she's still pretty young. That kind of honor is super rare. But right as he thinks that, he spots Martha screaming at another guy. Why are you standing in my way? Get lost. The poor guy completely panics. Ah, I'm so sorry. Raon Zieghart immediately realizes, okay, she's apparently only being nice to me. Classic. Well, after a ton of grueling training, the new year finally arrives. And totally defying everyone's expectations, Martha actually kept her word. You and I both know what a time skip means, right? Major upgrades. Now they've all grown up rocking awesome brand new outfits. Glenn Zieghart has become way more calm and reliable, and Ronan Sullian's sword skills are sharper than ever, even if her face is still completely emotionless. As for Raon Zieghart, risking his life in brutal daily training is just his normal routine now. He's looking more like a true master. Every single day, his massive glow-up is impossible to ignore, leaving all the other guys in the academy absolutely speechless and totally jealous. No way, we literally just learned that technique and he mastered it in half a day. He had to have learned it secretly beforehand, right? How else could anyone master it that incredibly fast? Rimmer is standing off to the side, quietly listening to the boys chatting. But wait, he just stood completely still, with his eyes closed, right? His posture is literally better than the instructors. The other guys are absolutely blown away by Raon Zieghart's insane skill level, loudly gasping in total disbelief. Meanwhile, Rimmer has already reported every detail about Raon Zieghart's progress straight to Glenn. The kid definitely used his brain to perfectly memorize every single movement. He is an absolute monster. A literal freak of nature. Rimmer hypes him up so much that Glenn is actually getting annoyed. Are you his personal butler or something? Every time you see me, you literally only talk about that kid. Rimmer just smirks and fires back. Sir, I know what you're thinking. You want to know too. Then looking down at the fortress, he spots something crazy. And that's where we pause. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Let's dive into today's wild recap. Over at the main estate, the servants are rushing around like crazy. What's the occasion? Glenn brushes it off. No big deal. They're just expecting some guests. Glenn drops the news that an envoy from the Owen Kingdom is arriving in just a few days. Quick lore drop: the Owen Kingdom is one of the big six powers holding down the center of the continent. They're one of the rare factions still friendly with the Ziegharts. They keep to themselves mostly because they're a Night Kingdom obsessed with the pure value of swords and martial arts. Rimmer strokes his chin. So who exactly is this fancy envoy? Glenn answers flatly. They claim it's the third prince, but Duke Tartan is probably the real guy in charge. Rimmer chokes on the name. Tartan, that absolute lunatic, actually became a duke. Wait a second, isn't the third prince still just a kid? Probably around Raon and Burren's age. Glenn shrugs it off. He honestly has no clue, hasn't bothered to look into the kid at all. He warns Rimmer to tell his students to play nice. Rimmer is stunned. Wait, his chaotic class is involved. The 5th training ground has to deal with this. Glenn explains that apprentice knights are escorting the third prince. Plus, they specifically asked to watch how the local swordsmen and knights actually train while they are here. They absolutely cannot let them see the Zieghart family looking weak or unprepared. Rimmer's gears instantly start turning. A royal prince and elite apprentice knights exactly Raon's age. He flashes a dangerously wicked grin. Oh, this could be incredibly fun. Glenn instantly catches on. You look like you are plotting something completely unhinged. Now watch this setup closely. A student randomly yells out, wait, we have to fight the apprentice knights of the Owen Kingdom. Clearly, this was Rimmer's chaotic master plan all along. He casually leans in and tells his panicking students, yeah, you guys probably heard the rumors about their royal envoy visiting us. The third prince is here, and he requested a spar with you. The trainees are totally blindsided. Why the sudden challenge out of nowhere? Rimmer instantly flips to his signature mocking tone. What is wrong with you guys? Are you scared? I already told you a true swordsman stays ready to swing a blade even in their sleep. I heard the prince wanted to visit the 6th training ground instead. So why the sudden change of heart? Cut to a quick flashback of Rimmer being sneaky. He casually lifts the tent flap, walks right in and speaks. Your Highness, I heard you checked out the 6th training ground. Judging by that bored look on your face, they completely disappointed you, right? If you have some spare time, come visit the 5th training ground. I guarantee we will leave a real impression. Back in the present, Rimmer tells his class it makes sense. You are shocked I did drop this suddenly. Then he dramatically glances over his shoulder. Meet them first before you panic. Right on cue, an entire squad marches out from the tunnel onto the stage. Rimmer waves them over. You can come in now. A blonde-haired knight steps out with his squad while Rimmer hypes them up. presenting the pride and joy of the kingdom, the elite apprentice knights. The blonde guy leading the pack smirks and introduces himself. Nice to meet you, my name is Geddon. Yep, this arrogant guy is the famous third prince. You and I both know what Raon is thinking as he stares at the blonde guy. So this is the legendary third prince of Owen. The guy is brilliant despite his young age. Just looking at him, you can instantly tell he has the strongest aura in that entire group. Seeing Raon staring so intensely, Rimmer immediately chimes in to poke the bear. Raon, what about you? Are you pumped to fight these guys? Standing face to face with the prince and his royal knights, Raon locks eyes with the prince in the center. He figures this guy might actually be a solid opponent, the perfect punching bag to test out his newly learned water and star sword techniques. So he casually replies, no, I just want to fight him. Before the class can even process that crazy flex, Rimmer jumps back in. If our top student is this hyped, the rest of you must be on board. Let's get this battle started. We need 20 people total. Follow Raon's lead and pick whichever knight you want to completely destroy. Right then, he puts a hand on his chin like he just remembered something trivial. Oh right, I forgot one super important little detail. His voice suddenly drops into a terrifyingly dark tone. I bet my entire paycheck for this month on you guys, so you absolutely have to win. If you lose, I am literally going to kill you. The students are completely confused and absolutely terrified, just blurting out, wait, what? Eventually, they actually manage to scrape together the full 20 students needed for this brawl. Raon takes one look at their makeshift squad and speaks up. This should be enough. Raon quickly gives the team some tactical advice. Look closely at the knight you are going to fight, especially their hands. Raon's sharp eyes caught it instantly. Yep, their hands are shaking. He tells his classmates that while these knights might look super confident on the outside, they are exactly like us. Just a bunch of apprentice rookies around our age, totally nervous about jumping into a real physical fight. We haven't worked any less hard than the rest of the kingdoms. All your blood, sweat, and tears are about to pay off in a massive way. He shouts to boost the team's morale right through the roof. Do not worry, just go all out. Show them exactly how strong we really are. The students who were literally sweating bullets a minute ago are now fired up. They confidently scream out in perfect unison, loud and clear, understood. Raon steps up, declaring he will pick the match order. He starts analyzing the enemy formation and quickly formulates a plan. The first match is incredibly crucial for setting the momentum. That is exactly why I need to send in someone who is absolutely guaranteed to win. With that decided, he gives the order. The person he calls on is Martha for the opening bout. Raon does a quick check-in with her beforehand. Martha waves him off. Got it, I will end this fast. The referee calls them to the center, and trust me, you are not going to want to miss this fight. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to watch the academy students totally lose their minds. Wait, is that huge guy really our age? Martha's opponent steps up. He is a massive knight with a body built like an absolute tank. The dude looks way older and like a high-tier professional fighter. He starts introducing himself with total confidence. I am a gladiator from the kingdom. Honestly, your physical condition looks absolutely incredible right now. Even though you are young, I think this will be a fantastic match. The crowd immediately starts whispering. That size difference is beyond insane. Even the talented Lady Martha is going to struggle hard against this giant. Suddenly, Martha just scoffs. A fantastic match. Her face shows nothing but pure, unadulterated disgust right now. She speaks up with an incredibly arrogant tone. I will win. Stop talking nonsense and just attack me. And just like that, the battle explodes. Watching from the sidelines, the blonde Prince Geed is actually pretty shocked. Seeing Martha launch a completely relentless assault, he gasps. She is completely overwhelming her opponent. The swordsmen from the second training ground are seriously powerful. They definitely live up to their elite name. In terms of pure skill, they can easily match the official knights of this very kingdom. On the other hand, the sixth training ground is honestly a massive disappointment. Even with solid training, they cannot even compete with the rookie group from the Robert family. But right now, the prince cannot look down on them anymore. It seems this training ground actually hides some incredibly talented rookies. Martha then violently locks onto her target, striking relentlessly to grab absolute control of the fight. A man walks right up to Rimmer and speaks. Yesterday, you showed up out of nowhere and invited me to the fifth training area. Is it all just for this? Rimmer smoothly replies. Getting to spar with one of the 6 Imperial Knight Orders is an incredibly rare opportunity. I thought this would be a really great lesson for the kids. The man frowns. It is super hard to believe those words came from a supposed sword genius. Rimmer immediately teases him back. So I should go back to my usual terrible manners then. Hey, want to make a little bet with me? The man looks super annoyed. You still have not dropped that awful gambling habit. What are we betting? Now watch closely, here is where it gets interesting. Seeing him take the bait, Rimmer grins. There will be 20 matches and a grand prize. Would it not be way more fun if we bet something instead of just standing here? The man scoffs, overflowing with total confidence. My guys were strictly trained in Owen. Do you seriously think your little brats can actually win this? Rimmer does not back down for a second. You really trust your rookies. But hey, I have absolute faith in mine too. Rimmer replies with a completely chill attitude. Meanwhile, back at the fight, Martha is still absolutely dominating the entire battlefield. The big guy frantically tries to block her strike, but his sword shatters completely in half. He gasps in shock. How is she this strong? Martha pushes her advantage violently, slamming her sword hilt straight into his gut, totally destroying his chance to counterattack. He takes the brutal hit, screams in pure agony, and collapses to his knees. The loud announcement echoes. The winner is Martha. Seeing her fight so viciously, Glenn Zieghart secretly thinks he should totally take his previous words back. I genuinely thought her sword skills had mellowed out after our last intense clash, but I was dead wrong. Her speed and her raw power have somehow leveled up significantly. Meanwhile, Martha just keeps throwing savage insults. You only rely on brute strength, yet you did not even dare to use your full power on the first strike. You absolute idiot. Glenn Zieghart smiles and mutters, this match is really entertaining. Walter looks utterly disgusted. Entertaining. Watching two pathetic ants fighting is entertaining to you. I am bored to death. Glenn Zieghart completely ignores his whining, just giving him one sentence. Look who's talking, hypocrite. The guy starts bragging, back when I was still living in the demon world. Even the fights between the youngest demons were way more fun to watch. Mid-sentence, he screams as Glenn Zieghart literally forces him to vanish into thin air. You and I both know we needed him to shut up and stop ruining the fun. The loud announcement rings out. Prepare for the 18th match. It is Runan Solian versus Idilia. Glenn Zieghart turns and says, Runan Solian, is your turn now. The girl simply nods back, yeah. Facing Runan Solian is a fierce, red-haired girl. Idilia speaks up first. So you are Runan Solian? I really hate that totally unfocused look in your eyes. After saying that, she unleashes her aura, bursting with red energy that looks like roaring flames. Runan Solian keeps her dull expression but looks slightly annoyed. I do not like fire. Gripping her sword tightly, Runan Solian instantly activates her own powerful aura. A freezing blue aura swirls around her body. This is literally a classic battle between ice and fire. Both fighters charge fiercely at each other. The second their blades violently clash, a massive cloud of dust explodes from the arena, completely blinding everyone's vision. Idilia slowly emerges from the thick dust. But suddenly, Runan Solian's shadow appears in the smoke right behind her. She senses the danger instantly, quickly spinning around and wildly swinging her sword while screaming, over there, but her blade just cuts through the empty smoke. Realizing her sword hit absolutely nothing, she panics and thinks, was that just an illusion? While she is caught off guard, a cold blade is suddenly pressed right against her neck. By the time Idilia realizes it, it is game over. Runan Solian had slipped behind her, pointing the sword at her back to end the match. The system announces loudly, the winner is Runan Solian. Match 18 goes to Runan Solian. Idilia lost, but she still tries to be polite. Sigh, I really lost. Those matches were great. But what do you and I make of this? Runan Solian completely ignores her, just walking away, leaving the redhead totally stunned. Huh. Stick with me, we are diving right into the aftermath of a wild victory. Runan Solian struts back, showing off to Glenn Zieghart, asking if he watched that match. Our main character drops some praise. Your footwork has actually improved a lot. Great job. But Runan Solian just keeps her cool, flopping onto the ground with a simple thanks. Instructor Rimmer is visibly thrilled, his excitement totally off the charts. He laughs, saying that win or lose, these fights have been absolutely beautiful to watch. The atmosphere is seriously heating up now. It is time to roll right into match 19. Glenn Zieghart and Saren step forward, ready to throw down in the arena. The two knights face off, and honestly, their intense auras are perfectly matched. The guy on the opposite side breaks the silence to introduce himself to his opponent. He speaks up first. I am Scarface X-Sun, a knight in training. The other guy fires right back, introducing himself as Glenn Zieghart, also an apprentice knight. Glenn Zieghart watches them closely before the clash even begins. He quickly evaluates Saren, realizing this guy is actually incredibly strong. Except for the third prince, of course. Saren is definitely the most powerful fighter left. The announcer shouts for them to begin. The second the word drops, both competitors explode into action instantly. Their blades violently smash together, sending shockwaves flying. The battle turns absolutely fierce, with neither side giving an inch because their power levels are dead even. Their techniques are way too similar. If either of them drops their guard for even a single second, it is instantly game over. They are definitely both thinking the exact same thing. With absolute determination burning in their eyes, the two fighters scream and violently launch at each other. One massive slashing sound later, the final result is totally clear. Both fighters are left standing there, pointing their weapons directly at each other. But look at this, both of their blades are snapped right in half. The watching students quickly realize that both weapons have been completely shattered. Instructor Rimmer officially calls match 19 a draw, though clearly neither fighter is happy about it. As Glenn Zieghart walks past, Raon Zieghart steps up to give him some solid encouragement. He praises him saying, "Awesome job out there, Glenn Zieghart. That apprentice knight is literally their strongest guy." Still, Glenn Zieghart cannot even crack a smile. Gritting his teeth, Glenn Zieghart mutters, "What does that even matter? If I am stepping up to fight for House DH's honor, I have to win at any cost." Raon Zieghart just places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry, I will absolutely crush this final match." With that, our boy strides straight toward the arena. He is ready to bring all the glory back to House DH. Raon Zieghart is oozing confidence, but standing right across from him is third Prince G. The prince glares. He thinks to himself, seriously, I have to fight this kid. The combat aura coming off him feels completely pathetic. The prince finally speaks up asking, Are you a direct descendant of House DH? Raon Zieghart bluntly replies, "Nope, not at all," which instantly makes this arrogant prince incredibly annoyed and frustrated. TCH, I cannot believe I have to waste time on a total freebie match like this. Glaring at the three strongest elites, he snaps, "I want to fight them." The prince turns around with a smirk. "Instructor Rimmer, I have a special proposal for you." Naturally, Rimmer raises an eyebrow and asks what proposal. He points directly at Martha and Renan Solian. "I seriously doubt those two are actually tired yet. Once I completely crush this guy, can I fight them back to back? Now pay attention, this gets wild." Rimmer cheerfully agrees. "I am fine with it, assuming you actually win." The prince excitedly grabs his sword, telling them to warm up. He arrogantly declares this match will be over in a flash. Facing Raon Zieghart, the prince has zero fear. "I will not even bother using my aura. I am saving my energy for the real fights." The brown-haired guy watching turns and asks, "What is the deal with that absolute monster Rimmer?" I almost miss him entirely because his presence is so insanely faint. Rimmer introduces Raon Zieghart while teasing the guy, "Well, guess you are not completely blind after all. If you knew, why didn't you warn the third prince?" He is clearly underestimating Raon Zieghart right now. The man beside him just sighs and replies, "His Highness will soon become the entire future of the Owen Kingdom, but the problem is he has literally never lost a fight." Teaching him a harsh lesson about losing right here is actually a solid idea. But man, the prince is terrifyingly strong. Even a total sword genius wouldn't stand a chance against him. Winning easily is impossible. But Rimmer looks completely calm and unbothered. He agrees it won't be easy, but then immediately starts trying to provoke the guy. "How about we make a little bet? Nothing crazy, just a jug of wine on the line." The man next to him groans seriously again with this. "You have a serious gambling problem." "Fine, what are we betting on?" Rimmer confidently holds his hand up and declares Raon Zieghart will totally crush the prince in under 5 moves. Down in the arena, Raon Zieghart completely flips the script by attacking first, launching himself forward like a rocket to end this instantly. Facing that absurd lightning speed, the third prince absolutely cannot react in time. The guy who just heard Rimmer's crazy bet glances down at the fight. He instantly freezes in pure shock. Wait, what? With just one single flashing strike, Raon Zieghart's blade slices directly across the arrogant prince's waist. Third Prince G did not even see it coming, screaming out in brutal agony as he humiliatingly collapses right onto the dirt. Let that sink in for a second, guys. Raon Zieghart coldly sheathes his weapon. Rimmer just chuckles at the other man's absolute shock, saying, "Oh man, it did not even take 5 moves." In his crushing defeat, the prince finally realizes he massively misjudged this thinking. Raon Zieghart was ranked last for some other reason. But no, the reality is he is simply way too overpowered. Right now, Raon Zieghart's looming figure looks incredibly terrifying and dangerously intimidating. The man literally screams out in utter disbelief. "Are you telling me that monster is just a cadet? His hand techniques and sword mastery are already completely flawless and perfected." Rimmer smirks and fires back, "That is exactly why I told you Raon Zieghart was going to win. He is already daydreaming about his prize. Winning this bet means I am absolutely booking a super fancy restaurant." But suddenly, the completely battered third prince forces himself up, angrily shouting orders at Raon Zieghart. "No, stop right there, I have not lost yet." Everyone scrambles to nervously comfort His Highness. "You and I just witnessed peak karma." Nobody can even finish speaking as the prince just screams in bitter regret. "Let me pull you right back into the drama." Martha cuts him off. "Ah, is that a dog barking? Why can't a prince just accept that he literally lost? So annoying, just like someone I know." Glenn Zieghart flinches, feeling like that sarcastic comment was definitely aimed at him. The third prince is completely stunned that someone dared to disrespect him. He turns around stammering, "Who are you?" But before he can even finish his sentence, Martha snaps back, "Hey, Prince, I am really trying to be nice to you right now." With her signature arrogant tone, she adds, "Get out of here immediately, you already lost." Adelia hears Martha's disrespectful tone and immediately explodes, "Shut your mouth. Do you have any idea that you are talking to His Royal Highness?" But Martha doesn't back down. She raises her voice defiantly, "Sure, he is royalty, but I am from the main branch of this family. Why should I cower?" Rimmer finally steps in to break the heavy tension. That is enough. Let us hear what Raon Zieghart has to say about this. Raon Zieghart, you can choose whatever you want. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart finally speaks up. Master already placed the bet. The match is over, so there is no reason to keep fighting. Forced into a corner, the prince bites the bullet and says the words, I accept my defeat. The third prince actually bows his head. I misjudged you. I underestimated you before the match even started, and I am deeply ashamed of that. But then he makes one more request. He places his hands and his sword flat on the ground. Please spar with me just one more time. If I leave like this, I'll regret it forever. I'm begging you, now pay close attention here. Raon Zieghart is absolutely speechless. Raon Zieghart is completely caught off guard by the prince's sheer desperation. He actually apologized and put his sword down. Raon Zieghart totally thought the guy was just another arrogant, spoiled royal. Convinced by his sincerity, Raon Zieghart finally agrees. Alright, fine, but only one more time. The prince immediately relaxes a massive weight lifting off his shoulders. He answers, of course. The two fighters face off again, prepping for round 2. Clutching the royal family crest tightly in his hand, the third prince tells himself, I was way too cocky. That is why I underestimated him and lost. Squeezing the badge even harder, he finds a whole new level of determination. So this time, I am going to fight with absolutely everything I have. The prince ignites his aura. Crackling bolts of lightning start wrapping entirely around his body. Raon Zieghart is genuinely shocked by the sheer intensity of that energy. Even the bystanders outside the arena like Martha are completely blown away by this raw power. An older man quickly speaks up trying to stop the prince, but the royal is entirely set on his decision. No backing down now. This is not the time to hold back my power. I will fight him with my full strength. Right then Wrath pops up next to Raon Zieghart. This guy is an idiot. He doesn't even know you are still hiding your real power. Raon Zieghart doesn't care, totally confident he can win again. But I know what you're thinking, this seems bad. Wrath agrees, warning him, he has way more aura than you, and he is significantly stronger. Raon Zieghart doesn't even flinch. Do you want to make a bet? Wrath replies instantly. Of course. Raon Zieghart drops into his fighting stance as the system notification pops up. Wrath wants to bet on the condition of beating the kingdom's third prince. If he wins, +4 to all stats. If he loses, Wrath emotion increases by 10. The prince shouts his command, then let us begin. This time, the prince takes the initiative. He leaps way higher than Raon Zieghart, aiming to deliver a crushing attack from right above. Raon Zieghart easily parries the strike. But the exact second, their blades actually clash. A massive explosion erupts right there on the arena floor. It leaves every single spectator totally panicking. The third prince stays on the offensive, constantly attacking, but because of that, he suddenly realizes something. The insane gap in their strength. I'm going all out, but he hasn't been pushed back even a single inch. Staring straight at his opponent, Raon Zieghart's stance doesn't waver. The prince thinks, is this guy a genius? No, he's an absolute monster. Stealing his resolve, the third prince takes a very deep breath. All right, I will use absolutely everything against him. The prince's aura is now stronger than ever before. He is pushing out every last drop of power he has. Raon Zieghart takes one look and immediately recognizes it. That must be the Berserker swordsmanship, the secret technique passed down only to the kingdom's heir. Seeing the magic gathering in this sword's stance, he is definitely planning to unleash everything, all his power into this next strike. But Raon Zieghart isn't just going to stand there and take it. He flares his own aura, totally ready for the clash. All right, bring it on. The third prince yells his warning, here is all of my power, take this attack. The sheer amount of aura the prince gathers is massive. Raon Zieghart suddenly realizes, so that really is the Berserker technique, the legendary swordsmanship that is only passed down to the royal heir. He has definitely planned to pour every single ounce of his strength right into this next attack. I have already memorized every sword move the prince used. 10,000 Flames technique Cyclops. He thrusts his sword forward and all of his intense aura wraps tightly around the blade. Even mid-attack, the prince has to be careful. Golden Flame Heavenbreaker. Raon Zieghart clearly calls out the skill name, in his mind prepping to counter with an attack even more terrifying than the prince's ultimate move. Raon Zieghart thinks to himself in that split second, no more playing around. The third prince, matching his fierce resolve, is still totally confident he will win. I still have this skill left. He screams with blazing, fighting spirit. Raon Zieghart also shows his opponent his true monstrous strength. The two of them launch forward, charging straight at each other. The first exchange looks surprisingly even. Their blades clash violently, but neither of these insane fighters even takes a single step back. Slashes and parries, neither willing to lose. But suddenly, Raon Zieghart's footing slips. So what do you and I make of this cliffhanger? See you next time. Stick with me as we jump right back in. Seizing the opening, the third prince thinks he repelled the sword technique, gaining the clear advantage. Because Raon missed a single beat, he is now struggling hard to block the next brutal incoming attack. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clang from the piercing blade echoes loudly through the entire arena. He is clearly the one attacking and dominating, but to his absolute shock, the third prince's sword shatters into tiny pieces right in front of him. Greer is completely stunned. His sword aura broke. Meanwhile, Raon just stays totally quiet, moving with lightning speed to deliver his final finishing blow. Were you planning to deflect my attack this time too? Taking that devastating finishing strike head-on, the third prince quickly collapses straight to his knees. The loud announcement rings out. The winner is Raon. It is a complete and total defeat for third Prince Greer, who remains crushed on the ground. But this time it looks like he is genuinely convinced of his loss. He knows he definitely outclassed the kid in pure speed and raw strength. So he has zero regrets and just completely accepts the brutal loss. Did that kid really use a true sword technique to counter his powerful aura blade? After the intense match, the third prince is the very first to speak up. The world really is a massive place, is it not? Showing total goodwill, he extends his hand. Thank you. Thanks to this match, I learned a massive amount. I completely admit that I have lost. Raon does not hesitate at all, reaching out to firmly shake the third prince's hand. I learned a lot too. The two of them start chatting like old friends. I am sorry for underestimating you earlier. Just pretend I have a terrible eye for judging character. Do not even worry about it. May I ask exactly how old you are? I am turning 14 this year. The third prince's voice sounds so much more peaceful and relaxed than before. I lost to a younger swordsman in both technique and character, saying that he holds something straight out in front of him. Take this. Raon is totally surprised by this gesture. What is this? Placing the royal Owen family crest directly into Raon's hand, he says, this is absolute proof that third Prince Greer Z. Owen will accept any favor from you later. Now pay close attention here because Raon is genuinely shocked by this. Why would you give me something this incredibly precious? The third prince explains, I might have lost, but you truly opened my eyes today. I feel like I just reached a massive new level of enlightenment. Honestly, I consider myself incredibly lucky to have lost to someone like you. With those words, he turns around and walks away, leaving a final farewell behind. We will definitely cross paths again someday. I hope you are still stronger than me when that day comes. The desire to catch up to your sheer power sounds extremely fun. Raon tightly grips the crest in his hand, watching Greer leave. The third prince steps down from the arena floor and says his final goodbyes to Reimer. Instructor Reimer, we lost. You are the winner here. Reimer keeps his totally laid-back attitude and simply replies, sounds good to me. After informing Reimer, the third prince orders the tall man following him. Duke Tartan, it is time for us to head back. The man quickly accepts the command. Ah, right away, your highness. Greer then announces, there is something I urgently need to do right now. Raon is still reeling from the crazy reward he just got from winning. Back in his past life, completing deadly missions without getting paid a single dime was totally normal. So getting gifted something massive like this really blows his mind. He stares at the shiny crest in his hand and sighs. What an incredibly weird feeling. You and I both know this second life is surprising him in ways he never expected. Meanwhile, over at the main Zieghart estate, after closely listening to the story, the third prince tells about the match that just ended. Glenn replies, so that is the grand lesson you learned from this recent fight. The third prince openly admits, yes, I truly thought I was the absolute best. But meeting him forced me to look at myself and learn so much. He felt exactly like a mature veteran swordsman with endless years of battle experience. I have fought countless brutal battles across the 6 kingdoms, but this is the very first time I have seen a trainee as insanely strong as Raon. He is much younger than me, but I managed to learn so much from him today. Glenn simply nods and confirms, I understand completely. Third Prince Greer continues, that is exactly why I plan to return immediately after this meeting. I want to quickly train and fully absorb absolutely everything I just learned from him. Glenn bids the third prince farewell with one final reminder. All right, please send my sincere thanks to the king for the letter he sent. Greer agrees and excuses himself. Understood, thank you. The Owen faction's trainee squad mounts their horses and starts heading home just as the evening twilight begins to fall. Tartan looks like he has something heavy on his mind, turning to him. Your Highness. Yes. Greer asks back, what is it, Duke? Do you have something to say? The Duke gets straight to the point, revealing your real power and actually using the Berserk sword technique during that fight with Raon. I honestly think doing that was going a bit too far. Hiding your true strength is incredibly important right now. The third prince just laughs and says, I know, I definitely overdid it. Tartan continues pushing, handing him that royal crest was also way too much. Greer cuts him off. Not at all. Raon showed me true goodwill. He could have been absolutely furious that I underestimated him so badly, but in the end he still treated me with total respect, so I am simply returning that same exact goodwill back to him. Plus, Raon actually showed me a secret sword technique, that much is true. But giving him that royal crest was purely a strategic investment. Tartan still does not get the prince's hidden meaning and asks, what do you mean by that? Greer confidently explains. He has insane skill, character, and mental strength at such a young age. He is absolutely guaranteed to become an absolute powerhouse in the future, even without being a direct heir. So what do you and I take from this? Getting close to a prodigy is a huge advantage. The Duke finally realizes he planned everything perfectly. That is pretty far, isn't it? The third prince is way too polite. Growing up royal, if I didn't think exactly like that, I'd probably be dead already. Stick with me here. The prince smiles, picturing Raon in his head. I am incredibly curious just how ridiculously strong will you be next time we meet. Meanwhile, Glenn sits comfortably on his massive throne. His loyal butler suddenly speaks up. Must feel amazing seeing your own grandson acknowledged by a foreign prince, my lord. Glenn quickly tries to hide his pride. What are you talking about? But he absolutely cannot fool the veteran butler who knows this family perfectly. The old man smiles. It has been a long time since you smiled so warmly. Glenn quickly touches his mouth, totally embarrassed that he let his guard down. The butler adds, yes, you smiled the second young master Raon was mentioned. Glenn stubbornly denies everything. You are just getting way too old, you must be seeing things. But the butler pivots to a darker topic. My lord, I am really worried about Duke Tartan. What is your plan? He flashes back to that exact intense moment. Duke Tartan had announced something extremely serious. I have something else to discuss besides the prince's letter. A direct message from the Emperor of Owen and Lekab Otanduin needs your immediate attention. Glenn braces himself for the bitter news. Those hidden shadows are finally making their move once again. Now watch closely. Creepy silhouettes under a blood moon bring this terrifying absolute feeling of pure death. Next day in class, Rimmer praises his students. You guys did amazing during the sparring match against the Owen trainees. Looks like you are all perfectly ready. Next week, I am setting up a special skills training session for everyone. The students instantly start whispering. Special skills. A blue-haired kid stammers out. Teacher, what exactly is this special training? Rimmer smirks and replies honestly, calling it special training is not quite right. It is going to be a real battlefield. Get completely ready to sweat and bleed. Down south, deep in the mountains, there is a vicious bandit crew called the Snow Tiger Claw. Their members are scattered up north and down south, basically making their living by forcing tolls on these trade roads. But lately they are getting way bolder, brutally killing and robbing merchants constantly. The class panics. So our actual mission is to completely wipe them out. Rimmer answers with a very dark tone. Well, it used to be. The whole class erupts. What do you mean used to be? The mission changed. Why do we not just ambush them? Rimmer finally sighs. Because we literally cannot. They already ambushed and completely slaughtered a southern village. Innocent corpses just lying everywhere next to burned-down houses. You and I know how dark this gets. They burned everything. The students absolutely panic, totally horrified by this insane level of cruelty. Rimmer announces that is exactly why the mission changed to tracking them down first, then exterminating them. Even though they are just bandits, these guys can actually use hidden aura. Do not even think about underestimating them for a second. We move out tomorrow night. Be ready. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an incredibly elegant and lightning-fast sword perfectly slices a fallen leaf. The master of that flawless technique is Raon Sullian. Her cold face and absolutely ruthless strikes prove she has grown so much stronger. But suddenly, her entire vibe shifts. I wanted to practice my posture a bit more before we leave, but things are not clicking today. Raon's sword thrusts are incredibly smooth and flexible. I seriously do not know what my problem is right now. She just cannot stop thinking, staring off into the distance. Raon is probably inside training his heart out right now. Should I go and ask him? She stares at the main house, but quickly shoots down her own idea. Looking at her sword. Never mind, I should not bother him. She resumes her heavy training. Better train alone. The sun starts dipping. Bright daylight totally fades away, giving way to a very gloomy sunset. Nearby puddles violently ripple with every single move Raon Sullian makes. Looks like this long day left her feeling completely drained and bored. She flops onto a giant rock, deep in thought. I am physically weaker than before, but my movements are definitely way smoother. That is enough for today. She suddenly remembers the guy she admires. Raon is probably still grinding hard. I should go say goodbye before heading home. Then she suddenly gasps, remembering something super important. Wait, my family reminded me to come back early this weekend because mom bought a whole bunch of ice cream. Urgent mission. She quickly rushes off. Time to go home. I will just ask him tomorrow instead. I will bring him some ice cream tomorrow. Strolling back home completely alone, a dark shadow silently creeps up right behind her. The figure calls out to Raon Sullian, making her flinch hard. She reflexively snaps back who is there. Recognizing that familiar silhouette, absolute terror hits her. The mysterious shadow casually smiles, long time no see. She mutters his name in pure terror, Kai. White hair, purple eyes, looking exactly like her. And yeah, we are definitely hooked. Introduced as Kai Sly, he steps closer and smirks. Happy to see me again. All right, stick with me as we jump into this twisted family drama. He asks why she isn't happy to see her brother. Meanwhile, Runan Solian is paralyzed in pure fear. The creepy guy keeps talking. Didn't I tell you never to make that kind of terrified face around me? Hearing this, Runan Solian trembles even harder than before. He drops down to one knee, acting completely oblivious to the fact that he is scaring his little sister half to death. He continues, saying her recent training actually went pretty well. She has honestly gotten way stronger than he originally expected. I am so proud of you, Runan Solian. But right then, his expression slowly twists into something absolutely terrifying. He drops a really dark warning. You are not going to risk your life by jumping into any reckless battles or crazy confrontations now, are you? That psychotic look completely shatters her. Runan Solian frantically backs away, screaming in absolute pure horror. While speaking, he reaches right behind his back like he is grabbing something. Have you already forgotten every single lesson I taught you? I guess I need to jog your memory. Remember your old pet squirrel named Ruby? A painful, traumatizing memory hits Runan Solian incredibly hard, and she frantically begs him to stop. Brother, please. He slowly holds out his hand, revealing a peacefully sleeping squirrel resting right in his palm. He smiles like a total absolute maniac. You remember now, right? The exact way Ruby died because you refused to listen to me. This cruel, sickening threat makes her beg uncontrollably. Now watch closely, this is where it gets incredibly dark. She lunges forward, screaming, "Wait," but it is way too late. He ruthlessly crushes the tiny squirrel right in his hand. Absolute messy carnage everywhere. Seeing a tiny innocent animal get killed right in front of her forces Runan Solian to relive a deeply dark and horrifying memory of her psycho brother. She flashes back to the lifeless bodies of tiny squirrels scattered all over the dirt ground. She drops to her knees in pure despair, staring right up at her cold, ruthless older brother. A massive flood of disgusting memories breaks her mind completely. She collapses desperately, grabbing her head and screaming in pure agony. Her incredibly helpless, piercing screams echo wildly through the dead of night. Her entire mental state is totally and completely shattered. She cannot do anything but hold her head and frantically cry out. But Kijia refuses to let up. He leans right down into her ear and whispers, "Runan Solian, remember you belong to me. Until Judgment Day finally comes, do not do anything dangerous. Your only job is to simply survive until the exact day I tell you to do the absolute opposite." He just keeps aggressively rambling, completely ignoring the massive fact that Runan Solian is literally having a total mental breakdown. Suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, something crashes right between them. The massive explosion forces Kijia to instantly leap back and completely dodge out of the way. He stays totally dead, calm amidst the swirling dust and thick smoke. And just like that, Runan Solian is finally shielded from having to face her twisted, pure evil brother directly. Raon Hazard officially arrives just in the nick of time to protect her. Then he finally speaks up. Glaring with pure hatred and intense anger, he aggressively asks Kijia, "Who are you?" You and I know he is a total psycho, but the white-haired guy just laughs. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before demanding a stranger's name? You cannot just barge in here like this and expect a polite, friendly chat. Raon Hazard stays completely serious. You are the one blocking the path in this tiny, narrow alleyway. Why are you blaming us? Are you a thief or a petty mugger? The white-haired guy's face instantly drops hard and that arrogant, smug smile completely vanishes. He finally speaks up. "Sigh, I completely understand why you would naturally think that, but I am not a thief. I am actually her older brother." Raon Hazard glances back at Runan Solian, who is trembling violently. She is still in a state of absolute total panic, barely able to let out terrified, quiet whimpers. Raon Hazard firmly challenges him. Runan Solian looks incredibly completely terrified. "Are you really her older brother?" The guy reluctantly answers. Maybe I simply took my little joke a little too far. It has been a while since I saw her." Our brave main character instantly presses harder. You honestly think violently crushing a squirrel to death right in front of her is a funny joke? The psycho just awkwardly scratches his head. "Aha, so you really saw that. That was not a real squirrel anyway, it was just a simple toy." He opens his hand wide to show him. "Hey, see, there is absolutely nothing here. I would not actually kill a real squirrel, please do not overthink it, buddy." But our main character already guessed the dark truth. This psycho used his intense aura to completely burn away the messy flesh and blood. The villain keeps up his totally fake act. "I just came by to drop off some simple snacks for my dear sister." He slowly sets the box down. "I have a pretty incredibly time-consuming mission coming up very soon, so I really wanted to make absolutely sure I saw her before I officially left." Then he directly mutters to her, "Runan Solian, seems like you made a really solid friend. Make sure you two keep being very good buddies." Then he completely turns his back to leave. "Sorry for the very heavy joke. Make sure you stay very healthy. See you later." Raon Hazard fiercely watches him like a hawk. I know exactly who that man really is. He is a legendary sword genius from the elite Suwon family. One of the 12 absolute monsters heavily expected to become the entire continent's next heavenly sword. The blue sword, CS Suwon, Before I reincarnated, I had only ever heard scary rumors about his legendary name. This is my very first time actually seeing him in the literal flesh. He is a complete absolute lunatic pretending to be a gentle, kind hero. Plus, he gives off the exact same sickening stench I felt when facing Zero. Then he gently reaches his hand out toward Runan Sullian. Let us go, Runan Sullian, I will safely walk you home. She softly agrees, just saying, okay. So what do you and I make of this? The vibe is super awkward when they finally say goodbye. Runan Sullian steps into her carriage and coldly says, thanks for walking me. Our main character simply replies, yeah, make sure you get some sleep tonight, see you tomorrow. He watches the fast carriage speed off. Inside, Runan Sullian just stares down at her trembling hands. Stick with me, here you and I are jumping straight into Runan Sullian's darkest memories. She clutches the box he left. Moonlight spills through the window, making everything look hazy and cold. She hugs her knees, completely terrified. Her brother is back and he has not changed at all. The trauma hits her hard. In her flashback, she looks down at a tiny scratch on her hand. She was just a kid trying to protect a squirrel. She shielded it, telling him Ruby the squirrel was just pregnant and acting defensive. She swore she was totally fine, but the horrific truth, the dead body of another squirrel on the ground, says it all. Sullian stares at her with completely lifeless eyes, claiming she belongs to him. He tells her she cannot ever get hurt. She just needs to breathe and live exactly how he wants. His twisted words echo constantly in her mind. Pure obsession. He threatened that if she ever told their parents, he would slaughter them both. Yes, he would destroy his own family without hesitating. He swore to burn down everything in the world except for her. Since that day, a deeply ingrained survival rule formed in her head. Getting close to anyone means they get hurt. So she chose to live in absolute silence. Everything would be fine as long as she kept quiet. She honestly thought she was the only one entirely alone in the world, the only one suffering in silence. But then she realized something huge. There was someone else who understood that exact same pain. When she met Raon, she saw his true kindness and the absolute hell he fought through. Now pay attention here, this is where her mindset shifts. Seeing Raon shatter everyone's expectations made her believe she could actually fight back too. She tried so incredibly hard to stand by his side and become a better, stronger version of herself. But reality is a cruel teacher. It feels like she just cannot do it. Right then she snaps back to her painful, isolating reality. She is still trapped in that nightmare. She whispers to herself that it is fine as long as she can endure the pain. Meanwhile, at the southern edge of the Zieghart territory, Instructor Rimmer is leading the squad, calling out the orders. They are setting up camp for the night. He praises them for surviving the portal jump. Traveling through space takes a heavy toll. He tells the trainees to get some serious rest tonight because this is their final chance to breathe easy. Tomorrow, the real mission begins. A representative from the local village steps up to greet them warmly, welcoming the legendary Swordsman of Zieghart. The elder offers to lead them to their resting quarters. Rimmer steps forward on behalf of the young trainees, thanking the village for their hospitality. Firewood crackles, warming up the room. Raon is finally taking a break in his quarters, accompanied by the spirit of Wrath. Out of nowhere, Raon thanks him. Wrath is completely caught off guard. He asks what Raon is talking about. Our main character admits that without Wrath's warning yesterday, he would be blind. Raon had no idea Sullian was hiding his true energy. Wrath scoffs, claiming he obviously only helped because of the ice cream girl. Peak demon logic. Raon falls into deep thought. Sullian will be gone on a mission for a long time. But Runan Sullian will always be trapped in fear while he lives. Wrath casually suggests taking over Raon's body. He promises he will hand the controls back the exact second he finishes assassinating the creepy brother. Raon is completely stunned. Wrath smugly declares that the Wrath repays favors twice over and extracts revenge 10 times worse. That is his rule. Since Runan Sullian introduced him to that top-tier ice cream, he is ready to commit murder. I know what you're thinking, Raon is not taking that deal. Raon rejects him instantly. Giving up his body is impossible. Wrath keeps pushing, swearing that the monarch is being 100% serious about this. But Raon completely shuts it down. Even if Wrath is telling the truth, it is a hard no. Sullian already inflicted deep psychological damage on Runan Sullian. Just killing him will not undo the trauma she suffered. Wrath grumbles in frustration. But our main character is quietly making his own deadly resolution. Runan Sullian was the very first person to genuinely care about him across 2 lifetimes. If anything ever happens to her, Raon will personally execute the one responsible. He will make them pay in blood. 2 days after leaving Zieghart territory, the squad finally arrives at the village destroyed by the Snow Fox bandits. The devastation is absolute. The trainees are horrified, with some immediately throwing up. Charred corpses lie buried under the rubble, making everyone gasp in pure shock. What is this nightmare? Why would anyone do this? The squad cries out at the piled bodies, disgusted by the sheer cruelty. Raon feels the heavy atmosphere, yet he stays focused, scanning the horrific scene. Glenn Zieghart also analyzes the area, visibly shaken by the brutality. The bandits actually decapitated people before burning them. Absolutely monstrous. Martha, however, does not even flinch at the corpses. She has definitely seen this before, or maybe she has a dark kill count herself. Suddenly, Raon snaps his head around. Wait, where did Run and Sullian go? We cut to Run and Sullian standing perfectly still in front of a ruined house staring at tragedy. Right in front of her is a completely burned body. The trauma triggers her nausea, forcing her to clutch her stomach. Meanwhile, Rimmer gathers the squad together. He delivers a grim warning. The horrific massacre they are staring at is the gruesome handiwork of the White Tiger Bandit crew. It is an absolute bloodbath. He orders them to burn this scene into their minds. They must stay on high alert if they cross paths with these monsters. Then he pulls something out. It is a tiny specialized flute, a silent whistle. No matter how incredibly hard they blow into it, it will not make a single sound to normal ears. The only ones capable of hearing this specific frequency are the highly trained guards. It is their ultimate lifeline in a deadly situation. He tells them not to hesitate. If things go south, blow the whistle. The instructors will react instantly and dive in to save them at top speed. Runan Sullian stares anxiously at her whistle. She is clearly still deeply shaken by the traumatizing corpses they just discovered. She is barely holding it together right now. Rimmer drops one last heavy warning. These bandits swing their blades without an ounce of mercy. Crossing swords with them will be a brutal fight for survival. But before blowing the whistle, they must fight back first. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see this upcoming bloody battle. Let's jump right in. They are clear to fight these guys without any backup. Kill on sight, no hesitation allowed. These bandits absolutely deserve death. Everyone agrees in unison. But Juna, she is completely spaced out right now. Dallas starts barking orders. Split into teams under your captains. Martha takes Group A and Benson heads up Group B. Move out in small squads. Juna, meanwhile, is completely trapped in her dark memories. That creepy voice echoing again. Remember, Juna, you belong to me. Do not do anything dangerous that might hurt you. Just stay alive until the day I need you. I will kill anything that even tries to scratch you. Our main guy snaps her out of that nightmare. Juna, he asks, super gently, you want to team up? She hesitates, then finally nods. Yeah. Soon the two of them are scouting out their assigned patrol zone. Glenn Zieghart looks up. Is that Mount Rutan? That high vantage point would definitely give us a solid view below. Plus, it makes escaping easy. If things go bad, it is the absolute perfect place to hide out. He glances around. But because it is so perfect, the bandits will not hide there. It draws way too much attention. No way they pick such an obvious spot when they know a massive squad is hunting them down. They probably guessed we would check there first, so they definitely found a much safer hidden backup location by now, meaning that weird hill over there is their only real option. From the outside, it looks totally exposed and empty, but pay attention here, there is probably a secret spot inside. Glenn Zieghart speaks up. Juna, let's go. We need to check that hill first. Let the other teams handle the forest. She nods in total agreement. Yeah, sounds good. Glenn Zieghart watches her back, feeling bad for her. Then wrath pops up. Your worrying is painfully obvious. You gonna say anything? Glenn Zieghart sighs. I am honestly not sure what to even tell her right now. Plus, this is strictly her family drama. I do not even understand my own complicated feelings about Sylvia yet. There is absolutely no way I can give her any solid advice about her own messed up family. But I know exactly what Sylvia did to Juna back then. Maybe I can fix this mess if given a chance. Finding that opening will be tough though. But still, everything is playing out exactly like I predicted. Crossing the hill, they head down. Glenn Zieghart scans the layout. A hidden forest sits right behind it, totally invisible to outsiders, deep and wide. He stops for a second, checking their surroundings. They cover their tracks well to fool normal people. But honestly, these cheap tricks only work on total amateurs. Useless against me. He inspects the snow. Just killing does not make you the absolute best assassin. Tracking, scouting, gathering intel. You have to be absolute peak level in every single one of those skills. I know what you were thinking. They might fool average hunters, but against Glenn Zieghart, he is literally useless. He whispers, Juna, I think the White Tiger's base is right near here. Follow me and keep your breathing dead silent. She agrees. Got it. They step forward, super careful. Glenn Zieghart immediately spots the hidden bear traps. He scans the area, but just as expected, nothing special here besides these basic entrance traps. They really thought nobody could track them this far. Fresh human footprints are literally everywhere right now. Looks like they massively underestimated us. The bandits are right ahead, guarding a dark cave entrance. They are holding a little kid down. Glenn Zieghart wonders, is that kid a hostage? Those gate guards are pretty massive. But I do not feel any strong aura from them at all. Just your basic low-tier thugs. That huge guy near the hostage, though, he is definitely strong enough to make a living swinging that sword. The main gang must be chilling inside. No way they leave their only hostage outside with just this weak security setup. He pictures dozens of bandits waiting inside. Should I blow the whistle and alert the rest of our squad? I could easily fall back and attack when the main force gets here. But then he looks at the kid. The hostage is in critical condition. At this rate, the boy will freeze to death before backup ever arrives. He slowly rests a hand on his sword. They still have no idea we are even here. The best play, save the hostage before we get spotted and take these trash mobs out fast. Watching from the bushes, Juna looks incredibly anxious right now. Glenn Zieghart speaks up to break her panic. Juna, look at me. Do not stress. We can totally save that kid, but I need help. Cast sound magic on my signal. I will attack you, watch the grunts. Understood, she nods. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this upcoming fight. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Juna hesitates. Can she truly change like him? She nods. She will try. The bandit with the bandaged head whines. I am so sleepy, man. When does this shift end? When does it end? They jump as Juna appears out of nowhere, casting a spell. The older guy yells, "Who are you?" But Juna stays ice cold. She activates her skill, dropping a sound-blocking aura over them. The grunts start panicking. Damn it, our voices are not getting out. Did that little brat just block sound with magic? Why would a magic user be in a dump like this? Glenn Zieghart uses their confusion, sprinting right at them. This is his chance. Before taking on the big guy in back, he needs to drop these two first. He slips behind the grunts like a shadow, a flash of his blade. Both heads fly off, totally paralyzing Juna. She completely freezes. The trauma of her brother brutally killing that squirrel flashes right back into her mind. Panicking, she drops down and screams, waking up the big guy. Glenn Zieghart curses. Damn it, the sound barrier just broke. Did that bloodshed trigger her PTSD? Snapping back to reality, Juna quickly slaps both hands over her own mouth. Don't blink now, Glenn Zieghart sweats. At this rate, the entire camp will absolutely spot them. The big brute charges at the kneeling Juna. Glenn Zieghart grits his teeth as the massive blade swings right for her. But Glenn Zieghart is faster. He sweeps the guy right off his feet and presses his sword to his throat. Do not scream. Make one sound before I say so and you die. You must answer all my questions right now. Disobey and I will pull out your bones. The terrified bandit nods frantically. Okay, Glenn Zieghart glances at the trembling Juna. She is terrified, but her magic gave him the opening he needed. Despite her fear, she did really well here. He interrogates the thug. You are from the White Tiger gang, right? He swallows hard. Yes. Glenn Zieghart presses harder. How many of you and where are you sleeping? The guy breaks. 39 total in the woods. How many hostages are left inside? Just one. Glenn Zieghart narrows his eyes. So there is indeed another captive in there. The little boy from earlier steps up timidly. Mr. Swordsman, that hostage inside is actually my little sister. Please save her, Juna reassures the kid. Do not worry, we will rescue her. Glenn Zieghart looks back, clearly quite reluctant. Juna, I never agreed to that. Juna replies innocently. Come on, you were going to do it anyway. Glenn Zieghart sighs helplessly. Juna, I am not scared of them, but calling backup is the absolute safest way to save the hostage here. There are 36 bandits and one seriously dangerous lone shark inside. Juna asks, so should I blow the flute? Glenn Zieghart nods. Yeah, I think that is the smartest move here. Juna blows hard. Our main character watches closely. Even standing right here, he hears absolutely nothing. That must be why Rimura gave it to them. Suddenly, someone shouts. That is a silent flute. Attack. The bandits instantly swarm their position, catching both Glenn Zieghart and Juna completely off guard. You caught that too, right? They are stunned. Glenn Zieghart stood right there and heard nothing. How did the boss? Glenn Zieghart tells Juna to take the boy while he holds the line. The old boss sneers, you got a death wish. Pretty bold move. Who were you trying to call with that flute? Glenn Zieghart's face remains totally ice cold. None of your business. Let's make a trade. The little hostage girl is shaking in terror just like her brother. The bandit smirks. A hostage trade, Glenn Zieghart nods. Hand over the little kid and I will give you back your guard. The boss laughs like a complete maniac. Ha, I care zero if that useless trash lives or dies. He is not worth freeing this brat. He presses his blade straight against the little girl's neck. Drop your sword right now or I take this kid's head clean off. The little girl starts sobbing uncontrollably. Glenn Zieghart stays chillingly calm. Fine. He signals Juna. Step back a bit. Wait for my exact signal to move. He slashes the guard's throat, shocking the whole crew. Then he rips the blade out, sending blood spraying absolutely everywhere. The bandits are horrified. What the hell did you just do? Before they can blink, Glenn Zieghart hurls his sword forward. The target. The younger guy in back. The blade pierces right through his chest, dropping the one holding the girl. Glenn Zieghart instantly barks an order. Juna smokescreen. Now Juna immediately slams her magic power directly into the dirt. A massive, ultra-thick fog explodes upward. The bandits freeze in panic as the heavy mist completely swallows them up. They start panicking. Damn it, I cannot see a thing. Raon Zieghart uses the chaos, snatching up the little girl and dashing. By the time the fog finally clears, the bandits realize their hostage is gone. They are absolutely furious. Bastard, he took the kid. Kill them. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you need the next part. Alright, stick with me here. I haven't even shown my real skills yet. If I went all out from the start, you'd be dead instantly. Meanwhile, after putting some serious distance between them, Zieghart and Juna finally set the two unconscious kids down to catch their breath. He speaks up, I think the kids passed out from the cold. Running like this just won't work. We absolutely cannot let these bandits go. If we just ignore them, who knows what kind of twisted atrocities they'll unleash on the village next. They've got the numbers, but I have to wipe them out right now. Juna, stay hidden here and keep a close eye on the kids. But Juna spots the nasty wound on his arm and starts panicking. Raon, your hand is bleeding. He calmly reassures her, it's nothing. Once I finish off those bandits, I'll be right back. But the second he turns around, Juna desperately grabs his shirt. She practically begs him, Raon, please don't go. You're already hurt. Fighting now is way too dangerous. The instructors will be here soon, so just wait for backup to help you out. Raon looks at his friend, his expression softening. Juna just stares at the ground, her eyes full of sorrow and intense worry. Raon tries to calm her. Look, every single battle is absolutely terrifying. Whether you're a seasoned veteran or just a trainee like us, everyone feels that exact same fear. But here's a lesson you and I can agree on. The scariest thing of all, sitting around doing nothing. Those heavy words finally seem to snap Juna awake. Raon keeps explaining it to her. These bandits have committed unforgivable, pure evil acts against innocent people. People have already sacrificed their lives for this village, fighting tooth and nail, just to protect the ones they love most. We can't just turn a blind eye to their massive sacrifice. We are swordsmen, and we have an absolute duty to see this mission through to the very bitter end. We have to follow in the footsteps of those who fought before us and protect those left behind. I have no idea how your brother actually treated you, but the more you fear someone, the more their dark shadow is going to haunt you. That fear will just dig deeper into your mind. If you keep running away from what scares you, it's going to ruthlessly torment you for the rest of your life. Listen to me, Juna. You are the only one who can actually protect yourself and the people by your side. Then he reaches into his shirt, pulls something small out, and gently places it right into her trembling hand. From this moment on, whatever you do is entirely in your own hands. Juna silently watches as he slowly marches straight toward the deadly enemy camp. There's no need to hide in the dark anymore. Juna stays completely quiet, a single tear slowly forming on her eyelashes. Deep down, she has her own hidden desires. I want to change. I want to forget. I don't want the past holding me back anymore. I want to protect what's most precious to me. I refuse to keep hiding in the shadows like a coward. To reach that bright future ahead, I have to keep standing up. She tightly grips the little wooden squirrel that our main character just gave her. Now watch closely because you and I love an epic takedown. Raon unleashes a lethal strike, slicing clean through 3 bandits before the rest start shouting warnings. Damn it, kill him now. Block his path, stop him right now, he's literally just a freaking kid. The bandit boss furiously roars. Why the hell can't you idiots stop him? Glenn Zieghart just glares back at him, totally deadpan and unfazed. While he's hyper-focused, a guy jumps up from behind, aiming a massive surprise slash right at his blind spot. He barely dodges the lethal blade from that sneak attack and instantly jumps back to create some safe distance. Right behind him, the boss quietly readies his heavy blade for a dirty cheap shot. You are completely dead, you little miserable rat. A wildly powerful strike smashes down, sending dirt and solid rocks flying everywhere. The bandit boss is absolutely stunned. What the hell? But there's absolutely nothing under his blade. He starts panicking. Where the heck did this punk just disappear to? Glenn Zieghart suddenly appears right behind his back, his voice ice cold. How long are you going to wait around for an opening like a total coward? Then, with one clean slash, he sends the boss's head flying before the guy can process it. The remaining bandits start stammering, completely paralyzed by pure fear. He is a total monster. How is he this incredibly strong at his age? Is this kid seriously just a trainee? He coldly threatens them. Just surrender, your leader is already dead. But before he can finish that sentence, he wildly throws up his sword to block a fast incoming projectile. A savage, mocking laugh echoes out. Ha ha, absolutely hilarious. From the terrified crowd of bandits steps out a guy who looks like a rogue swordsman. He arrogantly scoffs. You idiots are really losing to a brat like him. If we keep this pathetic display up, we'll just embarrass ourselves when we join the North-South Alliance. And you actually look pretty rich, probably from some wealthy noble family. Teask, well, that just makes this whole situation even better for me. I was getting worried capturing you wouldn't bring in much ransom money. He instantly leaps into the air, aiming his heavy sword right at Jaon while still running his annoying mouth. God hasn't abandoned me after all. I'm taking you as my hostage. His brutal strike crashes down, but Jaon quickly turns his blade sideways to block the massive hit. To fight back, I have to help her. The rogue swordsman takes this exact chance to launch another strike, but thankfully our main character barely manages to parry it away. He gets pumped up. How dare you look away, worried about your buddy, and that's where we stop you, and I absolutely need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, we're jumping straight into the chaos. The guy's face twists up. You and I can have a little more fun. Glenn Zieghart is blocking hard, sweating bullets. Damn it, the bandit outside is screaming his lungs out. Damn it, this brat is using some seriously weird skills. Looks like you've never killed anyone, huh, he roars, trying to scare her. Hand over the hostages, stop stalling. He charges right at her, but Juna stands her ground. She's fully locked in. She has to protect those kids, no matter the cost. Her grip tightens on her sword, pure determination. But to pull that off, she has to kill the guy right in front of her. Luckily, he's not exactly a top-tier fighter. I have to kill him. I can do this. Kill him. Those words loop in her head on repeat, fueling her resolve. Dark memories flash back, but this time they bring a new kind of strength. Don't forget what Raon Zieghart told her. But the traumatic memory of her older brother is still way too heavy. She suddenly freezes up in panic. No. I'm seeing his face again. I have to push him out of my mind. But I just can't forget the pure terror of that day. Can I actually protect someone exactly like Raon Zieghart did? I can't even swing a sword properly in a life-or-death situation like this. I'm so scared. I've never protected a single thing in my life. But the second that thought ends, Raon Zieghart shouts out, snapping her right back to reality. Juna reflexively looks over at him. Even in the middle of a brutal fight, he gives her this reassuring smile. It's okay. You've got this. Juna stares back, tears welling up in her eyes. His comforting words are an absolute wake-up call for the scared kid hiding inside her. In her mind, he reaches out. Don't worry. Come here with me. Watch closely now, this is where everything shifts. As her inner child reaches back, she fully awakens. I need to thank him. He finally gave me courage. She swings her sword, cutting right through the shadow of her brother. She dashes straight at the bandit, completely determined to prove her gratitude, because he helped her move forward. With one clean strike, she pierces the brutal bandit right through the heart, leaving Juna filled with immense gratitude, thanking him for believing in her. Meanwhile, the absolute garbage. But Raon Zieghart speaks up, shutting him down. She isn't just some ordinary little kid. She's a kid who managed to conquer her own dark past all by herself, and she has a far kinder heart than anyone else I have ever known. She is a swordsman who survived the ultimate trials. Raon Zieghart is overflowing with resolve now as a blazing aura instantly erupts around his body. Skill activated, 10,000 flames first form falling flower. Then he launches forward like a missile, slashing right at the brutal boss's neck. With the fight officially wrapped up, Raon Zieghart starts digging through the bandit's stash. I'll just double-check to see if there are any hidden traps before the masters actually show up. Then he spots and picks up a strange bud, a literal dual-colored flower. This is an incredibly rare medicinal herb. But did they seriously slaughter an entire village just for this? Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. What, is it already over? Oh, that's the dual-colored flower Vulcan was holding onto. The guy talking is a young man. He is from the North-South Alliance, the notorious leader of the Eternal Bandit Group. He asks with genuine excitement, did you two really wipe all of them out? Raon Zieghart just casually replies, I killed them. So what? Now I know what you're thinking. A new boss, already, yep. You've got guts, the guy smirks. Great situational awareness too. Confident because you're actually good, right? Raon Zieghart immediately fires back. Are you part of the North-South Alliance? The guy answers honestly, yeah, the name's Zieghart. Our main character instantly goes on high alert. So this is Zieghart. I've heard that name once before. A genius-level swordsman who joined the North-South Alliance with just a single sword and somehow became the boss of a massive bandit group in only 10 years. The White Tiger bandits are absolute garbage compared to this guy. He is a genuinely powerful top-tier swordsman. Now this Zieghart guy starts trying to guess exactly who Raon Zieghart really is. A kid from a famous family, direct bloodline of the Chase family, right? Your sword skills aren't exactly blowing me away. So you must still be a rookie in training. What should I do with you right now? He drops the threat super casually. Should I just kill you guys? The pure killing intent exploding off Zieghtar's body crashes over them like a massive tidal wave. It wraps completely around our main character. Raon Zieghart's guard is way up now. This guy's murderous vibe is crystal clear. He instantly rests his hand on the sword in his scabbard. For someone who lived his entire past life as an elite assassin, this kind of pressure is honestly nothing new. The other guy looks genuinely surprised. Oh ho, you can actually handle this pressure. You really aren't just some ordinary little kid, are you? Raon Zieghart stays totally guarded against the guy's words. He's mentally calculating the odds in his head. If I sneak attacked him from behind, I could definitely manage to kill him. But head on, there's zero chance I win this. Yet for some weird reason he can't explain, he refuses to back down. He smoothly draws his sword. Then he loudly issues a crazy challenge. Draw your sword and fight me right now. Zeder is thrown off, slowly reaching for his own blade. You know if we do this, you are 100% going to die. Glenn Zieghart, completely unfazed, replies, the weak losing to the strong. That's just how the world works. Zeder looks a bit surprised and suddenly reluctant. Ah, not many kids your age can say something as deep as that. He drops his killing intent and throws his hands up. Now that I know what kind of guy you are, I really don't want to fight. So what do you and I make of this? Killing you would be a massive waste. But Raon Zieghart just says warriors can't pick where they die. Zeder is stunned. Wow, that is seriously impressive. Are you sure you are actually a kid? Do you just keep a whole collection of life philosophy quotes lying around? Alright, you and I are about to dive back in. He turns away, zero guard up. One more thing, I don't want to kill you. Evil Wind has been watching us. Raon looks completely shocked, but definitely curious. The guy immediately takes off, leaving one last parting thought behind. It would be super fun if you joined the North-South Alliance. Before vanishing, he stands on the cliff edge and asks, so what is your name? Raon. My name is Glenn Zieghart. The mysterious guy just calmly nods. Glenn Zieghart. Yeah, I got it. I hope one day your fame reaches all the way across Mount Tedikan and the Rabo River. Then boom, he pushes off the ground and completely vanishes. Glenn softly mutters, he is gone. Then he turns straight to Rune and Solian. Rune and Solian, let's get out of here. She quickly agrees. Okay. She calls his name. He casually turns back, a little curious. What is it? She shyly asks. Did I do a good job? Glenn just freezes up for a second before smiling. Yeah, you were the absolute best. Hearing that makes Rune and Solian incredibly happy, flashing a massive bright smile. And with that, this whole crazy situation finally ends. Our main character wraps things up with a simple thought. And just like that, my incredibly short yet unbelievably long mission is officially over. When I got back carrying the Snow Tiger Claw bandit leaders head, Buen and Manhwa were absolutely furious. Yep, they lost to me all over again. Lim Dias tries comforting the other students who underperformed. He starts giving them some actually decent advice, but it quickly turns into him just telling them endless stories. Stories about how incredibly awesome his own first mission was. Even Wraith Armor does not miss a single chance to start bragging about himself either. Listening to those two total loudmouths talk makes my ears want to literally bleed. Since the kids lost their parents, the Sloan family decided to adopt them all. The kids honestly seem pretty thrilled about it, mostly because they really like Rune and Solian. After heading back home and finally completing the big mission, both Rune and Solian and I get summoned straight to the king. We are actually awarded medals for our massive achievements out there. Watch closely here, this is wild. I was shocked by his praise, but getting gifted the legendary 2-color flower, that completely blew my mind. He says I earned it, so I should keep it even though it is a ridiculously rare magic elixir. I guess that works perfectly for me. Glenn looks totally shocked now. Wait, what? Dodian actually came to visit him. Glenn quickly asks, why in the world are you here? Dodian answers, young master, you are finally back. He awkwardly scratches his head. Madam told me to drop by and report right to her. She wanted to know exactly when the mission finished. Glenn instantly panics. Wait, did you actually tell my mom? Dodian wipes away happy tears and says, of course I told Madam all about your incredibly touching and heroic story. Hearing this, Glenn feels his vision literally start spinning. What the heck did this idiot just do? Right then, Glenn's mother storms in looking super worried. Glenn, is that really you? The maid Helen checks in too. Young master, you returned. Glenn is sweating bullets now. Sylvia will absolutely flip if she knows he fought real bandits. He immediately starts making excuses. No, the thing is I didn't mean to. But then his mom suddenly pulls him into a super tight emotional hug. She gently rubs his face and praises him. You did amazing, Glenn. He is completely caught off guard. Huh, Sylvia smiles. Did you honestly think I would be mad? Glenn, I always tell you to be super careful. But then Sylvia's tone shifts. The real reason the leader of our entire family wields a sword is to protect the weak. I heard he was always reaching out to help those who desperately needed it the most. The Zieghart family still continues carrying on his noble wish. My dream was always to become exactly that kind of heroic sword fighter. So how could I ever scold you for rescuing those hostages? She lightly hugs his shoulders and whispers, I am so proud of you. The maid Helen chimes in right next to them. We were incredibly proud when we heard the whole story too. Another maid happily adds in. Tomorrow I am heading to the main palace. I am bragging about this to literally everyone. Meanwhile, Sylvia is still happily squeezing the life out of Raon. My sweet boy, you have grown up into such a wonderfully good man. Raon is just standing there completely dumbfounded by all this. I know what you and I are thinking, mom logic is wild. I can't figure her out. He glances back. Whatever. Dodian, you absolute idiot. But that guy slipped away ages ago. Wrath suddenly pops up and sneers, just remembering him now. That coward ran away forever ago. Raon clicks his tongue. Honestly, tonight is not too bad at all. Over with Runan Solian, she is placing the little wooden squirrel Gaon gifted her right on her nightstand. She stares at it happily, reliving all those recent crazy memories. She thinks to herself, next time, I am definitely going to tell him. I will thank him no matter what happens. Somewhere else completely, Lim Diaz is just chilling, lying totally relaxed on his outdoor hammock. He flashes back to the main character's intense conversation with Zieghart. Right now, he looks incredibly smug and genuinely thrilled about it. He notes, "It has been so long since I saw the Lord's shadow in someone else. Looks like this kid is the seed for the next throne. Everything is only just beginning." Meanwhile, over at the main Robert family mansion, that guy Robert is currently busy writing in his personal diary. He is intensely focused on writing, but suddenly he notices blood from a weird wound on his hand is slowly seeping right into the paper. He stares blankly at his hand and thinks, the wound still has not closed. It has literally been 17 years. I have tried so many magic elixirs, different top-tier treatments. I even invited famous scholars and powerful high priests here to fix it. I did all that and it still will not heal. A wound that won't heal but never gets worse. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride next. It feels like yesterday's wound may be trying to remind him never to forget that specific day. Is there some dead soul out there begging him not to? Forget him. Stick with me here because our guy is definitely not one to look back at the past. He shuts the book and stands right up. Only a short amount of time left before his wish actually becomes reality. Right at this moment, Glenn Zieghart is staring intently at his glowing system screen. The indestructible Thunder origin has weakened. His 10,000 fire skill has hit 3 stars and his indestructible aura is also sitting at 3 stars. Sense Master has reached 3 stars and his fire resistance is at 3 stars too. You have successfully completed the goal to become a Master Swordsman. His aura control speed has leveled up, every single stat is increasing rapidly, and his overall sword mastery has taken a massive jump up. Hand-to-hand combat mastery is also up. Raon Zieghart taps the system screen and lets out a heavy sigh, finally reaching the expert tier after all that grinding. He happily stretches his body. Even though this is just the entry level of the tier, he had to work insanely hard to get here. Wrath mocks him from behind. This is absolutely ridiculous. Even if you are a sword master to me, you are nothing more than a tiny little insect waiting to be crushed. You make a tiny bit of progress, and you are already feeling proud about it. Glenn Zieghart replies completely, calmly pointing out that not every 15-year-old kid can actually reach his current power level in this world. Even if you search this entire continent, you will never find anyone my age who can match my strength. Wrath snaps back in total annoyance. Who cares about age? Only absolute idiots compare ages when they are out on the battlefield. Age means absolutely nothing here. Weak simply means weak. Raon Zieghart does not even try to argue. Exactly. Once you hit the battlefield, nobody is going to go easy on you just because you are younger. I completely agree with that. Wrath speaks up again. You fool, at your current level, you could not even lay a single finger on my true power. Not even a fingernail. But Raon Zieghart stays perfectly indifferent. You might be thinking the same thing I did. Why is he still smiling? Wrath furiously demands an answer. Raon Zieghart just answers happily. Because I am glad. In my past life, I never actually managed to reach this level. Then he just turns away. You even admitted that I have grown up quite a bit. Hearing this, Wrath is totally taken aback. Then it rages. You think I would ever praise a human? Especially a human exactly like you. But Raon Zieghart stays completely calm. Then why are you getting so angry right now? I can hear your voice literally shaking right now, so my guess is completely right. I have been around you long enough to know your thoughts. Wrath gets even more furious. A mere human dares to see right through me. So annoying. It yells out loud, but honestly, it is pretty cute. Raon Zieghart just chuckles it off. Your anger is not going to do anything to me anyway. If you do not get your power back soon, I might just eat you up myself. But then Wrath quickly goes right back to aggressively mocking him. Hearing your nonsense really brings me back to the good old days. Reminds me of when all the demons in hell used to line up to challenge me. Raon Zieghart totally changes the subject to avoid the nagging. I am going to stretch. Wrath snaps loudly. Where do you think you are going? Listen to me right now. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lymedes is clapping his hands to get everyone to gather around. Stop what you are doing. Training is completely done for today. Great work, everyone. Bowen speaks up from the back. Aren't we supposed to make up another 20 minutes? But Lymedes just completely brushes it off. He tries to escape, leaving Bowen furious. We can just make it up tomorrow. Today is definitely more than enough work for us all. Bowen curses internally at this insanely irresponsible spirit teacher. Raon Zieghart speaks up at this point too. All right, I guess we are finally wrapping things up. Whoever has cleaning duty today, stay behind. Right now, Dorian is sneaking his locker open like a total ninja. He reaches inside trying to grab something super top secret. As he shuts it, Martha appears right beside him like a ghost. She angrily grabs onto his shoulder, making him let out a massive, terrifying scream. Martha furiously snaps at him. Is cleaning up with me really that scary? Dorian nervously turns around and stammers. No way, it is an absolute honor for me. Martha turns away super mad. Just keeping up with training keeps me busy enough, she shouts out with pure, uncontained anger. What are you all staring at? I have to clean, so get out. Let's pause for a second because Glenn Zieghart standing there is just as shocked as we are. She really can only stay calm when she is right next to him. Limedias happily chimes in, this girl truly has not changed one bit at all. I guess she's only peaceful when you are around. Raon Zieghart turns around surprised. Master Limedias, I thought you already made your great escape. Limedias just answers smoothly, well, I actually forgot a few things so I came back. The students are so curious, what exactly did this guy actually forget? Then he gathers everyone up one more time. Listen up everyone, I still have something very important to announce to all of you. It is crucial. What time is it even right now? It is time for your second official mission. Suddenly, the whole place goes completely dead silent. Then suddenly, he just bursts into laughter. Ah ha ha, my bad guys. Down below, both Bowen and Dorian are standing there looking completely dumbfounded. Did the teacher seriously forget something that incredibly important? Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart has his own thoughts. It has been almost half a year since their very first mission. The wait for this second mission was way longer than expected. Are there fewer assignments for the ZH family to handle compared to his past life? Limedias starts debriefing them. Orcs have suddenly shown up and started invading the southern territory of the ZH family lands. Your mission this time around is to wipe out those orcs threatening the innocent villagers and to protect the people along with their entire settlement. In other words, defend the village and hunt down monsters. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Everyone is totally hyped up to hunt some orcs, saying this is the exact wild mission they have been waiting for. About time I can finally test my sword skills. Professor Limedias smirks at the group. Let's dive right in. You and I are about to see how these rookies handle their very first mission. There won't be any teachers tagging along this time around. You've all got to reach the village completely on your own, and teamwork is the only way you'll clear this assignment. Ben speaks up. What if we get stuck in a super dangerous situation and can't make it out on our own? Limedias replies calmly. That is entirely up to you. If a mission becomes impossible, you need to know exactly when to quit. That is why the team leader needs the absolute ability to judge the situation perfectly. The most important thing, the leader has to predict both the best and worst case scenarios for every single move. Dane chimes in next. But wait, isn't running away from a mission considered a massive failure on our records? Limedias clears it up. Usually yes, but it really depends on the exact context. If you find yourself completely surrounded by 5 monsters and somehow escape alive, you should be heavily praised for that. Dane is absolutely thrilled hearing this. Awesome, so I can totally just run away and not get into any trouble. Limedias drops the next bomb. Oh, by the way, you all leave at dawn the day after tomorrow. Everyone panics. Only 2 days. The whole class starts freaking out and complaining. Why are we getting so little time? That's way too rushed. It's already dark, so we basically only have 1 day left. But Limedias just keeps on with his warnings. You rookies need to prepare way more stuff for a monster subjugation than you would for defending a base or just exploring a dungeon. You'll end up destroying the village if you aren't fully prepared. So please be careful. Ben feels completely looked down upon and yells out. We'll prepare way better than you think. From the back, Raon Zieghart finally steps up. All right, that's enough. Professor Limedias always warned us about this. We never know when a mission drops or what it'll be. This isn't the time to panic, we need to get ready. The more you guys complain, the less time we actually have left. Everyone suddenly feels guilty. Yeah, he has a solid point. There's zero guarantee we can gear up once the mission starts. Let's move out. Now watch this. Limedias just smiles, looking pretty satisfied with his student. Then he gives one last warning. Also, these monsters are way more aggressive and powerful than anything you kids have fought before. They are a massive pain just based on their sheer numbers alone. There are so many that you won't have any numerical advantage at all. Fighting them one-on-one is going to be incredibly tough. Honestly, your best bet is to dodge their attacks completely instead of trying to block. Pack extremely light and meet back here at dawn in 2 days. That is all. Cut to later on back inside Raon Zieghart's dorm room. He finishes packing his gear into a single compact messenger bag. He double-checks the bag, which has a handy weight reduction spell cast on it. Clearly, the professor has zero intention of helping us store our items. I guess he's trying to say we have to manage everything entirely on our own. That's totally fine by me. Suddenly, Wrath pops up and sneers. Humph, you arrogant brat. You really think everything will go exactly as you planned? Unexpected things can happen at literally any moment. Raon Zieghart actually agrees. Well, yeah, you make a fair point. But that's pretty ironic coming from the guy who handed me all those stat points. Wrath gets furious. I seriously want to sew your mouth shut. Raon Zieghart just teases him. Like you could ever actually do that. Suddenly, he notices something behind him. He grabs the door handle, super curious. Who would be visiting me at this hour? He opens the door and asks, who is it? Then he instantly freezes and starts stammering in shock. Mom, it's Sylvia standing strictly right in front of him. She frowns, looking a bit annoyed. Raon Zieghart, you really should have told me you had a mission. Raon Zieghart is totally confused. How did you know? Did Dane tell you? Sylvia replies calmly. Professor Lemedias was actually the one who told me. Raon Zieghart frowns hard. That damn elf. He looks totally awkward and forces an apology. I am sorry. Sylvia finally softens. She grabs his hands to give some advice. Raon Zieghart being the class president doesn't just mean representing the students. You also have a massive responsibility to safely guide everyone else, to lead them on a better path. You shouldn't try to solve this mission all by yourself. You need to assign the right tasks to your teammates. Minimize the casualties and lead everyone straight to success. Your classmates' lives literally depend on the choices you make out there. Raon Zieghart is completely caught off guard. I know what you're thinking, she's gonna yell right, but nope, she's actually giving him genuine advice. Then, Sylvia continues her warning. Monster subjugation missions might look easy on paper, but in reality they are incredibly difficult. You must completely wipe out every single monster to keep those villagers safe. Always keep that in mind out there. You aren't just a student anymore, you're a proud heart swordsman. I want you to prove that you are a true knight. Show them that you can inherit the absolute will of the Hart family. Finally, Raon Zieghart speaks up again. I honestly thought you came all the way here just to scold me. Suddenly, she raises her voice. I am furious, I'm worried, sick, and totally annoyed. However, Sylvia wraps her arms around Raon Zieghart, comforting him. But this really isn't the time to yell at you. You better prepare yourself for a massive scolding when you get back. But I am glad you're shining brighter since your training began. But I have never stopped worrying about you. The two of them hug right there in the sunset. The next day, Lemedias gathers everyone at the agreed-upon spot. At the end of the day, anything can happen out there, so be extremely careful. Fall back immediately if things get too overwhelming. The whole squad shouts, yes sir. Seeing nobody back down, Lemedias finally relaxes. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Usually this journey takes a whole month, but since we cleared the path, you're looking at just 2 weeks. Good luck out there, kids. The entire class shouts back in perfect sync, yes, Professor Rimmer. Raon steps up immediately, taking charge of the class. He commands them to split into 4 lines, strictly following their pre-planned tactical formation. Watching from behind, Rimmer smiles to himself. He knows they'll be perfectly fine. Raon isn't just a monster in combat and aura control, his tactical genius is absolutely off the charts. He's absolutely certain the kid will crush this mission and return without a scratch. I mean, the guy is only 15, really makes you wonder how epic his performance will be. Another teacher leans over, asking Rimmer if they should trail the kids as backup. At this distance, the squad wouldn't even notice their chaperones slipping away into the shadows. But Rimmer instantly shoots that down. No way, not yet. One of those kids has insanely sharp instincts. Stretching his arms, Rimmer casually walks off, claiming he needs a quick nap first. The other teachers just stare, whispering anxiously, is this really a good idea? Should they head out anyway? Rimmer just smirks, tossing back a smug reply. Honestly, you guys should be worrying about the trolls instead. Meanwhile, deep inside a pitch-black forest cave, a mysterious figure speaks from the shadows. Are you absolutely certain about this intel? Another shadowy figure, clearly a lower-ranking grunt, drops straight to his knees. Yes, sir, we have fully confirmed the target is exactly that village. Now pay attention, this is where it gets dark. The boss gives the order. Move out and slaughter anyone who dares block your path. Cut back to the forest near the village. Raon suddenly freezes in his tracks. His squad just ran straight into Kine, the absolute top dog of the 6th training facility. Raon speaks up first. Why are you guys out here? Kane just stares back. What about you? Raon quickly does the math. So this is Kane. Rumor had it he joined the 6th squad super late because of a nasty injury. He looks perfectly healed now, and that heavy build screams elite swordsman. Kane finally answers. We are literally on a mission to wipe out the troll bandits. So why exactly is your squad roaming around here? Raon's team doesn't miss a beat. We are also on a mission to exterminate those trolls. Kane blinks in pure shock. The exact same mission. Nobody ever mentioned a word about that to me. Raon looks just as stunned. Wait, what? Flashback to the night before they left. Inside a noisy local bar, a random guy yells out, Hey Rimmer, heard your students completely crushed their latest mission. Yeah, rumor says they took down a whole camp of mountain bandits despite being so young. Rimmer just laughs out loud, totally soaking up the praise. Told you so. I already gave them props, but honestly, it's impressive. Maybe I should send them to ambush those trolls. Knowing them, they would sprint there in a heartbeat, and then the family head will praise me too. But suddenly he spins around as someone interjects. Actually, the 6th training squad might grab this mission instead. For ambush missions, solid teamwork beats everything. Since the 5th squad relies way too much on solo strength, the 6th squad is a much better fit for this job. The 6th squad just survived our Hell-tier training week without a single issue. Because of that flawless record, we will be taking this troll extermination mission. You and I both know Rimmer won't take that. He glares at Methan, the 6th squad master. Are you just feeling insecure because my kids are stealing the spotlight? Why not just send both squads out together? Methan looks completely baffled by this. Wait, you seriously want to send 2 entire training squads on the exact same mission? Rimmer just shrugs. We have to wipe those trolls off the map either way, right? Sending both teams turns it into a competition. They will get it done way faster. What do you think? Mithun slowly agrees. Fine, I will get the Patriarch's permission for this. Really looking forward to the final results. Snapping back to the present, Burin steps up on Raon's side. There is obviously some mix-up here, so you guys can head home. We can handle this ourselves. That claim takes Kane completely by surprise. He scowls in pure annoyance. Yeah, there is no way I am letting that comment slide. You've only been in the 5th squad for a bit, Burin, and you're already this arrogant. This specific raid mission requires actual teamwork to survive. Our 6th squad is clearly a way better fit for this than you guys. The 5th squad lacks real combat experience. Your clumsy teamwork will just get you killed. Burin instantly flares up, looking ticked off. Listen, Kane, I know your skill level, but do not dare look down on the 5th squad. Standing quietly, Raon pieces the entire puzzle together in his head. Professor Rimmer definitely knew about this clash beforehand, so why keep it a secret from them? He shuts his eyes, analyzing the situation. Rimmer strongly believes that real-world experience is everything. That means this mission was designed as a brutal, highly practical combat test. Group coordination and tactical formations are crucial here, and honestly, our squad sucks at both. The professor probably set up this rivalry so we'd be forced to adapt and improve. Yeah, that actually makes perfect sense. That sneaky old fox. Let's just treat this as a fantastic chance for our rookies to finally learn something. Plus, remembering his mother's strict advice before leaving, he definitely can't just back down now. With his mind fully made up, Raon finally breaks his silence. Both of you need to chill out. Are we really going to stand here wasting time arguing? This bickering solves absolutely nothing, so let's just make a little bet instead. How does that sound? Burin looks totally confused. Wait, what? What kind of bet? We don't even know the enemy layout yet, so why waste our energy competing? Raon calmly reminds him that neither squad wants to drop this mission. Plus, this area is absolutely crawling with trolls. This is a full-scale ambush raid after all. You and I know exactly where this is going. Raon smirks. Let's make a bet to decide which squad takes total command of this entire mission. First team to take down a boss creates chaos. If the leading squad gets stuck fighting the main force, it opens a perfect path for the other. Sounds fair, right? Kane instantly agrees. Deal. Raon nods right back. All right then. We start the bet from that mountain over there. Without wasting a second, a small strike team from Burin's squad sprints straight into action, led by a crazy excited Martha. The rules are dead simple. Destroy or steal the enemy's flag first, and you win the whole thing. Stick with me here. It beats fighting them one by one. Glenn Zieghart leans over the strategy table to plan, but Martha completely shuts him down. Why bother? They are all just a bunch of losers anyway. I will wipe them out myself, so just sit and wait. She is absolutely buzzing with pure excitement. No strategy needed for these weaklings. She charges straight in, swinging her massive sword right at the guy leading their front line. Her divine sense skill activates. Her senses instantly spike so high she does not even need to open her eyes to track them. Glenn Zieghart silently watches the chaos unfold. Dan nervously turns to him and asks, is it really okay to just blindly charge in without a single plan? Glenn Zieghart just sighs. They are way too cocky, they would not listen anyway. June chimes in next. So, is there any actual chance of winning this? Glenn Zieghart replies, oh, we are definitely losing. Losing horribly. And right on cue, both Martha and Ben suddenly hit a massive brick wall. Frustration sets in. They are losing their minds. Why can't we break through? These guys are supposed to be weak, but their defense is absolutely insane. A guy from the enemy team shouts back, you guys are not the center of the universe. Stop looking down on us right now. Martha suddenly starts full-blown panicking. Fast forward to sunset. The sun dips behind the mountains and Martha and Ben's squad drag themselves back, looking completely pathetic. The awkwardness is heavy. Nobody even dares to make eye contact. Raon Zieghart finally steps up to rub it in. Was it easy? Look who just got pushed back. Misjudging the enemy is one thing, but the world does not wait for you to catch up. Did you underestimate them just because the Owen Kingdom tossed them aside? You all thought we would easily win just because of our last good track record. Everyone here was secretly thinking that, right? Now pay attention. This is exactly what happens when you fight with zero strategy. You knew nothing about the enemy or yourselves. You charged in with all that arrogance, wasted your stamina and aura, and literally showed the enemy all your moves. Oh, brilliant job, guys. Those guys train every single day too. Just because we look stronger does not mean we can underestimate them. June nervously asks, so, is it completely over? Raon Zieghart smirks. No, we still have a shot. Martha and Ben blink in shock. Wait, really? Martha grunts. If we crush those jerks, I will do literally anything you want. Raon Zieghart chuckles. At least you still have the fighting spirit left. Alright, fine, I am going to map out the exact path to victory for our team. Meanwhile, Team 6 starts running their mouths. Hall 5 was way too easy. Watching those guys struggle is hilarious. But one guy quickly snaps them right back to reality. Do not drop your guard. Hall 5 literally crushed the entire North and South Alliance using just the Snow Fox Claw technique. Stay sharp. I guarantee you they have not given up yet. He goes on high alert, and right on cue, they are back to finish this whole thing once and for all. Martha steps right up to their faces, throwing pure taunts. You absolute idiots. If you badmouth us one more time, you are going to regret it for the rest of your lives. Then boom, she charges in, catching them all completely off guard. Their captain screams, frontal attack, formation 4. Focus all your aura straight ahead right now. But the moment he raises his sword to block, Martha is already exploiting their wide open flank. You and I both knew that was a trap, right? Team 6 captain is totally stunned. Meanwhile, Ben is pulling off the exact same sneaky tactic. Another captain from Team 5 barks orders to his small squad. Look closely, that is her standard prep stance. Counterattack exactly like we practiced. But it is no use. Ben instantly shreds right through their entire first layer of defense. Ben just sneers at them. Absolute idiots. One smooth sword slash instantly drops 2 vanguards. The enemy squad leader stands there totally paralyzed in pure shock. What the heck? He swapped his movement pattern that fast. They literally just completely changed up their entire fighting style. Both squad leaders are sweating bullets now. What in the world just happened to make these guys switch up their whole combat rhythm like this? Back over here, Martha is absolutely tearing through their defense line like a hurricane. She grins like a maniac. That kid was totally right. Flashback to their strategy meeting, Raon Zieghart laid it all out. Why do you guys think we lost even though our raw individual power is way higher? Ben thinks about it. Information and tactics, Raon Zieghart nods. Exactly, Training Hall 6 already knew all of our personalities and every single one of our skills. They built their entire strategy around countering us. Meanwhile, we prepped absolutely zero tactics because you guys arrogantly assumed we would just steamroll them. And that is why we suffered a humiliating defeat in a match we easily could have won. Dan panics. Wait, so are we doomed to lose? Martha angrily whips around, glaring daggers at him. Shut up, Dan instantly bursts into tears. Okay, I am so sorry. Raon Zieghart steps in. Look, even if we do not call it a total wipeout, we still burn through way too much stamina and aura. We are definitely at a huge disadvantage right now, but it is not just about tactical intel. Ben leans in. Raon Zieghart, do you have some kind of genius plan? Raon Zieghart breaks it down. Kane, the top dog of Training Hall 6, has insanely sharp eyes and god-tier intuition. Because of that, he can snipe our weaknesses from miles away and send the perfect fighters to counter your specific styles. Martha aggressively mutters, damn that Kane. Raon Zieghart keeps exposing the truth. Martha, your biggest strengths are raw power and insane durability, but your attacks, way too predictable. So he just threw tanks at you to block your hits and drain all your aura. And Ben, you are crazy fast, but your technique is way too basic. That is why he countered you with adaptive swordsman. So how do we actually win? Simple. We just completely flip our fighting order. But your stubborn egos would never accept that. Martha scoffs. Heck no, I hate that idea. I have to win my way. Ben shrugs. Sorry, I feel the exact same way. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Raon Zieghart smirks. Then you guys must fight completely differently. Let's dive right in. Martha is stunned. Different John explains their fighting style is way too rigid, leaving massive openings everywhere. They basically suck at moving aura around their bodies, so find those blind spots and strike hard. Boyang, you're at a huge disadvantage against enemies who fight completely on pure survival instinct, but those meatheads are easy to trick. You have to drop your usual style and completely bait them out. Martha complains, sounds great, but haven't you just been standing here this whole time? Boyang quickly chimes in too. It sounds like you're just watching us do all the dirty work. Ignoring them, Guyon continues, Kane definitely has some seriously sharp senses. Way better than a normal student, but my senses are sharper. Meanwhile, Jian is just chilling on the sidelines using his divine perception to casually monitor the whole situation. They're doing a great job out there. Looks like June won't lose. But right at that moment, a dark figure suddenly appears from behind. Shall we begin? Kane notices Jian analyzing him. Since the whole situation has flipped from before, Kane realizes he seriously has no other choice now. Instead of making excuses, Kane speaks up. I was wondering why my guys were losing. Turns out you actually told them to completely switch up their fighting style. The rumors about the other students not respecting you are totally fake, yet Jian literally shows zero reaction to this little attempted provocation. Kane smirks. This battle ends right here. Raon, I heard your aura happens to be the fire attribute. Kane instantly wraps his sword in a blazing aura. Raon actually looks surprised. Wait, Kane also has a fire attribute aura. Unlucky for you, Kane continues. I possess the absolute highest tier of fire aura. Plus, I have more raw energy than most official swordsmen out there. Now watch this closely. Kane boasts, theoretically, you cannot beat me. Raon finally sighs, why do you guys always talk so much trash before a fight? Raon's own fire aura erupts, blazing fiercely around his entire body. Let's go. I'll show you how my flames will absolutely crush yours to ash. Raon instantly launches himself straight at Kane, moving so incredibly fast he literally leaves no afterimage. Kane starts panicking. Way too fast, and those flames I heard, he didn't just beat Manhwa, but he totally defeated Prince Owen too. The moment the heavy blade slashes down, Kane barely manages to dodge in time. He thinks, his aura isn't as powerful as mine, but he's definitely a monster. However, Kane starts his fierce counterattack yelling, I am stronger. He tries to clash head-to-head with Raon using pure brute force. Explosive shockwaves of fire erupt violently right between their intense clash. Suddenly, a razor-sharp wave of aura cuts straight across Kane's face, drawing fresh blood. He totally loses his cool. What the heck? This makes absolutely no sense. Are my flames actually weaker? Immediately, Raon breaks his opponent's guard and fiercely strikes. Kane struggles to block, looking completely desperate. Impossible, he screams at the top of his lungs, trying his hardest to escape that devastating barrage of attacks. A massive shockwave explodes violently, shaking the entire forest. When the dust finally settles, Kane lies completely defeated right under Raon's blade. Raon mocks him. So your fire is stronger? Huh, yeah, right. By this time, the Hall 5 crew returns and everyone is standing there utterly shocked. Raon speaks up first. Wait, that's Kane. What the heck is he doing out here? Well, the best way to flip a battle is definitely crushing the enemy leader. Did you actually know this was going to happen? Buen adds on. That's not even the half of it. You were right, they got totally baited. Honestly, me too. If it wasn't for your advice, I probably would have lost to the 6th training hall. Manhwa also steps up to speak. Hate to admit it, but he's totally right. If your judgment had been wrong today, honestly, even I would have probably turned my back on you. But hey, we finally pulled off the win anyway. We totally recognize your raw talent and all the hard effort you put in now. From now on, we'll follow your orders without any complaining. Raon smiles happily. Looks like they matured quite a bit after this whole crazy ordeal, which is great. You and I love seeing this growth. This is the Hall 5 I know. He gathers everyone around. Great job out there, guys. Hopefully you guys finally understand the harsh consequences of getting too cocky with your wins and just recklessly rushing in without thinking. If this had been a real life or death battlefield, every single one of you would be dead. Never forget the brutal lesson you learned today. Kane looks at Raon with pure admiration. He's way better than I thought. An absolute beast in combat, and he actually knows how to lead. I honestly assumed the 5th training hall was just full of arrogant jerks, but it turns out I was the most arrogant fool of all. Then he walks over to Raon. I seriously learned a massive amount from you today, Raon. You taught me to never ever drop my guard and to always have a solid backup plan ready. Just in case the first strategy totally fails, I was absolutely certain I'd win today because I arrogantly thought I understood your whole team. But instead I didn't just lose the team battle, I got completely crushed by you in a one-on-one duel. What I called confidence was actually just blind, foolish arrogance. Now I finally see just how incredibly small I really am. Thank you. Then he humbly extends his hand to show genuine goodwill. Raon smiles back. He's honestly more sincere than those direct descendants, so he accepts the handshake. Don't even worry about it. Kane nods back. Like I promised, we'll fully dedicate ourselves to serving you. Fast forward 2 whole weeks and the crew finally arrives at their designated mission spot. Raon leads the group standing tall on a massive rock cliff. We're here, he announces loudly. Right below them lies the helpless village that desperately needs saving. A tiny, unremarkable village with absolutely nothing special about it, just a simple place where folks farm to survive day by day. Their current assigned mission, it's honestly not some legendary quest either. They just need to clear out some annoying monsters that randomly pop up to wreck the place. Still, why does he feel like someone is watching him? No proctors follow them. We both know this is about to get wild, so don't go anywhere. Alright, stick with me here. That creeping aura screams murder, so Glenn Zieghart needs to find him fast. He turns to Glenn Zieghart, asking for a big favor. Glenn Zieghart looks totally confused and asks what he means. Raon Zieghart casually drops the bomb. Glenn Zieghart is leading this mission. Panic mode activated. Why him? Raon Zieghart explains that during their first real mission, only he and Runen Sulian could actually handle those brutal snow fox monsters, so putting Glenn Zieghart in charge makes total sense now. Raon Zieghart smirks, reminding Glenn Zieghart that he wanted to be just like him. Well, now is the perfect time to step up and prove it. Glenn Zieghart hesitates for a second, but then his confidence kicks in. Fine, he agrees. He stands tall and promises to be an absolute legendary commander. Raon Zieghart immediately turns to the crew. You all heard the man right. From this second on, everyone follows exactly what Glenn Zieghart says. The whole squad nods in agreement. Then Raon Zieghart glances over at Martha. He whispers that he will explain everything later, just act completely normal. Martha just turns her back and walks away. She coldly tells him there is no need for secret chats, she is totally fine and playing along. Raon Zieghart watches her go, definitely a bit concerned. Then he taps into his mind, asking Wrath if he also feels those creepy eyes watching them. Wrath chuckles. So, you finally noticed. Makes sense, considering you completely inherited my insanely overpowered senses. Raon Zieghart quickly asks for the exact numbers. Wrath gets this totally smug look and teases him. If I tell you his direction, can you guess? Raon Zieghart cuts him right off. Just one guy. Wrath looks absolutely stunned and scoffs. Raon Zieghart explains that Wrath used a singular pronoun, giving it away. He casually says thanks for the intel, instantly making the spirit furious. You sneaky brat, Wrath starts yelling, but Raon Zieghart just tunes out the noise. He knows he cannot just assume there's only one enemy here. Even if only one scout is actively watching them, his entire squad is probably hiding nearby. Dropping their guard right now means instant death. Now pay close attention here because things get wild. Raon Zieghart sighs, knowing this mission is ruined. Meanwhile, that mysterious enemy boss finally steps out of the shadows. The big boss is busy grilling his lackeys. He demands to know where these kids came from. A minion quickly reports they are mostly from the Diaz family. The leader scoffs. Oh, one of the 6 great emperors, Eve, that is honestly nothing special. His loyal minion chimes in with even more details. He says they look like absolute rookies. There's not a single instructor walking with them, so this is highly likely just their second official mission ever. The villain boss narrows his eyes. Did they spot you? The tracker smirks and immediately answers, absolutely not. I am confident that even if I walked right up to them, those kids would not notice a thing. The boss nods, looking super smug. Yeah, there is no way a bunch of trash-tier newbies could ever detect your stealth skills. But then the tracker brings up a real problem. Since we already control the orcs and they all vanished, why are these rookies even here? The boss pauses quickly, piecing the whole puzzle together. The villagers probably panicked over the monster surge and begged for help. But honestly, our search for the mana stone is moving way too slowly. I got a bit too arrogant. His minion speaks up again, swearing they tore the entire area apart but still could not find the stone. Maybe the item is actually hidden inside the village itself. Should we launch a full attack right now? But the boss firmly rejects that idea. The lackey is confused, arguing this is the perfect chance to wipe those students out. The boss explains that slaughtering rookies is ridiculously easy, but doing that risks exposing the mana stone, which brings more harm than good. Just let them hunt a few trash monsters and head home. Let them feel like they actually finished their epic quest. Suddenly, the boss pulls his hood up. His body enters rage mode, muscles literally bulging. I know what you were thinking, pure monster energy, right? He mutters that once the kids leave, he will brutally flatten that village to ashes. Night finally falls over the camp. The whole team gathers around, relaxing together and grabbing a much-needed dinner after the chaos. Raon Zieghart stares at the guy across the table about to take a bite of meat. He thinks to himself, honestly, Glenn Zieghart worried him at first, but the guy is performing way better than expected. Flashing back to earlier events, our main character continues analyzing the situation perfectly. Glenn Zieghart did not use his noble Diaz family status to act arrogant. Instead, he totally prioritized calming down the village chief and the terrified locals. He can clearly see Glenn Zieghart putting in the actual effort to grow. Raon Zieghart casually pokes at his fried egg with a shiny fork. Raon Zieghart figures he really should not stress over Glenn Zieghart anymore. Even if he was completely absent from this mission, things would be fine. Glenn Zieghart and the other trainees are totally capable of wiping out those monsters themselves. He turns his head and looks directly out the window. Seeing the rugged mountain peaks in the distance and the thick, snowy pine forest, a sudden wave of dark uncertainty hits him hard. The real massive issue is whoever was secretly watching them near the village outskirts. He is still completely unsure about their identity, but he definitely felt their aura vanish into the mountains when they entered town. Is the Diaz family testing them, or is this a completely different threat? Deep inside his mind, an incredibly uneasy feeling keeps creeping up, refusing to go away. Whatever the truth is, tomorrow will surely bring the answer. He mutters to himself. The next morning, the entire squad is staring straight down at the fresh, deep tracks carved into the white snow. Glenn Zieghart and his loyal teammates are standing by. He looks ahead and points sharply. It completely looks like monsters are swarming all around this area. An older guy once mentioned that beasts always show up during this exact season, but this time their numbers tripled. They cannot handle this alone. So stick with me because you and I absolutely need to see what happens next. Stick with me, we're diving into a wild hunt. We've tracked over 100 monsters. meaning they have over 200 in total. The old man makes a rough guess based on his scouting. He steps right up to the blue-haired boy. The issue isn't just the sheer numbers. I'm certain you aren't familiar with this deep forest. We're setting you up with a local guide so you don't get lost out there. He is the fastest kid in our entire village, so I guarantee he will be super helpful. That same guy from yesterday is already chilling with the squad. His name is Kana, the official Mount Cebu guide. Kana sighs, looking completely exhausted. When the chief visited last night, I knew something was up, but asking me to be a guide for the Hath's family trainees. Yeah, do not worry. Suddenly, a calm voice grabs the boy's attention. Raon promises they'll all return home perfectly safe. Listen up, everyone, another trainee loudly barks out. Orcs hit way harder than most monsters. Meanwhile, goblins and hobgoblins fight dirty using nasty poisons or other tricks. Glenn Zieghart breaks down the enemy stats for the team. Even a tiny scratch could turn fatal instantly, so keep your guard all the way up. Yes, sir, they reply. Then the blue-haired guy turns and orders Training Hall 6 fan out and surround the entire zone. Ken Hath's nods, got it, leave it to us. Let's kick off this raid. Time to show these trespassing monsters the absolute power of the Hath's family. Hype speech over the squad immediately moves out. In the misty distance, massive shadows of the orcs appear. Glenn Zieghart doesn't flinch at all, completely ready to lead the charge. Let's go. Meanwhile, Wrath complains to Raon, who is just standing there watching these absolute idiots do something incredibly stupid. They spend all this time setting up a stealthy ambush only to start screaming and blowing their cover. How is that even an ambush? Raon shrugs it off. They're just yelling to shake off their pre-battle nerves. A rookie mistake like that is understandable. This is their first actual raid after all. The energy cat thinks to itself, technically this is his first raid too. Yet instead of shaking, he is calculating the whole battlefield. Now watch closely, you and I know. He acts like a seasoned veteran. The cat studies Raon. Meanwhile, Glenn Zieghart's group clashes with the giant orcs. Martha, Glenn Zieghart, and Runan Sullian charge forward together. The black-haired girl goes totally berserk, screaming, I will slaughter all of them. Wipe out the goblins and hobgoblins first, then hit the orcs. Glenn Zieghart shouts orders while swinging his blade. Another teammate spots trouble and screams out, they just smash right through our defensive formation. 2 massive orcs are flanking us. Kana completely panics as the brutal monsters sprint right toward him. The orcs are coming here, but before they can touch him, they have to get past Raon, standing like an absolute wall. Wow, I never should have come here, the poor guide shrieks in pure terror. Raon calmly launches himself forward. With one single lightning-fast slash, our guy casually deletes the first orc. The second beast drops after just one more swing. Moving like a blur, he strings together flawless strikes and footwork to instantly execute the third one. Raon slowly sheathes his deadly blade. You and I both noticed it, right? 0 blood on him, yet those giant monsters are completely wiped out. Kana couldn't even track his movements. Seeing the orcs drop, he stammers in absolute shock. Wait, when did they even die? Raon just asks, are you hurt anywhere, Kana? No, I am completely fine, thankfully. Raon presses on. I need to ask you something. Are there any local urban legends surrounding this exact mountain? Like a massive hidden treasure or legendary monsters? The guide stands up, scratching his head. Urban legends, actually there is one. Legend says that hundreds of years ago, an incredibly brutal war erupted between the Western Goblin Kingdom charging down and the local Night Order right here. Rumor says the Goblin King buried his ring somewhere nearby. This info makes Raon sense something off. He looks at the guy, then stares ahead, thinking, okay, now I finally understand. The heavy gaze tracking me right now and earlier. That belongs to Iron, carrying the mark of a Western dragon, one of the 5 demons. They are notoriously insane. Iron's whole goal is reviving the dark era when monsters ruled the world. They want to turn back time and worship beasts like actual gods, where a demon is treated by the masses as a literal religion. But if that was their only trick, they would have been exterminated ages ago. Here's what you and I need to know. They tame wild monsters. Even as humans, they wield the powers of. Let's dive right in. You and I are looking at a mysterious group with power rivaling the mighty Zieghart family. Their bizarre strength is an absolute secret hidden from even the most famous bloodlines on the entire continent. It is locked away deep inside a sealed chest, and those swords stabbed into the ground around it, a massive undeniable warning sign. Raon narrows his eyes, dead serious. He is absolutely convinced he already knows what that dark secret is, all thanks to Derus Robert, the exact same guy who haunted his past life right until his dying breath. He flashes back to a past life mission. They ran straight into Eden while carrying out direct orders from Derus himself. Eden totally wiped out the entire assassination squad. Raon was the only one left standing in that absolute hellscape. He didn't realize it back then, but the whole situation was crazy suspicious. Derus already knew Eden used mana stones as one of the 6 emperors. How on earth did he even know about that, and why keep it completely hidden instead of exposing that truth to the entire world? Raon pieces it all together, remembering that horrifying face. Wrath floating right behind him gets super curious and just has to ask, "What exactly are you thinking about? I can feel this incredibly dark, deep-seated rage boiling up right inside of you." Raon immediately grabs his chest. Just thinking about Derus totally messes with his emotions. He tells himself to calm down. Eden is the real priority here. He closes his eyes and pulls himself together. He figures Eden's main goal right now is finding the Goblin King's hidden mana stone. It has been hundreds of years since the Goblin King lost the battle here. He is absolutely sure an insanely powerful mana stone is buried somewhere nearby. Now watch this. Their master plan is to let Raon's squad finish the mission first so they can dig up that mana stone once everyone leaves. The scene suddenly shifts straight to the battlefield. Glenn Zieghart is charging at full speed right toward that massive alpha python. I am going to end this with one ultimate attack, but boom, a massive explosion suddenly goes off, stopping him right in his tracks. Glenn Zieghart is totally shocked by the person stepping out of the smoke. Martha actually hijacked the battle casually, claiming the monster for herself. Glenn Zieghart just sighs and mocks her. Talk about having absolute zero dignity. Then he turns right back to his squad. The alpha is finally dead. Now we just have to wipe out the rest of these weaklings. Hooray! Hearing this awesome news, the whole team screams in pure joy. Hey Kamba, about that Goblin King story you mentioned earlier. Has anyone actually seen any treasure or jewelry up in these mountains since then? Raon speaks up. Honestly, back when I was a kid, the village chief climbed the mountain. He came straight back down with some weird red jewelry he found right at the peak. He starts talking about the time he saw something looking exactly like the super rare mana stone our main character is hunting for. So where is that jewelry right now? Most people completely missed it, but the chief secretly buried it right under his own house. Raon is visibly shocked hearing this part. He tightly clenches his fists, thinking to himself, this situation is way worse than I expected. If Eden fails to find that mana stone in the mountains, Kamba, standing nearby, completely clueless, just asks, "Wait, is something wrong?" I know what you're thinking. And yeah, it is worst-case scenario time. Our blonde hero realizes they will absolutely burn this entire village to ashes. We do not see any more orcs around here. Same on this side. The guys from Glenn Zieghart's squad quickly report back. We finally finished the subjugation. By late afternoon, the village chief and a few top members walk right up to express their deep gratitude. Thank you all so much for going this far for us. You are truly as skilled as the legendary Zieghart family claims. We truly thank you. Of course, I am just really glad I could help you out, our guy naturally replies back. Raon just hangs in the back watching his clan brothers soak up all that praise. Suddenly, a totally unexpected voice calls out. Did everything go exactly the way you planned? That seriously startles our main character for a second. Martha, chilling up in a tree with an apple, chimes in. Even though I really do not know what you actually want. He follows the voice and locks eyes right on her. Martha, she just carelessly keeps munching on her apple. Raon quickly answers, I am not totally sure yet, but I will tell you when the time comes. Out of nowhere, she jumps straight down and cuts him off. Do not worry, no matter what crazy stuff happens, I will follow your orders. At least until this mission is officially over. She walks right past him, dropping that little message. Right then, Ronan Sullivan walks over to check on him. Raon, what exactly are you doing out here? Are you worried about something? You seriously do not look too happy right now. He just keeps it super simple. I am completely fine, no problem at all. The chief said he is throwing a huge feast, so let's get going. Staring off into the distance, he thinks even deeper about those crazy dark secrets that only he actually knows about. Eden will not make a move until we finally leave. The next day, on the outskirts of Cebu village, the sky is clear blue above shady green trees, casting cool shadows everywhere. Glenn Zieghart looks incredibly relieved as he thinks to himself, absolutely perfect. Then, glancing right over at the Zieghart group, he continues. We totally wiped out all those monsters on the mountain, and we actually finished with barely any real damage to our squad. Even though this was our very first mission, we pulled it off flawlessly. His eyes also quickly shift right toward the back of the group. Looking right at Raon, he figures that's why Raon stopped fighting for the lead. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. No mistakes at all. But why did he hand the command over to me? The more he looks at the guy, the more questions just keep popping up. Glenn touches his chest, looking completely confident. But you and I both know the real question here is if he can actually match our main character's true leadership skills. Then the blue-haired guy turns to the whole squad and says, let us get out of here right now. So the whole crew keeps moving until the sun starts setting. Raon just walks quietly in the back before suddenly stopping everyone. He tells everyone to halt. The rest of the squad gets super confused, instantly turning all their eyes toward Raon. What is going on? Can we not keep moving? It is still way too early to set up camp. This is exactly when the real mission begins, the blonde guy announces. What do you mean, Raon? Like I just said, this mission is far from over. What the heck are you talking about? Burin is completely lost. We already took down all those orcs and completely cleared the area. So what do you even mean by that? The blue-haired guy figures they did enough for their first quest. But Raon fires back. Our mission was killing monsters and protecting that village. So what is the problem? Raon cuts him off to explain. Someone was just tracking us. Wait, what? Now watch this closely. While they were moving earlier, Raon completely spotted a shadow hiding right behind those branches. He explains they followed them for about an hour before vanishing. You might guess it was just an instructor, but I clearly felt their absolute hostility way too much for a normal instructor. I definitely sensed those creepy eyes watching us the whole time, even before we finally stepped foot in the village, and I felt them vanish once we got far enough away from it. Are you serious right now? Burin is completely shocked. Martha steps forward to ask more. Hold on, even before we arrive here, to be exact, right when we stepped onto the village hill. So the real reason you gave command to Burin was she finally gets Raon's actual plan. I hid my presence to sense the enemy better. Crane in the back is just as shocked, but he stays completely calm and starts figuring things out himself. I bet he totally sensed this during the bet, but his tactical skills and combat senses are just on a completely different level than ours. Way above the other instructors. I could not even tell that someone was secretly stalking our team. Burin asks one more time to be absolutely sure. That is why you made me commander? Raon nods. Exactly. I figured if you took charge, you could easily take great care of all the rookies. Flashing back to when the blue-haired guy directed troops against the goblins, Raon praises him. You actually did a fantastic job. I am certain the enemy thought you were the top rookie because of that, so they completely ignored me the entire time. Putting a hand on his teammate's shoulder, Raon calls him a true leader. I will recommend you as the number 2 rookie once we return. Burin just looks down in pure embarrassment. You and I know exactly what he is thinking right now. Damn, I actually thought I equaled Raon. But he was literally just investigating the enemy while nobody even noticed. I had absolutely zero clue that was even happening behind my back, and I was celebrating thinking we were equals. From the start, monsters cannot communicate with any other creatures. But during this specific mission, the orcs and goblins were somehow actively working together. That means the enemy used some spell to control those monsters. Raon states, our first mission is protecting the village. That quest is not over yet because a hidden threat is still completely endangering the whole village. Crimson Eyes waiting to steal the mana stone at any moment. Snapping back to reality, he announces, we are heading back to the village, but we have to be super stealthy so the enemy does not realize we are returning. Having proper stealth gear would be amazing, but sadly, we have absolutely nothing. But then, Dorian suddenly steps up. He pulls out a huge pile of gear and shows it off. Is this enough stealth equipment for everyone? Raon instantly asks, where did you get all this? The green-haired guy casually replies, just brought it for emergencies. You brought 40 of these just in case. I guess over-preparing never hurts. Good, very good. Even though it is super hard to believe, Raon praises his upbeat teammate. Let us follow our stealth training completely. Crane, go report our current situation to a nearby Zieghart branch family right now. You are easily the fastest runner on this team. The blonde guy gets totally startled by the order but quickly agrees. Huh, got it. After he dashes off, Raon turns back. Everyone from here on out follow my orders at all costs. I will not accept any rebellion against me. 5 hours later at the squad's temporary hideout behind the rugged mountain. One of the scouts returns and immediately reports to the boss. They finally left for good. We double-check the other side, all clear. Let us begin the plan. The boss transforms. Trust me, we want to see what is next. Let's dive into this madness. He transforms into a massive, terrifying monster wearing an iron helmet. Then he unleashes an absolutely deafening, earth-shaking roar. He steps right outside. Surrounding him is a massive horde of loyal orcs, fully armed and totally ready to start their brutal conquest. Kill them all. The Alpha barks his order, and the entire orc army instantly charges straight toward the peaceful village to attack. Don't let a single one escape, the leader snarls. Meanwhile, hidden in a blind spot high above the chaos, Burin is looking down at them. Seeing the massive horde of monsters moving together, his voice actually shakes. There are still this many orcs left. Panic setting in, he quickly blurts out his thoughts. We seriously need to wipe out every single one of them right now. But Raon, he completely disagrees. No, not yet. I thought I already told you that someone is watching us from the shadows, and it's not the gaze of a monster, it's human. We still haven't figured out who our real enemy, even as Raon analyzes with total calm. Burin, though, far from calm. He raises his voice in total frustration. But just look at how many orcs are down there. The village cannot stop them. The blonde guy just shrugs casually, dropping his own logic. Sure, but if we jump in right now and lose, every single one of us is going to die. We really better step in right this second if we actually want to save that village. Burin snaps back quickly. Did you seriously forget our instructor literally said that understanding the mission's core objective is the most important thing? It is just not time yet, Raon strictly confirms. Then he turns and drops a massive piece of crucial intel on the rest of the skilled members. Now pay close attention here. We need to be extremely careful. The enemy is from Eden. Wait, Eden. Ken and Martha look completely shocked. The dark-haired girl immediately asks, "You mean Eden?" As in the 5 great demons. If they are from Eden, or if there is a literal Lord-class monster out there, we really need to stay on high alert. Burren looks back down, finally absorbing what Raon just dropped on him. Okay, I know exactly how ridiculously strong Eden is, and yeah, you are right. The blue-haired guy turns around, locking eyes with their captain. But if we literally do nothing, right now half of that village is going to be slaughtered. And we are supposed to just sit here while the enemy massacres innocent people. I thought you were worthy of the heart name, but this is just wrong. We have to move now. The blue-haired guy is completely losing his patience at this point, his voice dripping with absolute bitterness. Placing a hand firmly on his chest, Burren proudly declares that this is exactly what a true heart swordsman should do. I really thought you deserved the Hart family name. But this is completely wrong. We need to take action right this second. The blue-haired kid has completely run out of patience now, and you can hear the raw bitter edge creeping into his voice. Hand firmly over his heart, Burren passionately insists that stepping up is the only path for a true heart swordsman. Just like that, he ditches his squad up on the cliff and charges down the slope, all alone, yelling back, "I really don't care if you follow me. Anyone here who truly believes they are a real heart swordsman, follow my lead." Hearing that name drop again, yeah, it is driving him absolutely crazy. Raon Sullivan simply steps forward and agrees. Without missing a single beat, she jumps right down that slope, fully ready to join the fight and block the monster horde. Several other squad members start nodding, agreeing that Lord Burren is totally right. As members of the Hart family, cowering in fear just because of the 5 demons is embarrassing. Exactly, we are proud rookies of the 6 Emperors Alliance. Count us in, we are going too. We have to protect the village and its people right now. Like a massive chain reaction, a huge chunk of the team follows Burren and charges straight into the danger. Ken is hyping up his crew now too. Training Hall 6, are you guys mentally ready for this absolute chaos? You and I both saw this coming, right? We will help Hall 5 attack Eden's phantoms. Yes, sir. Now only a tiny handful of people remain standing with Raon. The guy just smirks to himself. Every single thing happening right now is playing out exactly like he predicted. From what I have seen, Burren and these rookies have zero tolerance for injustice. With their hot-headed personalities, they were always going to rush in to stop Eden and those monsters. That is exactly why I sent Raon Sullivan a secret aura message to trail behind them first and then team up with Burren. With both Raon Sullivan and Ken heading down there, even Eden won't be able to hold them off if things suddenly go completely wrong. Then he turns and asks the girl, casually leaning against a tree, "Martha, why didn't you go? Honestly, I thought you would be the very first one to charge in." The dark-haired girl just replies with zero hesitation, "I already told you I am following your orders until the very end." That actually makes Raon pretty happy, even though he just lets out a tired sigh and a soft chuckle. Then he tells the few remaining stragglers, "All right then. If that is the case, we are heading down to that village just like them. But completely mask your presence as much as humanly possible while we move." Eden's actual backup forces are definitely hiding out somewhere they aren't on the front lines. Staring deep into the mountain range, he thinks to himself, "I can distinctly feel a massive, overwhelming killing intent radiating straight from that mountain, not from the village below." Training Halls 5 and 6 can easily wipe out the remaining grunts, but if they face that hidden guy head-on, they will be in serious deadly danger. We just need to confront him, Raon deduces. Assassinating him is a totally different story, though. And do not take those troll attacks head-on. Fall back, then counterattack. He shouts this reminder while slicing a monster in half. So what do you and I think? The real battle is just starting. Alright, stick with me here. The rest of the team knows how to limit risks. If fighting them solo is too tough, just group up. Remember, if we do not block them right here, the whole village is in major danger. Glenn Zieghart shouts orders while actively throwing himself into combat. But man, this is seriously draining his stamina. These orcs are way more aggressive than the trash mobs they fought just yesterday. Still, if this was all they had, defending the village would be a piece of cake. The real problem is Eden, their true enemy. As long as Eden is around, there is zero chance these monsters will stop. He pieces it together and lets out a frustrated curse. Turns out Raon was right all along. The green-haired guy quickly yells to his teammates around him, "Everyone watch out for aerial threats and ambushes hidden in the forest." One of the rookies completely panics and screams, "No way, this is impossible." It is Eden's green phantom core. Suddenly, a squad of figures dressed in black drops down from the trees like enemy reinforcements. Seeing this scene, Glenn Zieghart realizes he just made an absolutely terrible move. Those hooded goblins showing up means they are definitely in serious trouble now. I figured they would show up, but I never expected this many. A quick glance tells him there are easily over 40 of them. We need to play this smart if we want to survive against a massive horde like this. Then Glenn Zieghart barks out an order to Ken to hold back the orcs. Do not let them reach the village. Runan Sullian, use your cold air to freeze the feet of the orcs and those green phantom troops. I will charge in. Got it. The girl takes the order and instantly activates her skill. I will freeze all of them right now. Channeling power into her sword, she blasts freezing aura everywhere. Intense white winds solidify into thick bands of ice. They rush straight toward the orcs and completely trap their legs. Ice Pillar. This instantly locks the monsters in place. Glenn Zieghart seizes this perfect opening and finally unleashes his own signature technique. Continuous flowing sword autumn wind slash, then he leaps high into the air, charging right at the monster horde. He spins mid-air with his magically enchanted blade, rapidly slicing down multiple monsters that are directly in his flight path, clean and fast. Now watch closely, because here is where it gets wild. He realizes his landing spot is right in the crosshairs of his 7-color spirit. The assassin spits a hidden weapon right at Glenn Zieghart, but luckily he is fast enough to dodge it just in time. The other team members are not quite as fast. They can only raise their arms to block as a barrage of toxic weapons rains down from above. Poison needles are falling from the sky. Use your aura to block them or use footwork to dodge Glenn. Zieghart yells out desperately. But then one of the rookies spots a highly toxic bag dropping toward them and yells, "Lord Glenn Zieghart, they just threw down a poison bomb. Damn it, this poison is way stronger than the monster toxin. Everyone cover your mouths." Realizing how desperate things are, the blue-haired guy commands everyone to follow suit, but several of them are just too slow to act on his orders. The poison violently seeps into their bodies, draining their strength. Yeah, forget aura, I cannot even lift my sword anymore. Glenn Zieghart feels completely helpless, tightly gripping his violently trembling sword. In just a split second, it is not just the team, he has also inhaled the toxic gas. My body will not move the way I want it to. Runan Sullian's skin is also losing its color. But the orcs and the green phantom troops are completely unaffected. At this rate, he glances over at his female friend and makes a grim conclusion. They're going to wipe us out. You and I both thought it was over, but suddenly a huge explosion erupts right in front of them. The blue-haired guy is stunned. What is this energy? Such destructive power? It turns out Martha has finally come down to provide some heavy backup. Standing with the other rookies, the girl commands, "Let's step in for these idealistic fools and clean up Eden's garbage. Do not let a single one escape." Reinforcements, Lady Martha and the backup have finally arrived. The squad members are absolutely thrilled to see them. If they had been even a second later, we would have passed out from the poison. Let's get up and fight back together. Glenn Zieghart is secretly relieved, thinking I still have not seen Raon anywhere yet. But with Martha and her reinforcements here, we can actually turn this around. If things keep going this way, we can actually win this fight. After tasting the theater swordsman's blade, the terrified assassins start running for their lives, totally panicking. What kind of rookies are this strong? We need to run. If we stay until the end, we are dead. But a gigantic foot stomps down, blocking their escape path. Are you pathetic cowards trying to run away from my battlefield? Hemph. A truly terrifying voice echoes out, crushing the entire group with an impossibly heavy pressure. This is a presence way stronger than anyone they have fought before. Green Phantom Korv, the champion of the Goblin tribe, and he can actually speak human language. Now the whole crew has to face an enemy on a completely different power level. "Hey, Green Phantom Combat Champion," Glenn Zieghart calls out to him. "What is a top-tier warrior like you doing out here?" The Alpha Orc replies, "I received a report that you came back to this place. Did you return because you figured out our ambush plan and wanted to stop it? I have to admit, for mere rookies, you guys are pretty good. From what I can see of your strength, that black-haired woman over there looks like she actually packs a real punch." The boss locks eyes on Martha. He hoists up his massive greatsword, and trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's jump into today's wild recap. If you weaklings wanted to keep your lives, you should have run away quietly. Here's why you're all dying today. Because you have zero clue who you're messing with. The monster has a massive body, but its attack speed, absolutely terrifying. In a flash, this beast swings that gigantic sword right up to Brian's neck. A massive boom echoes straight across the entire battlefield. It takes less than a minute. All three fighters get completely wrecked by this unbelievable monster. The rookies in the back are completely panicking. Just one strike took down all three of them. Where is Sir Ken? He is busy fighting the giant snake monsters by the barricade. Damn it. What about Sir Ryan? There is no way he will show his face after seeing this massacre. Oh, you can still stand. The orc commander actually praises Martha as she struggles to her feet after taking that brutal hit. Looks like you are the absolute worst trash among the garbage here. Honestly, that is completely obvious. Simply because you can actually sense our powerful presence. But even so, you are just a tiny little sprout that I will easily crush right under my giant boots. Just pathetic little bugs. No effort, absolutely zero strength, and totally undisciplined. Your luck has officially run out. The Alpha Orc keeps throwing insults. He raises his massive blade high, declaring every single one of them will die today. Now watch this next part closely. Ryan suddenly appears from behind, dropping a fire skill with total confidence. "You are the one dying," our boy snaps back. He closes the distance on the monster fast. With a single strike of his sword, he completely chops off the beast's arm. 10,000 flames, first form rotation. The orc's massive arm slams onto the dirt, blood spraying everywhere from the clean cut. Hey, that was a pretty solid ambush right there. The green-skinned warrior chuckles out a compliment. But did you really think I had no way to stop your little blade from hitting my neck? Our hero turns back with a frustrated look. You crazy bastard, you sacrificed your arm just for that. But my real plan is just getting started. Even though it was a surprise attack, chopping off my arm shows you actually have some serious skills. A very promising little kid, but this is exactly where it ends. The giant orc taunts him. Looking at your pathetic state right now, it is super obvious you wasted most of your energy on that single strike. He is totally right. I pushed myself way beyond my limit, hoping to end this whole mess instantly with that one surprise attack. Now I can barely even stand. He thinks to himself while his sword hands literally shake. Ryan finally speaks up. Are you the boss around here? You lunatics never act the way anyone expects. The monster sneers. Ha, did you really think my boss would show up for a tiny pathetic village like this? Pretty sharp tongue for someone so weak. The giant warrior raises his blade, getting ready for the next brutal attack. Let us see how long you can keep talking. He instantly charges straight at Ryan with terrifying speed. Ryan is caught off guard by the crazy footwork. I have not fully recovered yet, but honestly, neither has he. I know what you're thinking, but our boy actually blocks it. The orc is shocked. You blocked my hit. You are way better than I thought. If I could not block that, I might as well quit being a swordsman right now. Whoa. The giant's fury spikes to the max, swinging his heavy blade down again. Good mindset to have, you little brat. This crazy beast praises Ryan's spirit while attacking. The two of them just keep trading epic blows back and forth. Brian is watching from the side, completely mind blown. What is happening? That green monster wrecked us with just one single strike. Yet he is fighting this guy equally. Not only that, he is using the exact same combo sword technique I use. The blue-haired kid watches in complete awe. I honestly thought I finally caught up. Staring at the massive fight, a wave of disappointment hits Brian. Martha walks over and drops the truth. That is his real power. What he showed us before was barely the tip of the iceberg. But sadly, that is just not enough. It might look like Ryan is holding his ground, but he literally has zero time to restore his stamina or spiritual aura. He burned through everything on that surprise attack. Both leaders keep clashing while the other two just stand there nervously analyzing the fight. Martha looks super worried now. Can he beat that combat-crazy green monster with the tiny bit of energy he has left? Luna walks up from behind. Somehow, she is still conscious after taking a direct hit from that beast of an orc. The girl insists they have to help Ryan. The dark-haired warrior just sighs deeply. Can you not see we are saving our strength? You are literally weaker than us. What could you even do? If you rush in there, one tiny mistake means dying in a single hit. So what? With absolute determination in her eyes, Luna grips her sword and steps forward anyway. I always thought she would be terrified, but she is actually calmer than normal. Does that mean she is totally different from when she followed Ryan? Let's leave it here. Martha is stunned and Brian speaks up in fear. Trust me, you need part 2. Let's jump right in. While I would be hesitating, Raon Sullivan steps up. We have to help Raon. Did you forget that last attack? Do you seriously think all three of us charging in is going to change anything? Glancing back, the blue-haired guy argues that even so, even if it is completely hopeless, I cannot just look away and let my teammate fight totally alone. We are proud swordsmen of Zieghart. Martha realizes they have no other choice. She is completely won over by the bold actions of the two in front of her. Whatever, if anything goes terribly wrong, you guys are taking full responsibility for it. Let us risk it all. Just like that, the entire squad moves out toward the raging battlefield. Cutting back to where the main duel is happening, the orc leader is stunned a mere rookie survived against him for so long. It is genuinely impressive. You are so talented, I actually want to recruit you into Eden. Tell me, what is your name? The young warrior coldly fires back, I am Raon. The monster's eyes suddenly turn much sharper than normal. He narrows his gaze and asks, wait a minute, are you a direct descendant of the Zieghart bloodline? Looking at your hair and eyes, I had my suspicions. It seems the absolute blood of the Northern Destructive King is flowing thick right through your veins. Putting together the enough clues the orc leader gathered, he immediately sees the terrifying phantom of Glenn Zieghart overlapping with the young man's body. The beast flexes his massive muscles and growls. I take back my recruitment offer. Given this situation, I will pay any price and use every possible method to wipe you out completely. He lets out an earth-shattering roar. Ha! A sinister black aura violently wraps around the eye. Monster boss. His movement speed increases to an absolutely absurd level. In just a blink of an eye, he swings his massive blade right at Raon's neck again. Now watch closely, things get crazy here. Raon is totally caught off guard. This absolute maniac got way faster. Raon ducks low to dodge the strike. Is he seriously burning up his own life force just to push his power higher? I am barely holding on using the ring of fire, but I haven't fully recovered yet. Suddenly, he notices a dark shadow creeping up from right behind, the giant orc preparing for a brutal sneak attack. Martha, taking full advantage of the fact that the monster is totally distracted, easily slashes a massive bleeding scar straight down the beast's giant back. The furiously angry alpha monster immediately whips around in pure, unadulterated rage. A pathetic little bug like you dares to strike me. But then another freezing wave of icy energy suddenly rushes right toward the monster. Raon Sullian unleashes her ice magic to heavily slow down the huge boss's movements. Ice Aura, Breath of Winter. Right after the girl fires off her freezing skill, she urgently signals Glenn Zieghart to make his move. The young guy quickly closes the distance to the giant monster's position. He leaps high into the air, sword already locked in a striking stance. Heavenly Flow, Sword Art, Starlight Flash. Glenn Zieghart launches a relentless flurry of attacks all over the enemy's body. But tragically, the young guy still gets violently snatched right out of the air by that massive hand. The boss scoffs. Do you really think your cheap little parlor tricks can take me down? It seems you fools have severely underestimated my raw power. If you aren't at least on the same level as that blonde brat, you will never land a real hit on me. The blue-haired boy, despite being heavily injured, still grins with total confidence. Just like you said, with the weak attacks we just used, it is super hard to take you down. I know what you were thinking, but they bought enough time. Down below, Martha is channeling her full strength to gather up even more explosive energy. Giant Spirit Aura, Meteor Stance. The actual ground caves in from the sheer crushing pressure her body is giving off. Dropping into her stance, the girl screams out, "Let us see if you can block this one." A fatal earth-shattering slash powered by the giant spirit. The girl, absolutely, refuses to give the orc even a second to defend. This completely enrages the monster boss, who furiously roars out, "You annoying little brats." He then violently swings his arm, launching Glenn Zieghart like a ragdoll right at Martha. The two of them violently crash into each other and get thrown back into a tree. Just like that, the duo slams hard against a nearby trunk. The orc shifts his deadly focus back to the little bugs who sneak attacked him. Earlier growling, pathetic flies need to know their proper place. But then from behind, Raon has finally finished prepping his ultimate attack. The young man calmly states, "It was not meaningless at all. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to your desperate efforts, I finally had enough time to fully recover." An absolutely massive surge of raw energy violently erupts from Raon's body. Looking over at his teammates who passed out trying to support him, the guy adds, "I swear I will not let this opening you all risked your lives to create go to waste. Leave everything to me now." The orc suddenly senses the extreme danger level and whips around, demanding, "How do you still have so much power left? Who in the world are you?" Raon raises his burning sword high into the air and answers, "Sixth Combat Color, Blood Shadow of Eden. You should feel honored. This is the very first time I am using this technique on a real enemy. I honestly thought I wasn't able to use it yet, but thanks to the enlightenment I gained during this brutal fight, I finally can." 10,000 Flames, Sword Art. Flame Cyclone, a massive pillar of blazing fire, erupts in the exact direction his sword is pointing. The young warrior's completely calm expression totally contrasts with the intense roaring heat his skill is giving off. The orc leader frantically thinks to himself, "Those flames, they are completely different from what he showed before. My pure instincts are screaming that they are lethal. No matter what crazy price I have to pay, have to kill him right now, die," and that is where we pause. Trust me, you are going to want to see how this wild charge ends. Let's dive right in. You and I are about to witness an epic finish. Right as the monster charges, he swings his sword straight at the orc's massive body. Looks like Raon's strike was just a split second faster than the beast. Now all that remains on the battlefield is the giant's towering, completely frozen body. The young swordsman's eyes remain fiercely locked on his fallen enemy, completely unwavering. Suddenly, the upper half of the orc's head slides right off. But wait, his entire body splits clean in two and violently crashes to the dirt. Soaked in enemy blood from head to toe, Raon looks totally exhausted. Panting heavily, he just stares down at the giant lifeless corpse right at his feet. Raon Sullian can't even hide her pure shock after witnessing the insane power her friend just unleashed. Martha and Glenn Zieghart recover and rush over, completely stunned. Did Raon seriously just solo a green phantom combatant all by himself? Absolute madness. Raising his blood-soaked sword high into the air, the boy shouts out a loud rallying cry. "We are not done yet. The Green Phantom Legion is still crawling around here. For the peace and glory of the kingdom, wipe them all out." Completely hyped up by his energy, everyone draws their weapons and loudly roars their agreement. Soon enough, the remaining stragglers of the Phantom Legion are hunted down and crushed. Then Glenn Zieghart walks right over to Raon. "Hey, Raon, you were right. If you and the reinforcements hadn't stepped in, we would all be dead right now. Plus, the innocent villagers we were supposed to protect would have died too. The green-haired guy's face drops as he says it. Thanks for saving us, and I am sorry for ignoring your warning. Even when you pointed it out, I totally failed to pay attention to the village. Turning a blind eye to injustice just because we were weak, that is definitely not what a Zieghart swordsman should ever do. He places a hand over his heart, proudly declaring it. But completely ignoring his dramatic energy, Raon just turns his back, replying with one word. Yeah. Leaving the green-haired guy completely stiff and confused. Huh, what did you say? Now watch this part closely. Here's where it gets interesting. You guys fought with everything. I only beat that phantom because of your help. He isn't just talking to Glenn Zieghart. Those words are definitely meant for Runan Sullian and Martha right behind him too. Gripping his sword tight, Raon doesn't relax even a little bit. If even one person was missing, things could have gone horribly wrong in ways we couldn't predict. So seriously, thank you guys. I mean it. He stands between the three of them, genuinely showing his gratitude. Hearing this, Glenn Zieghart immediately gets super flustered. He looks away, stuttering awkwardly. I really don't understand what you are talking about at all. But I promise I will get stronger so this never happens again. That way, I definitely won't be needing your help anymore. But totally ignoring the boy's tough talk, Raon simply turns his attention toward the black-haired girl and speaks up. You did an amazing job too, Martha. I only had a chance to recover thanks to you. Thanks for actually following my orders. He walks straight up and tells her directly. Martha cracks a tiny gentle smile. Then she walks off, tossing back a reply. If I couldn't even follow basic orders, I would rather drop dead. I am going to the village to help. You do whatever you want. After she leaves, Raon immediately drops his head, gripping his knees just to stay balanced. Is this nightmare finally over? You and I both felt that, right? That insane move completely drained him. He loses consciousness and slowly falls backward. Damn it, I relaxed way too early. I can't even feel my legs anymore. But suddenly, Runan Sullian drops down, catching him gently from behind. Raon, are you okay? Runan Sullian, you were still here. How did you know I was going to collapse? He is totally stunned to see his friend appear. Runan Sullian pauses, replying with a totally icy expression. Just like at the training camp. It's like all your strength was instantly drained away. Same here. Raon mentally agrees, his eyes looking totally dazed. He quietly thinks it isn't just me watching their backs. They really care about me too, huh? Thank you, he tells her. But then something catches his eye. A glowing system notification suddenly pops up. You have proven your potential by pushing past your absolute limits during that brutal battle. All of your stats have increased by 1 point. You successfully ambushed a vastly superior opponent. You have officially unlocked the special skill, Shadowless Strike. You defeated an enemy with a much higher level. You acquired the epic new title, Unmovable Heart. Status window reads, Name Raon. Title, Unmovable Heart. Current condition, the Unfortunate Tundra State. Special skills include Rage 4-star Fire Ring, 3-star 10,000 Fire Arts, 3-star Unfortunate Aura, and 4-star Sensory Master. 1-star Water Resistance and 1-star Shadowless Strike. His agility is at 58 strength, 57 stamina, 59 energy, 42, and sharp senses at 64. Scanning all that sweet data, he thinks to himself, taking down that green phantom combatant was actually a huge payday. All my stats leveled up, plus I grabbed a new skill and title. I will check this out later, can't keep relying on others for too long. Raon stands up, telling Runan Sullian, I am feeling a lot better now. You head back and help the village. I will scout the area to ensure it's safe. That's where we leave it. He sits on a hidden rock to review everything. Wild right. All right, stick with me here. This Immovable Heart title is way more useful than Raon originally thought. It's given to warriors with an unbreakable will, guys who never flinch against heavy hitters. The effect: when you clash with an opponent way stronger than you, all your stats get a sweet 3% boost. Looking at it, Raon thinks to himself, sure, 3% sounds tiny right now, but as his base power scales up, that small percentage is going to mean massive gains. From now on, he's going to be fighting monsters way out of his league, so this little boost is absolutely clutch. Next up, Shadowless Strike, a 1-star skill. Whenever he uses assassin techniques, his aura instantly drops completely, masking his presence while spiking his critical hit chance. It's definitely a specialized assassin class skill. Raon smirks, realizing that if he had this move before fighting that last guy, he totally would have ended him on the very first ambush. Raon deduces calmly. Right on cue, Wrath finally shows up. This spirit cat looks at the boy's stacked new stats and literally cannot believe his eyes. Wait a second, he only beat a low-level monster, so how did he score this much epic loot? I'm the one who created this system, so how is this even mathematically possible? Raon just casually brushes him off. Hey, thanks to you, I'm leveling up crazy fast. I appreciate it. For Wrath, this is basically poking the bear. The cat hisses fiercely, swearing that he will never let our main character die a peaceful death. Watch how cold he is right here. The cat threatens pure agony, but Raon just tells him to do his absolute worst, waves goodbye and casually walks off. Behind him, the energy cat is just throwing an absolute temper tantrum. A little later down in the village, the recruits are busy helping the locals rebuild all the structures wrecked by the orcs. Bring the extra wood over here. Where are those scrap pieces from earlier anyway? All right, the wooden barricades are finally fully set up. Looks like Raon is finally waking up. The boy sits up, rubbing his head in total confusion. He only meant to rest his eyes for a second, but totally passed out. He pushes the door open and steps outside. Seeing the entire crew working so hard, he realizes that while he was knocked out, they actually managed to finish fixing the whole defensive perimeter. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him. Raon, you're finally awake. Lunan jogs over to him carrying a heavy bucket of water. How are you feeling now? Honestly, after a deep sleep, he's feeling way better. She smiles and tells him to hurry up because everyone is waiting. Wait, who exactly is waiting for me? He's still totally clueless about what kind of massive impact he made while he was busy catching Z's. It's the villagers. A local couple is bowing deeply to show their raw gratitude. Right beside them, the village chief and every single resident are standing in that exact same respectful posture, speaking up. On behalf of everyone in this village, we want to formally thank all of you, the brave swordsmen of Zieghart. Thank you for shielding us. You all put your own lives on the absolute line just to keep us safe. You can really feel the raw emotion here, right? Without the crew, this place would be absolute ashes. Every single person there feels a massive debt for having their lives saved today. We will engrave this kindness in our hearts forever. Seeing this intense display of gratitude, Raon is genuinely caught off guard. He glances over his shoulder at his squad standing right there. I can actually feel it, he thinks to himself, looking at the comrades he just fought alongside through pure life and death, earning real respect from his teammates and seeing this pure, unfiltered gratitude from the local villagers. This is literally the very first time he's ever felt like this. In his past life as a ruthless assassin, doing the right thing wasn't exactly in his job description. His footsteps were always hidden deep in the shadows. The only thing that mattered was surviving with zero fame, no face, and absolutely no name. And it was all because of Derus Robert. That cold, soulless gaze from the past is still haunting him. All the dirty work, all the blood on his hands, just to get a nod of approval from that monster. But this time around, he's carving out a completely different path. Just thinking about that villain's fake holy facade in front of the public makes his blood boil as he reflects. Have I ever thought like this before? The boy questions his own mindset while standing right there among the villagers and his loyal new squad. Clenching his fists tight, Raon realizes something huge. He can feel raw ambition bubbling up inside him, a wild new desire completely taking over his soul. From this moment on, he is going to live proudly as a swordsman, and he plans to see this kind of victory seen many more times. Our hero shifts his gaze up toward the bright glowing moon in the night sky, making a silent promise. A tiny light in the dark that will never burn out. That's his new life goal. Later that night, everyone is outside, happily enjoying a very peaceful evening on the streets. Raon walks straight over to the bald village chief and asks softly, "Hey chief, do you have a second? I've got something important to ask." Raon, yeah, sure thing. The old man turns around and fully agrees. A few minutes later, once they reach a much quieter spot away from the crowd, the chief cuts to the chase. "So what did you want to ask? Do you have any idea who commanded those orcs to attack your home this time?" Raon presses him. "Ah, the blue-haired swordsman actually mentioned something to me. I heard it was one of the 5 demons of Eden." The chief adds, "I just don't get why they would specifically target our home. We're just a tiny, absolute nobody village." But our main character remembers the battle, telling him, "I heard Kamba say you once brought back an item. A weird red gem from Mount Ibu." The chief's eyes widen in instant realization. "Ah, I did find a gem up on that mountain back in my youth, and I brought it here. And that's where we leave it." The old man's tone drops in sheer horror. They both just realize Eden is hunting that exact same gem. Let's dive right in. The village elder's face drops the second Raon points to the gem. "Wait, you were telling me all this chaos is because of that thing? I almost destroyed my own village," he groans. Sure, they managed to fight off the attack this time, but the danger is far from over. As long as that gem stays here, the Eden cult will keep attacking. The elder is stunned. He explains that ever since he buried the stone, the crops grew better and the weather stayed warm, so everyone basically started treating this mysterious rock as their ultimate guardian deity. He never imagined it was actually a cursed stone, acting as a magnet for dark monsters. Panicking, the elder asks what they should do next. "Should we just dig it up and throw it away?" he asks desperately. But Raon shakes his head. "No," the young swordsman replies, "I am taking it." The elder is shocked. Raon explains that Eden literally views human beings as sacrifices for their dark revival. Even if they toss the gem, the cult will just track it down. Raon decides to take it back to Glenn Zieghart, but then Eden will target Zieghart. "We cannot force that kind of massive danger onto you," the elder cries out, his voice shaking with genuine concern for the young hero. "It is fine," Raon says, placing a hand over his heart, fully accepting the heavy burden. The old man falls completely silent, deep in thought. After a long moment of silence, he bows his head low in deep gratitude. Once again, the head of your family has shown us totally boundless kindness. Wait, once again, Raon looks super confused by what the old man means, so the village elder immediately starts explaining the past. Decades ago, back when the elder was just a little older than Raon Glenn Zieghart, the current family had actually saved this exact village once before. He remembers the time that legendary man fought off an entire horde of monsters completely solo. Raon is pretty surprised hearing this piece of history. Yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. He saved our village from a massive monster stampede exactly like you just did. Can you even believe this? He smiled warmly and treated us with absolute respect. As he shares the story, an image of a young Glenn flashes vividly through the elder's mind. Meanwhile, Raon is just standing there, only able to picture his grandfather's permanently angry, terrifying scowl. A friendly smile, not a chance. A warm smile is literally impossible to imagine from that grumpy old monster. Eventually, the village elder turns around to lead the way. Honestly, this old man's random backstory dragged on way too long. Please follow me, I will show you where the gem is, he says. Reaching an empty dirt patch, the elder bends down and starts digging. It is buried right here. I cannot believe the thing we thought was guarding us was actually cursed. Pointing at the dirt, Raon asks, what is up with that cloth wrapped around the stone? The elder explains it is an old family heirloom. It was passed down through generations. They used it to muffle the stone's blinding red glow before burying it deep in the ground. As the artifact is handed over, Raon can still see a crazy powerful light bleeding through, even with the thick cloth completely covering it. Staring at the terrifying artifact, Raon thinks to himself, This is a Goblin King's Mana Stone. If this crazy Mana Stone falls into the hands of the Eden cult, a terrifying new monster with a Goblin King's power will be born. He quickly tells the elder to wrap it back up tight, but then, now it all makes sense. A chilling voice echoes out of nowhere. A massive, heavily scarred, bald, and incredibly muscular man is suddenly standing right beside them. It is like he just teleported in. Rubbing his chin, the giant smirks. That little cloth masked the Mana Stone's aura. No wonder my guys could not find it after searching the entire mountain. Otherwise, this pathetic village would have been ashes a long time ago. Pure reflex takes over as Raon instantly grabs his sword and drops into a combat stance. You bastard, who are you? Raon is sweating. How did this guy get so close without him sensing anything? The giant just laughs. Me, who knows? He chuckles loudly, snaps his giant fingers, and an orc-shaped mask magically materializes right in his hand. Why do not you take a wild guess? That mask. It is an orc. Are you the blood demon? Raon asks, piecing it together. The ball freak grins. Ho ho, you recognize my gear. Now here is where it gets crazy. This guy praises his Zieghart training, basically confirming it. This is a top executive of the Eden cult, the legendary blood demon himself. He narrows his eyes at Raon. And with that unpredictable aura, you must be the swordsman who slaughtered the green orc. Raon fires back. And you are the superior that green orc mentioned. He told me you would not come. The monster slips the mask onto his face, his massive body literally changing color as he speaks. Well, it is true. I did dump this annoying mission on the green orc. If he had not died, I would not be here. In other words, I am here for you. The monster suddenly erupts with an absolutely terrifying dark aura. Raon immediately feels the shift. The pure, overwhelming bloodlust radiating off this guy is literally paralyzing his entire body. It is not just him. Even if every single trainee in Habuk village teamed up right now, they would get absolutely wiped out. Even Wrath suddenly pops up to drop a harsh truth bomb. Raon, honestly speaking, you have zero chance of beating this guy. Right now, you have exactly two choices. Die fighting him in total despair, or just hand your body completely over to me. The blue energy cat smirks at his own sinister offer. Meanwhile, the demon finishes his terrifying transfer. Facing an opponent who completely outclasses him, the cat gives Raon an impossible choice. Stick around because you and I need to see how this ends. Back at the village, the others are still gathering. Burn asks, what are you doing here? Martha, standing right beside him, snaps back, just checking if you idiots fix the fences properly. Alright, let's dive into this. You guys have more talent for carpentry than swordsmanship. A brutal insult that clearly gets under Glenn Zieghart's skin right away. The guy immediately steps up to her face. Once you are completely done, checking, shut your mouth and walk away. Talk about zero hesitation. But the black-haired girl isn't backing down at all. She smirks, provoking him. Hey, remember, you are not allowed to boss your sister around. There's only one person who gets to order me around. Just then, they both turn and spot a girl with that signature white hair walking by. She strolls over, holding a basket of fruit. What are you doing? Renan Sullian answers simply, I brought fruit. The villagers already picked all of this. Why did you bother? Renan Sullian looks straight at Raon and explains, these are way fresher because I actually picked them myself. Matha just sighs at this display. You overthink everything. Anyone watching would honestly assume you two are married. The white-haired girl keeps her icy expression and walks right past them. I am leaving. But suddenly, boom, a massive explosion erupts out of nowhere, violently shaking the entire village. Rune and Sullian instantly feels something is completely wrong and whips around. Raon, she blurts out in absolute panic. Without a second thought, she sprints away. She rushes straight toward the blast zone, leaving the fruit basket rolling in the dirt. That explosion came exactly from where Raon and the chief were. Absolute emergency. They grab their weapons and alert Karen along with 6 officers. The whole squad sprints directly toward the village chief's house. Now watch closely, the tension is insane here. It is the chief's house, Raon, if you are alive, answer me. But suddenly, another massive blast erupts. Dust clears right in front of them. And there is Raon holding the old village chief who just got blasted outward. It looks like Raon has been holding his ground for a while. Both of them are completely covered in brutal injuries and he is barely breathing. His head is absolutely dripping with blood. Raon desperately tosses the village chief over to Glenn Zieghart. Catch him right now. The blue-haired swordsman acts fast, extending his arms to catch the chief safely. Raon somehow forces himself up. Everyone get out of here right now. With dead serious eyes and a voice full of sheer urgency, the boy screams at them to take the chief somewhere safe and escape this place immediately. Manhwa is totally lost and demands an explanation. What the hell are you talking about? But out of nowhere, an unbelievably heavy tremor hits. The ground shakes under their feet. I cannot breathe. Glenn Zieghart collapses. Rune, Sullian, and Manhwa are completely paralyzed. It feels like my lungs are being totally crushed. What is this insane pressure? A giant foot stomps forward. Oh my, what do we have here? Turns out there are still plenty of cute humans around. They look up at the horrifying shape. That is an ogre's demon armor, they gasp. Is he seriously one of the ogre warlords? The beast sneers at them. You weaklings cannot even handle a little bit of pressure like this. How pathetic for anyone carrying the Zieghart name. Rune, Sullian, and Manhwa are absolutely stunned, frozen by the brutal insult but completely unable to move. Raon roars at the top of his lungs. Do you guys want to die? Snap out of it. His voice violently jolts the girls back to reality. They look toward their blonde friend and listen. If you guys just stand there like a bunch of idiots, we are all going to be slaughtered. Focus your aura to break through the pressure and stand up. Glenn Zieghart, split off right now, run to the village and evacuate everyone. The blue-haired guy gets the message and nods. I understand. I will be back as fast as I can. Manhwa and Rune and Sullian stay behind. They ready themselves to create a distraction. The 2 girls instantly draw their swords, gearing up for a brutal fight. Do not engage him directly. Just observe his movements, Raon warns. You and I both know a 3-man squad facing the strongest enemy is a pure death sentence. The boy quickly reminds his team. Remember exactly what Master Dreamer hammered into our heads. We have to break past our absolute limits. This is the moment. We must shatter both our physical and mental limits. The massive ogre just smirks at their resolve and mocks them. Ha ha ha, I actually like your fighting spirit. But I wonder, is breaking past your little limits going to be enough? The monster's face twists into a sickening mix of cruelty and pure disgust. Raon quickly glances behind himself, fully aware of the terrified trainees. And the innocent villagers right behind him. If I take even one step back, everything ends. I have to find a blind spot and sever his head. He slowly shifts his footing into a combat stance. I cannot even lie to myself and pretend that I can easily pull this off. It feels like staring straight up at an endless, impossible cliff. His past life was total hell, let alone surviving this absolute nightmare. The ogre is completely relaxed, casually taunting him. You acted like you were going to attack me right away. Are you just going to stand there? Whatever, suit yourself. The beast drops low to the ground, building raw momentum, planting both hands down and coiling his legs back. An explosive leap. In a split second, his massive frame vanishes from sight completely. If you are not going to run at me, then I will come to you. It barely takes a fraction of a second for this monster to close the gap. Raon does not even register the movement until the beast is right in his face. He is unbelievably faster than before. No time to think. Raon instantly triggers his ultimate technique. 10,000 fire skill, 10 fires. A blazing inferno attack rips through the sky, aimed dead at the monster. The beast just scoffs 10 fires. He throws a terrifyingly casual punch straight forward, completely vaporizing the boy's raging flames in a heartbeat. Raon is utterly shocked that his strongest attack was extinguished so easily. Raising his blade desperately to block the massive fist, he grits his teeth. At least I like this outcome. But the impact violently launches him backward. Trust me, you are going to want to see how this fight ends. Stick with me here, we are diving into absolute chaos. Our boy is shocked watching this monster just tear through his ultimate fire attack. I have to block this, he thinks. He just barely deflected that fiery punch. If he had not read the flow of that blazing strike, he would be completely dead right now. Gathering his blazing aura one more time, our boy gears up for round 2. He knows the others are watching this fight. He needs to expose as many of this monster's attack patterns as possible. It is the only way to give his team a 10% no, a 1% chance of survival. Seeing him charge, Eden laughs. Ha ha, exactly. That is the spirit. The massive beast stomps the ground hard, crouching down to build insane momentum. And boom, he launches himself straight up into the air. It would be boring if fire killed him in one hit. Hanging mid-air, the monster preps his next crushing blow. Using gravity, this absolute unit dives down like a speeding bullet. Raon cannot even cast a skill right now. He is completely on the defensive but somehow manages to leap back, dodging Eden's devastating slam. A massive explosion completely tears through the forest. The orc stands up, admitting the kid's fire aura is totally off the charts. Even if the blue demon was a total idiot, I still thought it was weird he actually lost. But seeing your raw power, now it makes sense, which honestly just makes this whole thing sadder. Fire does not work on me. Do you want to know why Eden pauses the fight to talk? Raon scoffs, obviously. Using his blade as a crutch to stand, our MC replies, that helmet you are wearing has Orge traits. The king of the Iron Forest. Those beasts can wreck an entire castle even with flaming arrows piercing their bodies. The Iron-crazed blood demon uses that exact trait, Eden smirks. If you knew that, you should have realized your mistake. No matter how much fire aura you pump out, it is completely useless against me. What an absolute shame. Raon just smirks. If my fire is useless, I will just use something else. Eden blinks in confusion. What? Now watch closely, this is where he flips the script. Suddenly, a freezing mist completely covers the battlefield and his body. Wait, what is this freezing chill? Seeing the kid's new stance, the Orge is stunned. That insane fire aura was already surprising enough. And now you are wielding a top-tier water aura at the exact same time. Juggling high-level attributes with that kind of crazy control at your age. Who the hell are you? Raon stares him down. Do you really need to know? You are going to die by my hands soon anyway. Wow, look at that massive ego, Eden sneers. Let's see how long that cocky attitude of yours actually lasts. Boom, both of them instantly clash again. Meanwhile, the other rookies are rushing straight toward the explosion. Glenn Zieghart arrives and literally cannot believe his eyes. The blue-haired swordsman is totally shocked that Raon is still alive. He is using ice instead of his usual fire. Wait, can he actually control two different types of aura? And that heavy pressure, that glowing aura blade, since when did this guy become an absolute master swordsman? I know what you are thinking, his insane power growth is making everyone question reality right now. Anyone who wields a weapon, especially a sword, is strictly ranked by their mastery over aura skills. Beginners learning to control it are rookies. Those who can actually extract aura from their bodies and infuse it into their own weapons are known as proper aura users. Then comes the next tier. Warriors who train endlessly until they can release their aura into the surrounding environment. These absolute monsters can manifest an aura blade, officially earning the title of aura experts. Back to the absolute warzone. Watching Raon and Eden clash, Glenn Zieghart realizes our boy has already reached that legendary expert level with his aura blade. That should honestly be completely impossible. Yet here he is throwing hands with the iron-crazed blood demon, an infamous expert-level monster. Glenn Zieghart breaks into a cold sweat just watching this. The blonde kid is going toe-to-toe with the giant Orge trading devastating blows. Every single sword, strike, and massive punch they throw is creating massive bone-rattling shockwaves everywhere. But even fighting the blood demon head-on, our boy has not managed to deal any critical damage yet. Is he somehow just ignoring that massive power gap? While analyzing the fight, the blue-haired swordsman notices Raon staring at him. His intense eyes are definitely sending a message. Glenn Zieghart instantly puts the pieces together. He looked right at me. He is going to force an opening, and he needs us to sync up for a massive combo attack. Since they survived hellish training together at the 5th camp, they can literally communicate with just a glance. He quickly checks on Martha and Runan Sullian. Both girls totally get the message and give a firm nod. Gripping his sword tight, Glenn Zieghart smiles. Yes, we are absolutely teammates. We must protect this village. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. We're jumping straight into the chaos. With Raon backing them up, Minun channels all that heavy frost aura into his blade and charges at the monster. Eden immediately counters, swinging fists that are as rock-hard as cold steel. But wait, it definitely looks like the massive villain is actually feeling a bit of that freezing chill on his arm. Raon instantly spots that tiny opening and screams out, "Now is our chance, attack." Following his command, all three of the boys' friends launch themselves high into the air, gearing up to deliver the ultimate finishing blow. We are going to win this. We can actually win. Glenn Zieghart's head is just totally swarming with all these desperate hype-up pep talks. Combining absolutely every drop of their power, they all target the villain's head. But then those creepy yellow eyes casually glance up. Eden just smirks and says, "I was waiting for you, bugs." The absolute beast flexes his massive, heavily muscled body, violently erupting with another completely overwhelming wave of aura. In a flash, the fighters in mid-air are completely blown away by the shockwave. Glenn Zieghart panics, thinking, that fighting spirit, can he seriously blast his aura outward like a literal bomb? Just what the hell is this bastard's expertise? He has already reached a true master level, and now he turns his attention straight back to Raon. The massive orc chuckles darkly, ha ha ha. I was honestly wondering if I was going to have to chase every single one of you down. But you guys are saving me the extra energy. Honestly, seeing those bright, hopeful faces suddenly crash into absolute miserable despair, that always puts me in such a remarkably great mood. Now pay close attention here, this gets wild. You really thought you could push me back? He raises a fist packed with devastating magic. Eden gets completely ready to deliver the brutal finisher. Every single one of you is dying here today. All because you didn't know your pathetic place. Raon is running on empty, completely exhausted. He struggles hard to stand up, but that massive fist is getting closer and closer. Pouring out his absolute last ounce of strength, the boy screams, "You are definitely not the only one waiting for an opening." All the pure deadly killing intent he stockpiled from his past life as a shadow assassin allows his frost energy to flawlessly merge with the 10,000 fire technique. Focusing absolutely everything into a single deadly point, the lotus in his mind finally blooms. Raon unleashes a brand new ultimate move, the absolute peak of his 10,000 fire technique, and violently thrusts his blade at the enemy. Blasted by this totally unexpected massive strike, Eden has zero time to react or defend. Giant pillars of scorching flame immediately latch onto the giant orc's body. Along with that, huge chunks of his flesh are violently ripped away by the sheer overwhelming power. Taking that direct hit, the giant monster finally drops to his knees. Meanwhile, Raon is aggressively panting, completely drained of stamina. His eyes look totally dead tired as he mutters a curse. Damn it, that was awesome. But wait, it looks like that epic damage wasn't even real. Eden, who is literally catching the boy's sharp sword with his bare hands, casually speaks up. You tried to take advantage of that split second my defense dropped while I was busy pushing aura into my own attacks, didn't you? If I messed that up, I'd definitely be dead right now. Then boom, he throws a devastating cross punch straight to the gut, launching Raon violently backward into a tree. Completely snapping the boy's sword in half, the leader of the Illusion Spirit group scoffs. If you actually want to cross the massive skill gap between us, you still have a very long way to go. Gripping the fresh bleeding wound that the monster just gave him, Minun thinks to himself in horror, I really thought I had a shot if his aura suddenly dropped. But I couldn't even scratch his muscles. He practically turned his own skin and muscle into absolute steel just to block my sword strike. I know what you're thinking, we totally had him right. Wrong. He's a legit aura master. That massive shadow towering over the boy is now a terrifying, deadly threat. The boy has no choice but to admit the enemy's insane strength. Gritting his teeth in sheer frustration, the teenager curses himself. Damn it, my entire plan is ruined. Forcing out whatever tiny scrap of strength he has left in his beaten body, he screams, "All Zieghart recruits, I am giving you a direct order as your squad captain. Every single one of you run away right now." Glenn Zieghart and Raon Solian just glare. What are you saying? But before they can even finish protesting, the exhausted boy totally cuts them off. There is zero chance we can beat him right now. Just run away from here and immediately evacuate the villagers. Time is completely up. He has to get the rookies and civilians out immediately to keep the casualties as low as possible. Locking onto that thought, he firmly signals Glenn Zieghart. Do you honestly think a proud Zieghart deserves to die a useless, cowardly death out here? If you don't, then shut up and do your damn duty right now. Boom, a direct hit to his psychological weak spot. Glenn Zieghart furiously grits his teeth, and after agonizing over it, he finally makes the tough call. Everybody fall back right now. Take the rookies and run. The blue-haired guy shouts his orders. Focus everything on escaping from this bloodthirsty demon. We need to make sure at least one more person survives this raging blood demon. Raon Solian hates leaving him behind. She turns her head back and softly warns him, Raon, whatever happens out here, do not die. The boy flashes a surprisingly gentle smile back at his teammate and quietly replies, yeah, I got it. But the giant orc just laughs. Do you honestly believe those pathetic little bugs can outrun me? No, the real question is, do you think you can actually hold me back long enough for them to escape? Hey Wrath, I want to make a bet. Suddenly, the dark glowing shadow of an energy cat starts to materialize. Well, it is finally my turn. The phantom cat scoffs. You want to place a bet? From the looks of it, you are literally going to drop dead any second now. So what exactly are you betting on? Are we gambling on whether you or he kicks the bucket first? Do you seriously think you can actually beat this guy? Raon bluntly replies, it is pretty much impossible. So just to meet the absolute bare minimum conditions for this fight, restore my aura and fix my broken body. In exchange, I will fully accept your wrath. The boy lays out the crazy deal and the cat ponders. You'll die like this and I lose your body. Fine, I'll heal you. And that's our cliffhanger. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. We're about to see Raon face absolute pure rage. Immediately, a brutal wave of pain crushes his body. Every muscle tightens up completely. Our guy is hurting so badly that tears stream down his face. Hearing his screams, the blood fiend gets curious. What even are you? Didn't you drink wolf blood? The psycho just cannot understand how Raon is healing this fast. It makes absolutely zero sense. I told you earlier, you don't need to know. Raon points his blade right back at the villain. With his strength slowly returning, he throws out a bold challenge. Come here, I'll keep you company until sunrise. A loud voice suddenly echoes out. I expect everyone to follow my orders right now. Glenn Zieghart stands up in front of the rookies. He tells them to support anyone who's injured or having trouble moving around. I know you're all exhausted, but we need to move fast. We are out of time, so hurry up and find a safe spot. Squad members start whispering in total panic. What is going on? Are we going to survive this? This disaster hits exactly when we arrive. Martha clenches her fists tight and finally speaks up after hearing their panicked whispers. Raon is literally facing that absolute monster all by himself, just for our sake. The other two turn around. Lady Martha, she adds, even with a broken arm and shattered ribs, he is still fighting. So what's with your pathetic attitude? Can you guys seriously not do anything? Her harsh voice cuts deep. Martha just goes off. Are you all planning to die foolishly right here? Glenn Zieghart steps up too. Martha is right, this is no time to quit. He speaks up, fists clenched tight. Then he barks orders at the rookies. Hurry up, Runan Solian already went to a nearby branch to call for backup. Clan reinforcements are definitely on the way. We must move fast before. Suddenly a loud noise echoes from right behind them. Watch closely now. Before he even finishes speaking, a massive green shadow suddenly appears out of nowhere. Isn't that a goblin? Why is it here? Glenn Zieghart is completely confused. Why would a forest goblin king track us down? Another one pops up. Wait a second, there is another one over here. Slowly, the entire group is forced back together. We are surrounded by goblins. They are closing in on us. How is this even happening right now? Martha suddenly realizes something. Impossible. But that bastard blood fiend can actually control monsters. The reason this blood psycho ignored us and went for Raon is because he already unleashed the goblins. He completely predicted this exact thing would happen. Seeing this hopeless scene, a few squad members completely break down, dropping their swords and collapsing. We are done for, we'll die without fighting back. Don't quit, Glenn Zieghart steps forward, taking charge to motivate everyone. Raon is still out there fighting. If we die a meaningless death right here, I'll never be able to face him again. The guy fighting the blood fiend completely alone. Martha walks up right beside him too. You're actually right this time. We need to evacuate everyone and quickly go help Raon. Exactly, we can't die here. Our main character's three friends step up to clear the path, determined to fulfill the mission he gave them. That's the bare minimum we can do for Raon, who's out there fighting alone for us. A wind blows as the three dash forward. But before their blades even touch monster flesh, that strange wind does the bloody work for them. I know what you're thinking, what is that wind? Well, it blows right back to Raon's fight. The green giant calls him truly stubborn. Stop trying, he warns the bruised and battered boy, who's now forced to just lie completely still against a large rock. With glazed eyes, he looks over. His broken left arm is just getting in his way now. If I cut off my left arm, I could fight a little longer. But why am I doing this? A wave of serious self-doubt hits our boy's mind. Every single inch of his body is screaming in absolute agony right now. Why endure pain I never even felt in my past life just to keep fighting this ridiculous monster? The world around him turns pitch black. He completely loses his grip on reality, left alone with his racing thoughts. In my past life, I definitely would have run. He thinks, his eyes losing all their drive. But then familiar hair appears and a warm voice calls out to him. Raon. Sylvia rushes in, hugging him tight. I want you to become a proud warrior, a true swordsman of the ancient Zieghart family. Exactly, Sylvia's words from back then. In a daze, he recalls the past and the precious memories he shared with his current teammates. They are tying me to this place. The figures of his three friends. They appear again. Runan Solian seems like she doesn't care about anyone, but she's truly kinder than anyone else. That's where we leave it. A rough start, but noble goals. Glenn Zieghart, and the tough girl too. Alright, let's dive into this absolute madness together. Armed with an iron will, our boy slowly gathers his strength, getting back up to speak. Honestly, saying he wasn't moved by their loyalty would be a flat-out lie. He desperately wants to save these kids, the future swordsmen of the Zieghart clan. Meanwhile, Wrath, that annoying energy cat floating nearby, mocks him. Were you just stalling so your little friends could escape my control, all while suffering through my absolute fury? Raon smirks despite the intense pain and replies, so finally figured it out. The energy cat gets visibly pissed off. So utterly arrogant, Raon Zieghart, there is a serious limit to how much you can look down on me. Do you seriously believe you can regain control of your body while I butcher this guy and hunt down every last one of your comrades? You can barely even stand up straight right now. What exactly are you going to do? The cat viciously dials up the penalty's damage, sending another agonizing wave of pure pain crashing right through our hero's broken body. Completely exhausted, he collapses down to his knees, forced to listen to that cat's endless rambling. Even after accepting my rage, you failed completely. You might be able to endure the possession, but the absolute second you hand your body over to me, you are never getting it back. Meanwhile, the crazed orc Eden stares down at Raon's pathetic broken state and sneers. Looks like you finally hit your absolute limit, kid. I just came up with a genuinely brilliant idea. He casually steps right past our boy and adds, I'm going to save you for last and butcher all your little friends first. Now that sounds way more entertaining, doesn't it? Just imagine it. The absolute despair on your face when I rip their heads off, one by one, right in front of you. Now pay close attention here. Raon turns around, screaming internally. No, the new recruits can't possibly survive a brutal attack from a twisted master like the Blood Demon Madman. While everyone is desperately trying to escape, I absolutely have to hold him back. Staring at that massive, intimidating back, our hero makes his ultimate choice. Suddenly, he shouts out, My name is Glenn Zieghart. Somehow, defying all logic, the blonde teen forces himself back onto his feet to speak. I am the descendant of Glenn, the destructive king of the north, and one day I will become the absolute strongest swordsman on this entire continent. Until my heart stops beating, you are not leaving this spot. The crazed orc Eden stops gripping the broken sword he just snapped in his hand. He smirks and says, For a kid your age, that is some seriously impressive fighting spirit. Raon's defiant words successfully forced the massive monster to turn right back around. Calling you amazing doesn't even cut it. Fine then, I'll show some proper respect. Fitting for a true warrior like yourself, the madman channels massive power into a devastating punch. I will absolutely remember your name. Watching that fatal finishing blow getting closer and closer, Raon thinks to himself, I don't have a single drop of energy left to dodge this. As if finally accepting his grim fate, our boy closes his eyes, bracing for death. But suddenly, a gentle breeze sweeps right past him. You and I both knew he wasn't dying here, right? He opens his eyes and suddenly dark red hair and signature elf ears appear. Reimer uses his blade to completely block the devastating strike. Raon smiles in pure relief, complaining, You're late, Teach. Reimer just casually replies, Sorry, I overslept. A little bit. You can leave the rest of this mess to me now. The badass teacher takes his stance, blade ready to end this entire fight against Eden. The blade of light from Zieghart, long time no see you bald freak, the elf teacher casually taunts back. What are you doing here? Eden violently glares at him, demanding answers. Reimer starts channeling insane power right into his sword, flashing a cold light smile. I can't just stand by and watch total garbage like you tramp. I never expected someone of your pathetic level to be sent as an academy supervisor. The mighty Zieghart clan has truly gone soft. So you struggle just to push around a bunch of weak kids. Even your body's balance is completely ruined and useless now. Are the rumors true that your energy core shattered, turning you into an absolute cripple? Throwing another massive punch, the orc desperately tries to mentally provoke our elf warrior. But Reimer effortlessly blocks the heavy strike and casually replies, Wrong again. You really need to change your sources, man. Past or present, you're always way too slow at getting good intel. How long has it even been since I left the front lines? For stupid rumors like that to spread, you're blatantly lying to my face, Eden growls back. The old you used to overflow with terrifying, killing intent. But now your blade feels as weak as a passing breeze. The vicious villain confidently declares, In your current state, there is absolutely no way you can cut me. After that initial probing strike, Eden finally channels all his raw power to completely dominate. He throws a punch so devastatingly powerful it violently rips up a massive chunk of the ground. But Reimer, still incredibly agile, easily dodging the brutal impact. Glancing at the massive crater left by the monster's strike, Reimer casually remarks, Such a violent brute. Meanwhile, Raon has finally been dragged safely out of the war zone. Watching his teacher fight from afar, he starts analyzing. Instructor Reimer. His movements are so incredibly fluid, gliding through the air as if he's literally riding the wind itself. On top of that, the way he weaves his attacks together is so flawlessly perfect it gives me total goosebumps. If Reimer went all out with his power, this fight would basically be over already. So why on earth is he dragging this battle out? Is it so I can watch Raon's eyes go completely wide as an epic realization hits him? Wait, is he deliberately demonstrating his ultimate sword techniques to me? Wild, right? You and I definitely need to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. Even in a deadly fight, this guy is still teaching. Raon watches his master execute perfectly fluid sword techniques, completely unfazed by the monstrous blood warrior standing right in front of him. Now, it is the master swordsman's turn to go on the offensive. As he charges in, the enemy genuinely thinks this crazy teacher has lost his absolute mind. Acting all arrogant, yet you still cannot take me down even when I am weakened. Keep this up and someone is definitely going to snatch that helmet right off your head. Eden throws a massive punch in response, but the red-haired elf is fast as the wind. He effortlessly dodges the heavy strike like it is absolutely nothing. Just die already, Reimer thinks to himself, light sword time to stop playing around and finally take this fight completely seriously. Going easy on him has officially reached its limit. Well, look at that. The live teaching material is getting completely enraged now. I guess it is finally time to wrap this whole thing up. Looking back at the bruised and battered kid behind him, Reimer calls out, "Watch closely, Raon, this is how a true Zieghart fights." Suddenly, a massive surge of aura erupts straight from the ground, swirling all around Reimer's body. And you need to learn this. The teacher points his blade forward, heavily emphasizing every word. The sword field activates. This crazy technique unleashes a massive gale, completely swallowing a huge chunk of the forest. Eden stares at the sheer power in front of him, getting seriously nervous. Is that a violent storm with the user acting as the absolute center? On top of that, his aura is crushing absolutely everything caught inside its range. He is doing this just so I cannot escape anywhere. Then the only option left is to crush it head-on. Eden channels energy through his entire body, forcing every single muscle to flex at its absolute maximum limit. He is preparing for one final devastating strike. Fueled by pure unadulterated rage, he charges straight at the elf warrior and screams at the top of his lungs, "I will crush you completely." The light sword of the Zieghart family. The teacher's feet finally start moving to meet the deadly attack. Now watch closely, because both of them are throwing their strongest ultimate moves into one final explosive clash. Sword versus fist. Two total opposite forces violently smash together. A massive explosion completely rocks the forest, and when the dust clears, both fighters have entirely changed their positions. Eden slowly stands up and speaks. "You cut the power from our bodies and aura in half, then stored all that wind right inside the calm eye of your sword. Sure, that is exactly how a sword field is supposed to work, but how on earth did you, someone who is not a direct Zieghart descendant, manage to create one?" Reimer just smiles and replies, "Honestly, it is not a real sword field. It is just something similar I created by borrowing a little power from nature itself. Elves are pretty tight with nature after all." "I see, so even when it gets old and weak, a tiger is still a deadly tiger." The orc gazes up at the full moon in the night sky, dropping that oddly deep philosophy, then glances over at the young boy and adds one more thing. "If there is one thing I truly regret, it is that I could not kill that kid. I really needed to slaughter that little brat. This whole situation is going to severely impact our main operation." The elf warrior quickly cuts him off. "Knock it off. How could we ever hand our young king over to trash like you anyway?" Eden adds, "He truly possesses the genuine qualities to become a king, but do not get the wrong idea. We also have a genius talent who can rival that little monster." Today, Eden stares right at Raon as he makes this final confession. "This is my utter defeat. The light sword of the Zieghart family." After speaking those final words, the orc finally collapses from the fatal wounds caused by Reimer's technique. Walking right over to his battered student, the teacher speaks up. "You watched that from up close, right? I know what you're thinking, how did he do that? Well, as a Zieghart, you must learn the sword field. Unlike mages, you create a spatial zone using pure mana. It is a spatial field built entirely by a person's mental growth and the explosive outburst of their own spiritual aura." Reimer explains a true sword field is literally forged by all of your experiences, achievements, aura, and even your own future destiny. You are a direct descendant of the bloodline, so one day you will definitely be able to use it. While the kid stays completely silent, he adds one more thing. "So until that day comes, engrave as many experiences into your body as possible." After delivering that epic lecture, Reimer flashes a completely innocent smile and asks, "You guys saw all of that too, right?" Raon turns his head and realizes Burra and Zieghart, Runin, Sulian, and Martha have already returned without him noticing. "Why are you guys still here?" The whole group immediately rushes over, calling Raon's name. "You crazy bastard, you are actually alive." Meanwhile, Reimer just stands off to the side, watching the kids reunite. "Raon, we are so glad you are okay. Are your injuries bad? Man, trying to act like everything is fine is super hard." The elf's body is actually starting to sway a bit. There are specific harsh conditions that non-direct Zieghart descendants must meet to pull this off. To even use a sword field experience is a given, but you also need element affinity, and more than just physical stamina, you need life force. Because of this, they are literally burning up their own lifespan. On top of having a damaged mana core, I went ahead and used a sword field, so just pretending to be totally fine is already incredibly difficult, Reimer thinks to himself. But looking at these young sprouts growing stronger every day, the man smiles with deep satisfaction. "Well, I really have absolutely zero regrets." Since reaching the kid, he firmly believes that what Raon showed him even when he joined the battlefield completely late was the undeniable birth of a brand new king. "Trust me, we just witnessed a brilliant shadow stepping into the light." Looking into this kid's eyes. "Stick with me here, because you and I are witnessing the exact moment he swears absolute loyalty to his new master." His energy core was completely ruined. He didn't even feel alive anymore. But these kids, they gave him a brand new reason to keep on breathing. A sudden flood of dark, painful memories flashes right back into the man's mind. But turning back around, he sees the bright light these new Zieghart recruits bring. It basically handed him a second chance at life. Reimer is completely happy with that. Watching all these kids sticking together, he figures that even if his own lifespan gets cut totally short, he honestly has absolutely zero regrets. Naturally, before he finally bites the dust, he wants to see this kid become the king of Zieghart. Over at the mansion of the continent's strongest faction, Glenn sits right on his massive throne, demanding him to repeat what he just said. "You are telling me Raon fought the blood demon?" Reimer swears up and down that every single thing he is saying is the absolute truth. No exceptions. It wasn't just him either. The trainees on this mission included members from both squads 5 and 6. These kids actually pulled off the mission, and even the villagers of Cebu saw the whole thing happen. They literally watched Raon fight the insane blood demon entirely by himself. The current head of the Zieghart family knows the blood demon's power level is practically equal to a master-tier swordsman. If what you are saying is actually true, then how much damage did they end up taking? Reimer replies that most only got minor injuries, but Raon was heavily wounded after brawling with a blood demon. And yet, he held on until I arrived. Here is where it gets crazy. You and I both know Glenn thinks this is impossible to believe. Glenn has every single reason to be skeptical. But Reimer does not even hesitate to explain casually, saying he knows it sounds totally ridiculous. But you will literally have no choice but to believe it once you see that Raon has officially stepped up as an expert swordsman. My lord, the kid actually managed to survive a direct clash against the brutal blood demon, a monster with strength rivaling a grandmaster. It was so clear to me that I used the elven sap without a single second of hesitation. Thinking about the precious treasure Reimer willingly used, Glenn finally starts believing him. The elven sap, really? That is a priceless artifact made from the sap of the Second World Tree. Thousands of gold pieces could not even buy that stuff. He absolutely proved he was worthy of it. Hearing those words from his subordinate, the family head cannot help but let out a soft smile. "Seems like you are pretty biased, huh?" Biased, Reimer just sighs, explaining he simply wants to help Raon and the other kids grow a lot stronger. "Is that really true?" Glenn narrows his eyes at him. Then he turns right to his butler and gives the order. "Lowen, summon the lords immediately. We are holding a massive meeting the second the trainees return." "Yes, my lord." "You did a great job, Reimer." A totally unexpected compliment coming from Glenn. The elf is absolutely thrilled to hear it, bouncing right up to where the man is sitting with super excited energy. "Wow, how long has it been since I last heard you praise me? Has it been almost 20 whole years by now?" The family head is a little startled by his sudden, spontaneous reaction. "What in the world are you trying to do? If you talk a little less, you might just hear it a few more times. When are the new trainees arriving anyway?" They should be right on the main street by now." A whole group of young swordsmen is seen marching down the road in formation. They are almost there, and Raon is among them. You and I both saw how hard he fought, looking totally drained as he realizes the enemy delayed their return. Still, the mission to protect Cebu village was completely successful, because the village took some serious unexpected damage after the insane attack from the blood demon. So they actually spent a little extra time helping the locals repair the whole village. Since he took the most damage out of everyone, he spent most of his time just resting and healing up at the village chief's house. He remembers just lying there completely bedridden, with Raon occasionally dropping by to keep him company. Right after waking up, Raon was finally able to confirm the massive bet reward with a resentful spirit. Of course, Wrath stubbornly insisted that since Reimer technically defeated the blood demon, the entire bet was just a rigged scam. It was awesome getting stat points as a reward, but that little energy cat takes one look at the status window and just starts cursing. "Damn it, why is it like this?" Raon is equally shocked. "What in the world is this?" The system suddenly pops up a notification. "You have received the Frenzy trait as a reward for winning the bet. You have also acquired the Indomitable Will trait. After suffering through extreme physical or mental damage, your mental strength will temporarily spike, and the intense pain will dramatically decrease." Indomitable Will. The kid taps the notification screen just to read it again and make sure. He never expected to score a trait like this. With this, even if he has to endure the spirit's bitter resentment, he can totally fight it off just like he did before. Raon thinks to himself with a very happy expression. Seeing that super annoying look on his face, the energy cat fumes. Who could have guessed this brat would get Indomitable Will? Making an overpowered system is honestly starting to feel like a complete curse. The cat created this system to grant the best traits. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are gonna love seeing this backfire. Stick with me here. This cat is furious but totally keeping it together. He is thinking I will steal his body eventually. Just stay calm, I have plenty of time. His recovery speed is finally picking up, even if it is slow. Plus, he successfully planted the seed of pure rage right inside that idiot's mind. He thinks back to when he forced that crazy resentment onto the boy, all in exchange for healing him up. Watching his patient just sitting there messing with the stat window, the cat realizes something wild. For a human, this guy can level up insanely fast. But in the end, he still thinks he's going to win. Just wait, your body and your soul will belong to me soon enough. The exact moment I win, I am tossing you straight into a freezing prison forever. Alright, cutting back to the present. The rookies are currently lined up facing their commander. This guy with the epic eye scar is Liluan, the border general of Zieghart. He steps up and welcomes the whole squad back. The whole group is absolutely exhausted after that massive journey. Everyone is dragging their feet, whining about just wanting to go home and sleep because they are dead tired. Glenn Zieghart hears them complaining and tries to boost morale. Hey, just be glad we survived. But the commander immediately drops some bad news. I know you are all drained, but there is no resting just yet. Raon looks completely caught off guard. Head straight to the Lord's main hall, he orders them. A short time later, the squad walks right into an audience chamber already packed with high-ranking nobles waiting for them. Stopping right before the Zieghart family throne, the swordsmen drop to their knees to pay respects. It is an absolute honor to meet the Lord. Now watch this part closely. The usual whispers start up. Is that Raon over there? He actually beheaded the green demon and survived the blood demon's crazy attack. Does that mean he is already a high-tier sword master, or is it just fake rumors? Honestly, Raon could not care less about their gossip. Right now, his mind is racing. He was pretty worried about getting summoned here, but this is actually turning into a huge opportunity. All the big shots of the Zieghart family are gathered in one room, and during this mission, he figured something out. At his current power level, getting totally crushed in these brutal battles he has to endure is basically unavoidable. So yeah, he desperately needs to get stronger. The shadow of that massive ogre is still a huge mental roadblock the boy has to overcome somehow. Glancing around the room, he notices that it is not just the family, elders, and local lords showing up to this meeting. The main branch commanders are here too, which means the entire Zieghart family is paying serious attention to this incident. With careful eyes, Raon starts forming a plan. Glenn is not just a master diplomat, he is also super fair when it comes to handing out rewards. If that is the case, his goal here is simple. He just has to prove exactly what he achieved, and then score some brand new sword techniques to boost his power. Glenn suddenly speaks up. Raon, I hear you were the main player in this event. I want to hear the full story from you right now. He commands, and the boy respectfully obeys. Yes, sir. At first, the people of Su village gave us a super warm welcome, but then the evil demons suddenly launched an attack on the village. Their actual target was the Goblin King's magic stone. He calmly reports everything based on exactly what he managed to find out. Then right when we thought the mission was finally cleared, maybe because our communication lines were totally cut off, the blood demon launched a brutal surprise strike on us. As mere cadets, trying to fight him head-on would have caused massive casualties. So I stepped up to act as the bait. Hearing this, Karen is absolutely furious. He steps forward and loudly shouts at him, how dare you? Who do you think you are spinning such ridiculous lies? My lord, do you honestly believe a single word of this nonsense is actually true? Compared to that guy's raging attitude, our main character just stays totally quiet and listens. I know exactly what you are thinking. A 15-year-old killing a green ogre and surviving the blood demon sounds totally insane, and Karen assumes he is just lying. Once he realizes exactly what his hater wants, the boy turns back and gives his friend an order. Dorian, bring that thing out here. Ah, got it. A second later, the green-haired guy lays out a piece of cloth, and right inside is the cleanly sliced head of the green goblin, along with the demon's head too. The entire audience instantly recognizes the green ogre's massive helmet and the blood demon's severed head. Wait, so everything he said was actual fact? Raon then speaks up. My lord, this might be rude, but may I have permission to draw my sword? I allow it. The old man on the throne replies. The boy immediately unsheathes his blade. Wild magic power violently swirls around the weapon. The second the blade is pulled halfway out, an intense burst of fire aura explodes. Everyone else in the room is left in absolute shock. That sword, aura, and those powerful flames. 10 years ago at the mana evaluation, his stats were barely average. Is this really the exact same kid standing in front of us? With raw power like that, he could absolutely crush a green ogre. The boy did not even use words, he used his blade to prove his absolute strength. Is this enough proof for you? Seeing this legendary flex, Karen's chest is just burning with intense frustration. Damn it, this brat actually reached that level, and he even brought back the boss's helmet. Well, I literally cannot argue against that kind of proof. Trust me, you will want to hear this. Captain Raon, Squad 5 and 6, listen up. Let's dive into this. Glenn actually praised them himself. Getting a genuine compliment from this guy we all honestly thought that would never happen. The whole squad almost lost their composure right inside the Lord's Hall. Because honestly, no matter how hard a mission was, he usually just says, good job. But for the first time in 10 entire years, he actually said very good. Honestly, even some trainees were secretly wiping away tears. After finishing the report, I handed over the Goblin Mana Stone to him, explained that we still don't know what Eden's actual goal is. Finally, all the trainees received their bronze medals, but I got a silver one. Walking away from the throne, Raon started questioning himself. Wait, was I expecting way too much? I seriously thought I would get something else on top of the silver medal, but in the end I got absolutely nothing. Zero new skills. A hint of pure disappointment flashed right in the boy's eyes. That is when wrath suddenly popped up and spoke up. I cannot believe you only got a tiny medal. That old lord is completely clueless. Raon totally ignored the cat and thought to himself, when I got the 10,000 fire technique, I trusted him a bit more. But suddenly a voice called out, Mr. Raon, I have something to tell you. Was it Glenn? Why would he suddenly reach out? The family butler walked over and asked if he could visit the annex at midnight. Now pay attention here, this is where things get interesting. The Lord requested I bring you there. The old man flashed a very kind smile. It seems he wants to give you a second reward. Back home, a voice rang out. Madam, the young master has returned. Sylvia and her maid immediately rushed out to the gate to welcome her precious son home. Raon, my baby. Like any worried mother, Sylvia immediately cupped her son's face. Looking completely stressed, she started asking questions. I heard you clashed with Eden. Is your arm okay? Raon just smiled calmly and replied back. I am fine, it is completely healed. Hugging him tight, Sylvia whispered, I am sorry, Raon. It is all my fault for saying you should show them a true Zieghart. Her eyes were already welling up, practically begging to drop tears. She felt absolutely terrible, thinking she had pushed her own kid straight into mortal danger. Because I said that you had to go and face those Eden demons all by yourself, but honestly, I am grateful to you. He dropped a truth bomb that totally caught his mom off guard, and fresh tears instantly started soaking her eyelashes. Raon admitted to be totally honest, when I faced that blood demon, I just wanted to run away, because I felt like there was zero chance of winning. I even thought about using the other trainees as bait to escape, but right at that moment I remembered your words. You said you would be so happy if I lived as a true Zieghart swordsman. Sylvia widened her eyes in total shock, hearing her son confess this. Raon stepped closer to his mother and gently added those exact words, help me stand my ground as a true swordsman. Now let's pause for a second, this hits right in the feels. The only reason I can stand here so proudly is because of what you told me before, so I am incredibly grateful. Raon looked at her with gentle eyes, pouring out his honest appreciation. Heavy tears finally rolled right down Sylvia's cheeks as she started hiccuping. And then the maid completely lost it and burst out crying, too young. Master, you have grown up so much. His mother literally dropped to her knees, sobbing like a baby. Honestly, this whole dramatic scene made the boy super confused. What is wrong with you two? Did something crazy happen while I was out on my mission? Later that night, the grand mansion lit up again. Another maid, Judy, sneaked right into Raon's room and reported, I just received an absolute order to head back to the Central Martial Hall, and I am completely sure they plan to eliminate me. Staring at the terrified girl in front of him, the boy thought, yeah, she is definitely getting punished for failing to report that I became a sword master, and also probably because they were totally shocked by my crazy performance in the observation room. I absolutely cannot abandon Judy, my double agent. I worked way too hard to save her life before. Making up his mind, the blonde boy firmly called out, Judy, if you want to survive, do exactly what I tell you. What? She flinched in surprise. Do not go back there. Instead, just send them a letter claiming that you have officially become my personal maid. My mother is super worried about my health, so if she chose you, those guys will not suspect a single thing, and instead, they will just assume you scored an incredibly easy opportunity to spy and gather more information on me. Raon confidently continued, if you are scared of them getting suspicious, just tell them my healing is almost finished and currently only the Lord and Mr. Rimmer know about it. The maid was completely stunned by this genius plan, but she kept her mouth shut to hear the rest. Doing this guarantees they will think you are still super useful. If you agree, hurry up and report it. And if you do not want to get caught, remember to keep a perfect poker face. The boy gave his final warning, and the maid quickly turned to leave, stuttering out, I completely understand. That is when wrath suddenly floated up from behind him and scoffed, her actions and posture are absolutely pathetic. Just how much longer do you plan on using that totally useless spy? Now you and I both know Raon has a plan. He stared straight ahead, revealing his inner thoughts. She is not useless at all. Judy is actually going to be the perfect trap for Karun, kind of like my past self. The boy thought I refused to watch her get used and tossed aside like trash. He smiled faintly, thinking about the girl's future. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Walking down the hall, Raon figured the only thing left today was checking in at the family estate. He arrives at the massive clan meeting hall and bows deeply out of respect. I have come at your request, head of the family. No need to be so formal, Raon, the old man replies. Let's skip all these fake pleasantries and get straight to it. What main technique did you use on this latest mission? Why in the world is he asking this? A suspicious thought suddenly flashes right through our guy's head. Keeping his cool, he answers back. As a swordsman whose life depends entirely on the quality of his moves, I use the river step technique. That is just basic footwork taught to all the trainees. Glenn rests his head on his hand and makes his strict judgment. The river step technique. Even though it might still be a somewhat decent skill as you grow stronger, its core movements are honestly just way too simple, so it is incredibly limiting when you are facing off against much stronger enemies. He stands up and adds, "All right, I have officially decided on your reward." He steps down, tossing his epic cape back, and offers, "I will personally teach you a movement skill that is actually worthy of your talents." Raon is completely caught off guard and thinks, "No way. Is Glenn actually going to teach me himself?" Now pay close attention here. Standing in the Great Hall, the old man channels his aura and warns, "Watch carefully, you only get one shot at this." His footsteps suddenly blast out a barrage of fire energy threads. Just like that, Glenn shows off his absolute peak footwork right in front of him. Raon watches intently, muttering in his mind, "The footwork of the strongest swordsman on the entire continent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." Knowing exactly how incredibly lucky he is right now, our guy uses every single second to observe the master at work. I have never seen movements like Glenn's before. Slow then blindingly fast, absolutely powerful yet still as smooth as a light feather gliding across the water's surface. Nowhere else on this continent can you find such vastness and pure absolute freedom, even if it is just for a brief moment in time. But it displays sheer perfection. It is something that even using my fire ring I just cannot seem to fully understand at all. Glenn calls this the fire harmony step. A moment later, after analyzing it, the system pops up a notification. The fire ring has observed the harmony step almost perfectly. With that first step of the harmony step, his comprehension speed genuinely spikes. The head of the clan then turns and asks, "Did you see it?" "I am so sorry. With my current abilities, I just could not see it clearly at all. I am still struggling to even process your first step, my lord." Raon replies with a completely blank, expressionless face. "Is that so? My job here is done. You can leave now." Just like that, he turns back toward his throne and finally dismisses him from the grand room. That was your reward for uncovering Eden's plot, whether you actually managed to learn it or not. Thank you so much, my lord. I will take my leave now. He bows respectfully and prepares to head out. A moment later, the huge doorway is completely empty. The loyal butler, Len, immediately bursts into laughter. "Haha, I honestly never expected you to actually teach him the harmony step, but it is still quite a worrying choice." "Did you not teach it directly, my lord? I am just worried that Raon will find it way too difficult to learn this complex move." The old butler keeps voicing his personal concerns while Glenn just sits there in total absolute silence. We both saw that coming, right? The clan head realizes Raon actually learned half of it incredibly fast, the true first step of the heavenly harmony step. Thinking back to when he showed off the skill, he remembered the young boy's intense eyes and figured the kid literally used his pure instinct to learn it. The harmony step is entirely built upon that first step, even though the kid himself probably has absolutely no idea just how extremely important that is. But he will eventually realize he needs to build on that very first step, because I know for a fact one day that boy will absolutely master the harmony step. Meanwhile, outside, Raon and Wrath are on their way back. A few days have passed since I learned the harmony step directly from the great Glenn. I have been constantly practicing under the system's influence, but I still cannot fully grasp it quite yet. Wrath is floating nearby, constantly nagging him. "I told you this is simply not something a human like you can easily learn." Even after a bunch of attempts, our guy is still doubting himself. "I thought I had it figured out after a few tries." "But Raon..." Suddenly, a loud shout startles the absolute life out of him. Sylvia vaults right over the garden railing and charges in with a furious look. "I told you to take a rest. What do you think you were doing?" The boy and the demon cat watch this crazy scene unfold and wonder. Is this really someone with a broken mana core? Just her speed alone is on par with Rimmer. She storms over looking incredibly cranky. "But you promised me. Before you were completely healed, you promised you would take a rest." Raon desperately tries to explain himself out of it. "I get it. Please just calm down, Mom. My own mother is honestly way scarier than a literal demon from the underworld." Defeated, our guy has no choice but to sit blankly on a nearby swing. In the end, Sylvia completely banned him from practicing the harmony step. "Just try getting caught by your mother one more time." And even though I tried dodging Sylvia to train, Helen and the other maids teamed up to watch my every move, so I literally cannot practice at all. "Young master, you are not going to sneak in any more training, right?" I can only sigh and stay put. They are acting weirdly overprotective, but he just smiles. "Taking a peaceful break like this really is not too bad. But you and I know peace never lasts." Suddenly, a completely panicked maid runs up and stammers out, young master. "Stick with me in absolute emergency. Raiden Z is marching right over here to visit." That arrogant rich kid, hands stuffed in his pockets, is swaggering this way with his personal butler trailing right behind him. Raon immediately turns to the maid and asks, "What reason does he have to visit our annex?" "We have no idea, but the second he arrived, he immediately started using violence against the lady and the maids." Hearing this, Raon's expression instantly goes ice cold. Over at the front door, the arrogant young master starts running his mouth. "Guests are visiting and you leave the garden a mess. What now? Are you actually telling me you never got a letter saying I was coming? Sylvia, dressed politely, calmly replies, we absolutely did not see any letter. Hearing that excuse, the guy just steps closer, looking ready to explode. So are you implying my head butler made a mistake, or are you trying to accuse me of being a total liar right now? The lady just lowers her head and quietly replies, I do not mean that at all. I will go prepare things right away, just wait a moment. Just like that, even Sylvia is forced to sit down and pull weeds out of the garden layout. He smirks, I do not like this mess at all. Raiden flashes back to when he first achieved a major victory, thinking, the whole family should be noticing me. Because I recently wiped out one of the branches of the white blood cult. It should have been a huge deal, but absolutely nobody cared to talk about what I actually accomplished. The entire family only cares about that little brat Raon. Raiden was totally pushed aside while all the top executives only wanted to gossip about one thing, about how Sylvia's kids somehow managed to defeat a brutal Blood Knight. How does some low-level side branch loser dare to completely overshadow my amazing achievements like that? Fueled by pure jealousy, he decides to take all his anger out on Raon's mom. How much longer are you losers going to make me wait around? Now watch closely, this is where things cross the line for us. He spits directly onto the lady's hand. Helen, the maid, gets totally outraged and speaks up. Young Master Raiden, even if you are from the main branch, this is just going way too far. Who do you think you are yelling at? This guy shows absolutely zero mercy, throwing a vicious strike that completely knocks the poor maid down to the ground. He even raises his foot violently, stepping on her dress while shouting, hey, I am the true legitimate heir of this entire main family lineage. That means I am your master too. Even if I killed you right now, I would only get grounded for 2 days, at the absolute most. Yet you actually dare to scream in my face. Helen can only sit there, shaking in pure, helpless terror. Sylvia sees this and immediately yells out, stop it right now. Judo quickly steps in to warn her, Lady Sylvia, please be careful. I cannot let Lady Sylvia get hurt, I have to block him. But then Raiden shifts his toxic attention over to a brand new target. He asks, are you Raon by any chance? Perfect timing. I have been really wanting to see your face. The blonde boy walks out, clutching a sword, and the arrogant jerk immediately spots it and starts mocking him without any hesitation. What exactly are you holding there? Do not tell me you plan to point that scary thing at my face. I am from the main branch, remember? He keeps laughing with this wild, arrogant attitude. Just quietly put it away before you make things worse. The red-haired punk formally introduces himself. My name is Raiden Z, son of Banner Z from the Void Pavilion. But before he even finishes talking, swoosh, Raon has his blade pressed right against his throat. He interrupts with eyes as cold as ice. So what? But instantly, his deadly strike is blocked by the loyal butler standing right next to him. We both saw that coming, right? Called a crazy punk, Raon instantly throws a brutal punch straight into the face of the butler who blocked his sword. Seeing his guard get hit, the red-haired punk loudly screams out, do you even realize who you are attacking right now, you idiot? The boy casually answers back, I know a random thief has broken into my house. And with that, he raises his sword up high once again, getting ready for the next strike. Raiden breaks into a cold sweat and stammers out, what kind of absolute nonsense are you talking about? I am the rightful master of this house. No, you are completely wrong. The boy immediately gives the arrogant jerk a brutal knee strike straight into his stomach. The guy crumbles to his knees after the vicious attack, groaning in pain. You bastard, you will pay. Raon calmly declares you do not look anything like our master, and on top of that, this annex is definitely not your house anyway. This place is my family. Raon lifts his blade right over his head, prepping a finishing move that is absolutely aiming to take this guy's life. Blades have absolutely no mercy, and that sharp weapon swings right down. Raiden cannot even react in time to this terrifying split-second situation. All he can do is scream in total despair. But suddenly, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appears out of nowhere. Stop this. Wait, that outfit, is he from the Heavenly Sword Squad? A swordsman working directly for the family head. Why is he even here right now? The boy wonders to himself while glaring at the man. Seeing him, Raiden instantly uses his status to act like a victim to the Heavenly Sword Squad member. The Heavenly Sword Squad. Hurry up and kill this crazy dog for me. A lowly side branch loser actually dared to attack me, someone from the direct main line. The butler quickly helps pull Raiden back onto his feet while the man from the head's personal swordsman unit finally speaks up to the crowd. We only take direct orders from Lord Glenn, and you should really back down too, young Master Raiden. Wait, what? You are nothing but a watchdog, how dare you? His butler quickly whispers in his ear, trying desperately to stop his master's big mouth from going way too far. Master, let us retreat. Fighting the Heavenly Sword Squad means trouble. Let's be real here, we all know he is coming back for revenge. Let's dive right back in. Completely powerless, the guy just grinds his teeth and walks away, leaving a bitter message. I will never forget today, Raon. You dare point your sword at the main family. Just wait. I will make you suffer humiliation and pain way worse than death. Despite all that trash talk, our boy Raon completely ignores him. Helen then speaks up looking guilty. I am so sorry, madam. This happened because I failed to do my duty properly. Sylvia gently touches the maid's cheek, totally concerned. No, Helen. You were incredibly brave when you stood up to protect me. You did nothing wrong. Sylvia adds softly, please do not worry about today. I am going to fix this. But he instantly cuts her off. No, let me handle this myself. Raon steps right in front of them both. I will take care of everything, so please do not worry. Just trust me. Later on, they are summoned to the main patriarch's massive estate. Glenn, the head of the family, tells his two grandsons to stop kneeling. Stand up. He glares down. I heard an act of pure disrespect went down yesterday. That is correct, patriarch. Raiden plays the victim, faking total innocence and frustration. I sent a letter to visit Raon, but they completely ignored me and locked me out. Then Raon actually attacked me and my butler. Honestly, if I had not been careful, he probably would have killed me right there. Raon just stands there quietly, listening to this guy exaggerate the whole story. Man, this dude is way better at acting than holding a sword. Everything Judiel said about this guy was totally spot on. Now Raon finally speaks up. Patriarch, every single thing he just reported is a lie. The way he was screaming, his face completely red with absolute rage. His aggressive power is still burned in my mind. Hearing this, Raiden loses his mind and grabs Raon's collar. You absolute bastard. Enough, a booming voice instantly stops them. Massive pressure fills the room. Did you two forget exactly who you were standing in front of? Raiden starts sweating bullets immediately. Here is where things get really interesting. Glenn shuts his eyes, totally annoyed, and decides to summon a witness who saw everything. He snaps his fingers. Instantly, a shadow guard wearing all black appears and bows down. Heavenly Sword Squad guard greeting the patriarch. Rill, tell me exactly what you witnessed yesterday. The guard reports without hesitation. Young Master Raiden claimed he sent a letter. However, Raon's estate never received any message like that at all. While Lady Sylvia and her maids were just tending to the garden like normal, Raiden violently kicked the door in and rushed them. Raon watches from behind, completely shocked. I really thought this guy would back up Raiden, the main branch heir, instead of us rejected side members. But he is actually telling the truth. Raiden panics immediately. Glenn glares right through him. This sounds very different from the little story you just reported, right? Were you lying to my face? Well, Patriarch, he stammers frantically, trying to explain. You saw that excuse coming too, right? He claims a side branch attacking the main family could shake their entire foundation. Classic villain pivot. Well, I suppose that is true. It looks like both of you are actually at fault here. Hearing this, Raiden tries to look super wronged. So both of you will receive a very strict punishment. Raiden still pushes his luck. Patriarch, just a punishment. If you let this arrogant brat live. Raon speaks up right on cue. Patriarch, I will gladly accept any punishment, but I have one thing I need to do first. Something you need to do. Yes, Raiden insulted my mother publicly and used violent force against our helpless maids. Raon perfectly remembers every awful thing the guy did. And yet I still have not received any kind of compensation from him. With intense eyes, Raon stands his ground. Glenn's face goes totally dark. I am pretty sure I just said you were both at fault. Yet both of you keep raising your voices. The old man unleashes his terrifying aura. Did you forget exactly who you were talking to? Raiden freezes in pure terror. It feels like the entire hall is going to be crushed under his insane aura. A massive tremor shakes the room, suffocating them both. But Raon just puts a hand over his chest and stubbornly states his case anyway. Patriarch, you always say this is the land of true swordsmen. So I believe a swordsman needs to prove his own worth using his blade. Please grant us a formal duel. Raon drops his ultimate demand, looking straight at Glenn for absolute approval. The patriarch snorts, but honestly, he looks intrigued. Now that sounds interesting. Fine, I will allow you two to officially duel. Exactly 1 week from today, the match happens at the Grand Training Ground. He confirms the details. Oh really, so you and that little brat are finally throwing down. That is right, father. Raiden is basically crying to his dad now, whining about getting beaten up and the patriarch actually approving the match. The red-headed villain sneers. He arrogantly stood right in front of grandfather. Trust me, you want to stick around. Their condition. If Raiden wins, he completely destroys Raon's Dantian. And if you lose, you and the butler will personally apologize to the Annex staff. Plus, our true Marshall Hall faction will be completely banned from getting anywhere near the Annex from now on. Seriously, no matter how much natural talent that brat has, at the end of the day, he's just a kid born to Sylvia and some nameless nobody. Go out there and show him exactly why you belong to the direct bloodline. This guy is Banderjeddin's dad. Hyped up by his father's words, the son is absolutely overflowing with confidence, telling his dad not to worry at all. He claims he was just careless and unprepared last time. But now that he's hit the intermediate tier of an Aura Master, there is zero chance that Brat can beat him. The father laughs loudly. Haha, that is my boy. But whatever you do, do not get too excited and accidentally kill him in the arena. Killing someone during a sword duel brings way too much trouble, so just slicing his arm tendons will be more than enough. Cripple him, so he loses all hope. You and I can agree this father and son duo are just absolute trash. Yes, I understand perfectly, father. The red-haired guy clenches his fists tight, showing off his vicious resolve. Over at the annex, Sylvia and Helen are upstairs watching their young master focus entirely on his training, gearing up for the massive duel. Helen is freaking out. The young master is about to fight. Lord Jedden, are we really just going to stand here and do nothing? Jedden is an intermediate tier expert, while our young master just barely reached the beginner level. Maybe it is not too late to stop him right now. The anxious maid pleads with her lady. Meanwhile, the mother's mind is an absolute mess, completely terrified for her son's safety. Helen is right, this sword duel is insanely dangerous. Raon never would have ended up in this deadly situation with Jedden if he had not panicked. Despite how he looks, Jedden practices the Phantom Sword. It is an unpredictable technique specifically designed to exploit any blind spots an opponent leaves open. And since Jedden learned it straight from his ruthless dad, the second he steps into a real fight, he turns into a completely different monster. Sylvia carefully breaks down her son's upcoming opponent. But then, thinking about the look in Raon's eyes, she suddenly remembers the exact moment the young boy confidently told his mom that he had absolutely everything under control. With that memory fresh, she turns right back to the maid and says, "Just trust him." "Wait, are you seriously going to let this happen?" the terrified maid asks. "Honestly, I am super anxious and terrified too, but there has to be a good reason why Raon was so incredibly confident when he asked us to trust him." So she makes her choice. "Stick with me here, because putting all our faith in Raon is definitely the right move." She watches her son training like an absolute beast. Just then, Judy walks over to the young master's training ground and calls out, "Young master, I brought your lunch." Our boy is a bit surprised. "Judy, yes, I packed a few sandwiches, so it is much easier for you to eat. You have been working out hard, so eat slowly to avoid upsetting your stomach." "I know, thank you so much." He takes the food from the maid with a quick reply. But then he notices something else that totally catches him off guard. She is actually holding a book. After flipping it open and quickly scanning through a few pages, he realizes it contains every single detail about the Phantom Sword technique that Jedden uses. Plus, the content is completely organized and incredibly easy to understand at a glance. Did she seriously gather all this top-tier intel in a single day and compile it into an entire guidebook? Knowing how many crazy chores Judy already handles, our guy is seriously impressed. Looking right at her, he remembers something else. She was the one who bravely stepped up to protect his mom back then. And now she brought him all this crucial info on Jedden without anyone even asking. "Thank you, Judy." He looks at the orange-haired maid silently, feeling a huge wave of respect for her. As time passes, both fighters spend their final days prepping in totally different ways. One side is grinding away with non-stop training, while the other is literally just laying around and relaxing. The day of the duel is finally here. Everyone in the estate is watching, and I know you're just as hyped as I am to see these two clash in the arena. Raon rests his hand right on his sword hilt and thinks to himself, "I have waited so long for this day. Ever since that incident, you have no idea how much I have been looking forward to chopping your head completely off." His opponent glares straight back at Raon, mercilessly spitting out words that are heavily loaded with pure killing intent. "Oh, I am definitely going to crush your entire body, making sure you can never hold a sword ever again." The referee in the middle signals the start. All right, both sides ready. Meanwhile, the red-haired punk opens his mouth for some final trash talk. "I cannot wait to see the pathetic look on your face after this duel. I am just curious if you will even be conscious to see it." Raon claps right back. The heavy drums echo through the air, followed immediately by the referee's official introduction. "Let the official sword duel begin right now." Jedden takes the absolute initiative and charges first. He violently dashes forward, screaming loudly, "Your cocky bluffs will not save you anymore." A brutal thrust infused with fire aura power, but instead of hitting his target, this idiot strikes thin air. But it turns out Raon vanished so incredibly fast that the red-haired guy is completely stunned. Wait, he disappeared. Then, swoosh, just like that. In a literal flash, our main character is standing right behind him, resting his sword hilt gently against his neck. Jedden instantly breaks into a cold sweat. He's totally panicking, wondering how this bastard teleported behind him. And trust me, you're gonna want to stick around to hear Raon's cold warning. Let's dive right in. Our MC just tossed his sword aside to beat this guy barehanded. He tells him, "Today, you die 8 times. Bam! The very first punch lands dead center on this arrogant noble's face, completely twisting his features in pure agony. The raw power sends him flying across the room. Coughing up blood, he struggles to stand. Veden thinks to himself, what just happened? I couldn't even track his movements. What the hell did you just do? Raon calmly picks his sword back up and keeps right on talking. Get up, what are you waiting for? I told you already today, you're going to die at least 8 times. 1 time is for lying about delivering that letter. The direct line, noble brat is absolutely seeing red right now. Swinging his blade, he violently screams, "You arrogant punk, I will make you regret not finishing me off with that very first hit." But Raon isn't waiting around for his turn. He dashes forward at lightning speed, leaving the red-haired guy completely overwhelmed before he can even strike. The sword swings down anyway, but once again his attack hits absolutely nothing but thin air. Totally confused, Vedin panics inwardly. He disappeared again. I thought for sure I actually chopped him down this time around. I'm right on your left. Raon replies, slamming his sword hilt directly into the noble's face, making Vedin scream out in pure raw agony. Standing right behind him, Raon coldly adds, this is the exact price you pay for spitting on the precious flower my mother raised. Throwing another heavy punch, he declares, and this is your punishment for trampling all over my mother's flower. Another brutal punch lands right on his face. And this is your punishment for daring to strike Helen. While getting his face completely caved in, Vedin keeps wondering how the enemy in front of him can be this overwhelmingly different. Now watch closely, this is where he panics. He thinks this is impossible. He's only using basic sword and footwork techniques. Plus, I know for a fact he's just a beginner. His cultivation tier is way lower than mine. The next strike is inches from his face, but this guy is still trying to figure out where our MC's power comes from. How am I losing to him? Before he even finishes the thought, a punch warmly kisses the cheek of the idiot who dared touch the main character's family. Watching from the sidelines with Raon's mother, Helen is absolutely completely stunned by all this. Young Master Raon could have ended this fight with the very first strike, but he intentionally gave him chances just to back him into a corner. He's not just doing this to win, the maid realizes. Her hands tremble slightly as she covers her mouth in shock. Tears are welling up in her eyes. He is taking absolute revenge for the violence directed at us. Even though we are seen as completely worthless servants, not even treated like actual human beings in this brutal house where bloodline decides absolute power, he is literally fighting a noble from the direct line for our sake and completely destroying him too. Hearing this, Sylvia's heart also deeply wavers. She quietly calls out Raon's name. She remembers the past, how her father only chased power and their home slowly turned ice cold over the years. I always felt out of place despite being from the direct bloodline. I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away from this family. Her footsteps carried her further and further from the place that could give her everything except genuine love. You and I both feel this, right? Watching her son fight back the unfairness, she finally realizes she should have relied on her own strength to overcome the ridiculous situations of this cruel land. That is exactly what that boy is showing us right here and now. No matter how incredibly weak we might be, we still need to have an absolutely unbreakable will. After totally disarming Vedin, Raon winds up to deliver yet another heavy punch to the hateful guy standing right in front of him, and fight to the very last moment, no matter who the opponent is, so they never dare cross the line again. Sylvia realizes that's exactly what she should have done. Back in the arena, Vedin just stands there with his jaw dropped before eating another punch to the face. This child is showing us that we need to move forward instead of running away. At that exact moment, the red-haired bully officially gets knocked out cold. The referee standing nearby calls it. Vedin is incapacitated. The result of this sword duel has been officially decided. The winner of this match is Glenn Zieghart. Without showing a single trace of emotion, our MC simply casts a completely lifeless gaze downward, staring at the defeated loser eating dirt. The winner of this sword duel is Glenn Zieghart, the referee loudly announces to the crowd. Barter, watching from above, can't handle the sheer humiliation. He furiously yells at his son, who is lying disgraced on the floor. Vedin, what kind of mess is this? Meanwhile, Rimmer is celebrating in a totally different section. Haha, I told you Raon would win. He cheers, totally ignoring the weird side eyes everyone else is giving him right now. Over in the rookie area, Dorian, Ronan, Sullian, Martha, and Bren are also celebrating their friend's massive victory. That's right, that is our young master. I knew he would win. Glenn, standing right beside the family head, quietly thinks to himself, I have served the Zieghart family for a very long time, but this is the first time I've ever seen everyone cheer for a branch family member without caring about his status. So what do you and I take from this? True loyalty breaks all the rules. It's truly amazing seeing his friends cheer regardless of status. Let's jump right into this madness. What really blew me away during this epic showdown was that despite lacking experience, the kid actually pulled off the legendary harmony step. The head of the family recalls the exact moment Raon used the footwork against Jiden, having only seen it once. This harmony step was an ultimate technique Glenn created after conquering his inner darkness and overcoming extreme temptations. It is definitely not an ordinary martial art that a regular warrior could learn in a whole lifetime. Yet Raon mastered it in just 2 weeks. The old man silently marvels at his incredible grandson. And with the insane popularity the kid has reached at his young age, the entire stadium is chanting our main character's name. Raon, Raon, Raon. Looking back at his own past, Glenn remembers just how deeply he used to crave ultimate power. Because raw power is the only true measure of worth in this family, and he's too old to change it. Being born into the direct bloodline and personally feeling the blatant injustice toward the branch families. Maybe one day, this kid will completely flip this household. The head of the family finally gets up from his seat and tells his butler the match is over. Fulfill the kid's conditions. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turns around. Raon slashed True Marshal Hall's budget in half. Make up any excuse you have to. The older butler just chuckles awkwardly and agrees. Haha, understood right away, sir. The terms of the duel are instantly carried out under Glenn's strict command. Raiden publicly confesses his crimes, dropping to his knees right in front of his mother and the maids to apologize. True Marshal Hall is strictly banned from touching the annex. Thanks to Glenn's threat, the maids finally exhale. Their tense, stiff faces finally relax as they start shedding tears of pure joy. The whole ordeal is finally over, and they head home together. Raon holds his mother's hand while the maids walk beside him. Once outside, Sylvia just can't hold back her curiosity. Son, when did you get so incredibly strong? I am completely blown away. Raon looks a little awkward and deflects. I will explain it later, so stop clinging to me. Now here's where it gets interesting, pay close attention. Watching from afar, a scar-faced woman notes that right now he looks like a totally normal boy. But his aura, it's completely different from before. The silver-haired woman standing right beside her replies. With that level of skill, Rimmer was definitely telling the truth about him surviving the blood madness. The guy behind them agrees. Exactly, both his footwork and his swordsmanship are nearly flawless. This goes way beyond just natural talent. If he joined my unit, he would be insanely useful to have. The scarred girl observes. The man does not hide his intentions either. I am taking him to the Black Fox unit upon graduation to raise him. Before he can even finish, the red-haired girl interrupts. Forget it, you have zero chance. The silver-haired girl remains totally calm. Well, the trainees at the 5th training ground are getting super close to graduating now. Once the graduation test is over, they will have to choose their path as actual swordsmen. Come to think of it, Raon is definitely the standout, but he is not the only star of Training Ground 5. Martha, Burren, Rune, and Sully. All three have the sheer talent and raw strength to reach the absolute top. The next selection will be fun. She hypes up the main character's 3 friends with major excitement in her voice. Back at his room, Judiel approaches. Young master, did you plan this entire thing when you demanded that sword fight? You could say that, he replies. You and I both knew he'd win anyway. She smiles softly, admitting that he is honestly terrifying. But you were also incredibly kind, even more than that. Really, Judiel stands tall, saying, I am truly grateful for saving my life from Reden. You should get some rest now, excuse me. Then she immediately turns and walks away. Raon is a little speechless. He looks out the window, realizing Judiel's expression just now was totally genuine. Judging by her reaction and how hard she tried to protect Sylvia, those were definitely her true honest feelings. I guess I can finally tell her my madness from earlier was faked. Next morning at the main mansion, Rimmer arrives rocking shiny new gold rings. Greetings. The 2 men standing there are totally speechless at this guy's bold attitude. Glenn immediately asks, where did you even get all that jewelry? Rimmer replies, I made a bet with the old trash. I mean the master of True Marshal Hall, all thanks to Raon, plus I scored enough elixirs for every single trainee. The guy grins with supreme confidence. You mean you just extorted my son? The old man thinks to himself. He sips water to chill out. Glenn states, showing off jewelry isn't why you're here. Exactly. Let's get straight to the point. Understood. I will be blunt. I am here to make a proposal. Rimmer sits down. A proposal? I fully entrusted the training to you. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. All right, stick with me here. This elf guy drops a total bombshell. He looks straight ahead and says, let me completely change the trainee's graduation exam. Change the final exam. Now you need to be specific. Lowen slowly strokes his beard, analyzing the request. The teacher points out that the current exam is honestly pretty basic, just getting an instructor's nod or doing some light sparring against other rookies. But these kids are way past that level. They already clashed with the Owen Kingdom's apprentice knights and remember Mission 2. They survived an absolute death match on that massive mountain. Even as mere trainees, they have already pushed through endless brutal trials, surviving white-armored elite warriors and literally taking down a massive ogre. Limmer leans into this exact fact and confidently declares that is why Training Ground 5 desperately needs a brand new trial. To put it simply, he is planning a pure survival test, throwing these students into extreme conditions where they just have to stay alive. If they can manage to survive out in the wild without relying on the legendary Zieghart family name to save them, they will break through to a whole new tier of power. Even if they don't become official elite swordsmen overnight. What do you think? It is a pretty solid proposal, right? The guy practically jumps up, leaning forward with his hands out, desperate for an okay. Lowen takes a long moment to think, but instead of answering, he drops a completely different observation. Have you finally changed? The old master speaks up, noting how his face had been totally dead and gloomy ever since his mana core shattered and forced him right off the front lines. But you definitely do not look like that anymore. Ever since you started working with those crazy kids at Training Ground 5, your face is absolutely bursting with fiery ambition, just like them. The elf boy stays dead silent, listening to the old man's sharp read, but then awkwardly waves his hands around in total embarrassment. Hold on a second, you are seriously making me blush over here. Lowen casually chimes in too. I completely agree. Master Limmer's expression is looking a whole lot brighter these days. The teacher awkwardly scratches his head and finally confesses. It is just that I finally realized I am way better at coaching these wild kids than swinging a sword myself. Plus, I might just mold the next king to take your throne using my own two hands. That was quick. Are you talking about Raon? Honestly, who knows, it could easily be Glenn Zieghart, Martha, or even Ronan Sullivan. Now watch closely, this is the best part. Instead of giving a straight answer, the teacher plays totally dumb. And honestly, the old master actually loves this cheeky attitude and cracks a smile. Understood. He finally stands up from his chair, turning around with a strict order, get a full report on this wild graduation exam ready within exactly 1 week. If you fail to deliver, I will pretend this entire conversation never even happened. But suddenly, the red-haired guy smirks, pulling out a massive stack of documents right on the spot. Why wouldn't I pull this off? I already prepared absolutely everything. Limmer says, flashing a huge radiant grin. Fast forward to another morning, all the trainees are completely gathered at the main field. They are grouped up, whispering and complaining. He told everyone to gather up, but guess who is completely missing? It is the exact same story every single time. Master Limmer is literally never on time. He probably partied way too hard at some shady casino or a local tavern yesterday and only stumbled back home right as the sun came up. Literally, the second they finish trash-talking him, the damn teacher kicks the door wide open, strolling in and greeting them like his massive delay is absolutely no big deal. Sorry, I'm a tiny bit late, guys. I was totally visiting an orphanage on my way here. Glenn Zieghart gets instantly furious and starts scolding him. If you are going to spit out a lie, at least try to find an excuse that actually makes a little bit of sense. I am not lying. I am totally telling the truth. Stepping right up to the rowdy kids, Limmer claps his hands and says, anyway, I have got a super important announcement for all of you today. I know what you were thinking, he is totally joking. But he looks right at them and says he has finally made a very serious decision. To keep things short and simple, your highly anticipated graduation exam is finally starting. You guys cannot just stay as basic trainees forever. One of the nervous rookies quickly speaks up, wait, I heard the final test is just about getting an instructor's approval or doing some standard sparring matches. Limmer bursts into a loud, obnoxious laugh and says, normally, yeah, that is true. But your specific exam is going to be built a little bit differently. What the heck is that supposed to mean? The red-haired guy looks at them, pointing out that they have already stacked up enough crazy experience. Real death matches with Owen, actual bloody combat experience, fighting the North-South Alliance even if the enemies were just some low-level grunts. Plus, do not forget that during your absolute last mission, you guys miraculously survived a surprise attack from a monster ogre. Because of all that, instead of forcing you into some meaningless sparring match or begging for an instructor's thumbs up, you are stepping out into the real world to see just how terrifyingly huge it actually is. As he says this, the totally unhinged teacher points right up at the clear blue sky. The official theme for this year's graduation exam, pure survival. For 1 entire month, you have to drop your fancy Zieghart trainee titles. You will be tossed into random brutal spots across the continent, forced to survive with nothing but a single sword. Of course, I did prepare a boring alternative exam for anyone who's too terrified to go. Hearing this, a bunch of the trainees instantly start sweating, looking incredibly anxious. Ronan Sullivan quickly walks right up to our main guy and asks, Raon, are you participating? Of course, I am doing it, the boy casually replies back. Alright, then I am totally going too. This girl seriously loves waiting to hear what other people choose before locking in her own path. Meanwhile, Glenn Zieghart confidently chimes in, figuring the crazy instructor actually has a genius reason for this. Count me in too. Martha fiercely adds from the side, please, I have literally been surviving hardcore situations since the absolute second I was born. So what do you and I take from this? Limmer hears these absolute geniuses flexing and just laughs. He tells them they are deciding way too easily. Trust me, it gets wild. Alright, let's jump right into the madness where the teacher looks straight at Raon and drops a massive truth bomb. Especially you, Raon. Since you are the absolute top student here, your decisions could easily make everyone else follow along blindly without even thinking things through. The boy answers right back, saying it will definitely be a totally grueling journey, but he fully gets that his classmates are not just making careless snap choices here. Professor, no matter what happens, you would never throw us into a brutal trial that our whole squad could not somehow manage to overcome. Hearing this, the teacher cannot help but let a small, proud smile slip. Then he holds up a piece of paper and makes his announcement. I commend your attitude, but do not think I will go easy on you. Now let me reveal exactly where you all are heading next. The Levin Desert for Glenn Zieghart, the Kadam Forest for Ronan Sullivan, and Satan Canyon for Martha. Finally, Haven Castle in the east goes to Raon. Hearing this, our boy pauses to think for a second. Wait, Haven Castle. Seeing the young man's serious expression, Limmer decides to give him some context. It is an absolute war zone where they must constantly fight off violent monsters. They pour out from the North Sea and Stalin Mountain daily. It is so utterly brutal, they literally call it a hellish battlefield. There is barely any time to even sheathe your sword. The others will definitely struggle, but you are going to suffer a whole lot more. The teacher leans in and whispers privately to the boy, "All right, prepare yourself thoroughly. You have about 1 month left before the actual departure day." Raon instantly heads back home to gear up for heavy training. From a distance, Sylvia and Helen are quietly watching him work. The maid speaks up first. "My lady, do you not think the young master is pushing himself way too hard lately? He has been swinging that sword nonstop for days, even cutting down on his own precious sleep, just to practice." Now watch closely here. Even his maid knows how insanely dangerous that test location is and wishes he would just flat out refuse it. Helen is totally right to worry. Sylvia looks at her boy and agrees with this sentiment, but she knows deep down this is a massive golden opportunity for Raon to finally grow stronger. Since Haven Castle is his final graduation test, he is obviously pushing beyond his limits to reach his absolute peak physical condition. We just need to support him quietly from the shadows so he can pour all his energy and focus entirely into his intense training. Heavy drops of sweat start rolling down the teenager's face. Raon just keeps swinging his sword, completely lost deep in his own thoughts. "I am completely drained after cranking up my training intensity to the max for a whole week since hearing the details of this crazy exam. But even with all that crazy effort, I just cannot shake the heavy feeling that this still is not nearly enough." The monsters at Haven Castle have armor like hides and bodies so incredibly huge that a regular blade might not even be able to scratch them. Since Zieghard's swordsmanship heavily balances both offense and defense, I will definitely be at a massive disadvantage. He mentally pictures the terrifying enemies he is going to eventually face off against. Gripping his blade tight, our guy keeps strategizing. He could totally use the 10,000 Flames art, but those specific moves pack way too much raw explosive power. So the aura drain is absolutely massive. That makes them super risky to use during any kind of prolonged dragging battle of attrition. The Ring of Fire has effectively compensated for this so far, but I cannot blindly rely on it and the Flames art forever. Raon touches his chest right where the Ring of Fire rests, looking pretty thoughtful. With exactly 3 weeks left until deployment, I desperately need some solid Haven Castle intel and a brand new technique to perfectly complement my 10,000 Flames art. He just keeps swinging. Staring into the distance, he realizes that getting exactly what he needs means making a serious heavy investment right now. "We both saw this coming, right?" Glenn asks if he is really trading his hard-earned silver plaques for a new sword skill. "Yes, sir." Raon has visited the head of the family's mansion to score something that will actually give him a massive edge. The old man calmly replies, "It is your choice how you use them, but did you not say you were saving them up for something else entirely?" "True, I plan to restore my mother's direct lineage status with them. And knowing that fact, you still want to blow all those silver plaques right now?" Glenn questions him once more. Raon explains, "I realized something incredibly crucial from the Cebu village mission and that intense sword duel from earlier." Glenn nods slowly. "I heard. Your achievements in that mission were honestly staggering compared to your current level of power. But the final reward was only silver plaques, not gold ones. That was exactly when I remember the harsh words you told me before, that it is not easily achieved." With complete humility, Raon calmly continues his train of thought. "Since I absolutely need gold plaques for my mother's status, hoarding silver ones will not actually make a huge difference in the grand scheme of things. It is way better to spend the silver to make myself stronger first, and then confidently hunt down those rare gold plaques later on." Glenn tosses the manual in his hand and replies, "True. If you are heading straight into Haven Castle, this choice is completely logical and smart. The book flies right at our boy. Pick something else if you doubt my judgment." The bold text on the cover clearly reads, "Feral Fang." Checking out the awesome prize he bought with his silver, the young man thinks to himself, "Well, at least Glenn personally vouched for this. He promised me a truly worthy reward. Since he handpicked this manual himself, its combat effectiveness is absolutely guaranteed to be top tier." And that's where we leave it. He drops to one knee, gladly accepting the powerful manual, while the old man simply nods in respect. "All right, stick with me here. You're about to see some wild training." Raon tries to leave, but the clan head stops him. Before he goes, Glenn asks a question. Since he came for a new sword manual, does he realize what Haven Castle really is? Isn't he terrified that his graduation exam is happening there? Why didn't he just reject the whole thing and walk away? Raon answers straight up. He figured it out after clashing with Eden. Figured what out exactly? Raon explains that a sudden life or death battle gave him more growth than a whole year of normal training ever could. He realized that getting stronger means throwing himself into crazy situations that force him to completely shatter his own limits. Plus, his instructor Rimmer would never hand him an impossible challenge. He knows this upcoming test is going to be brutal, pure pain and suffering, but he truly believes it will make him strong enough to actually be grateful for it later. Glenn stares at him deep in thought. He nods. Before Raon leaves, the clan head has one last thing to say. "Remember, a sword technique is not just used one way. Broaden your mind." The old man drops this vague advice. Still, Raon bows respectfully and thanks him. Out of nowhere, Rimmer pops up right behind the clan head. The elf grins, saying this is exactly why he adores Raon. The kid completely understands his intentions as an instructor. Nothing feels better than a student who actually gets it. He is way better than that loudmouth Glenn Zieghart or the toxic Martha. You can hear a little bitterness in his voice. Glenn just sighs and comments on the whole situation without turning around. What a terrible instructor bad-mouthing his own students behind their backs. The elf instructor just brushes it off, changing the subject. He says he never expected Glenn to hand over the Frenzied Fang manual, though it definitely fits a gold token reward. Your love for your grandson is truly boundless. Hearing this, Glenn instantly gets visibly annoyed. You talk too much, Rimmer. Now pay attention, this part is important. Frenzied Fang is an incredibly violent and brutal technique. Rimmer worries if Raon can even control it. Glenn says, giving the book finish his job. It is up to the kid to learn it. Outside, Raon opens the manual up to study. Meanwhile, back in the hall, Rimmer keeps poking the bear. He says, despite Glenn's harsh words, he still gave him that. He gave him crucial advice, proving his grandfatherly love. Glenn finally hits his breaking point, popping a vein in pure anger. This guy pushes him too far. Casting a spell on Rimmer, he shouts that he's had enough. After binding the elf with raw energy, he steps down. Since you talk so much, you must be fully recovered now, right? Recovered from the last battle, he means. Rimmer panics immediately. Wait, please, calm down, sir. I am definitely not fully healed. Raising a glowing hand, the Zieghart clan head prepares to deliver a massive heaven-shaking slap. Since you look somewhat better, I am going to teach you a lesson. Rimmer goes pale, begging for his dear life. Right as Raon leaves the mansion, a pathetic, agonizing scream echoes from inside, making the poor kid jump out of his skin. Later that night, sitting in his room, he wonders, is this manual truly worth a silver token exchange? Reading it, he realizes this has to be the real Frenzied Fang. Just like the name says, it is an ultimate instinctive technique, reaching the peak of power. It focuses on relentless, endless attacks ready to rip an enemy's throat out like a savage wild beast. You guys know how this goes, right? An instinct-based style cannot be learned by reading. It requires real, raw combat experience. So Ram pulls in Glenn Zieghart to help him train through actual sparring. That is exactly why he constantly fights other trainees. Step by step, he is trying to master the Frenzied Fang before the big test. Swinging his sword non-stop, faster, sharper, much more intense, he refuses to stop until he hits that higher level. Raon forces his friends to help him tame this brand new, incredibly destructive sword skill. He spars until literally no trainee has the energy left to stand. Slowly but surely, he edges closer to the technique's true meaning. He wants it mastered before departure. Time flies by, and soon the training hall is filled with exhausted, terrified students. Raon completely drains them. Finally, the night before the exam, Judiel is carefully treating his wounds. She sighs, saying he has way more bruises lately. He is pushing himself way too hard right before the exam. If his mother sees all these fresh injuries, she is going to be incredibly worried about him. Raon admits he overdid it, sparring daily to master the Frenzied Fang. She holds a medical pad, pressing it onto his badly bruised skin. Alongside that, his entire body is covered in countless pain relief patches. He is basically mummified. Judiel says that is exactly why he needs her treatment, yeah. But before she leaves, Raon has something serious to tell her. So what do you and I make of this cliffhanger? Raon confesses he lied about forcing her to swallow that bug. Alright, let's dive right back in. Seeing her absolute silence, he instantly puts the pieces together. She already knew the truth, and honestly, you and I could probably guess that too. Judiel finally answers. I wasn't totally sure, I just had my suspicions. Suspicious, huh? The maid flashes back to when they first met. Yeah, at first I genuinely believed it was the insect. I didn't even dare to imagine it was all a lie. I was completely terrified, and the only thing running through my mind was a desperate desire just to survive. But slowly that changed. The pure warmth of everyone in the annex made me feel safe. And you, young master, you actually treated me like a real human being, asking for absolutely nothing in return. You even went out of your way to set up a plan so the Martial Heart Pavilion wouldn't suspect me just to save my life. She thinks back to her time living with Sylvia's little family. And after a few things happened, the pieces clicked. I finally realized the actual truth of what was going on. That soft look you always gave Lady Sylvia, and those intense eyes when you warned me. You were just doing everything possible to protect this annex. Deep down, she instantly thinks about Helen and his loving mother. That is exactly why I started thinking you never actually used that insect, but I still couldn't be 100% certain. It was just a lingering suspicion in my head. So why did you end up telling me? Judiel asks out of pure curiosity. Because you have completely changed. Judiel, just like you have been keeping a close eye on me, I was watching you too. You always hid behind a mask, but recently, your genuine emotions finally started to break through. Raon tells her straight up. On that day when Jaiden came crashing into the annex causing chaos, you were completely ready to throw yourself in to protect my mother and Helen. Plus, I found that intel about Heaven Castle right on my bed. You prepared that for me, right? Thanks to you, the information helped me out in a massive way. He casually picks up the book and smiles. Thank you, Judiel. But watch closely here, this is where the tension spikes. Hearing those words, the maid still looks deeply conflicted. She finally speaks up. I have a little brother. I have absolutely no clue where he is right now or what he is doing. We were brutally separated back when they sold us off, but they promised me that one day I would get to see him again. So I had absolutely no choice but to follow every single one of their orders. She painfully flashes back to those dark days as slaves, the exact moment she and her brother were torn apart and dragged in opposite directions. I am so sorry, young master. At this point, heavy tears finally start rolling down Judiel's cheeks. Then Raon suddenly speaks up without hesitating. I am going to save your brother. That totally catches her off guard. Throwing his shirt back on, Raon casually drops his plan. As long as Karen keeps targeting me, we are going to clash sooner or later. And once I finally deal with Karen, I will track down your little brother by any means necessary, as long as he is still breathing. Judiel speaks up again. I want to ask one thing. Why exactly did you tell me the truth about that madness insect? What if I take this intel straight back to Lord Karen? Raon flashes this highly confident smirk and just shrugs. I am betting you will not actually do that. So what is your move? She lets out a bitter laugh. Wow, that really is such a ridiculous answer. I am going to follow you, my master. Judiel makes her serious declaration. Please, just give me whatever orders you need done. All right, then I am leaving this annex completely in your hands while I am away. Judiel. Accepting her new master's order, she immediately drops to her knees. Yes, please rest assured. The night wraps up just like that. Now let's pause a second. You and I both know this graduation exam is going to be pure chaos. Every single student has their bags fully packed and ready to move out. Standing way up on the high podium is Rimmer. He announces that it is officially time to kick off their ultimate graduation exam. The rules, simple. Everyone just has to survive out there entirely on their own for a full year and make it back. If you manage to conquer this insane trial, you will undoubtedly reach a whole new level of power. Now it is time for the top-ranked student to say a few words. Raon hears this and immediately groans internally. That guy is always forcing me to do this kind of stuff even though it really does not fit my vibe at all. But hey, he is the class rep after all. Our main character steps right up to the front, turns to face his fellow classmates and begins his speech. There is an old saying that warriors who manage to survive their very first battle will never fall easily. And all of you have already fought your very first bloody battle, even if it was just pure coincidence. Every single one of you survived, and that deadly mission was a total success. You were thrown into a brutal situation where you literally had no other option but death, and that exact reason is why you will not die out there. Hearing those heavy words, the young trainees standing below are completely locked and hanging on to every single syllable. Temper yourselves in the wild and return with strength worthy of the 5 training grounds, Raon loudly declares. Claim your victory, survive out there, and let's go make history. After that epic closing line, the students are absolutely fired up. Every single one of them roars out loud, totally hyped for the brutal journey ahead. Rimmer stands in the back, watching all of this unfold, flashing a deeply satisfied grin. He stares at the young student's confident back and thinks to himself, right from the very start, I knew you were far from ordinary. And the most extraordinary thing about you is not just your raw physical strength. It is that terrifyingly calm mind way beyond your years. An open, commanding presence that naturally draws in and influences every single person around you. A relentless drive to train harder than anyone else, never getting arrogant about your insane natural talent. The tall elf instructor just cannot stop praising him internally. Raon's entire attitude is just different. Moreover, during their very last sparring match together, he suddenly remembers Raon perfectly grasping that legendary frenzied fang technique. He saw a terrifying wild beast inside Raon's sword strikes. And honestly, you and I both know this kid is about to completely dominate the world. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Reimer looks at Raon and says, Kid, you have surprised me again. He flashes the fresh cut on his wrist that Raon just gave him. I actually took the time to step up and spar with you just because you completely crushed the other students. And look at this result. Instead of thanking me, you actually wounded your own teacher. How totally disrespectful. But honestly, he does not even look mad. The guy is secretly thrilled that a student is finally strong enough to actually leave a scratch on him. Looking straight at the kid, Reimer silently prays. Make sure you come back alive, Raon, because I would be seriously bummed out if I missed the birth of a brand new king. All right, brats, time to say goodbye to your instructor. The whole class immediately bows down and shouts, Thank you for everything you have done for us. Reimer just smiles. Yeah, I will be waiting right here. So get a lot stronger and come back safe, Reimer replies. Off to the side, Glenn Zieghart glares at Raon and says, Listen up, I am going all out this year to massively boost my power, so you better get stronger too. Do not disappoint me. Raon nods. Same here. Do not go dying on me because I still owe you. If you die, I will hunt you down and beat you up. Martha also drops her own tough goodbye. It leaves our main character feeling a bit awkward. Can these guys seriously not say anything nice? Right then, Ronan Solian runs up and calls his name. Take this with you. She holds out a small box. This right here is a cake. Raon stares. Are you absolutely sure about giving this to me? Yeah, it is totally fine. I still have plenty left, she replies to the boy. Thanks for such a precious gift, he says. Well, I am heading out too. Have a safe trip, Raon. And just like that, Ronan Solian waves goodbye to the boy and gets ready for her own journey ahead. Well, it looks like there is still one more thing left undone. Time for us to get moving, Dorian. He looks down at his buddy who is half dead on the ground, terrified. Why the heck do I have to go to Haven Castle with this crazy guy? Dragging the green-haired swordsman across the dirt, Raon casually adds, oh, by the way, we have one other stop we must make first. Dorian curiously asks, where exactly are we going? The merchant city of Camelon. Raon gives a slight smirk and replies, we need solid gear before the real fight begins. Now watch closely, you and I are heading straight into the central market of Camelon. Right now, Raon and Dorian are walking through extremely crowded streets. The boy glances at the aggressively cheering street vendors and thinks to himself, goods everywhere, buyers and sellers packed tight, but the exact item he needs is nowhere in sight. Looks like the real stuff is only sold in the black market. The green-haired kid trailing close behind finally speaks up. Young master, whatever you are actually looking for is not up here, right? You have been walking non-stop without pausing once. So are you planning to head down below? Raon shoots back. Head down below. Wait, you actually know about the Camelon black market? I sure do, Dorian replies. This actually makes our main character a little curious. Is this not your very first time here? How on earth do you know that a secret black market exists? The guy confidently pats his chest and brags, I might not look like the type, but I actually grew up right inside a major merchant guild. I am super familiar with this kind of shady stuff. Raon suddenly remembers when Dorian pulled out a massive pile of cloaks and deodorizers during their Cebu Mountain mission. Hearing this, Raon finally gets it. Ah, so everything up until now makes total sense. I honestly had a feeling something was up with him. Turns out the kid really comes from a wealthy merchant family. No need to beat around the bush anymore, especially since he just brought it up himself. With that in mind, the boy replies, all right then, let us head straight down to the black market right now. But Dorian points out that entering requires finding a secret passageway. Young master, do you actually know the specific route to get down there? This catches our guy totally off guard. Oh, that I already heard the details from Instructor Reimer. I know what you were thinking, that is a total lie to cover his tracks. If Reimer heard this, his jaw would literally drop. When did I say that? But Dorian totally buys it without a second thought. Ah, that makes perfect sense. I heard there is actually a massive casino inside the black market. If there is a casino, the instructor definitely knows the way. So let us go inside. They grab 2 dark cloaks and slip into a hidden shop tucked away on the street. Just like that, they smoothly make their way inside. It takes a little while for the 2 guys to finally reach the massive gates of the underground black market. The entrance is completely hidden behind a heavy curtain. The Camelon underground black market. Seeing the sheer scale of this crazy place, Dorian gasps. This black market is way too huge, I can never get used to this. Plus, this place is somehow even cleaner than the normal market up above. Did you find the item you actually need? The mushroom-haired boy marvels, asking as they walk. Raon casually pulls a thick book out from his jacket. Then he replies, I have to check the official auction catalog first to find out. After that, the 2 grab a temporary spot to rest and study the items. Inside, one of the pages displays a picture of a very specific butterfly. Raon thinks to himself, found it. The black butterfly. Sure enough, it is being put up for auction. The bidding event starts tonight and the starting price is exactly 10 gold coins. Dorian stares at that specific page and asks, are you seriously planning to buy that? This thing is insanely expensive. Raon thinks to himself he is right. I could afford it by blowing our entire travel budget, but taking a risk like that is way too dangerous right now. So what do you and I take from this? We need cash. Let us find a pawn shop to scrape up extra funds. Dorian asks where to now, young master. All right, stick with me. Let's hit the pawn shop. He needs to sell some stuff for cold hard cash before the auction begins. An hour later, he has finally gathered enough funds. Dorian looks over and asks him if he is completely done selling his items. Young master, why are we still looking around this place instead of heading straight to the auction house right now? The main character calmly replies that he is just checking for anything useful. After taking a good look around the underground city, he figures they still have plenty of time left before the big auction actually kicks off. Plus, he has got some extra cash for the auction now, even though absolutely nothing in this place seems worth buying at all. Usually, there are some massively underrated treasures around here just waiting for the right buyer to uncover them. Alright, then we should really head to the auction house. Now pay close attention here. While analyzing the area, something absolutely insane suddenly catches his eye completely, making him gasp in pure shock. That is the ring of the very first family head. He saw it in a memory that flooded his mind right after learning the 10,000 fire technique. To think it was just sitting right here, walking straight into the dusty shop, the guy asks the boss how much for this thing. The owner eagerly replies with a massive grin. Ah, you have a good eye. That ring boosts raw strength and keeps your mind totally clear. Just hand over 5 gold coins. But before he even finishes, Dorian violently charges in and screams right in the boss's face. 5 gold coins. Who do you think you are trying to rip us off like that? It is so obvious that you bought this for just 5 silver coins. Slamming his hands hard onto the counter, the bowl-cut kid goes absolutely off. Listen to me right now. You claim this ring boosts raw strength and clears the mind. But think about it, if that mental clarity effect was truly worth 5 gold coins, it would already be sitting proudly on display in a high-end magic tool shop, not tossed aside in a shabby little stall like this one. So is the strength-boosting effect of this thing really even that amazing? Definitely not. It absolutely cannot even compare to the power of an ogre glove or an ogre ring. Plus, the engraving on this junk is a complete mess. It just has a few super basic and incredibly cheap-looking patterns on it. The only decent thing is the smooth surface, but it is not even cool or pretty. It is covered in cracks, making it completely impossible to tell if it is pure gold or just cheap brass. Honestly, if you threw it in that trash can, nobody would even pick it up, and you demand 5 gold. So I propose a completely different price, 1 single gold coin. After firing off a whole magazine of spit, Dorian finally drops the hammer. At a price 5 times cheaper, the shop owner's soul practically leaves his body as he weakly whispers his total defeat and agrees. You can take it. The bowl-cut kid then turns around and shoots the main character a massive thumbs up, making even Raon genuinely praise him. Great job. The furiously angry Dorian finally calms down and returns to normal, while Raon thinks, this ring definitely hides some kind of insane secret. You saw that too, right? Didn't Dorian completely turn into a totally different person just now? Raon wonders to himself in his own mind. Dorian is an absolute genius at bargaining, but he clearly lacks an eye for real quality. Either way, scoring this ring is a massive win. Suddenly, an orange-haired woman walks right up to them and interrupts out of nowhere. Hold on a second, did you already pay for that ring? Yeah, I paid for it. The mysterious girl standing right in front of the MC is wearing a fancy mask to hide her true identity. Right behind her stands a massive tall man dressed up just like a butler. The girl immediately demands that he sell that ring to her right now. Whatever the price was, I will pay you 10 times the amount you spent on it. Judging strictly by your rough overall appearance, you must be a desperate adventurer who needs cash fast. That should be plenty. Both Dorian and the shop owner drop their jaws in pure shock. Hearing those words, they completely freeze. 10 times, I just bought it for 50 silver coins. Is this trash actually that valuable of an item? The green-haired kid quickly nudges the MC in a total panic. Sell it right now, young master. She wants to buy that piece of cheap junk for 10 times the price. Raon calmly glances over, silently analyzing this strange woman from head to toe. She knows exactly how incredibly precious this ring really is. And from her confident tone, she is clearly hinting that it is worth at least 100 gold coins. Raon gets a little more cautious, gently touching the box, holding the ring. Sorry, but I have to decline your offer, the MC flatly replies. Then I will pay 20 times, no wait, 30 times the price. The masked girl desperately throws out an even crazier financial offer. Still not selling. 50 gold coins, I already said no. With a completely unbothered expression, the guy turns his face away and simply states, Look, I am sorry, but I make it a strict habit never to sell my own things. No matter what crazy price you offer, I am not selling. This bold rejection leaves the wealthy girl in a pretty awkward spot. The massive butler steps up to defend her. Listen here, I do not know where you came from, but you better mind your manners right now. If you dare to go against her, you are just begging for some very serious trouble. Raon instantly claps back. Am I supposed to just change my mind because of her high status? I do not care about that, so stop bothering me and get lost. That completely makes the girl's eyes widen in pure shock. Even with the fancy mask hiding her face, it is extremely obvious that this mysterious young woman is getting seriously ticked off by his attitude. Hey, who exactly do you think you are, acting so insanely arrogant? Stop defying my orders and hand that ring over to me right now. While I am still being completely polite, the MC just casually glances over at the furious girl and delivers his icy reply. How unreasonable, just because I refuse to sell my item. Flexing your noble background, so what do you and I think happens next? Stick with me here. We are kicking things off with a super tense standoff as this orange-haired woman steps right up. You have zero clue how terrifying this world actually is, she warns him. Think really carefully about why people always end up bowing down to those with more power, unless you want to die miserably in some ditch totally forgotten by everyone. But if that is her entire speech, our guy is just done and says goodbye. He gives a soft, chill reply and just walks right out of the shop, though his body is trembling just a little bit. The girl turns to her butler. Seta, we are heading to the auction house right now. She figures those market stalls are usually packed with desperate people who just walk straight out of the local pawn shops. If he made it this far, there is a massive chance he is going to join the upcoming auction. I am going to snatch whatever he wants to buy, no matter the cost. With a fiercely determined look, this girl is out for pure petty revenge. A little while later, inside the packed auction room, the charismatic host is loudly calling out the massive piles of cash buyers are willing to drop on random items. Dance necklace goes for 70 gold coins. Congrats to our winning bidder. Moving right along, next up is the ultra-rare silver mana stone. Following that, we have the blazing fury ring. Alright, the next item is up, and it seems like today's goods are super highly sought after. Every single product has people throwing up their paddles and screaming out whatever insane prices they are ready to pay. Meanwhile, Raon sits quietly on the sidelines just watching. He thinks to himself, nothing here has caught my eye yet. Where the heck is the black butterfly? It is a noble, ultra-rare black insect that literally survives by eating mana stones. Now watch closely. Raon's entire attitude flips the second they announce the black butterfly. The host dramatically lifts the red curtain. Inside is a fancy glass cage locking up the exact bug our guide desperately needs right now. The official introduction finally begins. People absolutely love using it as a decoration because of its hazy, magical, glowing light. But of course, the huge downside to this species is its incredibly short lifespan, plus the insane upkeep costs since it exclusively eats expensive mana stones. Still, absolutely nothing can even come close to matching this butterfly's crazy beauty. Let the bidding begin. The very second the host shouts that insane price, offers immediately start flying across the room. 2 gold, 5 gold, 7 gold coins. Raon finally stands up and yells out his own max budget. 13 gold coins. That immediately makes the crowd below look up in total curiosity. Our boy scans the shocked faces of the guests down below and thinks with a price tag that heavy nobody is going to dare bid anything higher. After all, 13 gold coins is way too steep for a basic decorative bug. But wait, 50 gold coins. A completely ridiculous amount of money is suddenly shouted out loud. The host looks past Raon up to the higher balcony and repeats 50 gold coins. We are hitting the highest price in auction history. He doubts anyone will top that, and honestly, even our main character is totally stunned silent, sold to the highest bidder. After the host makes the final call, the masked girl flashes a super smug, satisfied smile. Seta, let us get out of here. Her butler double-checks. Did you only come to bid on the black butterfly? Yep, she literally could not care less about any of the other fancy items. Not to mention, he threw down a way higher price for that bug than normal. The black butterfly is definitely his target, the petty girl confirms. I am completely done with that useless loser. Meanwhile, Dorian is totally panicking as he talks to Raon. Dude, that is the exact same girl from earlier. She didn't even try to hide her malicious vibe at all. So what the heck do we do now? It is going to take a really long time before another black butterfly ever shows up at an auction. Raon instantly calms his buddy down. Dorian, do not sweat it. Just go outside and find me some stealthy clothes for moving around tonight. Why on earth does he suddenly need a night stealth outfit right now? Well, Raon straight up reveals his insanely bold new plan. I am going to steal that butterfly she bought. What? You and I both know exactly where this is going. Every top-tier assassin on the continent has a specialty. Some rely on blinding speed, totally smooth movement, or razor-sharp accuracy. But back in his past life, our boy was famous for being the absolute best stealth expert of them all. Raon completely zones into his memories, currently decked out in a solid black stealth suit that covers his entire body from head to toe. He peers closely at the glass butterfly cage resting inside the locked room. The real secret here is using the main footwork technique he completely mastered in his past life. The shadowless steps. He actually thought he would never need to use it in this lifetime since he already learned the insanely powerful high-fire kick. But surprisingly enough, he's forced to bust it out again. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. Here is the stealth cloak you asked for. Young Master Dorian says, having prepped and hand-delivered the gear to our guy. Raon throws the dark cloak over his shoulders and replies, perfect. You found something this high quality in such a ridiculously short amount of time. Did you manage to dig up any extra intel on that annoying masked woman? The mushroom-haired dude nervously scratches his head and stammers. Actually, Raon frowns. What is it? Why are you hesitating like that right now? Our main character's buddy heavily sighs. Young Master, I really think we should call this off. I heard from the locals around here that she's actually Princess Jenna of the Banka Kingdom. Ever since she was a little kid, she showed off insane magical talent. But even more dangerously, she has this ridiculous ability to appraise magical artifacts like an absolute pro. That makes her the absolute favorite of the Banka Kingdom's ruler. It sucks, but we really need to drop this right now and just wait for the next chance. Raon completely brushes him off. Well, that just means there is a massive chance she is a very important guest at the black market. Not only is our guy totally fearless, he actually looks super hyped about this. They must still be doing extra appraisals on all her auction items right now. And totally unlike your average buyer, the princess's goods definitely haven't been moved back to her private room yet, all because of her special status. Trust me, you'll love this. Right now is the absolute safest time to strike while the black market is in total chaos. Alright, stick with me here, we're about to pull off a heist. Raon tells Dorian he will be right back, then casually vanishes using his footwork technique. Dorian tries to stop him, yelling for the young master to wait up. But back in the present, Raon is already scheming. He spies on the guards playing cards. Just as he thought, the princess's auction item hasn't been moved to her private room yet. The staff members glance over at the butterfly cage, gossiping with each other. They cannot believe someone dropped a massive pile of gold just to buy a completely useless decorative butterfly. One guy scoffs, saying he will never understand what goes through the minds of these crazy rich nobles. His buddy shrugs it off. They probably have their reasons, so forget about it and just flip your cards already. Intently observing the exact item he plans to steal, he thinks to himself, the black butterfly is right there with guards nearby, but they are way too distracted playing their little game. This is the perfect opening. Raon extends his hand and a thin thread of pure energy flows right from his fingertips. The butterfly resting inside the cage instantly picks up the sweet scent of his spiritual aura. Raon knows these black butterflies are kept in open bird cages because enclosed spaces will literally kill them. They naturally gravitate toward magic stones to absorb highly purified mana just to survive. Now watch closely, this is brilliant. The moment it senses his 10,000 fire aura, which is way purer than any magic stone, it flies out. Just like that, the rare creature flutters over and lands perfectly on his finger. Easy as pie. In just a few seconds, Raon snatches back the exact item he lost out on during the auction. Suddenly, one of the staff members finally notices something off. What is wrong with you? Why are you spacing out? Come on, flip your card, it is your turn. Huh. Where did the butterfly go? Wait, what? It completely vanished. Both guards jump up in absolute panic, asking each other what happened. Damn it, hurry up and find where it flew off to. Meanwhile, our main guy is already long gone, escaping with the butterfly. Back out in the lobby, Dorian is pacing around, completely restless and stressed out, waiting for news of his friend. Biting his nails, he nervously thinks to himself that if the young master actually gets caught here, this whole situation could turn into a massive diplomatic disaster with the Banka Kingdom. Oh man, his heart feels like it is literally going to explode out of his chest. No matter how he looks at it, he really should have stopped him. While this guy is having a full-blown existential crisis, suddenly Raon just casually strolls up and asks Dorian, "What are you doing?" Startled, he whips around and asks when the young master even got back here. "Just got here." Raon laughs, saying Dorian looks like he just saw a ghost. Wait, if he is back. Dorian puts the pieces together. Yep, mission accomplished. Raon taps his bag, confirming the heist was a success. Seriously, then let's get out of here, but right on cue, a familiar voice cuts in. Oh wow, what an unexpected reunion. Princess Jenna struts over, dripping with arrogance, to mock them. How does it feel? Are you annoyed? You should have realized this during the auction, but you could never actually beat me. Okay, I know what you're thinking. She has no idea he already stole it, right? She offers the butterfly for his ring as a final chance. While she is busy gloating about her victory, Raon instantly shuts her down. Are you deaf? I already told you I am not selling it. Instantly, the girl's attitude drops right back to her usual arrogant self. It seems that when I talk nicely, you just will never understand. So you really do not want to leave this black market in one piece, do you, miss? Suddenly, a panicked voice echoes through the area. The guard from earlier comes sprinting over, completely out of breath. Jenna snaps at him. What? Can't you see I am busy? He stammers an apology and drops the absolute bomb on her. The black butterfly is gone. Someone definitely stole it. Raon seizes the perfect comedic timing and hits her with the ultimate sarcasm. Oh no, looks like you have a problem. Glancing over at our main guy, her gears start turning. She immediately suspects he did it. Analyzing Raon's unbothered posture, she pieces together that sarcastic little remark along with his absolutely infuriating mocking smile. That is the exact same arrogant expression she usually uses to look down on other people. She doesn't know how he did it, but she instantly realizes he definitely stole the black butterfly. Stepping closer, she glares and hisses at him. I thought you were just arrogant, but you are nothing more than a filthy, despicable thief. Do you even know who I am? Raon doesn't miss a single beat. Do I need to? He replies to the angry princess with absolute unbothered savage energy. Furious, the girl dramatically rips off her mask to reveal her true identity to them. I am Princess Jenna of the Banka Kingdom. How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? Yep, the one and only Princess Jenna of Banka, full name Jenna Banka. I'm going to make sure you never steal anything again. On cue, her massive butler steps up, ready to beat the kid down. Take him out. Receiving the direct order, the butler instantly lunges straight at Raon. Then, completely unfazed, our main guy scoffs. Princess of Banka or whatever. So what, not backing down, he winds up a massive punch to counter the attack. Boom, just one single strike knocks him out. The butler takes the punch, his eyes roll back, he coughs blood and drops to the floor. Raon mounts the guy and starts throwing absolute haymakers straight to his face, making sure the butler won't even be recognizable after this beating. Seeing things going way too far, Jenna completely panics and starts desperately yelling at her totally useless butler. What are you doing? How are you losing to a trashy thief? Wait, whose voice is that? Trust me, you and I aren't done here. All right, stick with me, we are jumping straight into the drama. A familiar voice rings out and Jenna instantly freezes in her tracks. Slow footsteps approach as she panics internally. Is that Ryan? The blonde guy casually walks right up to them and says hello. Oh, Ryan is here too. You guys know each other. The girl quickly spins around and asks if he actually knows this guy. Of course I do. I told you there was a genuine sword genius over at the Zieghart clan, right? Well, that is him. The handsome guy smiles. Raon Zieghart. The girl's face drops in absolute shock. Zieghart is the legendary faction under the Northern King of Destruction. Now that she thinks about it, rumor has it the Northern King rocks that exact same blonde hair and piercing red eyes. No way is he really from that bloodline. Ryan looks flustered. What did you just call me? A despicable thief? Raon's sharp tone makes the woman flinch hard. Yeah, I think I have held back more than enough today. Do you disagree? Should I take this as a direct insult from Banka against the Zieghart family? Now he is totally flexing his aristocratic power to crush her. This is your absolute last chance. Apologize right now. I will let this slide as a childish mistake. The princess stammers back, I had no idea who you were. Now watch closely, this is where he turns the tables. He threatens to file a formal protest for being treated like a thief, for crossing him and showing zero respect. The orange-haired girl is practically grinding her teeth into dust. But survival comes first, so she forcefully bows her head. I am so sorry, please forgive my actions. Raon just turns his back to leave. All right, I do not want to drag this out, so we are done here. Check your attitude from now on, unless you want to humiliate your entire kingdom. Hearing that absolute roast of fire burns deep inside her. Sunset hits Camelon City. Did I show up at a bad time? Dorian and Raon are chilling on the porch. Raon shakes his head. Not at all, you actually saved me from a nasty rumor. Glad I could help, Ryan smiles politely. And do not even worry about Jenna's attitude. I will have a serious talk with her. Thanks, man, I appreciate it. Anyway, what brings you to Camelon? The blonde guy asks. Raon shrugs. Just here for a mission. But Zieghart is miles away from here, right? We just stopped by to grab some fresh gear for our graduation exam. Oh, you guys are taking the big graduation test right now. What kind of equipment do you need? Raon answers. I am hunting for a sword. My current blade is decent enough, but I have used it way too long. Ryan sips his tea. Let me recommend a great place. There is a hidden smithy over in the West Craft District. Tiny shop, but the blacksmith working there is an absolute master of his craft. Trust me on this one, you want his gear. Sadly, my own mission means I cannot introduce you to him personally. Raon smiles. Just giving me the tip is plenty, thank you. With that, the handsome swordsman heads out. All right, I will head out first. Come visit Owen sometime. Yeah, I will swing by after my graduation test. Good luck out there. Dorian lets out a massive sigh once the guy is gone. Man, we are saved. I cannot believe you acted so recklessly back there. Young Master Raon sits down, his tense expression finally softening. Hey, I told you I had a solid plan in mind. We got super lucky he stepped in to help. A little later, the duo grabs their bags and moves out. Dorian looks over. Are we heading straight to the blacksmith now? Nope, we will hit up the forge tomorrow morning. I have some personal business to handle tonight. Hours later, our boy sits completely alone in a pitch-black room. Just a sliver of pale moonlight shining. Holding the black butterfly, Raon whispers, time for you to do your job. See, the black butterfly cannot digest mana after absorbing it, and the dual-colored flower is totally incapable of storing mana itself. These two literally have to meet to break free from their own curses. Staring at both items, he knows the flower only turns into a top-tier elixir, packing both fire and water energy. After draining the butterfly's stored mana, barely anyone alive actually knows this hidden secret. He only knows because of the protagonist's memories. Without hesitation, Raon swallows the magical flower whole. Boom system text pops up. The frost curse chains vanish, energy core endurance and mana ring capacity have massively increased. Your total energy has spiked. Mental power is surging. Every single one of your base stats just leveled up. Status window reads Raon Zieghart. Title is Indomitable Soul. Frost curse status is updating. 4 chains left. 5-star Wrath trait, 3-star Fire Ring, 3-star 10,000 Fire skill. Add in 3-star Fire resist Ice aura and Water resist. 4-star Lightning aura, 1-star Invisible Strike, 1-star Indomitable Will. Strength hits 72, stamina at 66, and senses up to 79. Agility 73, energy 70, wrath 10. You and I know that is insane. Next morning, he is fully packed. Stick with me here, he tells Dorian, let's hit the forge. But his bowl-cut buddy instantly senses something wild about the young master today. Staring at the guy's back, he realizes his energy and aura completely exploded overnight. Absolutely insane power leap. What exactly went down last night? Dorian is completely thrown off. Honestly, at first he was only curious. People called him the family's biggest disgrace. He was completely looked down on by the main bloodline and pretty much every single person in the clan. But he stayed totally quiet, took the disrespect, and just focused on grinding out his training. But getting close to him changed everything. Dorian remembers meeting Raon, realizing immediately that he deserved the Zieghart name way more than anyone else in Squad 5. That is exactly why, even if the squad split up, Squad 5 still chose to follow Raon. It is not just Dorian. Everyone is watching this guy's every move. Right now, Dorian thinks that borrowing some of his insane strength might actually fix his own family's massive problem. But Dorian closes his eyes and admits it. That is not the real reason he follows him. Snap out of it, Dorian. Hey, Dorian, Raon calls out. Why are you just standing there? We need to rush to the forge, grab our swords, and head out right now. Hurry up, that place is still pretty far away, Raon reminds him. The bowl-cut kid just smiles. I will follow him and get way stronger. As long as I am by his side, I will go literally anywhere. Then he happily jogs over to his waiting buddy. Yeah, I am coming, Raon adds, and I will be checking your sword posture all the way to Haven Castle. I think you still have a lot to fix. Dorian starts sweating bullets, nervously thinking I should be totally fine, right? Soon they show up at a building blowing thick smoke. Excuse me, Gia sent us here. A totally ripped guy sitting with his back to them replies. Gia, the third prince of Owen. Exactly. I came because a place he recommends has to be super reliable, Raon answers the huge man. Now, pay attention, this is where it gets good. The old man doubts the prince sent him, but turning around, he is totally stunned. Even though this kid looks super young, his actual level might already rival Gia's raw power. It might not be perfect yet, but his energy feels like a massive razor-sharp and totally unshakable sword. The blacksmith then tells the boys, unbelievable. You might be small, but you are no joke at all. Your energy is nothing like the third prince. Are you from the Zieghart family? Dorian quickly whispers to Raon. How does this blacksmith know that without us saying a single word? Wrath suddenly pops up and explains. That is a true artist for you. They read their clients instantly. Raon just sighs, you talk way too much. The old blacksmith adds, I have seen many young swordsmen, but I never met anyone like you. Raon speaks up, sorry for the late intro, I am Glenn Zieghart. And I am Dorian, his buddy quickly introduces himself. I am Kubrus, an immortal old man swinging hammers. I know what you are thinking. Wait, Kubrus, the legend who forged the most overpowered gear in Owen and Balka. His epic reputation covers the whole continent. I never expected to find Kubrus working in some remote rundown shop. The legendary smith then asks, so why did you come looking for me? The boy places a hand on his chest, showing pure respect. I need a good sword for my journey. You mean you want me to forge you one? Nope. I am not a true swordsman yet, and someone else already promised to make my very first sword. Is that guy Vulcan? He accurately guesses. Yeah, that is exactly right. The boy replies. Then Kubrus laughs loud. Figured, no wonder that old geezer canceled his retirement. If he is making your main sword, I cannot steal the client. Vulcan already handpicked for himself. But you need a temporary blade first. Everything in this shop is top-tier stuff, so just grab whatever catches your eye. The old man offers generously. Dorian is totally thrilled hearing this and quickly asks Sir Cube, can I grab one too? Sure, I am in a great mood. Pick one out, thank you, sir. So both guys spend the whole afternoon browsing the epic armory. A bit later in the gallery, Raon picks up a sword and starts inspecting it closely. He totally deserves his continent-wide fame. Every single blade in this place is an absolute masterpiece. I would be perfectly happy picking any random sword here. But suddenly, our hero spots a creepy dark energy leaking out from inside a bucket. That right there is a blade stained with sinister energy standing out from the rest. Meanwhile, Dorian keeps praising his incredible craftsmanship. The swords here are honestly mind-blowing. Everything is just so incredibly good that I literally do not know what to pick. Of course I made them, pick anything. But trust me, you will want to stick around because the old man suddenly senses something completely wild. Alright, stick with me here. Wait, what is that energy? The old man turns to check only to find Raon already examining that cursed dark sword. His eyes look totally hypnotized by that demonic weapon. The old man instantly panics and warns him, hey, hurry up and grab any heavy greatsword around you instead. Huh, what are you talking about? Dorian is totally confused, but the old blacksmith raises his voice and demands action. That thing the kid is holding is a literal demon sword. You need to knock it out of his hands before that dark aura completely swallows him alive. I really do not think we need to do that. Dorian calmly points out. What kind of nonsense are you saying? Can you not see how dangerous that energy is? But when the old man looks back at the boy, he is absolutely stunned. What in the world? A massive wave of demonic energy is pouring out, but none of it is actually touching the kid. Cooper watches the wild situation unfold. Meanwhile, a voice dripping with rage and absolute disgust echoes out. You are nothing but a lowly insect. How dare you approach my vessel? Deep inside his mindscape, the fiery energy cat is aggressively threatening the dark aura trying to invade Raon. How dare you show such disrespect? I will freeze you solid and shatter you into dust. The cat keeps talking a big game. Cut it out, a calm voice interrupts them. This instantly annoys the spirit of wrath, who snaps right back. This trash dared to touch what is mine, so why should I stop? If I was not here, that demonic aura would have swallowed you whole. The boy stares at the dark blade in his hands and replies, I do not belong to you, and even without your help, I would never be consumed. Cooper walks over to check on him. Are you all right? Raon easily brushes it off. I am fine. Besides, this is clearly no ordinary sword. What exactly is this? The old blacksmith lowers his voice, getting super serious as he answers. It is a failed blade. I do not know if you heard me earlier, but this is a literal demon sword. Down south, there was a tiny village named Siren. The old blacksmith explains it was a quiet place where the locals fully believed a sacred tree called Otherlo first grew. They all relied on each other and lived peacefully. But one day, the white blood religion violently attacked Siren and slaughtered half of the entire village. The survivors were dragged away just like those cultists always do. A completely blood-soaked tragedy unfolded, leaving absolutely zero survivors behind. The master blacksmith continues his story. After hearing about the awful massacre down in Siren, I bought a single branch from the Otherlo tree to forge this weapon, hoping it would somehow soothe the tragic souls of those fallen victims. Now watch closely, here is where it gets insane. That was a huge mistake. The second it was finished, the white steel turned totally red. Instead of bringing peace to the people of Siran, their lingering bitter rage just gathered deep inside the blade. Nobody could even hold it without losing their mind, so I kept it locked up in storage. Honestly, I have no idea how you are staying totally conscious right now. He looks at the boy, completely fascinated. Raon suddenly closes his eyes, actually feeling the tragic memories of Siren flooding straight into his own mind, all flowing through this very sword. The awful injustice they suffered, their boiling rage, and the absolute helpless despair they carried in their final moments. They were genuinely butchered by the white blood religion in the most gruesome way possible. Raon actually absorbs every drop of their hateful energy just to truly understand the blade. Then he softly mutters out loud, I still have so many things left to achieve. Which also means I do not have much time, and avenging all of you right now is practically impossible. But if I ever cross paths with the white blood religion, I will show zero mercy. Will you come with me? He asks the sword. You and I both saw that coming, right? Cooper notices the dark energy retracting. Did this legendary sword really just accept that kid as its master? Raon knows this weapon was forged to soothe broken souls. From now on, your name is the True Spirit Sword while you travel with me. Thank you for giving me such an incredible blade. You did not just hand me the True Spirit Sword, but also a normal one for daily use. Cooper grins and replies, do not even worry about it. Having a rising star wield my creation is the absolute highest honor a blacksmith could ask for. Raon then walks away, leaving him with a promise. If you ever visit Zieghart, I will definitely make sure you are treated incredibly well. Sounds good. I hope you pass that upcoming test safely. And just like that, the two finally say their goodbyes. The old man watches the two teens slowly fade into the distance, recalling the insane moment that young kid perfectly tamed the demonic sword. I really thought this young kid just had some raw talent, but he actually grabbed that cursed weapon and somehow managed to become its true master. Sword and wielder becoming one. No, it is something way beyond even that, he concludes. The name Zieghart is going to shake the entire world again, Cooper confirms. After leaving Camelon and traveling north for a few long days, their surroundings are completely buried in thick snow. The two travelers finally take out some heavier winter clothes to bundle up. Once they fully get used to this endlessly repeating snowy scenery, it seems Raon and Dorian start noticing quite a few disturbing bloodstains scattered along their path, splattered all over the road and nearby stone walls. Phew, at long last. They finally made it. A massive fortress stands before them. Raon thinks I am finally at Haven Castle for my test. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see this. Dorian suddenly pinches his nose, making an utterly disgusted face. What on earth is that horrific smell? Meanwhile, Wrath pops out looking absolutely thrilled as he shouts out loud. Haha, this scent, the smell of the battlefield brings the king right back to life. Let's jump right in, guys. Raon looks at his half-dead buddy and sighs, Dorian, we literally just got to this place. Why are you acting like this already? We didn't even run into any trouble on the way here. Are you seriously complaining right now? Dorian is absolutely furious. Ever since we left the estate, the weather keeps freezing, and you told me that because it's getting colder, we need to move even more. So from morning till night, except when we're actually walking, you just keep overanalyzing my sword techniques without a single break. And worst of all, during your guard shifts, you never stop swinging that sword. Thanks to you, I've lost sleep for nights on end. The mushroom-haired guy complains with pure frustration. Because of all that nonsense, I haven't been able to get a single good night's rest. And yet you have the nerve to say I didn't face any hardships. Wrath chimes in from the side, totally agreeing. Even old coins get to rest on time. With you constantly training like this, even the king gets woken up. Our main guy just sighs, completely silent. Just then, footsteps approach them. Are you two the new mercenaries? You guys arrived much later than I actually expected. The man is dressed in a sharp black military uniform with a long cape draped right over the outside. Followed closely by two guards, he introduces himself. I am Tarion, Vice Commander of Heaven Castle, and it's also my official responsibility to guide both of you around while you are stationed in this place. Raon glances over at his buddy who is already passed out from pure exhaustion and replies to the man. Yes, we are looking forward to your help. Is that kid gonna be okay? Tarion asks. It is just his normal reaction. Please do not pay too much attention to him. All right, then follow me. Dragging his friend's heavy body along, Raon gives a quick warning. Dorian, hurry up, stand on your own feet, let's go. Just let me go home, the exhausted guy whispers weakly. Meanwhile, our main character casually observes that there are tons of heavily injured people or folks in terrible physical condition. Even old folks, women, and little kids. Now watch closely, guys. He quietly realizes seeing this brutal reality in person is way worse than he ever thought. These patched-up walls are hard proof of constant collapsing and rebuilding. You can literally see the pure exhaustion plastered on every villager's face. Plus, the heavy stench of blood oozing from the walls mixed with rotting corpses in the air. Glancing over at the snowy hill nearby, he spots an endless row of freshly dug graves lined up. Just like Judy described, and she definitely had not ever been to this place before. But in just a brief moment, Raon recalls his loyal maid and the crucial intel that she actually managed to provide him. Right then, a woman carrying a heavy bag of raw ingredients suddenly notices the two strangers walking straight into the inner area. She works at the Mist Branch Tavern named Yua. She mutters to herself, I do not think I have ever seen those two faces around here before. Who exactly are they? Some new mercenaries. The old man next to her turns around quickly and asks, what are you doing standing over there? Yua replies, we need to get ready to open the shop. I am coming right now, sir. With that, she quickly turns and walks away. At the same time, Raon gets curious about the voice and glances over, looking slightly confused. A bit later, inside the main building's office, a voice echoes out. Commander, permission to enter. Those mercenaries you mentioned earlier, no wait, the trainees from Zieghart have finally arrived. Just like that, Raon and Dorian are brought in to meet the lord of the castle. The imposing man is sitting right behind a massive wooden desk. He looks quite up there in age, his hair and beard already fading to silver. This is the commander of Haven Castle, Milan Bryan. The man finally speaks up. Welcome to the frontline trainees of Zieghart. I am the acting commander of this very castle, Milan Bryan. You saw that too, right? They already know we are from Zieghart. And that guy is definitely Milan Bryan, Raon thinks to himself. The legend known as the Giant of the North, who has actively protected Haven Castle for the last 20 straight years. Wrath casually comments from behind, look at those eyes. It has been a really long time since I have encountered a genuine battle-hardened warrior. Obviously, those are eyes only a veteran who defended this place for decades could ever possess. Raon answers back, so you can feel that pressure too, huh? Milan Bryan adds on, everyone in this castle who knows about your true status is standing right here in this room. Besides us, it is totally top secret. And I know exactly why Rimmer sent you here. He wants you to gain a ton of real combat experience before returning to the main house. Staring right at the two young boys, the commander speaks his mind, but then he leans forward, crossing his heavy hands together with an absolutely intense, dead serious glare. Dropping his voice dangerously low, he says, but in this place, there is absolutely no such thing as practice or friendly guidance. A dedicated healing priest, warm meals, and a cozy place to sleep. We do not have any of that. We only have wind that freezes you right to the bone. An endless brutal warfare. If you two kids are hoping for some comfortable training trip, then pack up and go home right now. He strictly warns them. Dorian gets super excited hearing this. Wait, we can actually just pack up and leave, but before he finishes, our main guy immediately shuts him up with a hand signal. Then our main guy answers, we came all the way here to get stronger. We can easily handle any battlefield or whatever insane situation you throw at us. Hearing this, Milan's tone returns to normal. I really like your attitude, kid. But let us see just how long that confidence can actually last out there. From now on, your status equals the lowest grunts and you are starting from the absolute bottom tier. He barks out the order. Sally, assign these two brats to the 3rd Scout Squad. Milan Bryan orders. The old man obeys. And that is where we leave it, trust me. Things are about to get wild. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Scouting or combat, let them experience it all. Now take these rookies to their quarters. Excuse us, Commander. The officer then leads the two young recruits right out of the room, throwing a quick command. You two follow me. The room instantly falls dead silent. Tarion does not hold back at all. I don't like them. Milan just stares back. What do you mean? Just look at them. Dorian is practically shaking in his boots from pure terror, but Raon, he is way too relaxed, like he just booked a vacation. They are absolutely useless for combat. Just walking liabilities. And seriously, did you see that little flower bracelet on Raon's wrist? There is zero chance I can view that kid as a real warrior. We need to ship them back immediately. It took almost no time for the castle vice commander to scan every single detail of these new arrivals. He starts breaking it down for Mill and Brian, but gets instantly cut off. I get your point, but looks can be totally deceiving. Glancing at the sealed letter, the commander knows the truth. These kids actually survived the brutally strict training of the Zieghart family. Those two are definitely not as green as they appear. Let's hold our judgment and watch their moves first. Just go keep an eye on them. Understood. Tyrion reluctantly follows his boss's orders. The commander sighs heavily, adding, honestly, I have absolutely no clue why they want us sending a full report on these two rookies every single 2 weeks. Wait, was that letter from Sir Lowen? He shakes his head. No. The head of Zieghart asked me directly. Wait from him personally. Tyrion is visibly stunned hearing the family head mentioned. You mean the Northern Tyrant King himself? Now pay attention here, this is where it gets crazy. Yes, he asked me to report their every single move. This is the first time I have ever seen this. He gave me very specific instructions. Milan Brian explains. I seriously have no idea what his endgame is here. Meanwhile, that exact Northern Tyrant King is casually sipping tea back in his hall. Let's check back on our boys. Raon looks around shocked. Dorian, how did you find time to clean all this? His green-haired buddy shows off the spotless room. He simply shrugs and says, oh, I just tidied up while you were using the restroom. Raon is baffled. Just seconds ago, this place was a total dump. Walking over, he touches the curtains to check the fabric. Then he asks, completely freaked out, where did you even get these solid gold curtains? Dorian answers casually. Obviously, I had them packed in my magical bag. You probably didn't bring different colors, huh? Before he can even finish talking, the dude is already pulling out more options, looking way too proud. Of course I did. These are basic essentials. Red, gold, blue. Just tell me what else do you need? Raon's surprise slowly morphs into pure terror as he thinks to himself. Seriously, what the heck is inside that bag? Suddenly, a man barges into the room rushing them. Newbie's done unpacking. Wearing a crisp white uniform, he looks super confident and introduces himself. I am Raon, captain of the 3rd Scout Squad. I know you guys literally just arrived here, but hurry up and get your gear ready to leave. We just got direct orders to head out and scout. You and I both know a mission this early means trouble. Back at the Zieghart mansion, Glenn asks, what wind blew you? And Rimmer cheerfully teases, hey there, old family head, I already know everything. Rumor has it you threw a super secret banquet just to check up on things. To see how Raon's group is doing. Honestly, you worry about your grandson way too much. Caught red-handed, the old man looks extremely annoyed. Holding his head, he mentally groans to himself, I heard people have been hanging around this absolute gambling addict way too much lately. Someone definitely spilled all the details to this gambler. That is exactly why I told them to keep it completely top secret. Rimmer just laughs it off. Isn't it hilarious though? He found the bicolor flower during the Snow Tiger mission, forced it to completely bloom, and straight up absorbed it. That was a massive slap in the face to that famously arrogant Barenka princess's pride. Glenn snaps back. My disciple basically acted like a thief and completely enraged the neighboring nation's royal princess. And you actually find that entertaining? Rimmer smirks. You call him a thief, sure, but her failure is not his fault. Leaning against a pillar, Rimmer analyzes it. He was literally just returning her provocation. Even when you threw that secret party, nobody could even prove that those kids were the ones who actually stole the black butterfly. So will it not be way funnier when the real news finally leaks out later? Unfortunately, there will not be a second time. I have recalled everyone, the Grandmaster announces coldly. Rimmer blinks. Wait, what? The laid-back teacher is genuinely shocked by this reaction. Wait, aren't you incredibly curious about what he will do next? I even heard a rumor that Burren just gifted him a brand new sword. The Northern Tyrant calmly closes his eyes and explains. The only reason I deployed them was because I wanted to block any outside interference with our family affairs. So I pulled them all back. Rimmer grins. Oh, I get it. You decided to just get direct reports from Haven Castle instead. Rimmer is just way too sharp, which completely annoys the old man. Glenn immediately shoots a deadly glare at his loyal butler, acting like he knows exactly why. Lowen, was this you? The poor old butler panics. I swear I said absolutely nothing. The elf smirks. Wrong guy. Your communications leaked. Trust me, you and I need the next chapter. All right, stick with me here. Rimmer tells Glenn straight up, wouldn't it kill you to stop abusing power and just admit your grandson is the absolute best? If things keep going smoothly, all the annoying drama with the Branch families will finally end. Plus, it fixes your broken relationship with Sylvia. A total win for everyone, Rimmer points out. But Glenn suddenly stands up. A terrifying aura explodes off him as he walks down. Looks like my last lesson wasn't quite enough for you. The red-haired guy instantly knows he messed up big time. He immediately tries backing out. Oh, I have somewhere to be. See you later, Lord, but the old man keeps walking forward slowly, cracking his knuckles. I need to engrave this lesson into your skull. And just like that, an absolutely horrifying scream echoes through the mansion. Miles away in Havon, Raon actually pauses. He swears he just heard someone screaming. Meanwhile, the captain leads them out and introduces Mount Estelin, warning them about the heavy snow and massive monster swarms. For Haven Castle, this place is literal hell on earth. Raiden adds that despite the danger, the scenery is absolutely breathtaking. And yeah, it is. Raon replies back, so before we dive into this scouting mission, how about we do a quick little test? We need to see exactly what your experience level is, right? The Squad 3 captain announces. Now watch closely, guys. He points at some tracks on the ground. What made these footprints? Dorian thinks they are massive, guessing an ice troll. But Raon shakes his head. A troll definitely didn't make these. Not a troll. Crouching down for a closer look, Raon explains that troll footprints actually look way more like human feet. Plus, they are usually much bigger and deeper. These tracks clearly belong to some kind of four-legged animal. He guesses it's a Kerry mountain goat. Raiden is completely shocked, thinking he figured that out from one single glance. He quickly tests him again. Then can you tell me exactly when these footprints were made? Raon easily answers. The dirt inside the track isn't frozen solid yet, so definitely yesterday. Head west and we could catch them. What about this? The captain points at some tree scratches, still trying to test the rookies. Without hesitating, Raon replies, scratches from a dire wolf. Touching the damaged tree trunk, he keeps analyzing. Dire wolves mark their territory by leaving deep claw marks on trees and rocks. But this one is already dead. How do you know that? Before he finishes, Raon explains. Dire wolves always stay in their marked territory. These claw marks are way too old, meaning it died. I know what you're thinking. Raiden is super jealous. Just what the heck is this crazy rookie? How does he know all this stuff? Hazing rookies is tradition, but the Haven scouting squad doesn't just use petty chores or simple punches. They love crushing rookies by proving their fancy textbook knowledge is completely useless out here in the real world. They want to show them true danger. Instead, this harsh hazing just turned into a genius-level logic puzzle class. Raiden stares at Raon, totally stunned. He keeps wondering how this kid practically knows everything. Where's the fun in hazing now? Realizing Raon is untouchable, Raiden quickly turns his target toward poor Dorian. He hands the mushroom-haired guy a small twig and immediately barks an order. Go figure out exactly where these tracks came from. Why me? The poor guy panics. Raiden grabs his head. You idiot, you don't even know this, young master, please save me. Raon ignores them completely, showing zero interest. Let Dorian handle himself while I check the perimeter, he thinks. Using my legendary senses, I can scan the entire area. Suddenly, the demonic sword on his hip begins reacting. Raon holds it and realizes the true spirit sword is scanning the surroundings too, reporting back through pure spirit energy. Actually, ever since he arrived here, the sword has been doing exactly this. It absorbs spirit energy from slain monsters and feeds it directly into his body. Because of that, he unlocked a new spirit energy skill. It's trying so hard to help, which is honestly kind of sweet. Right then, wrath pops out of Raon, absolutely furious. What the hell is that bastard doing right now? My legendary monarch senses are clearly superior. How dare you use a piece of garbage like that instead? Raon calmly replies, I like it because it actually tries helping me. Plus now, I don't need your power. Hearing that, the energy cat is completely speechless. But of course he tries defending himself. My legendary senses are just a tiny fraction of my power, but still way better than that parasitic sword. How would I know I'm the strongest monarch? You gotta love this crazy duo, right? Alright, stick with me here. Raon walks away, completely ignoring Wrath. And of course, that just makes this arrogant guy even more furious. Our boy speaks up. He points out that since this power comes from a guy trying to steal his body, the side effects are a total mystery. The spirit cat tells him to chill out. He says this new technique uses Raon's own divine energy, so it is perfectly safe. He declares he will teach him the absolute true way to use frost magic, completely unlike anything our guy has ever seen before. Floating high up in the air, Wrath looks down at him with pure arrogance. Raon is super suspicious. An unexpected reward from him. Still a moment later, he drops into deep meditation. The glowing cat explains the move is called Glacia. For a normal person, learning this technique is basically impossible. You can only pull this off if you possess incredibly pure frost energy inside you. Even with insane natural talent, it should take a massive amount of time to learn. He tells him to focus and relax. Staring at the main character, he gives the instructions. Connect your internal frost with the frost around you. Hold that feeling. Look at my energy. What do you see? Raon replies that it looks like his energy is mixing into the ground snow. The cat clarifies that is just surface-level stuff. It is not energy mixing the snow, it is literally frost merging with frost. That is the whole secret to this method. Connecting frost directly to frost. Trying it out, Raon realizes this is insanely hard. He never even imagined using magic like this, so mastering it is going to be brutal. Now, pay attention, this is where it clicks. He closes his eyes again. Instead of forcing a direct connection, he just visualizes the link. Doing this lets him picture things that are miles away like they are right in front of him. Basically, all the frost out here has become an extension of his sight, hearing, and touch. Letting his guard down, he starts feeling the entire space around him. The whole world seems to be slowing down. A second later, he opens his eyes and stands. Wait, no. He is slowing down. His body feels incredibly heavy, but as he takes a step, every single one of his senses becomes absolutely razor-sharp. He can see Dorian getting bullied by Raon and even a wild wolf catching its dinner. His vision is reaching crazy distances. It is not just seeing people either, he can track their exact movements. This ability is completely wild. Since it is his first time trying this out, the range is pretty short, and he cannot hold it for very long. Suddenly, something in his new field of vision makes him jump. Something seriously dangerous is heading their way. Raon instantly rushes back to the other two guys to warn them. Captain Raon asks what happened. Raon explains there is a mole shark tunneling right under them and it is coming up fast. Hearing that name, Raon starts sweating. A mole shark out here. The captain argues that this whole area belongs to the Stin Mountain monsters, so a water beast like a mole shark has no business being here. Plus, they do not even feel the signature ground vibrations, but our guy is not backing down. I am totally serious, it is coming right now. You probably know where this is going, right? Boom. A massive explosion goes off right behind the captain. Both guys are absolutely stunned. Huge monsters rip right through the dirt in front of them. Actual, real-life mole sharks. They really showed up. Raon tightens his grip on his sword, getting ready for battle. He tells himself to stay focused. It is just him and a rookie. They need to break out and warn the rest of the squad. But the tension is just too high. The poor guy takes one wrong step and makes a sound. That instantly grabs the monster's attention. The lead shark lets out a deafening roar. Raon totally panics, cursing his clumsy feet. Talk about terrible timing, but without missing a beat, Raon activates his sword technique. He dashes straight through the monster, slicing its thick skin as blood sprays everywhere. Glancing over his shoulder, he tells the captain that he will hold these freaks back so Raon needs to go get backup. He drops a hardcore line. I know you do not trust me yet, but at least trust my blade. Hearing that raw confidence, the captain grabs Dorian and runs, leaving behind one last warning to stay safe. He yells at Raon to just dodge and stay alive until help comes. Turning back to the fight, Raon smirks. All right, let us get started. There are still two massive mole sharks waiting to rip him into pieces. The monsters charge and attacking Raon together. But our boy does not even blink. He simply lowers his center of gravity, setting up a lightning-fast strike. Fangs of madness. The skill Glenn gave him. He blasts a massive hole straight through the first beast. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Raon just realized his Mad Fang sword is way deadlier than he expected against monsters that usually demand pure aura. While he's busy calculating his next move, another massive sand shark lunges right at his back, but his footwork is basically flawless, letting him dodge smoothly to the side. He figures he can hold out using just pure swordplay now. What's letting him push this blade to its absolute limit and predict every single shark attack is his freezing energy perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. Is this the true power of Glacia? Looks like actual life or death combat is the perfect way to master it. Our boy is leveling up his combat experience, sharpening his instincts right here on the brutal battlefield. Slicing down a few more beasts, Raon feels his body completely syncing up with both the Mad Fang sword and Glacia. He feels unstoppable against enemies at this tier. Honestly, he's absorbing these new combat skills way faster than he ever imagined. Coming to Haven Castle for these exact combat opportunities was definitely the right call. With that, he calmly sheathes his sword. Right on cue, Raon finally arrives with a backup squad yelling out, "Hey Raon, are you okay? I brought backup, so fall back." Wait, what? The captain just freezes, absolutely dumbfounded by the massive pile of dead monster corpses. Did this kid seriously wipe out all these deadly sharks entirely by himself? Raon thinks, completely mind blown. Now watch this reaction. Even a full squad would struggle here. Raon stares at him, absolutely mind blown, wondering who this kid really is. Seeing that awkward silence, Raon just figures the guy is completely speechless. After all, ignoring a rookie's warning almost got the entire scout team wiped out today. The captain's massive ego took a serious hit, making it practically impossible for him to say anything to defend himself right now. Suddenly, Raon chokes out a genuine apology. I am so sorry. Thanks to you, we actually survived. Plot twist. The stubborn squad leader walks right up, bowing his head in shame with totally defeated eyes. My lack of trust caused this disaster, and I will not use my seniority as a pathetic excuse. Thank you for saving us, Raon. Honestly, Raon is totally caught off guard by how fast the guy actually apologized. He casually pats the captain on the shoulder. Hey, it's no big deal, Captain Raon. I wouldn't blindly trust a brand new recruit either. Now I finally see who you are. Suddenly, the long-haired captain speaks up again, startling Raon. Wait, what does he mean? He already figured out my true identity. Raon excitedly grabs Raon's hands and shouts, you are literally an angel sent from heaven to save our lives. Looking completely weirded out, Raon mutters, huh, what? But the captain ignores the poor rookie completely. The guy just turns around and hypes up the squad. Let's celebrate our rookie's epic first mission. Everyone fall back and hit the pub. Drinks are on me. The entire squad is absolutely stunned. You and I know you never decline free drinks, right? Our stingy captain is actually paying. Let's go. Cut to the evening pub, everyone laughing it up. Ha ha ha. Are you exaggerating? No way, I am totally serious. He completely slaughtered those monsters, looked right at me and said to trust his blade. Raiden is desperately hyping up Raon's insane battlefield achievements, but his squad mates are clearly having a really hard time believing it. Hey, if this kid is actually that overpowered, why the hell is he stationed in a dump like this? Just look at him. The kid doesn't even look 17 yet, so how does any of this crazy story make sense? Are you seriously doubting my word? And our absolute beast of a rookie Raiden furiously curses at the two guys. Meanwhile, Wrath pops up with sparkling eyes, totally mesmerized by the epic combination of rich, creamy cheese and sour, sweet pineapple. Truly, the absolute peak of flavor. Sitting there, chewing his pizza, Raon casually wonders, is there any logical reason we eat it like this? But something feels off. Dorian chimes in beside him, young master, your taste buds are really quite unique. Me. The mushroom-haired guy explains how he once tried pizza with garlic but absolutely could not stomach the weird flavor. Hearing that disrespect, the energy cat immediately snaps. What, you clueless pig, know absolutely nothing about true flavor. How dare you? Suddenly, a cute girl walks over totally amazed. Wow, the rumors were actually true. The girl said the scout squad's new rookie has a handsome face that is even more legendary than his wild sword skills. The pub waitress happily introduces herself. Oh, I haven't even told you my name yet, I am Yua. We have more specials, want to see the menu? Raon just coldly replies, sure thanks. Instantly, both him and the cat scan the menu as Wrath gasps. Wow, for a dump, this place has a great menu. Wait, the king demands that mint chocolate ice cream. Hearing that absolute nightmare combo, Raon flatly responds, I really do not want to eat that. The proud waitress instantly smiles and guesses, maybe you want our famous mint chocolate ice cream. Our pub makes the best one. That's it for now, trust me, Raon cannot escape this mint chocolate nightmare. Alright, you and I are diving right back in. The system cat keeps talking, claiming the mint near Haven Castle tastes way fresher. This little ball of energy then turns to our guy and growls, you ungrateful brat, the king just taught you a secret technique and this is how you repay him. Raon just sighs. I get it, calm down. Honestly, the system is being so loud, Raon decides he just has to give in. Our hero is super confused. Why would a pub even sell mint chocolate ice cream? Still, he raises his hand to order anyway. I will take one mint chocolate, please. Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey rookie, did you seriously take down all 6 sharks by yourself? Your aura just does not feel that strong. One of the squad members turns around and starts chatting him up out of nowhere. Another guy chimes in, hey, do not get us wrong, we are just wondering how you got so ridiculously strong at your age. Anyway, thank you, the whole team owes you one. Raon just smiles politely and replies, I appreciate it, but you guys are giving me way too much credit. What do you mean? Someone with your crazy skill level is going to get promoted instantly. There's literally no doubt about it. I just wanted to chat casually before you become a big shot, so do not stress over it. Yeah, exactly. When else are we going to get the chance to talk to you like this? Dorian totally agrees and jumps into the conversation. That is right. You honestly achieved something massive. Raon, our main character, feels a bit awkward thinking he is just not used to getting praised like this. Right at that moment, the waitress walks over and drops off a giant overflowing bowl of ice cream. Here is your mint chocolate. Stick with me here because you are going to love the cat's reaction. Wrath immediately starts begging. Oh, eat it already. One bite later, he is thrilled. That fresh taste explodes instantly, and right before it gets too sharp, the rich chocolate hits perfectly. It is exactly like the king. Cold, yet sweet. Hey Wrath, I got this exact same feeling when using Glacia. Raon points out, but there is more than one way to use it right. The demonic cat narrows its eyes, clearly impressed by the observation. Oh ho, did you actually figure that out yourself? You guessed perfectly right, kid. Just like human training techniques, it is a method to control pure frost energy with absolute maximum efficiency and crazy power. So wait, can I actually use this for both attacking and defending? Raon asks eagerly. Of course you can, it is an absolute masterpiece. It boosts your senses to the absolute limit and perfectly supports both your strikes and your shields. The little demon cat adds proudly. Obviously, it is a total breeze for the king. But for a talentless hack like you might achieve something after a whole year of hardcore training. A whole year, that is way too long. Raon complains. The cat just scoffs right back at him. Do you honestly think this stuff is easy? It only takes a year because the king is personally teaching you, so do you dare to make a bet with me? Wrath challenges him. A bet. Let us bet on whether I can master Glacia in just 6 months. Raon confidently sets the terms. The cat immediately pauses to think it over. 6 months, I know what you are thinking. Raon is totally baiting him here. Our guy quietly analyzes the cat's hesitant expression. Wrath is hesitating because he literally always loses. Fine, make it 5 months then. Do you not think that is worth betting on? Our hero decides to dial up the difficulty himself just to trigger him. Hearing this flex, Wrath starts falling right into the trap. All right, it is a deal. The demonic cat instantly agrees. Wrath has officially accepted the wager and the glowing system notification pops right up. After a super long and exhausting training session, the duo finally decides to call it a day. Hey Dorian, let us head back to the dorms. Sure, let us go. But before they can even take a few steps, someone stops them. Please wait a second, I have something to give you before you leave. She successfully gets them to stop and Yue shyly hands over a bag of cookies. You seem to really love that pineapple pizza earlier, so I used the leftover pineapple to bake some cookies. Do you want to try them? Seeing what is inside the bag, Wrath absolutely loses his mind. Great job, you little pineapple girl. Seeing how totally sincere she is, Raon just smiles warmly and accepts the baked goods. Thank you so much, Yue. Hearing his kind reply, Yue beams with pure joy. I really hope you like them. Before he walks away, she makes sure to add one last thing. If you ever want more, just drop by anytime. With everything wrapped up, the two guys wave goodbye to her and head out. See you later. Meanwhile, deep inside some dark corner of the forest, a squad from the castle is running for their absolute lives in sheer panic. One of the guys running grits his teeth and mutters to himself. This is a total emergency, I have to get back and report to Commander Milan. Turns out right behind them a massive horde of ice trolls has somehow gathered and is ruthlessly chasing the terrified squad through the snow. All the ice trolls are converging in one single spot. Later that evening in the command room, Raon awkwardly delivers some really bad news. We just received direct orders to go wipe out the ice trolls. Hearing this ridiculous command, Dorian feels like his life is completely over. Already, are you kidding me? We literally just finished our first mission yesterday. Seeing Dorian totally freak out, Raon can only stand there helplessly. I know, getting deployed right after a mission is exhausting, but this is a strict decision from the higher-ups and I cannot do anything about it. Hearing this completely unfair update, Dorian instantly falls into a deep state of absolute despair. The poor guy just wanted a break. Why on earth are we being ordered back so soon? Well, Scout Team 2 just discovered an entire massive pack of trolls. They are near underground tunnel number 4. Hearing that report, Milan looks seriously worried. And you and I both know this is about to get incredibly messy. Let's dive right back into the chaos. The guy warns there are 30 monsters out there with more coming, so we better wipe them out first. Milan totally agrees with this plan, especially since Dungeon B is practically right next to number 5. Makes sense. Seeing his boss nod, Tyrion pitches his idea. So we are planning to wipe out those trolls right before we start the main investigation. Why are land sharks near Dungeon 5? Milan thinks for a second and frowns. I have a really bad feeling about this. Go with them, Vice Commander. Tyrion does not hesitate for a single second. Yes, sir. Happy with that, the commander points at the map and lays out the strategy. Take the assault squad and the mercenaries from the Wolf Clan. Wipe out the trolls and scout the area around the Northern Sea before heading back here. As for the recon squad, before Milan can even finish, Tyrion jumps in. I will take the 3rd recon squad with us. Milan is super confused by this. Why them? Tyrion slowly explains. We got intel that Glenn Zieghart solo wiped out those land sharks during his very first mission. But wait, it gets crazier. Tyrion drops another absolute bombshell right on them. Raon is standing right there, completely shocked by this move. Word is he cleared them lightning fast without a single scratch. Now watch closely because this is wild. He actually wants Glenn Zieghart on this mission just to see those legendary skills firsthand. Still a bit stunned, Raon has to admit the truth. Alright, the kid did say he would fight absolutely anywhere, so just bring him along. Back in the present, Raon finishes the briefing, drops some advice, and heads right out the door. Get ready and go to sleep early. He slams the door shut, leaving our two boys completely dazed and confused. Dead silence. Then Dorian grabs his face and screams in pure despair. We are doomed. We just barely survived our first mission. I cannot believe we have to roll right into another deadly assignment without a single second of rest. Glenn Zieghart just stands there watching this dramatic meltdown in pure silence. After crying his eyes out, Dorian looks up with tears streaming down his face and asks, Young master, is it true that normal swords do 0 damage against ice trolls? Glenn Zieghart looks at him and answers honestly, yeah, it is totally true. Thinking about it, Glenn Zieghart recalls some crucial info he knows about these nasty monsters. Ice trolls have incredibly thick, rock-hard skin from living in freezing cold climates. Word is, unless you are using a sword completely pumped with magic power, you are not slicing through them. And the worst part, ice trolls have insane regeneration speeds, just like the rest of their nasty species. Hearing that confirmed, Dorian violently shakes and hides right under his blanket. It is over. I am definitely dying on this mission. Should I write my will right now? Unable to watch this pathetic reaction anymore, Glenn Zieghart sits on the bed to comfort him. Do not panic, Dorian. With your crazy speed, you can easily take down a troll, but obviously these words do not help him at all. Even if you say that I am terrified, Raon Zieghart thinks for a moment, then speaks up. There is another way. Catching a tiny ray of hope, Dorian instantly asks, "What is it?" Seeing the tears finally stop, Raon Zieghart slowly grabs. You and I both see this coming, right? He grabs his sword. There is one way to cure your fear. If you spar with me, the ice trolls will just look like normal, weak monsters. Resting the blade on his shoulder, he demands, "Let's go train, right now." Hearing this, Dorian instantly freezes like a statue, swallowing all his tears. Come to think of it, ice trolls are actually super weak. Good night. This lightning-fast attitude switch leaves the Wrath totally confused. What a truly weird guy. And just like that, it is day 2. Standing at Haven Castle's main gate, Tyrion loudly announces, "All right, we are starting roll call." In the background, Zieghart checks on his completely exhausted roommate. Are you holding up okay? Dorian, right now, literally anything is better than sparring with you. Good. As the two are happily chatting away, suddenly a random voice pops up from behind. Hey there, you must be Raon Zieghart, right? While they are both still blinking, the stranger smoothly steps up and introduces himself. I am Beto, captain of the Wolf Mercenaries. With a super fake smile plastered on his face, he adds, nice to meet you. My teammates literally will not stop talking about how much they want to fight alongside you. You would think the conversation ends there, but Beto looks at Raon Zieghart and delivers a very dramatic compliment. I never expected you to be in the recon squad. Even though he holds his hand out, Raon Zieghart completely ignores it. Nice to meet you too. But after a quick second thought, Raon Zieghart finally shakes it. I am also glad we are working together today. Me too. Handshake done, Beto does not linger for another second and turns right around. Now, excuse me, I need to go check on my squad. Just wanted to drop by and say hello. The second Beto disappears, the Wrath suddenly pops out looking deeply annoyed. I do not like him. Gouge his eyes out. This brutal attitude leaves. Raon Zieghart baffled. Excuse me, but makes you wonder, right? The spirit warns him never trust a guy with snake eyes. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Think Bo is trustworthy, the Wrath breaks it down. In his experience, guys like that are total backstabbers, like 80% of them. Hearing this, Gon immediately argues back. That means 20% are still decent, right? Always the optimist. Still, he takes those words to heart, giving Bo another long look. He definitely plans to keep this warning in mind moving forward. Honestly, looking into the guy's eyes gave him a super weird vibe anyway. After thinking it over, Gon concludes it is absolutely best to keep a close watch on him. Right then, someone else approaches the knights. Yua suddenly appears out of nowhere carrying a very mysterious-looking box in her hands. Sorry, I am late, she says, explaining she finally finished prepping all the food they requested. Seeing who it is, the soldiers instantly light up with joy. Ah, it is Yua. Two of them walk right up, chatting warmly and gently patting her on the head. Why do you look even cuter every single time we see you? And on top of that, you are such an amazing cook. You are seriously the absolute pride of our Haven Castle. Hearing such high praise, Yua happily soaks it all in, while Down quietly watches from behind. Seeing Yua laughing and chatting, he makes a quick observation. She is adored by every single knight. Honestly, she is basically the unofficial mascot of this entire place. While he stands there quietly, Yua calls out to him. Ah, young Master Gon. She carefully pulls out a mysterious little bag and hands it right to him. It is some beef jerky that my grandpa and I made together. It is delicious, so please take it. Getting a random gift leaves Gon completely confused. Why are you giving this to me? Asked so directly, Yua gives a super honest reply. Because this is going to be your very first actual expedition. Next time you will definitely have to pay for it though. Hearing this, he chuckles, pats her head and says thanks, agreeing it will probably taste great. She flashes a bright smile, making him promise to come support them again if he likes it. With the roll call finally wrapped up, it is time. Tyrion suddenly speaks up to announce the plan. If everyone is ready, line up quickly. We are doing a fast briefing before we head out. Once everyone gathers around, he perfectly summarizes their upcoming situation. Right now, we have exactly 2 main objectives. Number 1, exterminate the ice trolls. And number 2 is patrolling the entire zone between Mount Stellan and the Northern Sea. Our ultimate goal today is making sure 0 people get injured out there. Hearing those exact words, the Wrath presses his lips together, deep in serious thought. Seeing this weird reaction, Gon is genuinely confused. What is it? You look incredibly serious right now. The Emperor gives no answer, just silently staring off at the distant snow-white mountain range. The energy radiating from that mountain. It is not strong, but I can clearly feel it. After observing for a moment, the Wrath makes a guess. Now pay attention here. Could it actually be him? Despite his internal suspicions, he brushes it off out loud, saying it is nothing. The briefing concludes. Tyrion officially orders the departure and the whole group starts moving out, but they barely make any real progress before Gon's squad hits their very first major hurdle. Hey, you scouts, grab these bags before we head out. After tossing a massive pile of luggage at them, those guys turn and arrogantly walk right away. If you lose even a single one, prepare for the absolute worst. Yeah, treat these bags like they are your precious girlfriends. Oh wait, since none of you even have girlfriends, you probably have no idea how that feels. This insanely arrogant attitude leaves Gon both furious and super confused. Captain Raon, why on earth is the assault team forcing the scout squad to carry their heavy bags? Faced with this question, Raon completely freezes up for a second. Ah, this is your first time doing a mission with them, right? Thinking for a moment, Raon looks at the loud group chatting enthusiastically and tries to explain. Those guys claim they need to save all their strength for battle, because they are the core fighters. Ever since those jerks started using that exact excuse, they have pulled this exact same nonsense every single time. Looking at that squad, then back at the massive pile of luggage, he lets out a heavy sigh. It is beyond annoying, but we really have no other choice here. As mere scouts, we have zero authority and zero power, so we just have to keep quiet and follow their orders. I know what you are thinking. This submissive attitude leaves Gon completely speechless. Pushing that aside, Raon looks over at Dorian's group, laughing happily and breathes a sigh of relief. But honestly, this time is way better than the last. Last time after the battle ended, those guys made us carry literally every single piece of gear. Oh, how did that tiny bag manage to fit everything inside? Just hand all of your stuff over to me. They even dumped the entire job of cleaning up the messy battlefield onto us. Pausing for a second, Raon offers some serious advice to Gon. It is completely unfair, but try not to fight back at all. It makes surviving here much easier for you. In this place, raw power and rank are absolute law. Hearing that Gon shows absolutely zero reaction on the outside, but inside he feels total disgust. It is just so insanely ridiculous. Thinking about this, he suddenly remembers the actual dangerous duties the scout team has to handle, making it feel even more totally unfair. While those guys are just preparing for combat, we are the ones actually out there risking our lives on the patrol routes. Because patrolling literally means we will be the very first ones to trigger hidden traps or encounter enemies. Yet we still get treated like absolute garbage. Not just keeping it as a thought anymore, Gon says it out loud. I honestly thought the front lines would have tight camaraderie, but I guess that is definitely not true. Hearing these brutally naked truths, Raon just feels completely helpless. Well, at least not with the main assault team. No matter how helpless he feels, Raon still offers a pretty logical guess. It really seems like this is all because of their captain, IQ. That guy acts like this twisted hierarchy is totally normal. Hearing that name, Gon quickly scans the area. And that is where we leave it for now. Alright, you and I are about to dive into this mess. So Q, started all these toxic traditions. Knowing the root cause, Glenn Zieghart decides to make this incredibly quick. If that is the case, I just need to crush him. The group continues their journey, but what happens next leaves Tyrion completely frozen in his tracks. What the heck is this? Staring at the completely empty cave right in front of them, Tyrion cannot hide his sheer frustration. Compared to the intel they received, there are zero ice trolls anywhere in sight. Raon is absolutely blindsided by this unexpected situation, not seeing it coming at all. This is impossible. After looking around a bit more, he turns his head to confirm. Raon, are you absolutely sure about what you actually saw out there? Even though he looks a bit flustered, Raon stands his ground. Yes, I am completely sure. I literally saw 13 ice trolls gathering right at the edge of the forest. While those two are talking, Q shows his obvious annoyance from behind. This is exactly why I said we should never let the scouting team go out alone. We need at least one swordsman tagging along every single time they go on a scouting mission. Pushed into a corner, Raon still desperately tries to defend himself, but I am absolutely certain I saw those monsters. Not wanting the atmosphere to get any more tense, Tyrion suggests they talk later. Everyone needs to spread out immediately and look for clues about the trolls. Push your senses to the absolute limit and scout this entire area. Following orders, the whole squad instantly splits up to search everywhere. Watching his teammates desperately searching around Raon, Zieghart feels pretty confused. Now pay close attention here because it has been several hours already and they still have not found a single trace. These guys definitely have enough skills and real combat experience. After observing for a moment, Raon Zieghart stares deep into the dark forest and starts piecing things together. Even if those ice trolls leave way fewer tracks than normal monsters, it is literally impossible for them to leave absolutely zero traces behind like this. Could somebody else be pulling the strings behind all this? This is definitely not looking good. Thinking about this, he confidently steps up to ask Tarion directly, Vice Commander, do you mind if I take a look? Looking at Raon Zieghart, he feels incredibly skeptical. Knowing Tarion is totally doubting him right now, Raon Zieghart states his true purpose. Yes, I want to confirm a few things. Before Tarion can even respond, IDQ pops up out of nowhere, throwing harsh insults. Hey, stop sticking your nose into this, go help set up camp or something. The sun is almost setting, do you really want to humiliate yourself like those other losers? Not letting him run his mouth any longer, Tarion quickly steps in. That is enough, IDQ. Let the kid give it a shot just this one time. This compromising attitude does not make IDQ happy in the slightest. Vice Commander, do you seriously believe in this clueless little brat? He is literally just wasting every single person's precious time right now. Despite that, Raon Zieghart does not care at all and immediately gets to work placing his hand right on the cold ground. He closes his eyes to focus. After a quick moment, Raon Zieghart finally opens his eyes. This totally weird behavior obviously gets on IDQ's nerves right away. What the heck are you staring at? If you cannot do it, then stop wasting our time, just get up and walk away. Completely ignoring all those insults, Raon Zieghart calmly announces that he found them. Hearing these exact words, the guy is genuinely shocked. What? Seeing IDQ's pure confusion, Raon Zieghart spells it out. And I know what you are thinking. How does he know? They are near the frozen valley northeast of Slin Mountain. The moment those words drop, IDQ just completely loses his mind for some reason. You little brat, do you think this entire mission is just a stupid joke? Can you seriously point out their exact location? Facing all that loud, yelling, our main character stays totally calm and confirms it. Yes, I am absolutely positive. Is there a problem here? This rock-solid confidence leaves IDQ completely speechless for a second, but after a brief silence, he starts loudly chewing him out all over again. In a critical situation like this, do you seriously think joking around is funny? Can you actually take responsibility for your wild claims? Raon Zieghart still keeps his cool looking completely unbothered. I am not stupid enough to joke around when the current situation is this incredibly dangerous. Tarion steps in from the side to cool things down. IDQ. Calm down right now, you are getting way too emotional about this. He then turns and asks Raon Zieghart in a much gentler tone. Raon Zieghart, exactly what kind of method did you use to track down those trolls? He slowly explains everything. This is a special tracking trick I learned from someone who crosses deep forests and massive mountains like it is his own backyard just by expanding energy location fields. Waiting exactly for this moment, the loudmouth IDQ fires up again. Energy location. Do you have any idea how far away that frozen valley actually is from here? And just from that, you are completely sure, Tarion, you heard him right. Do you actually believe a single word coming out of this kid's mouth? Hearing those valid points, Tarion actually feels his confidence shake a bit. He is totally right. With that massive distance, explaining it all through energy location is not convincing at all, especially coming from a rookie who does not even have a single year of real combat experience. Thinking like that, he observes the guy standing in front of him. He hesitates, but those striking red eyes, they look like they could pierce through absolutely anything. Just looking at them is enough to make anyone believe him, and those specific words immediately make Tarion think of one legendary person. Because in all of Zieghart, there is only one absolute beast who crosses forests and mountains like his backyard, the legendary light sword Luda. If he actually learned from that monster, then maybe this is reliable. While the atmosphere is still awkwardly tense, Beto suddenly steps up from behind. Hearing all this, I am actually getting pretty interested too. He then casually asks Raon Zieghart exactly how long will it take us to reach that spot. Raon Zieghart gives him an honest answer. About 30 minutes to reach the target zone, plus another 10 minutes just to find the perfect ambush spot. This precise answer leaves Beto completely stunned, so he actually mapped out the perfect ambush zone already. That is where we leave it, and trust me, you are going to want to see this battle. Beto just smirks and says, "You totally saved your neck, Vice Commander. Stick with me here, we've got hours until sunset, so there's plenty of time. Let's go check it out together." IDQ absolutely hates this sudden show of support. He can't hold back his anger, yelling out, "Beto, don't tell me you're siding with him too. Did this rookie slip you a bribe or something?" Completely ignoring IDQ's massive frustration, Tarion loudly shouts a direct order to the entire squad. "Get ready to move out, everyone. We're crossing Mount Sterling." At this point, IDQ is completely out of arguments and stuck in silence. The Vice Commander knows IDQ is still furious, but he drops a brutal fact. If night falls, the monster attacks will become absolutely relentless. That makes things way too dangerous. If Raon Zieghart is right, this is our perfect chance to stop the threat right now. Seeing that IDQ still refuses to admit defeat, Raon Zieghart steps right up. Still not convinced, skipping the small talk he offers, "Then how about this? Let's make a bet. That way, whatever happens, there are absolutely zero regrets." Hearing this, IDQ actually looks interested. A bet. What exactly do you want? Raon Zieghart was just waiting for this. Smiling with total confidence, he lays down his terms. If I find the ice beasts, your assault team has to start treating the scouts with some actual respect. And you guys won't just carry the gear you tossed at us, you're carrying our equipment too. Plus, you're helping us with our chores. Seeing Raon Zieghart's massive ego, IDQ calmly fires back, and what happens if your little guess is totally wrong? Go big or go home. Raon Zieghart declares it straight to his face, then I'll do absolutely anything you want me to do. Obviously, IDQ loves this answer and accepts without missing a beat. Deal. The bet is on, so you better prepare yourself to lose big time. After today, you won't be talking so big anymore. Seeing that IDQ finally agreed, Tyrion barks out the final order. All right, listen up. We're heading to the Ice Valley. Now pay attention here. The group marches on, completely unaware that someone is watching their every move. The figure in black glares at the marching soldiers, visibly annoyed. Why the hell are they still climbing higher? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. This was never part of his plan. Staring at the rear guard, the mysterious guy analyzes the situation. These punks are circling around for an easy ambush on the ice beasts. They clearly know the exact secret location of the monster horde. Realizing this and remembering all his careful preparations, he grits his teeth in pure bitter rage. But I carefully erased every single track. How could they possibly know the ice beasts are hiding inside that specific valley? In this kind of terrain, even a veteran scout shouldn't be able to track them. Wait a second. The man in black suddenly remembers the extra monsters he had concealed. At this pace, the squad is going to run into the ice beasts way too early. This is going to be a huge problem. Then his mind flashes back to Haven Castle. I need to delay them just a little bit longer so my master plan can finish. The more he plots, the more chaotic it feels. But it's way too late to move the ice beasts now. What should he do? But right at that very second, a dark, brilliant idea flashes through his mind. Hold on, actually, this situation might be even better for me. Meanwhile, the group finally arrives at the spot, and the sight before them leaves IDQ completely stunned. How is this even possible? Down below, an entire horde of monsters is gathered in one place. The ice beasts are actually right here. Staring at the beasts roaming around, he just can't accept the brutal truth. I know what you're thinking too. How on earth did that kid spot them from that far away? While IDQ is still frozen in shock, Raon Zieghart casually strolls up to remind him about their little wager. You didn't forget our bet, right? This snaps the captain right out of his daze. Before IDQ can even respond, Raon Zieghart boldly declares, after this fight, the assault team is on permanent chore duty. You're the captain, so I really expect you won't back out now. That arrogant attitude instantly pisses him off. You little brat. Before things can escalate into a full brawl, Tyrion steps in to shut it down. That's enough. Suddenly blocked, IDQ has to grit his teeth and swallow his massive pride. Tyrion quickly follows up to smooth things out. It's hard to believe, but thanks to Raon Zieghart's crazy senses, we actually found the ice beasts. Now we got a job to do. Stopping those two from fighting any further, Tyrion commands the squad. All units prepare for immediate combat. Arrows ready. Once everyone is locked and loaded, he swings his heavy sword and yells fire. A massive storm of arrows rains down, piercing through the monsters, claiming the lives of the ice beasts one by one. While the horde is still dizzy, Tyrion leads the brutal frontline charge. Their movement is crippled. Do not give them a single second to recover. Beto rushes in, heavily slashing a stunned ice beast. Then he loudly shouts crucial intel to the rest of the squad. If we give them room to breathe, these things will regenerate. Aim straight for their necks and hearts. IDQ completely forgets his anger from earlier, fighting like an absolute maniac. Don't let a single one survive. While launching their attacks, the troops flawlessly defend the left flank, holding an ironclad formation. Standing above and watching everything unfold, Raon Zieghart is actually deeply impressed. Seeing them move as one single unit, these guys really are top-tier professionals. They're using their battle formation perfectly to suppress the massive monster horde. After observing for just a bit, his eyes accidentally land on Beto, who is fighting furiously off to the side. But that guy, Beto, feels completely different in the heat of battle. Just a moment ago, he was totally calm and collected. Now there's an intense wild light glowing in his eyes. This weird feeling I'm getting, could it actually be pure bloodlust radiating off of him right now? While he's totally spaced out, Tyrion yells, Raon Zieghart, why stand there? And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Seeing Raon stand perfectly still makes everyone completely question reality. He normally jumps right in. Seeing his roommate so confused, Raon calmly explains, our mission is scout protection. We stay. Ah, hold on. Raon just drops a totally cryptic hint, I have my own opponent. Those words leave Dorian completely lost. What the group then goes back to wiping out trolls, while reminding the scout squad, do not get close, just support from afar, sure, but Raiden charges into battle anyway. Swordsman, stand your ground and block the trolls. Crossbowmen, fire away and keep them totally distracted. Seeing the monster numbers dropping fast, he literally cannot hide his hype. The fight is going super smoothly today. Watching the trolls fall one by one, Raiden analyzes. We overwhelmed them immediately, thanks to our ambush. Plus, these trolls are still super confused and totally unrecovered. Getting bored, he remembers the real star here. It is all thanks to that rookie Raon. Thinking about this, Raiden suddenly has a bright idea. I should totally buy him a gift later. But suddenly, a terrifying chill forces him to look back. Watch closely, 2 more trolls literally spawn behind Raiden. Seeing their insane gear, he freezes in absolute panic. An ice troll warrior and a troll mage. Seeing Raiden completely frozen, they immediately lunge down to attack. While he is still totally dazed, they strike. Raiden just stands perfectly still. I literally cannot dodge this. But thank goodness, right as they strike, Beto dashes in with a slash and Tarion yanks Raiden back. After saving him, he barks, "Focus up, Raiden, or you will actually die." Raiden finally snaps back, gripping tight. Got it. Even though Beto blocked the attack, he still curses. Damn it, this huge warrior is built completely different. Right on cue, a massive explosion blasts right in front of them, but luckily all 3 dodge perfectly. Glaring upwards, Tarion grits his teeth in pure frustration. That mage took the high ground to spam support magic. If we split our focus to deal with him mid-fight, we are totally screwed. Realizing this, he screams a warning. All squads, do not drop your guard for a second. Tarion does not stop, instantly giving orders. Idic assault squad. Handle the massive warrior. Beto is fighting scout squad. Distract that stupid mage. Seeing the situation escalate, Raiden also barks orders at his team. Scouts, hear me. Reload crossbows now. But before getting into position, they are interrupted by ice arrows. Countless freezing arrows materialize right out of thin air, aiming straight at Raiden and his squad. Before they can even react, Raon dashes from behind, slicing the ice arrows into dust. Attack shattered, he glares at the cloaked man. You finally showed up. I know what you were thinking, plot twist. Raiden asks Raon what just happened, ignoring the totally confused crowd. The black-cloaked guy just smirks at being blocked and slowly steps right up. A mere kid blocked my high-tier magic. He walks right beside the 2 giant trolls, offering some very genuine praise. Plus, a vice commander who reads the battlefield and gives brilliant tactics. You 2 are amazing. Seeing this third party, Tarion instantly goes on super high alert. I was wondering why these dumb trolls acted so weirdly. Turns out it was you absolute bastards. Glaring at him, he spits out a name, Elden. This guy is actually the Blue Phantom Elden. Identity totally exposed, he does not even flinch, casually summoning a massive dark magic circle. The Dark Ice Demon curse. Do not be so angry. Instantly, the entire squad senses pure danger and panics hard. Catching their terrified faces, Elden smiles wickedly. I am not letting a single one of you leave here alive. Beneath their boots, black mist starts swirling out of nowhere, dropping even elite fighters completely. What is this I feel? A massive chill, my body will not even move. Watching the soldiers violently struggle fills Elden with absolute pure, villainous delight. All for our extremely noble resurrection plan. Hearing this garbage, Tarion shoots him a look of absolute hatred. Unbothered by the glare, Elden confidently declares, "Today, I will take all your pathetic lives," saying that his power completely explodes. Die. But nope, Raon dashes straight up, dealing Elden a fatal slash, ruining his Grandmaster plan completely. Elden totally refuses to accept this harsh reality. What? How are you walking under my absolute curse? Facing this extreme confusion, Raon explains with zero stress. You have no clue. My entire life, I have endured a curse, way stronger and colder than this trash. Instantly, he unleashes the Mad Fang sword, Wrath Fang dance, dealing multiple, massive gashes across his body. Elden takes the full devastating hit and collapses while Raon lands flawlessly, mocking his reliance on those pathetic curses. Then he smoothly sheathes his giant sword, staring down with a brutally honest review. It makes your close combat pathetic. And that is it. As he drops, everyone goes back to normal. Wild, right? Alright, jump in with me, we are picking up right where the impossible happens. How did this kid break a curse even the vice commander could not touch? But before he can even answer, Tarion cuts him right off. Focus up everyone, we are still in the middle of a battle. Take out the rest of these demons before they revive. The whole squad snaps back to reality, immediately falling into formation. Yes, sir. With the area cleared, Tarion interrogates Eden. You must be pretty disappointed, right? After all, you could not even manage to take out a single person. After that quick dose of sarcasm, he gets straight to the point. Start talking. Why exactly did you decide to ambush us out here? Tell me, and I will be merciful enough to end your life with minimal pain. But hearing those words, Eden just bursts out laughing. Merciful, even with his life on the line, this guy is not scared at all. I do not need your pathetic mercy. Honestly, you really should have just killed me right away. Eden's complete lack of fear catches everyone totally off guard. Wait, what? Then he smoothly lays out his entire master plan. My true goal from the very beginning was to divide the forces of Haven Castle. At that exact second, a soldier screams out in pure horror. Look over there, it is Haven Castle. As everyone slowly turns to look where he is pointing, Eden finishes his thought. Since you made it all the way out here, let me give you a little present. Thanks to your pathetic mercy, Haven Castle is going to completely lose this war. Right on cue, a massive explosion violently echoes out, leaving Tarian absolutely stunned. Having finally subdued this chaotic troublemaker, Tarian demands answers. What do you mean by that? Why are you saying we should have just killed you? Hearing the question, the villain smiles with pure disgust and confidently declares, thanks to that stupid pity of yours, Haven Castle is going to fall into absolute ruin. Now pay close attention here because this is where everything flips. Seeing his disbelief, the villain smirks and says, you will see it soon enough anyway. This insane confidence leaves Tarian completely confused. What are you talking about? While he stands there frozen, someone nearby frantically screams at the top of their lungs. Vice Commander Tarian, look behind you. Hearing the panic in their voice, he quickly snaps his head around. Far in the distance, exactly like the villain promised, a massive fire is already raging out of control, with thick smoke pouring straight from Haven Castle. Witnessing this horrific sight, Tarian simply cannot believe his own eyes. What in the world is going on? It is not just him, Raon has the exact same shocked reaction. But wait, Haven Castle is supposed to be an impenetrable fortress. Totally satisfied with their terrified reactions, the masked guy seizes the moment to laugh like a maniac. The original plan was using you to lure Milan out here, but things did not go exactly as planned. So moving to the backup strategy before you even arrive, without any more games, he drops a completely fatal piece of intel. I used a powerful spell to unleash the demon army directly inside Haven Castle. Finishing his sentence, he laughs proudly like he has already won the entire war. They are probably tearing up the inside of Haven Castle as we speak. Tarian absolutely cannot take this disrespect anymore. Gritting his teeth, Tarian swings his arm and punches the guy with all his might, successfully forcing him to shut his mouth. Grabbing him by the collar, he scolds him fiercely, making a bold declaration. Stop talking trash. The soul of Haven Castle will never fall just because a few demons snuck inside. Hearing those strong words, Gun standing in the back feels his confidence return. Tarian is right. Even with all the elite troops out here on the battlefield, Commander Milan is still inside that fortress. You cannot destroy Haven Castle with just a bunch of low-tier ice demons. Hearing that specific detail, the villain laughs out loud and drops a very dark hint. You really think ice demons are the only things in there? Right as he says that, the very ground begins to shake violently, putting every single soldier on high alert. Not just the foot soldiers, but even the squad captains instantly shift into combat stances. The earth is trembling out of nowhere. Wait, is this an actual earthquake? Gon, who was super confident just a second ago, starts panicking as he feels the terrifying tremors. No, this is definitely not your average normal earthquake. This is impossible. Watching the entire squad fall into total chaos, the villain smirks triumphantly and continues his cruel threats. We both know villains love their twists, right? Did you really think Eden prepared so poorly? You are all just dancing in the palm of my hand. The only thing you losers can do right now is stand back and watch the total collapse of Haven Castle from afar. Those mocking words are like pouring gasoline straight onto Tarian's exploding rage. Seeing his speechless, furious expression, the masked guy is just absolutely loving every second of this. You arrogant bastards, you will all fall into despair. At that exact moment, Tarian completely snaps, instantly striking the guy down and sending him straight to the afterlife. Seeing their vice commander locked in deep heavy thought, the squad captains underneath him start getting pretty anxious. Hey, Vice Commander Tarian, sir. Only then does he finally speak up to issue orders to all the remaining units. Tarian cannot stand it another second, turning his head sharply. He seriously orders everyone to rush back to Haven Castle immediately. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, the massive flames are only growing more explosive by the second. Amidst all this utter chaos, panicked voices are ringing out from absolutely everywhere. Prioritize evacuating the civilians right now. The owner of that commanding voice, Milan, is screaming with everything he has, directing the people around him. First squad, put out those fires. And second squad, block the ice demons. Right in the middle of this massive crisis, Tarian finally arrives with his troops. Commander, the exploration units are here. We have officially returned. Seeing him show up just in time, Milan looks incredibly relieved. Excellent work, Tarian. After that quick praise, he immediately gets dead serious again to share intel. We are currently being ambushed by an ice demon horde. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see this fight. Let's dive right in. Did they find anything weird out there? Tarian stays perfectly calm. Yeah, we've definitely got a major report, which is exactly why we rushed back. Skipping the small talk, he drops the heavy facts right away. Eden orchestrated this entire ambush. But honestly, hearing this crazy bombshell drop right on him, Milan barely even flinches. He knew something felt off. Understood, so Eden is behind this. Seeing his commander so chill, Tyrion takes a quick second to think, before throwing out his own wild theory. We took out Lam Lin, the guy who summoned those ice hounds, but honestly, after what he said in that sudden earthquake, their plan goes way deeper than just some hounds. Something feels completely wrong. Melon stews on that for a second before just giving it straight. Eden gains literally nothing from attacking Haven Castle like this. Tyrion totally agrees, but there is one massive detail they cannot ignore. I apologize for the bad news, but we still have no clue what their endgame is. However, because they interfered, the beast tide is hitting us way early. That sentence alone makes Milan's eyes snap wide open in absolute shock. And of course, the nightmare does not end there. Tyrion adds even more fuel to the fire. Traces of ice hounds gathering monsters and that massive earthquake. It all points to one thing. They are intentionally triggering a beast tide to wipe this place out. Hearing this, every single soldier starts completely panicking. Dead silence drops and absolute despair washes over the entire room. The castle is already wrecked from the hounds and now this. Now watch closely, this is where the panic truly sets in. We are all dead. Only Ji-yoon keeps a level head quietly, watching and analyzing everything. With the situation tanking and the troops completely losing their minds, winning this battle is going to be incredibly rough. Right as everything threatens to spiral out of control, Milan roars out. Everyone calm down, shutting them all up instantly. He furiously rips into them. How dare you lose your nerves so quickly? Taking a breath, Milan forces himself to calm down slowly, breaking it down for his troops. Have we ever lost to a beast tide? This is Haven, the Iron Fortress, shielding the continent. If we fall right here, what happens to the world? Pausing, he tries to push down the burning emotion in his chest softly. Continuing. The people of this continent, our own families and friends who protects them. Pausing again, Milan tightly grips his sword, standing tall with total confidence. We can do this. We have crushed them before, and today will be exactly the same. Fix your posture and raise your swords, not for yourselves, but for everyone you love. Hearing this epic speech, the soldiers absolutely explode with fierce determination. We will follow your orders. Watching this massive shift in the room's energy, Ji-yoon just stares at Milan in pure amazement. Incredible. He completely restored the warriors' broken morale with just a few simple words. Realizing this, he studies the older man a lot closer. So this is the true battlefield experience of Heaven's master. Yep. Having successfully fired up every single soldier's fighting spirit, he steps out with Tyrion to discuss their real problem. Besides the squads protecting civilians and clearing the wreckage, the rest of you follow me to the walls. Dorian, support the rear squads. Hearing these sudden orders, Tyrion is completely baffled. Wait, Commander, you're really bringing both of them to the front lines. Milan looks back, totally surprised by the pushback. Tyrion, are you serious right now? Thinking he misunderstood, Milan explains. The wall is taking the full force of the beast tide. I don't care how talented those kids are, one tiny mistake means instant death. You and I both know he's worried, right? But Tyrion slowly drops an absolute bombshell. I understand your concern, Commander. However, Ji-yoon literally one-shotted Lam Lin. A single strike. This insane fact catches Milan completely off guard. He thought that was the absolute craziest part, but Tyrion starts listing even more ridiculous things he noticed out there. Plus, Dorian returned from this hellish expedition without a single scratch on him. Even though they left a terrible first impression, there is literally zero reason to doubt their combat skills now. Please just trust me on this. After hearing all the facts, Milan is absolutely convinced. I am deploying the two of you. Getting called out so suddenly leaves Ji-yoon slightly confused. Milan doesn't waste any time and says it straight. Head up to the wall and defend Heaven alongside us. Even though this escalated super fast, Ji-yoon instantly accepts the command. I accept your orders, sir. With their forces gathered, Milan quickly leads the strike team up the outer wall, checking the scout's report. What is the enemy's movement? See anything new? Shaking like a leaf, the frightened scout slowly turns his head back in pure terror. Commander, the scale is massive, a full beast tide. Seeing the scout look this horrified, Milan rushes straight to the edge to check it himself. What makes you sound so scared? The second he looks over that wall, Milan freezes in absolute terror. The two squad captains behind him question reality at the horrific sight. Dorian, have you ever seen a beast tide like this before? No, this is my first time seeing anything like this too. Ji-yoon steps up to peek over and instantly remembers exactly what his old master said. Listen closely, Glenn Zieghart. You will head north of Haven Castle, an endless battlefield where you'll fight horrific monsters from the North Sea and Mount Slin every single day. They call it Hell on Earth. And trust me, looking at this insane monster wave, we're about to see why. Stick with me, you and I are jumping into absolute chaos. Staring at the massive threat ahead, he remembers a promise he made to himself. Things are going to get tough. Milan yells out, asking for a status report on the monster wave. A scout quickly shouts back that they have confirmed at least 1,000 of them so far, but just looking at the absolute swarm charging in it easily looks like 10,000. The guy admits he has never seen this many monsters in his entire life. Glenn Zieghart stares ahead with intense focus. He realizes it's completely true, there are way too many to even track with his sharp senses. This entire horde is making a straight path for Heaven Castle. Millen turns to him and asks, "Hey Raon Zieghart, do you know how monster waves work?" He nods back and says, "Yeah, I know the basics." Basically, trying to stop a massive tidal wave of monsters is going to cause heavy casualties. He explains that the whole reason they constantly run scouting missions and prep defenses is specifically to survive crazy, overwhelming monster waves just like this one. It's all about trying to keep the death toll down. If the castle walls or the front gates get completely destroyed, they can just rebuild them. But dead soldiers don't come back to life. Milan looks at him dead serious and tells him your job is to keep as many fighters alive as possible. That's your one main mission. Raon Zieghart looks completely determined and says understood. Meanwhile, the terrifying roars from the monster horde are getting much louder. Milan yells out, "Well, looks like we're totally out of time for a chat." He quickly turns around to hype up all of his loyal troops. He orders everyone to draw their swords immediately. He knows they are all terrified by the massive size of this advancing monster wave. His voice echoes with epic confidence, reminding them that this is exactly the kind of hardcore challenge that any soldier trained right here at Heaven Castle can handle. "We're going to hold the line and crush them like we always do, and when we win, we're all having massive drinks to celebrate." Shield and spear users line up right at the wall and archers take the high ground. Milan raises his hand and screams the absolute order, "Fire." Now pay attention because this is where the absolute madness kicks off. Massive black beasts charge forward while a brutal storm of arrows rains down from above. The arrows pierce right into the monsters, causing dark blood to spray everywhere in a totally gruesome scene. Bodies start dropping and piling up on top of each other while the beasts roar out in pure agony. Suddenly, a scout checking his binoculars panics and screams, "Wait, look over there. Elite orcs are sprinting straight toward the defense line right now." These elite orcs look way more jacked than the normal ones, and they're flooding in fast. Absolute panic starts spreading across the entire wall. "Damn it, they're targeting the main gates. Stop them now." But the soldiers realize the normal arrows are literally doing zero damage. Suddenly, a powerful blast of lightning energy erupts from the sky. The massive strike crashes right down onto the rushing pack of elite orcs. That epic attack came straight from Milan. He yells, "Don't panic, hold your formations. I'll personally defend the main gate from these beasts." One of the soldiers turns around to hype everyone up. He shouts, "Stay focused, everybody. General Milan is fighting right here beside us. They're scaling the outer walls. Push them back right now, don't let a single one of them cross over. Use your aura to blast them off the second they reach the top." But right at that moment, an elite orc manages to climb over the edge. A terrified soldier falls onto the ground, screaming for help as the orc approaches. But in a flash, Raon Zieghart suddenly steps right up to the beast. He delivers a lightning-fast slash right to the orc's stomach. A massive, gruesome spray of blood erupts as the giant monster heavily crashes to the dirt. Raon Zieghart looks back and asks the shaken soldier, "Hey, are you hurt?" The guy stammers in shock, "No, I am okay, thank you." Let that sink in for a second. Fighting this is straight-up nightmare fuel. Raon Zieghart looks around thinking he has already sliced down at least 100 monsters. But honestly, it feels like he hasn't even made a tiny dent in their forces. Looking down, the massive sea of black orcs is swarming like endless ants. Another desperate scream rings out. All units brace for an incoming shockwave. Enemy skull bombs are dropping in fast from the right side of the castle. Raon Zieghart frowns, and a split second later, an absolutely massive explosion rips through the area. He completely drops to the ground to survive the brutal shockwave. He coughs, thinking, "Are you kidding me? They even brought suicide bombers to this fight. Hey, are the rest of the soldiers still alive?" Suddenly, an agonizing scream makes him flinch hard. He looks over to see several soldiers thrashing around in pure pain on the dirt below. They cry out in pure agony, begging for help, completely panicked about their missing limbs. Did the massive blast knock them straight off the wall and onto the ground? Raon Zieghart totally panics. He steps forward, shouting for them to hold on. But suddenly, a sharp warning echoes in his head, telling him not to move. He completely freezes in his tracks. Is someone sending an aura message directly to his mind? It's General Milan giving him new orders. Milan tells him to guard the walls that are still standing. If he loses focus trying to save a few, the entire defense will collapse completely. Raon Zieghart looks down at the poor wounded soldiers in absolute conflict. Logically, Milan's cold decision makes total sense. If they abandon their post on the wall to rescue a few injured guys, the entire castle's defense line is absolutely guaranteed to fall apart. But seeing those guys crawling in pure agony is just too much to handle. Raon Zieghart aggressively grits his teeth, totally torn on what to do next. He grips his sword tight and thinks, "I'm not just a normal soldier. My real mission is to save these Haven Castle fighters from dying." Making his choice, he boldly jumps right off the castle wall. He lands heavily on the ground. The wrath spirit pops out frowning and says, "You're totally insane. Before jumping down here, you and I both know this is wild." The spirit asks, "Did you even think this through? Can you actually protect everyone here?" Raon Zieghart just stares. "Let's dive in." He stares straight ahead. Sure, it will be brutal, but he is pushing past his limits. The wrath glares, calling him a complete fool. Making such an emotional choice, totally reckless. Right now, the only thing waiting for him out there is certain death. Raon Zieghart just grips his sword tighter. An emotional choice. Yeah, maybe. Even though the absolute smartest move right now would totally be to just run away. But in this life, he swore to live as a true swordsman, not an assassin. And just like that, he starts, unleashing his full power. Raon Zieghart's eyes are locked in as he fiercely declares, "Until I fall, not a single monster is stepping over my dead body. I will endure this and survive this absolute hell." Then, boom, he launches off the ground, charging straight at the elite orcs. Their massive bodies rush in teeth, grinding with pure rage. The epic battle kicks off wild and nonstop without a single second to breathe. Slash, slash, and slash again. He is just continuously swinging his blade like crazy, the skin on his hands tears open, totally soaked in blood. He squeezed out every single drop of his aura until he was totally empty. The only thing his hands can even feel right now is his sword slicing right through raw flesh, and the only thing left in his vision, just the dark crimson color of blood. A bit later, now watch this closely. Raon Zieghart's fierce face is completely covered in blood. One tiny guy blasting into a giant mob of elite orcs totally surrounded. As the hours drag on, the blood-soaked night sky shifts. The moon that just rose is already starting to fade away. Just as the first rays of morning light break through, the battle finally ends. Raon Zieghart, absolutely dripping in blood, stands tall right in the middle of dead elite orcs. He lets out a heavy, exhausted breath. Not a single monster left in sight. But right then, a dark, creepy crystal ball suddenly appears, showing an image of Raon Zieghart. Some creepy hand with razor-sharp claws is resting right on top of it. Heh. This mysterious guy is wearing a mask covering the top half of his face, smiling like an absolute psycho. My original goal was to destroy Haven City and completely take over the divine body. But it looks like I just scored a totally unexpected little prize instead. Those freaky sharp hands keep gently rubbing, manipulating the crystal ball, watching Raon Zieghart. Cut to somewhere else. Raon Zieghart is fast asleep, then suddenly snaps awake. He looks around, in total confusion. I know you and I are wondering the same thing. What happened? I remember the wall collapsing and holding the line until the monster wave ended. Just then, a voice calls out, making him flinch and turn around. Raon Zieghart. He gasps in shock at the sudden appearance of this person. Yua sees him actually sitting up, her eyes instantly welling up with tears as she cries out, "You are finally awake." A bit later, Dorian sits right next to Raon Zieghart's bed and explains, "We were seriously freaking out because you just would not wake up. You were completely unresponsive for 3 straight days. No matter what we tried, nothing worked. We genuinely thought you were not gonna make it." Raon Zieghart gives an awkward laugh. "Sorry for making everyone worry so much, and thanks for taking care of me, Dorian." But Dorian quickly waves it off. "The person you should be thanking is not me, is Yua." Raon Zieghart is super surprised. "Wait, what?" Dorian continues. "Yua stayed right by your side, nursing you every single day until the wave finally ended. She was honestly terrified for you. Even with all her shifts at the tavern, she must have been incredibly busy balancing it all." Right on cue, Yua walks in carrying food. "Raon Zieghart, I made some porridge for you. Since you are still recovering, I made sure all the ingredients are super soft and easy to eat. Take it slow, though it is still pretty hot." Raon Zieghart stares down at the steaming, hot bowl. After a quiet moment, he softly calls out Yua. She answers, "Yeah." Raon Zieghart gives her this gentle smile. "Thank you for taking care of me every day." She hears that and happily jokes, "Oh please, nursing regular customers after a big fight is just basic business etiquette. But hey, once you are completely healed up, you better come by the tavern and help me boost my sales, okay?" Raon Zieghart throws off the blankets and steps out of bed, saying, "Speaking of which, let's eat at the Frost Branch tonight. I have eaten bland food for way too long, and right now, I just want something super greasy." Dorian agrees, but throws in a quick reminder. But first, we really need to let everyone know you are alive and safe." That totally confuses him. Let who know? Who exactly are they? Dorian smiles so wide his eyes vanish, and opens the door. "The people waiting for you to wake up, obviously." Raon Zieghart looks completely speechless. Why act like this is no big deal? A moment later, a massive shout rings out. The hero of Haven City has finally awakened. That makes Raon Zieghart's eyes go wide in total confusion. Huh, soldiers are completely surrounding Raon Zieghart, happily cheering and showing their support. You are finally awake, man, Raon Zieghart. Thanks to you, Haven City is safe. I was so worried when I heard you might never wake up again. Raon Zieghart, thank you so much for saving all my comrades. When you charged in like that, I honestly thought you were totally crazy, but you were incredible. Tonight, drinks are completely on me. I will never forget this awesome debt of gratitude. Raon Zieghart is visibly flustered by all this super intense passionate appreciation. Commander Millen walks up flashing a really warm smile. I am so glad you are safe, Raon Zieghart. He gasps in shock, Commander Millen. This monster wave was nothing like the ones before. It happened way earlier than expected and was on a massively larger scale. Normally, we would have suffered some extremely heavy casualties, but you did not even hesitate to jump off that wall without a single thought for your own safety. Because of your absolute determination and crazy courage, not a single person died during this wave. All because you stood at the front line and protected everyone. Milan respectfully touches his chest. You arrive as a mercenary, but you and I just witnessed a true hero. But every single one of us is incredibly grateful. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch Haven City honor a hero. Tarian Baradin speaks up and Idik also has something to say, leaving our guy totally confused. Wait, Idik wants to talk to me. Idik suddenly steps up. Raon Zieghart, I was completely wrong about you this whole time. I honestly thought you were just some weak rookie. Even after seeing your true strength, I looked down on you. His face shows pure regret as he finally owns up to his massive mistake. But watching the way you stood on that wall to protect your comrades, that right there was the image of a true swordsman. The noble, unyielding ideal that every single swordsman strives for. Then Idik bows deeply in front of Raon Zieghart. I sincerely apologize for everything I have done to you in the past. Then Milan speaks up. You all fought hard, holding back that monster wave. So to celebrate this absolutely unprecedented victory, we are going to throw a massive all-out festival. There will be food and drinks at the Frost Branch. For 3 whole days, you can eat, drink, and party until you completely drop. The soldiers go absolutely wild hearing this. Commander, did you really prepare all of this for us? Haha, this is the very first time I have ever seen something like this. Since arriving at Haven City. Come on everyone, let us hit the Frost Branch. For the next 3 days, we drink like we just came back from the dead. The whole crew excitedly runs off. Hey, wait for me, where are you guys going? Raon Zieghart just smiles as he watches them. Milan turns around and tells him, Raon Zieghart, you should head over too. I will catch up after my meeting with the deputy commanders and captains. Follow me. Dorian turns back and yells, young master, what are you still standing around for? We need to grab good seats and start drinking. The sky today is perfectly clear and blue. Meanwhile, Milan crosses his arms, looking completely serious. You are not just planning to praise Raon Zieghart and leave it at that, right? Tarian Baradun smiles and replies, of course not. We have to give him the most fitting gift and a proper reward. Raon Zieghart literally saved countless lives out there. Milan suddenly speaks up, offering something far more precious than gold. Now pay attention here because you and I both know this is about to be an insane reveal. What is better than gold? He continues, I plan to give him the white soul armor of Haven City. This leaves absolutely everyone in the room utterly stunned. Are you giving him the Snow Reverend sword, the city symbol? Are you planning to make Raon Zieghart the next lord of Haven Castle? Leaving him with a totally speechless expression. Stop talking nonsense, that sword is just a symbol, not a holy relic. Raon Zieghart will receive something else. Radin chuckles awkwardly. Ah ha ha, the thing I actually want to give him is this. Milan pulls out a chest, leaving everyone confused. What is this? He slowly opens the lid. Exactly, armor forged right from the mana stone of an orc king, the legendary White Soul armor. The sacred artifact of Haven City White Soul armor. An inner armor you can wear under your clothes. It is said to be even more valuable than the city iconic Snow Reverend sword. But thinking about everything Raon Zieghart did, this is the absolute minimum we can offer. He literally risked his own life to save our people. I will only have peace of mind if this armor can keep him safe. Radin immediately cheers, I totally agree. This is the perfect gift. Tarian adds, considering the sheer number of lives Raon Zieghart saved, nothing is truly enough. Then Idik suddenly speaks up. Commander, I have a question. Malin tells him to speak. Now I know you and I were thinking this too. Idik asks straight up, Raon Zieghart is not a normal mercenary, right? His sword techniques are far from ordinary. No matter how talented, a simple mercenary could never reach that insane level of skill. I figured out he was not normal a long time ago, but I think it is time you tell us the truth. Milan immediately refuses to answer. I am sorry, but there is a reason I cannot explain everything. But I promise you that kid is completely genuine with everyone here. One day, when the time is right, he will reveal his true identity himself. He is not someone tainted by the darkness, so do not worry. For now, let us just enjoy the festival and celebrate the birth of a hero. Before long, time fast forwards to the snowy season. Snow piles up on the rooftops and branches covering the entire ground in pure white. Glenn Zieghart sits in a quiet spot staring out into the distance. It has already been 10 whole months since I first set foot in Haven Fortress. A time that feels both extremely long and incredibly short. So much has happened in these 10 months, and I have achieved quite a lot. I learned how to control spiritual energy thanks to the True Soul Sword I got from Ruby. Plus, I survived a massive monster wave. Right here at Haven Fortress, a place many consider a literal hellish battlefield. In the half year since that wave, I even learned a brand new way to use Glacia. Because of all that, the people of Haven Fortress have become my most trusted comrades. Maybe because I successfully stopped that massive monster wave, everyone around here has started calling me by a completely brand new legendary nickname. Without him knowing, the epic tales of his heroic battle have spread across the entire continent. The scene shifts to the northwest continent, the Levni Desert. After hearing some insane new information, Boren gasps out loud in absolute shock. The hero of Haven Fortress. The guy with glasses leaning against the wall replies, "Exactly. I heard he fought straight until dawn just to protect all the wounded people. They call him the hero of Haven Fortress, or the Demon Sword. Word is he is a blonde swordsman right around your age. To hold a title at that age, incredibly impressive." Hearing this, Boren grits his teeth in pure excitement. That guy just keeps getting stronger. Trust me, you and I are gonna love this rivalry. All right, stick with me here. Glasses catches that expression, smiles, and plops down next to Bren. Bren, is he the guy you want to beat? Yeah, that's right, Bren answers. Glasses tilts his head. Then why do you look so incredibly happy? Shouldn't you be mad or depressed that the guy you are chasing just got even stronger? Bren casually explains. No way, I am thrilled. It will feel way more rewarding to finally crush him when he's this overpowered. The stronger he gets, the stronger I get too. His face is glowing with pure, unadulterated excitement. Glasses just smirks at him. You guys are pretty close, huh? I'm jealous. Super jealous, man. Haha. Bren immediately shuts that down. Close, no way. That guy is strictly my rival. Cut to the northwest of the Levin Desert. Martha hears the exact same rumors and absolutely loses her mind in shock. What, some blonde swordsman is being called the hero of Haven Fortress? The dark-skinned guy standing next to her nods. Yeah, rumor has it, he single-handedly stopped a massive monster wave. Thought you would want to know, since you're always curious about that place. Martha looks completely frustrated. I knew he would get stronger, but exactly how overpowered is he now, that bastard? The dark-skinned guy tries cheering her up. Rumors always blow things out of proportion. I don't know who he is, but you are definitely stronger by now. The monster pile behind us proves it. They are literally sitting on a mountain of monster corpses. But Martha shakes her head. No, he is a genuine genius. This isn't nearly enough. That makes the dark-skinned guy pause. Martha clenches her fists, grinding her teeth. I can literally feel him leveling up right now. He chuckles. I am genuinely curious now. Who exactly is this guy that gets you so fired up? She stares off into the distance. He saved my life. And he's also the one rival I absolutely have to defeat. Meanwhile, over at Sturgeon Forest. Now watch this part closely. Inside the base, everyone is gossiping about Gon's epic achievements. I know they had backup on the walls. But how could one single person jump into the battlefield and protect all the injured? Short hair looks totally skeptical. I bet it's just a totally exaggerated rumor. How could a little kid pull all that off? High Ponytail turns to Runan Sullian full of doubt. Didn't you say he's your friend? What do you think? Runan Sullian just smiles with absolute confidence. I'm sure the rumors are true. He could easily pull that off. Short hair is burning with curiosity. Hey Runan Sullian, exactly how strong is he? He's got to be weaker than you, right? Runan Sullian denies it instantly. No, he's stronger than me physically and mentally. The others around them instantly gasp. Wait, what? Are you kidding? They simply refuse to believe it. Nobody could be stronger than you. You cleared this forest in just 6 hours. Even veteran hunters need 8 full hours. Just then, a girl chilling on a tree branch speaks up. You become a totally different person whenever you mention him. Is he some kind of major rival to you? Did you come here just to surpass him? Runan Sullian shakes his head. I am not here to beat him. The girl smiles down at him. Is that so? Runan Sullian continues, his voice completely serious. I want to get strong enough to fight beside him, so I will not be a burden, so I can actually help him. Scene cuts back to Gon. He's just sitting there watching the snow fall. 10 months have already passed since I first arrived at Haven Fortress. All right, the more I use it, the sharper Glacia's senses become. What an absolutely broken skill. I can see further now even with my eyes closed. No wonder Raon was so incredibly furious when I got my hands on this. You and I both know the Wraith is about to cause trouble. The Wrath pops up looking totally annoyed. How is this even possible? Gon glances up at him. But lately the guy has been strangely quiet. He keeps staring at the peak of Mount Stellan. I need to lure him into a bet. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Gon flinches in surprise. Huh, the wrath glances over. Want to bet? It has been a while, right? Gon is confused. You have been quiet for way too long. Bet on what? The spirit smirks. It's simple. That spiky-haired punk's test was to survive here for a full year, right? Gon confirms it. Yeah, and I've got less than 2 months left now. The wrath continues. All right, then let's bet on exactly that. I bet my power you won't survive these last 2 remaining months. Gon frowns, totally suspicious. Are you being serious right now? The spirit flashes its teeth, looking incredibly annoyed. Of course I am. Why are you looking at me like that? He quickly explains, because you have watched me survive this long, multiple times already. The wrath pouts, looking down at him. Is this guy actually stupid? With only 2 months left until graduation, everything is basically over. Plus, there's way less risk of another elf attack now. After Blue Spirit Blanca died, Owen's forces were deployed straight here. If the elves have any brains at all, they wouldn't dare attack this place again. All I need to do right now is just train and head back home safely. Gon calculates the odds. There is literally zero reason to reject this bet, so he instantly agrees. All right, you are on. Hearing this, the wrath breaks into an incredibly sinister, twisted smile. Now that is a very wise choice. Fast forward, 1 whole month has passed since accepting the Wraith's dangerous bet, and now there is only 1 single month left until the test officially ends. Despite the Wraith's super weird warning, the peace at Haven Fortress remains completely unbroken. The Wraith still randomly screams out toward Mount Stellan, yelling about some lazy coward or whatever. Things are playing out way differently than he expected. Gon ponders this, feeling pretty bored. Well, works for me. Suddenly, pitch-black crows swarm his view. So what do you and I make of this? A bad omen. We will find out next time. Stick with me here. A massive flock of crows. Why so many? Did monsters just spawn nearby? Raon looks down, his mind racing with questions. What now? Curious, Raon quickly steps closer to get a better look. Staring at the tiny corpse right by his feet, he gets even more confused. A frog. Raon's eyes fill with pure worry. Why the heck is there a frog here? This region is way too cold for them before summer hits. Suddenly, something else grabs his attention entirely. Right over there, the last few drops of water are quietly dripping down to the ground. Then boom, something massive crashes down, making the whole earth shake. Everyone around screams in absolute terror. Is it an earthquake? What is happening? One guy sees it clearly. A terrifying monster wave is already here. As those words drop, Raon and Milan Berdun instantly turn pale. Tyrion Berdun and Radin look completely horrified too. Hearing the alarm that monsters have arrived, a few nervous soldiers start panicking. What is going on? This is not even monster wave season. Everyone gear up and get on the wall. Radin quickly turns to tell him. Raon, get ready, we have to stick together. He quickly replies, understood, let us move. Raon speeds up while listening to Raiden's warnings. We will warn the others on the way, there is zero time to waste waiting around. They quickly rush off into the chaos, but nobody notices the lonely dead frog nearby. The soldiers are completely overwhelmed by the foul, bloody stench of the monster horde. They keep screaming, we got more over here, I need backup right now. Damn it, the scale of this is exactly like the last one. They broke through the perimeter, I need backup. Watching this absolute chaos unfold, Tyrion Berdun gets incredibly anxious. General is Eden behind this too. Otherwise, this massive wave makes absolutely zero sense right now. Now watch closely, here is the crazy part. Raon secretly disagrees. No, this feels totally different. He cannot sense any actual bloodlust or madness from these monsters. It is actually like they are running away from something deadly. Suddenly, he flinches hard when he hears a familiar voice. There are more over here, I told you to leave this place already, the wrath says with total smugness. This is your fate for ignoring my warning. Raon looks totally confused. What do you mean by that? Tell me right now. The wrath casually floats around him. Too late. You only had a chance before it woke up. But it has already noticed everyone here, and it will not stop until this castle is completely wiped off the face of the earth. And every last one of you is dead. Then it hints at a solution, but if you offer up a proper sacrifice, things might change. Raon is pretty frantic now. A sacrifice. What exactly is coming our way? The wrath slips right back into his bracelet. See for yourself, I have zero obligation to tell you about this stuff. Raon rushes over to Milan Bredon and calls out General Milan. He looks slightly confused. Kid, what do you need in this crisis? Then Milan Bredon completely freezes upon hearing the next question. If our enemy cannot be beaten, do you have a backup plan? Raon is also surprised. His own question barely sounded like a question. Then the general answers him slowly. Of course we are going to fight. If we cannot defend this castle, countless innocent lives will pay the ultimate price. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we must buy enough time for the civilians to evacuate. His hand grips his sword tightly. That is exactly why Haven Castle exists. Suddenly, a monster lunges from behind. We both see this coming, but Raon is totally clueless. He figures he cannot tell everyone to retreat without knowing what they face. Suddenly, swinging the sword in his hand, he decides he just needs to focus completely on stopping this insane monster wave first. As the moon rises, the vibe gets much creepier. Suddenly, a guy just screams. These monsters are acting totally weird. Push them back while they are stunned. Use bows and crossbows to shoot down the flying ones. But something makes Raon freeze mid-battle. Seeing the wild deer sprinting away in absolute terror just makes him even more anxious. Even the animals are running away, just like those crows from before. I swear this did not happen during the last wave. Sensing serious trouble, Milan Bredin quickly barks an order. Tarion, take a small squad and evacuate the civilians. He looks dumbfounded. What the general just urges him on, including the people living outside the castle walls. Hurry, we are out of time. Despite his confusion, Tarion Bardun obeys. Understood. The general's voice echoes right next to Raon. You hear me, Raon. If things get too dangerous, you need to run away. Looking confused by the general's aura message, he immediately asks, General, what do you mean? He urgently explains, I understand your point from earlier. You see things far better than I do, and your future holds so much more. Keep yourself alive for that future. Raon grits his teeth, listening to his advice. Your massive efforts at the castle, Havon, will never be forgotten. Remembering the happy times at Havon Castle, he refuses to just run away and let these good people die. So what do you and I take from this? Raon swings, his sword eyes filled with determination. He is never running away alone. All right, stick with me here. You and I are about to watch the space around Raon completely morph into pure pitch-black darkness. Wait a second. Right in front of him, a crow stands there, its eyes glowing blood red. Before he can even process the danger, reality absolutely smacks him in the face. Over 12 hours have passed already. So why has not the sun come up? The entire castle landscape is totally swallowed by shadows and crawling with some seriously bizarre monsters. Just then, a freakish shadow actually complains out loud. So cold, so boring. I am completely sick of this. The monster steps forward. But since I am awake now, I have got zero choices left. I just have to wipe out absolutely everything. As that chilling voice fades out, the ground itself starts violently shaking. Yet that single massive body remains standing perfectly still. Seeing this insane scene, Raon goes completely pale. The wrath pops up again, looking at him with pure disgust and sneers. So you finally sense it now, huh? What an absolute idiot. Right in front of that guy, the entire monster horde has practically surrendered. The wrath keeps talking. It is way too late now. Let me tell you that lazy guy is the receiver known as Sloth. He drops a massive bomb. He is a literal demon king on the exact same tier as me. The demon king's red eyes flash the monarch of Sloth. You and I need to pay close attention here. Standing right there in the dark is a massive two-horned beast. That freak is actually Sloth. Milan's sword hand is violently shaking with pure fear. What on earth is that thing? He furiously narrows his eyes, staring hard at the monster, sweating bullets in pure shock. How can a creature like that even exist right now? Glenn Zieghart looks completely, totally panicked too. Covered in blood, he sinks deep into thought. Even for someone like Milan, who has literally reached the master tier, does the sheer presence of a demon king actually make him panic this badly? No. It is probably because his own level is so incredibly high. That insane power gap between him and the enemy feels even more painfully obvious. Beside them, the wrath smirks and floats right over to remind Glenn Zieghart. Even if it is not like the demon realm, he has clearly gathered a massive amount of energy. For a lazy bum who only knows how to sleep, this is honestly not bad at all. Glenn Zieghart frowns, totally confused, and whispers right back. Why the heck is he even here? He turns to the blue flame. Are you not the only demon king wandering the human world? The wrath just shrugs, closing his eyes in sheer arrogance. Even if I told you, it would be totally useless. With your pathetic level, you would never even understand. Glenn Zieghart glares at Sloth, who is slowly moving through the pitch-black shadows. So why exactly is he here? The Emperor mutters. The reason is actually super simple. He thinks back on the brutal battles that popped off over the past few years, from tiny little clashes to that massive ambush by those masked guys. Add in those highly annoying scouting missions after the monster wave ended. Endless disruptions and chaotic interference basically spread across every single road out there, all the way to the mountain peak where aggressive orcs ran around wielding their weapons. Because of all that absolute noise, Sloth, sleeping up there, woke up. His eyes are practically boiling with pure rage. Before, that guy was only half asleep and half awake, but this time he is fully snapped out of it. The wrath speaks and Raon Zieghart stares back at him with wide, shocked eyes. Now is the perfect time for me to tell you a very fun story. He thinks about the totally gloomy demon abyss. The demon realm is basically a brutal wasteland overflowing with endless violence and dark desires. Anyone daring to sleep out in the open there is basically begging someone else to just murder them. I know what you are thinking. If he sleeps nonstop, how did he become a demon king? Let's find out. The wrath recalls Sloth's epic battle against the annoying pests standing right in front of piled-up corpses. He is still casually gripping a demon's neck. It is because he mindlessly slaughters absolutely anything that ruins his nap. A minotaur furiously charges at him like a total maniac. No matter what you say or how hard you strike, Sloth literally does not take any damage. Wherever he walks, he just leaves behind dead bodies and rivers of bright red blood. He will slaughter anyone who dares wake him up for thousands of years. Sloth's eyes are filled with heavy, sleepy days, while his body violently radiates angry demonic aura. And that is exactly how he became a demon king in the realm. Glenn Zieghart processes this wild info and glares at the Wrath in total disbelief. Hold on, does that mean? And the Emperor confirms it. Exactly. The Wrath laughs, sounding completely wicked and pumped up. That guy came all the way here to erase the fools who mess with his precious sleep. At this point, Glenn Zieghart cannot hold it back, burying his face and swearing out loud. Damn it, is there really no way to stop him? The Emperor confidently tells him there is absolutely zero way out of this. Then the Wrath thinks deeply about his own true form. With his epic snow and white flower powers that attract those swarms of butterflies, if someone like me or your grandpa were standing here, then maybe he would completely avoid starting a fight. But nobody like that is here. Raon Zieghart hears this and looks doubtful. I thought he murdered whoever woke him up. An image of Raon Zieghart's totally heroic grandpa flashes in his mind. The Emperor adds, the outcome always ends in a clear win or a loss, but if the battle drags on for too long, that means he cannot go back to sleep. And he absolutely hates that even more. Raon Zieghart frowns, super annoyed. That guy is a total lunatic. Sleep is literally the core motivation behind every single thing he does. The Emperor's urgent voice echoes in his ears. So what would you and I do? Only two choices left. All right, you and I are dropping into pure chaos. Give me your body to stop him or suffer and die. He stares at the agonizing soldiers scattered everywhere. Besides those two options, there is literally no way for you and these humans to survive this. Hearing this, Raon Zieghart completely freezes in hesitation. I need to make a massive decision right now. If I do absolutely nothing, he will start brutally slaughtering everyone left here. But if Wrath forcefully steals his body before he actually dies, all of humanity will experience the absolute worst-case scenario. Two Demon Kings spawning at once. Frowning hard, he looks up at the Emperor and finally makes his big decision. Fine, I will give my body to Wrath, but only on the condition that he completely destroys Sloth first. He quickly urges Wrath to take over his entire body. Standing nearby, Milan just watches him. Raon Zieghart stares right back at him, totally confused. Surprisingly, the commander's face remains full of absolute quiet calmness. Then he slowly speaks up. I am truly deeply grateful to you. Raon Zieghart stares at him, eyes wide with complete confusion. Wait, what did you say? Why would you suddenly say something like that? Milan just looks right at him, and the air around them goes completely dead silent. Raon Zieghart just listens closely. Honestly, ever since you arrived here, every single thing in heaven has completely changed for the better. That kind heart of yours, the exact same one I saw in the last raid, still makes me feel you are entirely reliable. This time it is finally my turn to step up and be a proper role model for everyone else. Saying that, Milan raises his hand high into the air, and an incredibly massive source of power quickly erupts from his body. Seeing this next to him, Raon Zieghart screams in pure panic. Commander, you are supposed to be completely exhausted. Look at your aura, but Milan just stubbornly keeps releasing wave after wave of intense energy. I have already lived long enough to achieve everything I really needed to. He then turns his gaze back toward Raon Zieghart, leaving the young man staring back in absolute dumbfounded shock. But you are totally different. You are someone who can achieve so many greater things in the future. Your true era has not even begun yet. Now watch closely here, guys. Deep down, Raon Zieghart has his own thoughts about these actions. Even in this absolutely hopeless situation, the commander still firmly refuses to just give up. Is he seriously planning to use his own death too? Right after that, Raon Zieghart tightly grips his sword, raising it up as explosive energy pours straight out of his own body. I am so pathetic for even thinking about giving up. His eyes are filled with sheer determination as he stands proudly right next to Milan. You absolutely cannot carry this heavy burden all by yourself. I'm going to fight right here with you, Commander. The two of them stand fiercely up front, radiating massive energy. Then Raon Zieghart turns his head to urgently warn all the people standing right behind them. Everyone, you need to evacuate the castle right now. That is a direct order from the commander. The group just stares back at him with obvious hesitation. Raon Zieghart Tarian firmly plants his sword into the ground with deep respect. We absolutely cannot abandon you two here. We will fight alongside both of you until the bitter end. Seeing this, Milan violently glares at them, dropping a super harsh reminder while his crazy energy just keeps surging outward without stopping. Tarian, do you seriously think you can fight when you cannot even stand straight on your own 2 feet? At the very least, you guys should go and try to save just one more life. He heavily emphasizes, is that not the entire purpose of what we do here? His face instantly darkens. Gritting his teeth hard, Tarian cannot argue with that logic. He finally turns to the knights. All units abandon the walls right now and open the south gate. The more time we waste here, the more of a massive burden we become to those two. Sweating profusely, his eyes widen as he loudly screams out in absolute frantic panic. Make use of every single precious second. Glenn Zieghart and the commander are buying us, and save just one more person. The entire crowd quickly scrambles to run behind Tarian. He reluctantly glances back over his shoulder one last time. Commander Glenn Zieghart, you guys better stay completely safe. Please, you have to survive. Hovering up above, the Emperor watches and sarcastically sighs. Watching these completely pathetic weaklings struggle so pointlessly just to survive the day truly brings a giant tear to my eye. But it is already over. Meanwhile, Glenn Zieghart just grips his sword incredibly tight, watching them escape. You feel that tension. The Emperor announces the monster has arrived. They look down at the city gates, and Sloth is just standing right there. Unbelievable killing intent surrounds him as he stares menacingly at the huge gate. His face darkens, muttering pure, incoherent nonsense mixed with furiously intense bloodlust. So incredibly tired and cold. Because of you all. Gritting his teeth in absolute seething rage, he growls, now I had to come all the way down here. That terrifying surge of bloodlust slams directly into Glenn Zieghart up above. He furiously grits his teeth, trying his hardest to grip his sword and just withstand the sheer pressure. A sudden wave of total panic flashes through his mind. What the hell is this insane aura? He is not even using his full power yet, and it is already this completely overwhelming. Meanwhile, the Emperor keeps constantly whispering sweet temptations right in his ear. Glenn Zieghart stubbornly shuts his eyes tight, refusing to break. I literally told you only have two choices here. If you truly want to stop that guy, you better hand your body over to me right away. Struggling intensely, Glenn Zieghart forces one eye open completely, sinking deep into his own strategic thoughts. Absolutely not. I still cannot completely trust Wrath yet. Even though this looks hopelessly desperate, this whole situation is definitely not completely over yet. If I just piece together absolutely all the information I have gathered up to this point, I can definitely find a solid solution. Suddenly, Sloth's lazy image flashes straight into his active mind. Glenn Zieghart quickly turns his head back up to look at the Emperor. Cold, sleepy, roughly equal in power, simple-minded, lacking time, and easily annoyed. Glenn Zieghart heavily bites his lip as incredible power keeps erupting from him. Up above, the Emperor continues to grin down at him with immense arrogant satisfaction. Have you finally made up your mind? Good, now, give me the body. Glenn Zieghart completely cuts off his words. Listen up, Wrath, let's make another epic bet right here. Startled, the demon fiercely dashes right up to his face, demanding answers, while Glenn Zieghart just keeps aiming his steady power at the wall. What, another bet? Glenn Zieghart fiercely stares him down. I will accept your wrath, so give me the raw power to crush him. And trust me, you guys will absolutely want to see how this plays out. Alright, stick with me, we are about to witness the most insane bluff ever. Hovering above, the entity tells him useless, fighting him changes absolutely nothing. And honestly, this little bet gives me zero benefits at all. Glenn Zieghart frowns, glaring right back to threaten it. What if I simply refuse to hand my body over to you? Even if it means I die, hearing that it literally gnashes its teeth in fear. Then his body unleashes a wild burst of energy, desperately trying to hold its ground. You have been watching me this whole time and still know nothing. Just like you, never lie, I do not just go around making completely empty threats. If you refuse, we both die right here. And if my plan totally fails, I swear I will hand over this body to you immediately, no questions asked. The Wrath can only grit its teeth in pure rage. Then Glenn Zieghart glances over at Milan, who is completely knocked out on the ground from total exhaustion. Finally, he shouts out with absolute unbreakable resolve, answer me yes or no. It grits its teeth, looking absolutely terrified. Unable to hold out any longer, it shoots straight into his body, screaming out in pure frustration as it gives in. Answer me, yes or no. Down below, Sloth looks up totally confused by what is happening. What is this energy above? Glenn Zieghart stands tall on the fortress wall, glaring right down at him. The wrath inside him curses out loud. How dare garbage like you cause trouble here in Haven? Glenn Zieghart's body radiates its intense, overwhelming power. This is the absolute territory of the King of Wrath. He adds that in making the Emperor's eyes widen in sheer panic. And I am his chosen vessel. The wrath screams at him from inside his mind, completely furious at this lie. What vessel? Since when did you become Wrath's vessel? What kind of crazy act are you trying to pull right now? A flicker of hesitation flashes through Glenn Zieghart's eyes. What do you think? Consider this your punishment for daring to mess around with me. Now watch closely, things are about to get wild. Down below, Sloth stares up at Glenn Zieghart, completely suspicious. He glares right back. I will make that guy totally dizzy too. Beside him, the wrath completely loses its mind and screams again. What the heck is going on? Why are you suddenly claiming to be my vessel? It steps up and pokes his head, absolutely pissed off. And why on earth would you call this pathetic, ruined little castle my exclusive territory? Glenn Zieghart mutters a quick message straight back to it. I am not done talking yet, so please just shut up. Down below, Sloth watches him still looking pretty doubtful. You are the vessel of wrath. Glenn Zieghart glares right at him and confidently confirms, exactly. And right at this moment, Wrath is fully expressing his absolute undeniable fury. Because you dared to step foot into his territory, the Emperor screams out in a total panic while Glenn Zieghart just stands there perfectly calm. Stop spitting out this absolute nonsense. Why are you suddenly making up things you have never ever said? Then Glenn Zieghart presses his lips together, frowning in deep thought. That is right, go absolutely crazy, Wrath. Your anger is completely useless in the end anyway. Down below, his overwhelming power washes right over Sloth, making him tightly clench his fists in pure doubt. The exact thing he is going to feel is the pure rage you passed to me through our bet, Glenn Zieghart screams internally. That exact fury is radiating straight from this very body. Sloth's eyes slowly return to a much calmer gaze. Pure wrath. Atop the fortress wall, his face remains dead serious as he announces it, while the wrath stares down in total terror. You and I both know this is crazy, right? As his vessel, I will deliver his words faithfully. Etch this deep into your soul. Saying that, he actually looks up and takes a really deep breath. Then gripping his sword, he roars in pure anger, completely stunning the poor emperor. Daring to step into my territory, are you looking for death? If you do not back off right now, I will make sure you never ever sleep again, you lazy piece of trash. Hearing this, the wrath yells out in pure frustration. Have you completely lost your mind? When did I ever say anything remotely like that? Sloth actually touches his chin, suddenly looking pretty hesitant. I will not be allowed to sleep. Seeing him fall completely silent in thought, Raon Zieghart calmly assesses the whole situation. It was a wild gamble, but it seems to be working. Then Raon Zieghart suddenly pretends to tremble and screams out, Lord Wrath, please do not do this. Sloth looks up again, staring at him in total confusion. How Raon Zieghart reaches his hand high into the air, putting on a massive dramatic show. Please restrain yourself. You absolutely cannot strike right now. You cannot descend upon this world just yet. Beside him, the Wrath sees this terrible acting and gets incredibly furious. You absolute jerk, what are you doing? What kind of trick is this? He stands high on the wall, still loudly talking to himself. That absolute power is not for someone like Sloth. You must use it to conquer this entire continent instead. It flies around him in total confusion. What is happening now? Down below, Sloth's eyes widen in genuine actual panic. Wait a second. He spots the lily bracelet of Garland, and that definitely belongs to Wrath. Right after, Raon Zieghart also looks at the bracelet, desperately trying to talk him down. You want total revenge just because he dared to touch your subordinate, even if you have to stalk him forever so he never sleeps again. No, even if it is you, that goes way too far. Complete silence falls over them. Both the Wrath and Sloth stare at him, deeply confused. Then Sloth stares in pure shock, slowly repeating the threat. Wrath will stalk me and completely deny me sleep while also forcing me to fight him. Thinking about Wrath's terrifying true form, Sloth falls deep into serious thought. If I keep fighting Wrath, I will absolutely never get to sleep again. How does a totally ordinary mere human possess the overwhelming massive aura of Wrath? He has Wrath's aura, the Garland, and knows exactly what I absolutely hate the most. Sloth tightly bites his lip, muttering out loud. He really is the vessel of Wrath. So what do you and I take from this? Up above, the Emperor floats completely helplessly, eyes rolled back while Raon Zieghart stays intensely focused. All right, stick with me here. He stares right down at him, knowing he just completely faked this insane scenario using exactly what Wrath told him and even showed off that wreath. Everything is playing out exactly as he planned. The whole place goes dead silent, but our guy keeps his chin up, looking down to remind him. Let me introduce myself one more time. I am the vessel of Wrath, the body he will soon use to descend upon this world. He casually adds, and I know exactly why you came here. Your precious beauty sleep was rudely interrupted by the monster wave right. Sloth just stares at him, completely speechless. The towering castle is covered in cracks with piles of dead bodies stacked up right behind him. Blood and killer intent mix in the air. John flatly tells him, sadly, you chose the wrong enemy. The real mastermind is Organization E. They used those monsters as pawns, and we were simply defending our castle from the massive wave that they unleashed on us. Plus, we have absolutely no clue where those Organization E bastards are hiding. Sloth calmly listens. So you claim you are innocent. If that is true, then I really have no reason to start a fight with Wrath. Sloth immediately turns around, ready to leave. I am out of here, I need to get back to sleep. John watches his back and spots the perfect opening. Sloth's heavy aura is actually dropping for a split second. Now watch this. He pretends to yell upward in pure panic, begging, Lord Wrath, you really need to control yourself. You cannot appear just yet. Hearing this, Sloth actually glances back, looking pretty suspicious. Up above, the Wrath helplessly screams into Joan's ear. What more do you want, you absolute maniac? The bracelet on Joan's wrist flashes. He ignores the shouting and talks to it. You want to say something? Understood, I will deliver the message. Just wait a second. He drops his hand, stands on the wall, and yells at Sloth. How dare you just walk away after touching my subordinates? And down below, Sloth completely falls for the trap, lifting his head. Wrath, I didn't know you were here. Jaon instantly cuts him off. Shut up if you are just making excuses. If I had not arrived in time, you would have murdered my subordinates. Jaon's voice rings out completely ironclad. As a demon yourself, you know the rules, right? A life for a life. Sloth slowly tries to defend himself. No, I haven't. But Jaon interrupts again. Do not argue with me. He glares down, continuing his interrogation. Because the monsters were running away from you, my loyal subordinates had to die. And you blame the innocent people who woke you. Sloth looks up, literally unable to argue back. Jaon adds on, making the wrath stare in confusion. But taking your life is not nearly enough payback. So as a noble king of the demon realm, I will grant you one single opportunity. Make your choice now. Jaon puts a hand on his chest, glaring threateningly at Sloth, while the wrath's eyes go wide with absolute panic. Give up your beloved sleep forever, or hand over your incredible power to this very vessel. I know what you were thinking. The Emperor glares and screams, you bastard, this was your goal from the start. You demon in human skin. Seeing this, Sloth calmly points a finger right at Jaon and quietly mutters, choose between sleep and power, simple. The wrath screams in total despair. No, kill him, Sloth. His finger traces a magic circle as the Emperor desperately screams to stop it. You are being scammed by a human worse than any demon. Just wave your hand and you can easily kill him. Please stop right now. Jaon actually looks panicked too. The wrath screams in pure frustration. Suddenly, his body absorbs a massive surge of dark energy. It pushes deep into his core, leaving him completely wide-eyed in shock. A system window pops up above. He reaches out his hand, trying to feel this insane new power rushing through his veins. A fraction of Sloth's incredible power has been successfully infused directly into your soul and physical body. Skills unlock after adaptation finishes. Is this really Sloth's aura? Beside him, the wrath just straight up collapses, crying silently, trembling in total defeat. So this is where I die. I'm probably going to die from sheer stress. Right after that, Sloth turns to leave. So I will leave right now. I am so sleepy, I just want my bed. Suddenly, Jaon calls out to him, Sloth, wait a second. Sloth's face instantly darkens, his eyes completely filled with impatient killer intent. He roars. What else do you want? Jaon feels the raw rage and actually flinches a bit. The bloodlust is terrifying. He reaches inside his jacket, trying to hold his ground. If I provoke him even slightly more wrath or not, he will absolutely kill me. He calmly makes an offer. I have something to give you. He tosses a small bundle over and Sloth catches it right in his hand. Take it, you will need this. Sloth opens the cloth, revealing a glowing red mana stone inside. This is the Goblin King's mana stone. Sloth feels its energy. So warm. With this I can sleep forever. Jaon makes his offer while Sloth stands there completely dazed. I am giving you this. So whatever happens here, never come down. And if a wave erupts, control and stop it. Sloth hesitantly looks up. So what do you and I make of this crazy deal? Stopping, not hard at all. But was this really Wrath's idea? Glenn Zieghart looks down at the demon, feeling a little guilty as he explains. He says he actually proposed this bet himself. And stick with me here, he did it so this demon never sets foot here again. Hearing that, the demon just points right back at him. With a totally calm face, he admits that compared to the magic stone's insane worth, this price is actually way too cheap. Suddenly, a wild stream of dark energy pops right into our boy's hand. He stares at it, completely confused. What in the world? The black smoke morphs into a bracelet with a deep red flower. Don't panic, this is just a little bonus gift. Sloth calmly tells him to keep it, saying it will help him out someday. Glenn Zieghart is super suspicious though. Why a flower bracelet? The demon explains that it totally matches his master's taste, saying that Sloth turns around to bounce, muttering that he better get out of here before his master annoys him again. Up on the wall, Glenn Zieghart bites his lip, watching him leave. His eyes are so incredibly heavy and exhausted. He looks ready to pass out, but he keeps telling himself not to collapse in front of the enemy. Sloth's fading silhouette gets blurrier and blurrier. Do not pass out until Sloth is completely gone and the sun finally comes up again. Absolutely. Cannot fall down right now. He turns his head to look behind him. Thinking back on it, that was seriously way too close. The wrath is glued to the ground, weakly cursing Glenn Zieghart out for being a total jerk. Then he looks around at the fallen knights. If he didn't have solid intel on Sloth, or if Wrath hadn't agreed to that crazy bet, or if literally anyone else inside the castle had stayed awake, this whole plan would have crashed. Now watch closely, because this dark night of absolute despair felt like it would never end. The sun slowly peeks over the mansion roof. Glenn Zieghart just stands there, letting the bright morning sunlight hit his tired face. As the Demon King fades away into the shadows, the stubborn darkness finally breaks. The sun rises high, ending tonight's absolute nightmare. Just like that, it is over. Milan grabs his face, slowly waking up from his knockout nap. He rubs his forehead watching the other. Knights groggily stand up too. Seeing the bright morning sun shining down, he realizes they somehow survived. He stares down at his hand, which is barely gripping his sword, and falls deep into thought. He remembers that insane wave of energy that felt like it could destroy literally everything. The memory of Sloth's rage hits him hard. That was the aura of a transcendent being, someone who reached an unmatched realm. Milan grits his teeth, looking totally spooked. It was enough to remind him of the Northern Destruction King. How did they even survive? Something like that. Suddenly, Tyrion runs over shouting, "Commander, you are okay." Milan quickly gets back on his feet too. "Tyrion, how is everyone else holding up?" The guy looks over, completely surprised as he reports back. "Yeah, everyone is actually totally fine." He sees the shocked look on Tyrion's face and asks why he looks so stunned. Milan follows his gaze and completely freezes up too. Glenn Zieghart is standing right there, hand still gripping his sword, pointing it at the sky. Breathing heavy, his face is covered in absolute exhaustion. He smiles, turning to look at them. "I kept my promise." Tyrion's eyes go wide, remembering how even Milan struggled to block that crazy attack earlier. Did Raon Zieghart seriously stop that absolute monster all by himself? Even their elite commander got knocked completely unconscious. Let's pause for a second. How did this kid survive? His body sways, muttering that he is just glad everyone is safe. Milan rushes over while Tyrion is still totally speechless. "Hey, Raon." Zieghart finally shuts his eyes and passes out. Milan catches him, saying the battle is over now. Time to praise our boy for being a hero. Soon after, the whole town starts repairing the damage. Milan crosses his arms, looking super worried. Raon Zieghart still has not woken up. Standing across from him, a knight reports on Raon Zieghart's knockout status. "No sir, he is still completely out cold. He looks perfectly healthy, but it has literally been 3 whole days since the battle." Milan looks over at Tyrion and the patrol captain, pointing out that the kid's body is definitely just burnt out. He is probably going to need a lot more time to fully recover. Tyrion looks at him totally confused. "But wait, who's that guy anyway?" The exact second I felt that insane energy, my whole mind just went completely blank. Milan drops his voice, but what he says makes both of them stare in absolute shock. That guy was actually a demon. That dark, violent aura was demonic energy without a single doubt. With an energy wave that massive, he is very likely a literal demon king. Nobody can beat a demon king unless it is someone like the Northern Destruction King. They all lock their eyes onto Raon Zieghart's sword resting on the stand. So how on earth did Raon Zieghart pull this off? We didn't suffer a single casualty. This is just unbelievable. The patrol captain looks down, throwing out a wild guess. "Do you think he actually managed to negotiate with a demon king?" Tyrion looks over, completely stunned. Negotiate? They imagine Raon Zieghart casually shaking hands with a demon king. Even if Raon Zieghart is a total genius, there is no way he could win in a straight fight, so negotiating is honestly the only thing that makes sense here. Just my opinion, but I bet he traded away his own soul and body just to save all of us. Over here, Milan rubs his chin, muttering to himself. I actually remember hearing him say the word negotiate right as I was passing out. Tyrion looks super concerned. So did he really sacrifice himself just to keep us alive? Then the patrol captain steps up with an idea. "Please tell us more about Raon Zieghart. You and I both know he is no regular mercenary, and I seriously need to know his real deal." "All right, stick with me here." They know they can't hide his identity anymore. Milan finally decides to drop the truth bomb on everyone in the room. He pictures Raon in formal wear, confirming the crazy truth. This kid actually carries the legendary Zieghart bloodline. The patrol leader totally agrees. A 16-year-old absolute prodigy coming straight out of the Six Kings faction. Honestly, it is the only explanation that makes any sense. Tyrion looks a bit uneasy about it. She knows he's way too strong, but being a Zieghart definitely explains his insane abilities. Milan stares out the window. Raon put his life on the line so many times for them. They owe this kid big time. They have to pay him back for everything he sacrificed. Milan crosses his arms and makes it completely official. From this moment on, they are going to fully support his journey. Meanwhile, Raon finally opens his eyes in bed. He tilts his head slowly, recognizing the very familiar ceiling above him. He is resting in the Habun Castle infirmary. He slowly sits up, figuring if he can actually move, things must have ended well. Suddenly, he spots someone passed out beside him. Yua is fast asleep at the desk right next to a water basin and towel. His eyes go wide with pure confusion. What is Yua doing here? Then he zeroes in on the wet towel on the desk. Wait, did she actually nurse him while he was completely knocked out and then just crash here? She had zero clue when he would wake up, but she stayed by his side anyway. Then Raon stares down at his own palms, deeply confused. Now pay close attention to this. You and I both thought his body would be completely wrecked from exhaustion, but something weird is happening. Raon clenches his fist tight. Instead of pain, he feels incredibly refreshed, like every single one of his senses just leveled up. What in the world is going on? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes out, making his eyes widen in pure shock. Does your body feel too light? Is that why you are confused? Wrath floats over, absolutely furious, demanding answers. The only thing broken is your stupid head, you sneaky coward. Raon just looks up at the raging demon, waves his hand, and flashes a smile. Thanks a lot, Wrath. You really saved my neck out there. The demon glares daggers at him. Are you mocking me right now? Do you have a death wish? Wrath circles around him, loudly complaining, while Raon just casually watches the floating demon throw a tantrum. Tricking two demon kings at once? You're literally the first person to ever pull that off. Sloth must be the dumbest king in existence. Finally, Wrath screams in absolute disbelief. How in the world did your soul level up just from holding out a few pathetic minutes against a little brat like that? Raon looks right back at him, totally confused. My soul leveled up. Suddenly, the system screen explodes with non-stop notifications. System check. Your soul level has increased after surviving a battle with a transcendent being. The 10,000 Flames cultivation hit 4 stars. Cold Aura and Glacier also leveled up to 4 stars. You resisted the interference of Wrath. Every single stat gets a +1. Water resistance increased. Stamina +2, senses +2, agility +2. You have successfully won your 6th bet against the demon Wrath. All stats are boosted by 5. Strength, energy, and stamina go up by 2. And get this, you just unlocked a brand new legendary title, the King Soother. A rare title awarded to someone who manages to sway a literal king, not with raw power, but through entirely different methods. The effect: a massive boost to trust and favorability whenever you negotiate with someone way stronger or higher up the food chain. Raon smiles as he scrolls through the crazy loot. I know you're probably thinking the same thing I am. He was completely knocked out, but the epic rewards kept rolling in. His eyes practically bulge out when he spots the next stat. Wait, what is this? The system confirms. The sloth trait has been officially created. Stats will passively increase while you sleep. Your stamina and aura recovery speeds are getting a massive boost during bedtime. Wrath floats closer, looking completely flabbergasted, and screams, "What, you get stat buffs just by taking a nap?" Raon stares at the blue screen, absolutely mind-blown. Then a massive grin spreads across his face as it clicks. So that is why his body feels amazing. It is literally like he was grinding for 24 hours straight. He cheers out loud. Haha, this is even more broken than I thought. Wrath quickly flies away, completely disgusted by the whole thing. That absolute idiot, Sloth. You should have just killed him. Suddenly, the demon turns back, glaring suspiciously at Raon. Just how much did your ridiculous stats go up? Raon calmly glances over and answers. Probably about 11 points. Wrath stares at him, utterly stunned. Losing his temper again, Wrath screams, "Are you trying to mock me right now?" Raon checks the system. Oh nice, it just went up again because you're angry. Suddenly, the door flies open. Raon Radin rushes in looking super relieved. Thank God you are finally awake. Yua awkwardly scrambles out of her chair and rushes over to the bed. Raon, are you feeling all right? Raon smiles warmly at them. You guys are worrying way too much. Then Radin chuckles. Ah, right, I almost forgot the big news. Raon blinks, totally confused. Forget what? What Radin says next completely catches the young swordsman off guard. The general wants to see you immediately. Over at the mansion, Raon bows respectfully, requesting an audience with Milan. The older man nods back. Good, looks like you have fully bounced back. Milan sits in the main chair, arms crossed, analyzing the boy. Tarion and the patrol leader stand right behind him. I have seen plenty of geniuses, but I've never witnessed anyone level up as fast as you. You will surpass me in no time. Raon stays humble. No, I just got lucky. But trust me, you and I know this is just the beginning of his legend. No need to be humble. I am so sorry for calling you here right after you woke up. Then the older man suddenly starts asking the hard questions. But how did you beat that beast? Glenn Zieghart panics. Stick with me because you and I are about to see how he talks his way out. He stays totally silent, staring at them while deep in thought. These guys clearly do not know much about the Demon King. If they think I am working with the Demon King, they will definitely kick me out. I need a plan. Seeing him so quiet, Milan speaks up. But you do not have to answer that. Glenn Zieghart goes wide-eyed with shock. Wait, what? Then the older man closes his eyes. He crosses his arms, looking like he understands completely. We know that Demon King is incredibly strong, so you must have made a deal to chase him away. As for his condition to leave, we believe you offered up your own body and soul as collateral just to save all of us. Glenn Zieghart stands there silently, not denying a single word. The patrol captain nods in agreement. We must be right. Tarion stands beside them, scolding the boy. Making a deal with the Demon King to save us, you absolute fool. Glenn Zieghart is just stunned. Well, this is definitely not what he expected. Meanwhile, the Wrath screams out in pure anger. You idiots, the one who gave up his soul was the enemy, not Glenn Zieghart. Glenn Zieghart mentally complains, asking him to shut up. but it keeps yelling. Why would a demon king want your weak bodies and souls anyway? Right after that, Milan leans on the table and stands up. Since you sacrificed yourself to save us, we must do something for you in return. Suddenly, all of them stand up together. They look right at him, placing their hands over their hearts with warm smiles. We want to express our deepest respect for everything you did, for all the sacrifices you have made for us. Finally, he makes a huge announcement that leaves Glenn Zieghart completely speechless. Havon Castle will always stand by your side. Glenn Zieghart absolutely loves hearing that. He just smiles warmly at their kind words. If you need anything at all, just tell us. Immediately, Glenn Zieghart speaks up. In that case, I do have one huge favor to ask. Milan just smiles right back at him. Go ahead. Glenn Zieghart smirks, placing a hand on his chest. Please duel me before I head back home. Now watch closely, this is where the action kicks in. A week before graduation at the mansion, the hot sun beats down on the guarded gates. He stands at the door. Thanks to his unique lazy effect, he has finally gotten used to his body growing so much stronger, and he gained a super deep understanding of his brand new moves. Today, as he leaves Havon Castle, his eyes are filled with absolute pure determination. Right in front of him, Milan is standing tall on the arena floor. Glenn Zieghart knows his physical condition is at absolute peak level. Up in the stands, the massive crowd watches his back as he steps up, screaming their support. You got this. Glenn Zieghart has to beat the commander before leaving this place. We believe in you. Across from him, the older man smiles and asks, Are you ready for this? Glenn Zieghart just smirks right back at him. Yeah, I got fully prepared while you were waiting. Immediately after saying that, the commander casually tosses off his heavy coat. He grips his sword, looking incredibly hyped. Well, we do not need to waste any more time then. At the very least, this will not be boring. With that said, he stomps the ground hard and launches himself straight up into the air. His heavy blade points straight downward. Intense energy instantly explodes all around him. Milan smiles excitedly and says, Let the fight begin. On the other side, Glenn Zieghart grits his teeth. He looks at the terrifying killing intent rushing toward him with a crazy thrill. So this is the top master of Havon Castle. The amount of aura here is absolutely insane, he mutters. Then he screams out, Here I come, swinging his sword forward with everything he has. Milan quickly raises his own blade to block the heavy slash. The commander smiles right back at him. Down below, the two fighters rapidly trade devastating blows. Up in the stands, everyone watches in absolute shock. I can literally feel the shockwaves from all the way up here. The patrol captain is sweating bullets right now. Tyrion frowns deeply, staring down at the intense battle. You and I both know the kid is a genius, but holding his own against a full general. That is pure, absolute insanity to witness. A guy nearby completely agrees. His growth, speed, and epic achievements are honestly on a totally different level from anyone else we have ever seen. At this insane level, he only needs one tiny step to become a grandmaster. When he first arrived here, he was actually a lot weaker than me. It is absolutely ridiculous. Down below, Milan attacks him while giving advice. Your power and speed are great, but you are just not sharp enough yet. Still not good enough. Even though this is just a sparring match, you do not seriously think you can beat me like this, do you? Glenn Zieghart smiles back, swinging his blade to block the heavy incoming attacks. Of course not. I am just getting started. Then he swings hard, sending waves of wild sword aura ripping through the air straight toward Milan with a fierce fang technique. The first strike hits, but Milan casually steps back to dodge it. Glenn Zieghart spots his side, eyes going wide as he screams in his head. An opening. Then he furrows his brow, pulls his fist back, and grits his teeth, throwing an incredibly brutal punch. But immediately after, his entire body freezes in total shock. Milan's bare hand completely blocks his heavy punch, leaving Glenn Zieghart totally confused and panicked. No way he actually blocked that. Next, the commander swings his arm, sending Glenn Zieghart's body violently flying backward through the dirt. He stabilizes on the ground, leaning on his hands in pure disbelief. He really thought hitting that blind spot with a fierce attack would give him hope. What do you and I make of this? He completely blocked it and countered. We always knew he was stronger, but this is wild. Stick with me here, this old guy isn't struggling at all. Milan just looks at his face and drops a truth bomb that absolutely shocks him. You look totally shocked, huh? Glenn Zieghart drops to one knee right in front of him and admits it. Yeah, it honestly feels like you can predict every single move I make. On top of that, you're constantly spamming aura blades and sword energy, but you don't look tired at all. Not even breaking a sweat. Hearing that, the commander just smiles with absolute confidence and puts a hand over his energy core. The difference is right here. My intermediate tier energy core. This core only unlocks once you hit the master tier. It literally lets you draw out a massive amount of raw power while barely burning through any actual aura. Deep within the lower stomach, every single person carries this blazing fire of an energy core. You are sitting at the absolute peak of the expert tier, but you still haven't crossed into the master tier. Finally, he calls it. You cannot beat me right now. Glenn Zieghart just stares at Milan, completely shell-shocked. I mean, he had heard the rumors about this power before, but actually seeing it, never. He never expected it to give such an insane, unfair advantage. Right in front of him, Milan grips his sword, dead serious and ready to throw down. So this is the true power of a master. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart just smiles. Seeing this, the old man looks back at him, totally confused. Why in the world are you smiling? Raon Zieghart just tightens his grip on the blade, condensing heavy sword energy into his hand as he calmly stares back. Because I can finally see the path moving forward. I am honestly just thrilled that I still have so much room to grow and get stronger. Hearing that, Milan just furrows his brows. Looking at this kid, he realizes Raon Zieghart still wants to keep fighting even after hitting a massive brick wall. Now pay close attention here. He tightens his grip and wild energy instantly coats the blade. All right, then let me show you the peak you have not reached yet. He stares Raon Zieghart down with absolute pure determination. My full unrestrained power. A split second later, a terrifying wave of sword energy launches straight at him. Raon Zieghart's eyes go wide in absolute shock as he braces himself to take this massive attack head-on. The technique I am about to show you is called Ice Dragon Slash. It literally took down an ice dragon using the Frosthorn sword. Milan steps forward calmly. I am still holding back my true strength, but honestly, this is the very first time I am ever using this move against a student. A massive surge of raw energy violently erupts right in front of him, gathering completely into that single blade. Try your best not to die. Seeing this insane power, Raon Zieghart instantly realizes this aura could literally slice anything in half. Taking a direct hit like this head-on, that would be pure suicide. The smart play is to dodge and then counterattack. He closes his eyes for a second, fully planning to just evade the strike exactly like he always does. But then his eyes snap open, burning with pure resolve. He grips his sword tight and looks up. If I just keep running away, then standing here is totally pointless. This right here is the perfect chance to really test my limits. Across the arena, Milan smiles, looking at him with a hint of doubt. Is that really all you have got? What is the name of that skill? Meanwhile, Raon Zieghart is completely lost in thought, remembering his brutal training back at Haven Castle. Combining that with the memories of the 10,000 Fires method after fighting Sloth, he just looks right at the commander to explain. This is the absolute strongest technique I can show you right now. Commander, witness the 10th fire stance of the 10,000 Fires art, Dragon's Breath. Let's pause for a second because this clash is about to be unreal. Two massive auras collide. He tells Milan again, I call it Dragon's Breath. A split second later, the old man stomps the ground hard. Very well. Let us see if your little dragon can actually beat my blade. Raon Zieghart blasts forward too. They finally charge straight at each other, weapons drawn, and boom, a massive shockwave explodes, sending dust flying absolutely everywhere in the arena. The crowd up in the stands can barely even see. Tarian shields his face, struggling against the heavy wind. How in the world is the tremor this incredibly strong? Is he seriously taking the commander on in a direct head-to-head clash? He just mutters to himself, his face full of total disbelief. They squint through the dust. Who actually won? The thick smoke finally clears out. Milan and Raon Zieghart are just standing there, having dashed right past each other. Raon Zieghart lets out a heavy breath, then slowly turns around. Standing completely respectful in front of the old man, he bows. Thank you for giving me this chance to learn. I completely lost this one, Commander. The entire crowd up in the stands just erupts into wild cheering. Yeah, the commander actually won. You did amazing, Raon Zieghart. You almost had him. How is that even possible? That was epic. Meanwhile, Milan just keeps smiling, looking at the kid with a totally unreadable expression. Raon Zieghart smiles right back at him, while the wild cheers from the massive crowd above just keep going nonstop. Raon Zieghart, you are the absolute best. Finally, the commander just looks at him, letting out a soft sigh and a smile. What an incredibly strange kid. I honestly thought just using basic aura would be enough to suppress him. He closes his eyes, instantly flashing back to that final heavy clash between the two of them. I actually even had to use my protective barrier energy at the end there, but my decision to fully support this kid's journey moving forward. He watches Raon Zieghart waving at the hyped crowd and completely confirms it. That might just be the absolute best decision I have ever made in my entire life. The very next day at the city gates, Raiden's group stands there looking super bummed. So it's finally time for you to go, huh? We actually got used to you around here. Such a massive shame. Next to him, the long-haired guy also praises Raon Zieghart for doing an incredible job, while Raon Zieghart just stands there with his gear next to Dorian. Raon Zieghart just smiles warmly, looking over at Commander Milan. Hey, thank you for absolutely everything. The commander gives him a proud smile right back. Of course, kid. Make sure you stay healthy out there. Next to him, Tarian looks over with genuine feeling. Make sure to come back whenever you miss us, all right? You're always welcome here. The long-haired guy smiles, hoping they meet again. And trust me, you and I both know this epic journey just started. All right, you and I are diving right back in. Glenn Zieghart glances back at the patrol captain, flashing a super casual smile. You're not gonna bully the patrol guys just because I'm leaving, right? The captain waves his hands, looking super awkward. Of course not. That will absolutely never happen again. Suddenly, Raon Zieghart calmly reaches his hand out toward him, keeping that friendly smile on his face. I'm just joking around. I know you wouldn't do that. It was an absolute honor fighting alongside you. I really hope the next time we meet, we'll both be way stronger. The captain shakes his hand, leaving everyone around them totally speechless. Yeah, I'll train harder so I can support you even better next time. Right after that, Raon Zieghart and Dorian finally head out. He still turns back, waving at everyone looking sad by the gate. Don't forget we've always got your back. Stay safe out there, see you later, and seriously thanks for absolutely everything. The two step outside the massive city gates. Thick snow crunches under their boots. Dorian pulls out a map, muttering to himself. All right, let's get moving. We just need to head straight from here, he adds. If we just push through without stopping, we'll definitely arrive before the graduation ceremony starts. Now pay attention here. A voice suddenly calls out, making them look back. Wait, Raon Zieghart smiles as he sees her. Yua, I was actually sad you weren't there to send me off, but I'm really glad we caught each other. Meanwhile, she's bent over, panting hard. She's holding a wrapped bundle in her hands. Here she holds it out to him. I was late because I was preparing this for your journey. Dorian completely lights up. Oh, it's the pineapple girl. His eyes are sparkling with pure hype. Pineapple pizza. Tell me you brought the pineapple pizza too. Raon Zieghart takes it with a huge happy smile. Thanks, Yua, I absolutely love it. Suddenly, her face flushes bright red, awkwardly clasping her hands together. And, I actually have a tiny favor to ask. Could I? He just smiles super gently. Seeing that smile, she totally freezes up. And just like that, her courage completely vanishes. Never mind, I can't say it right now. Raon Zieghart looks genuinely confused. Why not? Leaving him stunned, she flashes a quick smile and explains, I'll tell you some other time. Hearing that, he still looks a little bit doubtful. But then his gentle smile returns, playing along. All right then, don't forget. Finally, the two turn and walk away while Yua silently watches them go. Dorian turns his head to wave. Stay safe out there, Yua. See you later. She just stands there silently, watching them fade into the distance. Blushing super hard, Yua mutters to herself, I'll definitely tell you someday. Meanwhile, those two are just happily strolling along. She whispers deep in her heart, someday I'll ask to walk right beside you on whatever path you choose for your life. Boom time skip. It's been 1 full year since the graduation exams officially started at Training Dojo number 5. Inside, a massive courtyard, crowds are swarming an achievement board. These students have really racked up tons of combat experience and achievements. Dojo number 5, which used to be a total ghost town. Now it's absolutely packed again with students who have seriously leveled up. Everyone is chatting away, making the whole campus super loud and lively. You and I both know training arcs change everything. One student asks, don't you feel like we've gotten way stronger this past year? His friend nods. Yeah, at this crazy rate, I could hit expert tier soon. They don't even notice the red-haired guy watching them from a distance. Another girl walks over, wondering out loud, man, I really wonder how insanely strong the other guys are by now. Suddenly, they spot him and quickly call out, Instructor Rimmer. The highly curious students completely crowd around him, asking, hey, is young Master Raon Zieghart hanging around here somewhere? Graduation is literally tomorrow. I'm honestly so worried that something bad might have happened to him. Reimer just awkwardly stands up and scratches his head. Haven't you guys known Raon Zieghart for a really long time now? He tries consoling them. Do you seriously think he's the type to just get kidnapped? Stop stressing over absolutely nothing. Go prepare for your graduation ceremony. I guarantee you, he is perfectly fine. Hearing that, the crowd smiles and agrees. Yeah, that's true. Reimer slumps back into his chair, shooing them away. Yep, now get lost. The students turn to leave. Thanks, sir, we'll be taking off then. Now left totally alone, that forced smile is still painfully plastered on his face. The very next second, Reimer is bawling his eyes out, whining, save me, Lowen. Seeing this absolute mess, Lowen is just completely flustered. Geez, there is literally nothing I can do here. He stares down at Reimer, who is literally kneeling, hugging his leg and screaming in pure misery. But Raon Zieghart and Dorian still aren't back. Graduation is literally tomorrow, and Raon Zieghart was supposed to be back a whole month ago. Later that evening, the two are chilling on a cliff. Lowen looks back calmly. Why don't you just sneakily send a letter like you always do? But Rimmer just wails into the night, throwing his hands up to the sky. I want to, but I can't. He flashes back to the guards, absolutely blocking him. Because the Heavenly Sword Knights are heavily guarding the secret passage, my usual sneaking route is totally blocked off. They even set up crazy traps right on the ceiling. Lowen just stands there helplessly with his hands resting on his hips. Look, I really want to tell you absolutely anything I know, but thanks to you, I haven't received a single shred of information either. Zero news on the young master. Reimer looks up, still a little suspicious. Huh, it's still like that. Loan just lets out a heavy sigh. Exactly. The Patriarch declared all information about the young master as highly classified. Lohman adds about Glenn lately, that old man hasn't even spoken a word to me. Hearing that, Reimer gets even more triggered and screams, huh, is it really that bad? If he cares about his grandson that much, why doesn't he just show his affection directly? How is acting like this any different from a classic tsundere? So where does this leave us? Reimer jumps off the cliff in pure frustration. Loan watches in shock. Wait, where are you going? All right, you and I are jumping right in. He sprints off, determined to ask the Patriarch himself. Dashing down the mountain trail, he waves back at Lojin. He won't kill me over this. I'll report exactly what he said. Behind him, the older man can only sigh in total helplessness. Len stares hard at the mansion. A massive energy wave erupts from inside, leaving him face-palming in pure speechlessness. Night falls on the Zieghart Central Dojo. Karun sits by the mansion window, arms crossed, glaring with heavy suspicion. Gon might already be dead. Across from him, the butler bows respectfully, delivering the report. He should have returned a whole month ago. We sent out a search party, but a sudden monster wave completely blocked them from reaching Haven Castle in time. The wave was stopped. But since we lost all contact with him and his squad, we assume he's either critically injured or already dead. The butler adds that Instructor Reimer was so worried he actually went to see the Patriarch personally. Hearing this, Karun smirks, crossing his arms. Perfect. That kid was always a massive thorn in my side. Glad he's gone without me lifting a finger. The butler continues, wait, I heard he defended Haven Castle against the Blue Spirit squad. So I'm wondering if Eden ambushed him. Karun just smiles and nods. Highly possible. That kid was definitely a huge thorn in their side too. Checking a file on his desk, Karun mutters, still, he might not be dead. Even if he somehow survives and returns tonight, it really wouldn't matter anyway. Now pay attention here. Unlike normal tests, Reimer's graduation exam uses a full year of progress to decide if they officially rank up to Swordsman. The trainees all receive their evaluation sheets. This brutal process can drag on for days, even over a week. Thinking about this, he smirks. Tomorrow's the graduation ceremony. So even if he dragged himself back tonight, he wouldn't qualify anymore. The butler finally gets it. Understood, sir. Sitting back, Karun orders arrogantly. Besides, it'll be hilarious to see the total despair on his face when he finds out he failed. Report back immediately if anything changes. The butler bows and turns away. Yes, my lord. The room falls dead silent. Karun leans back in his chair, crossing his arms with a wicked grin. I kept wondering how to get rid of him, but I guess this was his absolute limit. He looks up eagerly, anticipating the drama. You're not half bad as cheap entertainment. Dawn breaks and sunlight finally spills across the clear blue sky. Over at the 5th training hall, graduation day has arrived. Trainees in crisp uniforms chat happily, but Sylvia looks incredibly anxious. I know exactly what you're thinking. Where is Gon? It's his graduation day. If they officially start without him, it means he automatically fails. Her maid tries to calm her. My lady, they won't begin the ceremony without the class representative. Please don't worry too much. The trainees cheer with pure excitement. The day we finally graduate is here. It's actually happening. When I got sent on that mission, I really thought I was dead. Now I feel like an ogre monster wouldn't even be a match. Suddenly, Burin steps up. Hey, it's almost time for the graduation ceremony. Why are you guys just standing around gossiping? The friend gasps. Burin snaps strictly. Stop slacking off and get back to your positions. They quickly scurry away. Got it. He watches them go and sighs heavily. Seriously, when will those guys ever mature? Someone else casually strolls over. I thought you might have changed a little, but you're still as rigid as ever. Burin frowns and turns around. And your harsh mouth hasn't improved either. Martha walks right up to him, oozing confidence. Who cares if I'm harsh? It really doesn't matter. Burin is just left completely speechless. That attitude was fine during training, but once we graduate, things won't be nearly as easy for you. Especially on outside missions. You're always picking fights. Martha just shrugs. Well, I just need to knock them out. Then nobody dares to talk back, right, Burin? Let's see how long that confidence of yours actually lasts. Anyway, he glances toward the main gate expectantly. I wonder why he isn't here yet. The ceremony is about to start. Was he actually ambushed by Eden? Ronan Solian suddenly appears behind them, stating firmly, he will definitely come back. There's no way Gon would lose to guys like that. Martha scoffs, annoyed. How would you know better if he doesn't return anyway? That way I get to be the representative. Ronan Solian frowns, raising her voice. He's coming back. Don't talk trash like that. Martha glares right back. It's too late. If he was coming back, he'd be standing right here already. Burin facepalms, totally helpless. Ah, wake up you two. Just as the tension peaks, a loud announcement echoes out. The graduation ceremony is beginning. All graduating trainees return to your positions. A figure steps down from the grand staircase, accompanied by an epic introduction. The eternal son of Zieghart, master of the north. Trust me, it gets wild from here. Patriarch Glenn takes the top seat and Reimer just smiles. Let's jump right in. Things are getting tense as Reimer awkwardly asks the Patriarch if they can wait just a bit longer for two missing students. But the Patriarch shuts that down instantly. Even without an exact return date, those students were well aware of the strict deadline. The graduation ceremony is in February, so if they aren't back and standing here right now, they simply don't qualify to graduate at all. He warns Reimer not to even think about delaying the entire ceremony just for them. The head instructor can only stand there in total silence. With no other choice, he finally turns back to face the anxious students. Time to begin the graduation ceremony. The Patriarch and all the family elders will be hosting this major event. First up, they need to run through one absolute final roll call. Out of 43 total students, 41 are here, 2 are missing. And everyone is seriously starting to panic about Raon Zieghart. Is Raon Zieghart really not coming back? Are they actually going to start without him? The cold official announcements just keep rolling right on. Roll call complete. The graduation begins and the order is given to shut the gates. Slowly, those massive doors start to close. Runan Sullian stares at the closing gates, her face full of pure worry and regret. Matha and Ben are just intensely glaring forward. The massive doors are shutting, but suddenly an intense force hits them, grinding everything to a dead halt. The students start glancing around in total confusion. Now pay close attention here. Why did the gates stop? That literally never happens in the middle of closing. What exactly is going on? Right at that exact second, a guy with striking golden hair casually strolls in. Yep, it is none other than Raon Zieghart. He speaks up saying he didn't mean to grab so much attention. Reimer lets out a massive sigh of relief. If you're going to be late, don't cut it this close. Honestly, this kid is an absolute master at making people panic. Raon Zieghart just cheerfully reintroduces himself to the crowd. Raon Zieghart is present. I have finally returned. But right after, he looks completely shocked by how hyped everyone is getting. Raon Zieghart. He quickly apologizes, explaining he got slightly delayed. Runan Sullian calls out, saying she had been waiting for him this whole time. Ben yells out just a little. Matha jumps right in. You almost failed, you absolute idiot. Aren't you supposed to be our representative? Why was he so late? Everyone is throwing questions at him. Meanwhile, Dorian is just standing in the back, smiling, thinking, hey, I'm here too. Reimer finally has to step in, telling Raon Zieghart he's just glad he made it back in one piece. Raon Zieghart gives the head instructor a quick apology. Reimer tells him to hurry up and take his spot because everyone is waiting. And since he's the main representative, he needs to head straight up front. While they're all celebrating, a harsh voice suddenly barks out, stop. Raon Zieghart looks up to see Karen glaring down at him with a seriously nasty frown. He turns straight to the Patriarch. He points out that the other students returned and proved their actual strength a whole month ago. But Raon Zieghart, he just walked in. And right now, there is zero confirmation that he actually completed his assigned graduation mission. So he boldly claims Raon Zieghart shouldn't be allowed to graduate today. And worse, someone else in the crowd actually chimes in to agree with him. The whole point of passing this graduation is supposed to be based entirely on what each student has proven over the entire past year. Yet Raon Zieghart, who literally just showed up, hasn't proven a single thing. Karen looks back down at him with the smuggest grin imaginable. He sneers, saying he's sure Raon Zieghart won't make everyone wait around all day just to prove his worth. Right, Raon Zieghart, pure disrespect. Reimer looks down at Raon Zieghart with a massive smirk. Patriarch Arena Master, I can just test his strength right here and now, can't I? I know what you're thinking, but watch this closely. Before Raon Zieghart can even get a word out, they instantly clash and Raon Zieghart completely effortlessly blocks Reimer's devastating attack. Matha is totally stunned. What impossible wasn't Raon Zieghart's power level supposed to be stuck at just the basic expert tier? Reimer is just laughing his head off during the fight. Real swordsmen speak to each other using their blades. Raon Zieghart's energy violently erupts as he pushes back hard. Reimer just yells out, absolutely brilliant. These two massive auras smash into each other, launching both fighters straight up into the air. High above, their raw energy just violently explodes outwards. It looks exactly like a gorgeous glowing fireworks display. Sylvia and her servant watch the whole thing unfold, their faces completely lighting up in awe. Meanwhile, Karen is grinding his teeth in pure rage. He knows that even if Reimer's body was holding back or injured, there is zero chance a normal student could block an attack like that. What on earth did Raon Zieghart go through during this missing time? While Karen is drowning in his own petty jealousy, everyone else is just mesmerized by the epic explosive fireworks show lighting up the sky. Facing Karen's bitter frustration, Raon Zieghart doesn't miss a beat. He confidently asks, I'm pretty sure that's enough proof for my graduation, right? Right, Arena Master. His expression is so undeniably cocky, making the guy feel like he's just being completely trolled in front of everyone. Karen can only swallow his pride and storm back to his seat in defeat. Reimer, beaming like a proud dad, speaks up again. Sir, I believe that easily proves his qualifications, so can we finally start the graduation now? The patriarch playfully scolds him, calling him utterly shameless. Just look at the total mess you made of my arena. I'll ask about Glenn Zieghart's progress after the ceremony is over. Then he orders the head instructor to officially kick off the 5th Hall's graduation. Now let the main representative Glenn Zieghart step right up to the front. And that's where we leave it today. 5th Training Hall, 43 students in total. All 43 present and accounted for. Absolutely wild, right? Alright, stick with me, we are officially kicking off the 5th Training Hall's graduation ceremony.